At Qingyang College in Yanlong Continent, all freshmen are waiting for an important moment, turning 18. When every student turns 18, he or she will summon his or her own contracted beast. This is not only everyone's glory, but also an essential force to fight against demons and defend the homeland. At this time, Tiantian, the sweet school beauty of the college, stood in front of the summoning circle, and her beauty attracted countless eyes. However, her calling was not as easy as other students. Behind her calling was her longing and desire for her father. She hopes to summon a strong enough contracted beast to go to the front line to find her long-missing father. So she took a deep breath and silently recited the summoning spell with a determined light in her eyes. However, as she chanted the spell, the light of the magic circle suddenly became dazzling, even illuminating the entire sky. The students and teachers in the school were stunned. They didn't expect Tiantian's summoning to be so powerful. Everyone speculated that the contracted beast she summoned would be A-level or even stronger. While everyone was still in shock, the summoning light reached its peak, and a dark, small creature appeared in the center of the magic circle. This creature was completely black, had a pair of pointed horns, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and tiny eyes. From a distance, it looked like a small black dog. Tiantian was slightly stunned, feeling confused. Is this the contracted beast she summoned? At this time, in another time and space, Wang Qing had just unified the ancient world and became the invincible Taotai king. At that time, relying on the power of the ferocious beast, he had suppressed ancient monsters such as Qiongqi and Taowu, and was almost invincible. Just as he was looking down at the monsters below from the top of the mountain and was about to declare his victory, a faint female voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This call broke his peace. Wang Qing was furious and let out an earth-shaking roar, wanting to find the person who had disturbed his world. As he roared angrily, time and space suddenly twisted, and a powerful suction force sucked him in, bringing him into another strange world. But when Wang Qing just emerged from the vortex of time and space, he saw that he had turned into a small black thing. This was not the image he wanted at all. What was even more outrageous was that the sound that came out of his mouth was meow. Wang Qing was filled with anger, but he was powerless to resist and could only feel lost in the new environment. All the students of Qingyang College witnessed this scene. The contracted beast summoned by Tiantian was not only a little black dog, but also made a ridiculous meow sound. Wang Qing was so angry that he chased Tiantian around the playground with his limbs uncoordinated, roaring and threatening her. "Don't run. I will make you pay the price." However, due to his small size and clumsy movements, Wang Qing's anger seemed both funny and powerless, with no deterrent effect at all. Tiantian was shaking with fear, but he kept saying, "Stop chasing me. I can't breathe." From the king of Taotai to a soft and cute little beast, Wang Qing has experienced a huge reversal. Not only does he have to adapt to this deformed body, but he also has to face the various challenges brought by this new world. Wang Qing was immersed in the wonderful taste of the food at this time. The piles of plates in front of him had piled up into a small mountain, which was astonishing. As he devoured the meal, he made satisfied sounds. This tastes much better than demon meat. His gluttonous instinct was fully brought into play, and he did not hide his appetite at all. However, Tiantian, who was sitting next to him, was in no mood to enjoy this feast with him. She looked at the piles of empty plates, and her mood became heavier. "It's okay that this little guy is ugly, but he's also such a big eater," she complained in a low voice. "I worked so hard to save up my pocket money, and he ate it all up." When Wang Qing was about to continue the battle, he suddenly heard a scornful laugh in his ear. "Hey, isn't this Su Xiaohua? I heard that the thing you summoned was an ugly monster. Haha." The voice was full of provocation and contempt. Wang Xi laughed maliciously, and the senior Lu Yidao beside him echoed, "No matter how you look at it, your contracted beast is not as good as our brown bear." As he spoke, he gently patted Wang Qing's head, as if he treated Wang Qing as an insignificant little animal. Tiantian's eyes narrowed, and the fire in her heart was ignited. "So it's Senior Wang," she responded with a sneer. "You really don't have any free time at all. You know I summon a contracted beast, and you come to make fun of me?" Wang Shi showed a little unnaturalness on her face. "I didn't come here on purpose. I was just passing by." Although her words were light, the dissatisfaction in her tone could obviously be concealed. Louis Dao was not to be outdone. "Oh, I just happened to pass by," he said, patting Wang Qing's head vigorously. But Su Tiantian's contracted beast is really ugly. Seeing this, Wang Shi patted Wang Qing on the head and said, "Look, this contracted beast is ridiculously uglier than my brown bear. There's really a huge difference." She looked condescending, trying to embarrass Su Tiantian in this way. But Su Tiantian had already seen through their intentions and sneered. "If you have the ability, just come and challenge me directly. Don't hide behind my back and act sarcastic." She stood up, and her provocative tone stunned Wang Shi and Lu Yidao. Wang Shi tried to remain calm and said, "Fighting would violate school rules." She forced herself to change the subject, trying to maintain balance in the situation. Lu Yidao immediately followed suit. "But if we use contracted beasts to compete, that's another matter. The school can encourage this." The students who were watching began to whisper and discuss. Some people had already guessed that Wang Shi had brought Lu Yidao here to cause trouble. Wang Shi must have come here to cause trouble because Su Xuehua stole her limelight. Someone even added, "Lu Yidao is very powerful. Rumor has it that he beat 5 people with a white bear without any effort." Although Su Tiantian could feel everyone's discussions, she knew in her heart that she could not let the other party succeed easily. She picked up Wang Qing and prepared to leave. "Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You want to hurt my contracted beast? No way." Seeing her firm attitude, Wang Shi pointed at his brown bear monster in frustration and said, "Brown bear monster, fight." At the same time, Lu Yidao also threw out his white bear. "Go kill it." The brown bear monster and the white bear roared and rushed towards Su Tiantian. Seeing that their attack was about to strike, Wang Qing suddenly broke free from Su Tiantian's arms and rushed forward angrily. He had anticipated the situation, and he moved swiftly, striking the brown bear monster's legs. "Don't!" Su Tiantian hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. Wang Qing pounced on it regardless of everything, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the brown bear monster's leg. Accompanied by a violent tearing sound, the entire thigh of the brown bear monster was bitten off, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was shocking. Wang Shi was stunned. Her face turned pale instantly. She didn't expect that her brown bear monster would be defeated by Wang Qing in one move. Lu Yidao was also stunned by the scene in front of him. It's impossible so strong? Before he could come to his senses, Wang Qing had already rushed towards the white bear with the brown bear monster with a mouth full of blood. The white bear was obviously not prepared. Before it could react, it was smashed to the ground by the brown bear monster's corpse and rolled heavily several times. Su Tiantian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. This little guy is so strong. Wang Shi's expression changed completely, and her tone of commanding the brown bear monster began to panic. "Impossible. How can it be so strong?" Lu Yidao was also forced into a hurry. He growled, "Wake up! Today, no matter what, I can't let my brown bear monster and white bear lose face." Ding dong from the cafeteria Annie, 100 shock value. Ding dong from the students who were watching the fun, 800 shock value. Ding dong from Wang Shi, 555 shock value. Ding dong from Lu Yidao, 666 shock value. Ding dong from Su Tiantian, 1,000 shock value. Everyone on the field, including Su Tiantian himself, looked at Wang Qing in disbelief. The contracted beast who was once regarded as weak was able to win the duel effortlessly in a 1-on-2 situation. There was an atmosphere of shock in the air, and even Su Tiantian was completely stunned. "Is this still the contracted beast I know?" she said to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. "Logically, he is not strong at all." Lu Yidao was completely anxious at this time. He roared and activated the awakening skill. "White bear, wake up! Beat him to death!" As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant white light burst out, and the originally short white bear instantly swelled up and became 3 meters tall. It exuded the aura of a Class B contracted beast, which made people feel a huge sense of oppression. "Roar!" The white bear roared, raised its huge claws, and slapped Wang Qing fiercely. However, Wang Qing watched with cold eyes. The attack in front of him was like slow motion to him. Even with such strength, he could easily avoid it. However, he overlooked a detail: Su Tiantian. Just as the white bear's paw was about to hit him, Su Tiantian rushed over without hesitation, hugged Wang Qing tightly, and half knelt to protect him. Wang Qing was a little stunned and was shocked. This woman, what's wrong with her? Su Tiantian closed his eyes tightly and completely blocked Wang Qing with his body, as if he was not afraid of anything and could even exchange his own life for Wang Qing's safety. Even if I die, I can't let him get hurt, she said silently in her heart, and her deep belief made Wang Qing's heart move slightly. At this critical moment, a holy light flashed, and the white bear's attack was instantly blocked by a transparent protective shield. Its huge paws slammed into the protective shield, and the powerful force caused the ground to tremble slightly. The white bear was pushed back a few steps by this force, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Principal, Dean of Studies, Louis Dao looked at the school leaders who quickly arrived behind him in shock and was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire school suddenly became serious. Publicly awakening the contracted beast and attacking students was no small matter, and serious cases would be subject to the most severe punishment from the school. The Dean of Studies held a talisman tightly in his hand. Seeing the protective talisman activated on time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the talisman was activated in time. If it was a second later, Tiantian might be in danger of his life. Seeing that the situation was not right, Wang Shi quietly stepped aside, as if all this had nothing to do with her. The dean's eyes were fixed on Louis Dao with cold eyes. Louis Dao, do you know what you were doing? His tone was filled with anger. You openly awakened your contracted beast and attacked your classmates. Louis Dao's whole body was shaken, and he almost fell to his knees. I know I was wrong, the principal said calmly. Take the students involved away and deal with them according to school rules. His tone was calm, but it revealed an authority that could not be refused. Louis Dao was so anxious that he almost collapsed. His mind raced, and he began to use his family's connections to help him. Principal, my father donated 2 dormitory buildings. Look, the principal interrupted him coldly. Do you think you can avoid punishment by donating some things? Do you think your father will let you ignore school rules? He changed his tone and became more stern. Is your father the king of the world? Louis Dao was completely panicked. His face turned pale, and he turned to Wang Shi anxiously. He was furious and reached out to grab Wang Shi's hair, roaring viciously. It's all your fault. You bad woman. Wang Shi was so scared that she waved her hands quickly. It's not me. It's your own contracted beast that awakened. What does it have to do with me? Her eyes were full of panic. I was just watching the fun. It really has nothing to do with me. However, Louis Dao was already furious at this time and ignored her explanation. He pushed the crowd away, grabbed Wang Shi's hair in anger, and beat her up. Finally, the school leaders intervened and maintained order, and the two were forcibly taken away. The farce finally ended. Tiantian hugged Wang Qing like a child who had made a mistake and apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, Principal Master. She was a little annoyed. This matter was caused by me. Don't punish my contracted beast. He is innocent. Wang Qing felt a little complicated and thought in a low voice. This girl is really an honest person. She always takes responsibility when something goes wrong. The serious expressions on the faces of the school leaders disappeared. Everyone smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became warm and relaxed. The principal laughed and said, You have the awareness to admit your mistakes. You are really well educated. The Dean of Studies also patted her on the shoulder and said, We clearly saw you being bullied, but you were the one who admitted your mistake. You are such a tough girl. The contracted beast you summoned is A-level. You need to be even tougher. Tiantian was stunned. A-level contracted beast? She looked at Wang Qing in her arms, her eyes full of doubt. Can this little black dog really be an A-level contracted beast? The principal laughed even louder. Don't you think the treasure you summoned is not simple? The people around were all shocked and started discussing. This little black dog is actually an A-level contract beast. School Beauty Sue actually has an A-level contract beast so amazing. This is simply unbelievable. An A-level contract beast. She really hit it too deeply. Wang Qing listened to these discussions helplessly, thinking to himself, It's just a revelation of my level. Is it necessary to be so surprised? I am the Taotai King. I can beat all the fierce beasts. Isn't this obvious? The principal still smiled happily. We came to you to tell you that you will be admitted to the top class and become the focus of the school's training. Top class? Tiantian was a little excited. That's a class that only B-level contracted beasts can enter, right? That's right. The principal nodded with a smile. You will study combat, contracted beast interaction, strategy, and other courses with those geniuses. Tiantian was so happy that she almost jumped up, and Wang Qing was hugged tightly in her arms. His head was pressed down and felt a little uncomfortable. He felt annoyed. What's wrong with this woman? She can hug me so tightly with just a little excitement. Shouldn't it be their honor to be able to take classes with me? He snorted in his heart, feeling that he was not getting the attention he deserved. In the evening, Tiantian was preparing to move into the new dormitory. She was both excited and nervous. Is it time to move into the new dormitory tonight? I wonder what kind of people my roommates are like. She lay in bed, unable to calm down, thinking of all kinds of possibilities in her mind. Everyone hopes to live with someone who shares the same ideals as them, and Tiantian is no exception. Wang Qing seemed indifferent. He was used to such mundane things and had no interest in the changes around him. It's just a dormitory. Is it necessary to be so excited? He said in his heart with contempt. The door was gently pushed open, and a girl with a bag on her back walked in. Tiantian's eyes froze instantly. Senior Xiongyan? She couldn't believe what she saw. Oh, I didn't expect it was you. Xiongyan was wearing a black dress. Her expression was still calm, just a little tired. Are you surprised? Xiongyan asked calmly. Tiantian's voice was a little stuck. She admired Xiongyan too much and felt mixed emotions. Xiongyan is a legendary figure in Qingyang College, the first student to summon an A-rank contracted beast. She is both beautiful and intelligent, and has repeatedly topped the regional leaderboards. How could she be my roommate? Tiantian was a little stunned, secretly excited. However, Wang Qing's attention was not on Xiongyan, but on the little black snake behind her. This little black snake is about 1 meter long, has 2 small horns on its body, and is sticking out its tongue. Is this an A-level contracted beast? Wang Qing said with some disdain. If he could speak, he would have probably started to laugh at this little thing a long time ago. Xiongyan explained. Since we are both owners of A-level contracted beasts, the school decided to let us live together. You can always ask me if you have any questions in the future. Thank you, senior sister. Tiantian nodded and asked anxiously. Senior sister, can you help me see if Wang Qing is a male or female? I plan to give him a name. Xiongyan was a little surprised. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Male and female? You asked very directly. She walked closer, looked down at Wang Qing, and frowned immediately. It should be a male. Wang Qing suddenly reacted with dissatisfaction. Swoosh. He waved his tail gently and suddenly let out a loud fart, and the air instantly stagnated. Ding dong, 1,000 anger points from Xiongyan. Ding dong, 1,000 anger points from the little black snake. Ding dong, 1,000 shot points from Tiantian. Wow. Xiongyan covered her nose, obviously smelling the stink. He actually farted and stunk me. Tiantian lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, senior sister. Xiongyan sighed. The anger on her face had been suppressed by her efforts. It's okay, it's okay. Naughty little guy, male. Afterwards, Xiongyan changed the subject. Have you fed your contracted beast for dinner? Oh, by the way, I haven't fed it yet. Tiantian was a little flustered. Xiongyan opened her bag and took out some food. Give him some, you're welcome. Tiantian said gratefully. Thank you, senior sister. However, Wang Qing didn't think so. He looked at the snacks and decided in his heart. Since we are all roommates, what's mine is yours. So, he started eating the snacks without hesitation. This tastes good. Wang Qing swallowed the first bite with satisfaction, and then started eating frantically. Ding dong, 2,000 grudge points from Xiongyan. Ding dong, 2,000 grudge points from the little black snake. Xiongyan and little black snake were stunned. Xiongyan was almost furious. You finished all the snacks? She almost collapsed. Wang Qing ignored her anger and burped leisurely. I'm full. I'm going to sleep. Tiantian hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry, senior. I will compensate you. Xiongyan was no longer able to say anything. She had already collapsed inside. She gave all her favorite snacks to Wang Qing, and the value of these snacks was not monetary at all. They were earned by her hard work in her part-time job. My top steak is gone. Xiongyan sighed silently. It's okay, it's okay. She forced a smile, but secretly swore in her heart that she would never let Wang Qing touch her food again. Later, when Xiongyan was about to buy some new food for the little black snake, she looked at Wang Qing, who was still sleeping, and a question began to arise in her mind. That little black dog actually occupied my pillow? She almost collapsed. That's my favorite velvet pillow. However, seeing Tiantian still apologizing, Xiongyan had to suppress her anger. Tonight was destined to be another restless night. Tiantian's apologetic voice echoed in the dormitory again. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. What should I do? But Xiongyan was thinking in her heart. I should be the one who is sorry. Why should I suffer this injustice? As night fell, the atmosphere became extremely tense. On the playground, the new students stood aside, nervously hugging their contracted beasts. Everyone was silent, as if waiting for something. We just summoned our contracted beasts. Do we have to go into battle right away? What? We have to go into battle so soon? I don't want my contracted beast to participate in the battle. It's still so young. It must be scared. Tiantian stood in the crowd with a trace of anxiety on his face. She recalled the embarrassing scene with Senior Qingyang just now and sighed inwardly. In the future, Senior Qingyang will probably ignore me again. I finally got close to my idol, but I didn't expect it to be ruined so quickly. She couldn't help but lower her head. Her eyes were already a little moist. Woo-woo. I'm really a big fool. But Wang Qing in her arms didn't care at all. After eating and drinking, he had already begun to doze off. Is everyone assembled? Xiaoyan was wearing a tight black outfit, and her perfect figure attracted many people's attention. Her aura was powerful, and the eyes of the surrounding students were full of admiration. As students in the elite class, the training you will face will be much more difficult than that of ordinary classes. If you can't bear this kind of special training, you can quit now. The students were silent, their expressions serious, and no one dared to speak. Xiaoyan paused for a moment, and seeing that no one responded, she let out a relieved smile. Since no one has quit, please be mentally prepared for the next training session. When Tiantian heard the word training, his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but become nervous. As a member of the top class, she knew that tonight's training was not an ordinary exercise, but a battle against real evil spirits. Your first lesson will be combat. Xunyan's voice was calm and steady. I will take you to a place for actual combat practice. All the students couldn't help but get nervous. We're going to fight evil spirits tonight. Will my contracted beast be able to handle it? Ghosts, they sound scary. We just summoned our contracted beast yesterday, and we have to go to the battlefield today. It's too soon. Everyone was whispering, with both fear of the evil spirits and doubts about whether their contracted beasts could handle the battle. Xiaoyan ignored the whispered complaints and just pointed to a car in the distance. Get in. Everyone got on the bus silently, and the vehicle drove away from the city center and headed towards the suburbs. In this remote area, there are many evil spirits, and the management is relatively loose, which is suitable for practical training of freshmen. Tiantian sat in the car, watching the scenery outside the window gradually become dim. The car passed through the gloomy woods. The shadows of the trees flashed past the window, and occasionally some low creaking sounds were heard, which sounded extremely weird. Suddenly, the car stopped, and a dilapidated high-rise building appeared in front of them. Xiaoyan ordered everyone to get out of the car, and her tone left no room for doubt. Tonight's hunting ground is here. This building was originally newly built, but construction was halted because the developer went bankrupt. The ghosts inside are all low-level, so you can fight freely. She took out a yellow talisman from her bag. This talisman will protect you when you are in danger. Remember, you can't leave until dawn. If you leave without permission, it will be regarded as giving up your qualification for the elite class. The students seemed even more nervous, and their hearts were beating fast. If anyone backed down at this time, they would not only miss important training, but might even be expelled permanently. Wang Qing didn't care about these at all. After eating and drinking, he leaned in Tiantian's arms, his eyelids heavy, ready to sleep. Let's go, Xunyan ordered loudly, and everyone had to follow her into the building nervously. The interior of the building was dark, and an eerie atmosphere filled the air. As long as we stay together, we should be safe, right? A bespectacled student whispered, trying to reduce fear by staying in formation. However, the ghosts in the darkness would not let them go just because of their presence. A deep laugh came from the air, carrying an indescribable chill. All the students' bodies tensed up, and they stood huddled together nervously. The contracted beasts in their arms curled up as well, without the courage to resist. Bang! The door was suddenly closed by an unknown force, making a deafening sound, and everyone gasped in fear. Let me out! Let me out! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Several timid girls rushed to the door and banged on it desperately. And in the dark corner, a hunched figure vaguely appeared, coughing violently. Then there shouldn't have been anyone there just now, right? Yes, that was definitely not a person. Who's gonna go take a look? One of the students mustered up his courage, holding his contracted beast, and walked towards the shadow. Old man, why are you here? The coughing suddenly stopped, and the black shadow slowly turned around, revealing a pale, childish face under the moonlight. I was coughing and my eyeballs came out. As he spoke, his two eyeballs rolled to the ground. The student was so frightened that he shook all over and accidentally crushed one of the eyeballs. You actually stepped on my eyeball? I'm going to kill you. The old man suddenly roared. His body swelled violently and instantly became a huge 2 meters tall with a terrifying momentum. This sudden change terrified all the students and they all fled to the corridor. Tiantian also ran desperately, but when she turned around, she found Wang Qing standing in front of the ghost with sleepy eyes. This guy, what's going on? She turned around and tried to pull Wang Qing away, but at this moment, the ghost had already taken action. No! Why is it so noisy when sleeping? Wang Qing half opened his eyes in a daze and saw Tiantian yelling and rushing towards him with a confused expression. It makes me want to pee, he muttered to himself and turned his head away weakly, seemingly unaware of the danger around him. Huh! At this moment, Tiantian pounced forward and quickly pushed Wang Qing to the ground. At the same time, the ghost's huge claws swung towards them, trying to tear them to pieces. Buzz suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, forming a powerful protective shield that directly bounced the ghost away. Bang! The ghost fell to the ground, gasping for breath, obviously not expecting to be repelled by such a sudden force. Tiantian turned to look at Wang Qing in shock, only to see that he was still half closing his eyes, with a comfortable expression, as if the life and death crisis around him had nothing to do with him. When Tiantian looked down, she was stunned. Her clothes were soaked, and a strong smell of urine filled her nose. No way, this? She was stunned. You peed all over me, asshole. Ding dong, from Tiantian's 1,000 emotion value. The whole hall was filled with her screams, but Wang Qing just yawned and meowed irritably, as if venting his inner dissatisfaction. You guy, you don't even consider the situation before you pee. Tiantian was so angry that he almost forgot that the ghosts around him were still watching him covetously. Wang Qing kept meowing. You came here on your own? Can you blame me? At this time, the ghost stood up again and glared at them angrily, as if it was completely ignored. Suddenly, it shouted angrily. What are you arguing about? Don't you know I'm very fierce? Tiantian picked up Wang Qing and turned around to escape, but the ghost was as fast as lightning and blocked their way in an instant. You don't come over here. She had tears in her eyes and her tone was filled with despair. Please don't come over here. The ghost smiled triumphantly. You made me fall so hard just now. If I don't kill you now, the hatred in my heart will be hard to resolve. Tiantian knew very well that the amulet given by Xiaoyan had been broken, and the only person she could rely on now was Wang Qing. However, this little black dog obviously didn't care much about this. It broke free from Tiantian's arms and stood in front of the ghost, its eyes full of contempt. You are just a little evil spirit. What do you want to do in front of me? The ghost roared angrily. How dare you look at me like that? I'm going to eat you alive. It opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Wang Qing in one gulp. Tiantian was stunned and hurried to protect Wang Qing, but it was too late. However, at the moment when the ghost pounced on him, Wang Qing opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and directly swallowed the evil spirit. Burp! Wang Qing burped in satisfaction, feeling surprisingly relaxed. Tiantian was completely dumbfounded. Question mark. Ding dong, from Tiantian's 500 shock value. She had never expected that her contracted beast was so powerful that it dared to swallow evil spirits. This was simply, you could score points by eating anything. Ding dong, the glutton transformed into a ghost, generating 10 evolution points. Can I get evolution points by eating ghosts? Wang Qing was in a good mood and continued to look around. Then these ghosts will not be able to escape tonight. The atmosphere around became more tense. Students fought with evil spirits in various corridors. Screams were heard one after another, and the battle was extremely fierce. On the second floor, the man with glasses and several other boys were fighting desperately. Their amulets were already broken. If they didn't fight with all their might, they would probably end up like those classmates who had already fallen and become prey to ghosts. Kill them! Kill! 3 atomized evil spirits rushed towards them like mad dogs. The man with glasses was already covered in blood and flesh, and the contracted beast struggled hard, fighting with the evil spirits. Little raccoon, good job. The man with glasses shouted, but the little raccoon just bit an evil spirit and was thrown away. Little raccoon! He was so distressed that he almost went crazy. He rushed over and hugged the little raccoon tightly in his arms, roaring angrily. Even if I die, I will protect you. The three evil spirits laughed grimly, opened their claws, and prepared to tear the man with glasses into pieces. At this time, the other students had already covered their eyes, not daring to watch the tragic scene that was about to happen. However, at the critical moment, a sudden meow broke the atmosphere. The three evil spirits ignored it, but the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. Wang Qing opened his big mouth and quickly swallowed an evil spirit like a monster. What is this? The remaining two evil spirits were stunned and confused. Wang Qing burped disdainfully and looked at them with contempt. These evil spirits, Su Tian sighed, walked to Wang Qing's side and said half helplessly and half teasingly, "Hey, why are you eating nonsense again?" Ding dong, 500 shock value from the evil spirits. Wang Qing looked at the two evil spirits, too lazy to say anything, and pounced on them, swallowing another one in one gulp. This action completely stunned all the students present. No, he really ate the evil spirit. What kind of contracted beast is this? It's too strong. It's simply a monster. The man with glasses was also completely shocked at this time. What the hell is this? When the two remaining evil spirits saw that they had no way to escape, they knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. "I am guilty. I will never hurt humans again. Please let me go." Wang Qing just shook his head slightly, with a fierce expression on his face. "Wow, since you like to eat so much, I can help you get the rest, and you can let me go." Su Tiantian. This guy actually agreed. Ding dong, 1,000 shock value from the students present. Ding dong, 1,000 shock value from the contracted beasts present. When the several boys and contracted beasts present saw the evil spirit completely surrender before Wang Qing and transform into his younger brother, their expressions were filled with disbelief. The man with glasses was particularly depressed. Just now, he was beaten up by several evil spirits, but now, the originally ferocious ghosts actually obeyed his orders and became Wang Qing's little brother. The script is wrong. He sighed in his heart. This is an outrageous turn of events. As a high-quality male, do I have to be beaten? The evil spirit leading the way was no longer arrogant at this time, and its tone suddenly became humble. "Brother, I will lead the way for you now. Go up, be careful of the steps." It instructed respectfully, and even its walking posture seemed unusually low-key. This floor seems to be even more terrifying than the one below. Why did the temperature become so cold? Did something serious happen? Why is there no sound at all? Are the other students missing? The man with glasses adjusted his glasses and asked in confusion, "This floor is too quiet. Why did it suddenly become so quiet?" Everyone felt a strange sense of oppression. The air was filled with an increasingly dense, gloomy aura. Wang Qing also stared around vigilantly. This is not good. He thought to himself, the ghosts on this level are more ferocious than the previous ones. The evil spirit leading the way sneered and broke the silence. "Brother, perhaps you haven't heard a word." Its expression began to become ferocious, and a sinister light flashed in its eyes. Then it said contemptuously, "It's all nonsense. It can't be believed. This floor will keep all of you here." As soon as the evil spirit finished speaking, before it could fully open its mouth, it suddenly felt an intense pain. Half of its body began to be swallowed. It looked down and found that it had been eaten by the black dog in front of it. Only half of it was left. "Brother, brother," the evil spirit wailed in pain. I was wrong. Please forgive me. It was too arrogant just now, thinking that it could succeed by bringing them to this level. But it did not realize that Wang Qing had already become impatient and started to feast on it when it was not prepared. A few seconds later, Wang Qing burped with satisfaction, turned to look at Su Tiantian with an expression of great satisfaction on his face. Su Tiantian also sensed the unusual smell in the air. He didn't dare to argue with Wang Qing anymore. He hugged it and whispered, "How about, let's go back." As soon as he finished speaking, several boys around him agreed. Yes, School Beauty Sue is scared. As a flower protector, I have to escort her downstairs. Let me make it clear first, I'm not afraid, I just think girls are timid. Let's go down together." The man with glasses' eyes flickered slightly, and he adjusted his glasses habitually. Without saying anything, he walked silently to the front. Wang Qing was amused by the student's behavior. Everyone is so scared that they are all making excuses to shirk responsibility. He stared at their actions in amazement, speechless in his heart. I am really impressed. These guys are so cooperative. Where is the flower protector? Tiantian felt even more helpless. She was obviously very scared, but instead she became the scapegoat for being bold. She was completely showed off by the actions of this group of boys. Suddenly, there was a strange sound of footsteps in the air. With every step, the footsteps became more and more compact, as if something was approaching quietly. The man with glasses frowned and stopped, only to find that the strange footsteps disappeared instantly. Oh my God, what's going on? Don't stop, hurry up, he urged everyone anxiously. However, the other boys were obviously extremely nervous and didn't even dare to turn their heads. Didn't you hear footsteps? It sounded like high heels walking. They whispered and took a breath of cold air because the voice came from behind Tiantian. Tiantian turned his head suddenly and saw a pitch-black puppy standing behind him. Huh! She was stunned and looked at Wang Qing in disbelief. Little guy, when did you appear here? Wang Qing wagged his tail and stared at the black thing in Tiantian's arms without blinking. It turned out that he had just jumped down and wanted to scare these guys, but he was accidentally squeezed in by another thing. The man with glasses heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was the little black dog causing trouble. School beauty Sue, can't you just watch out? It's so scary. Scary? Haha, you're the only one who's scared. Several other boys immediately followed suit and mercilessly teased the guy with glasses. You must be scared to death, ha ha ha. The man with glasses was speechless and felt even more depressed. These people really won't leave me any way to survive. But not long after, everyone's attention was drawn to the black thing in Tiantian's arms. It began to slowly deform, gradually revealing a bearded human head with a slightly pouting mouth, making a stupid look which was extremely weird and heavy. Who are you? Before the man with glasses could react, he saw the human head rubbing against Tiantian's arm. Ah! The man with glasses pushed the head away, hugged it in panic, and ran out desperately. He ran at a speed of 100 meters in 3 seconds. How can this guy run so fast? Even the school marathon champion can't be as fast as him. Everyone was stunned, watching the man with glasses run downstairs in one breath, and then quickly rush back upstairs without stopping. His potential is really endless. Finally, the man with glasses stopped panting, threw the head down from the building, and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. I can't run anymore. Tiantian was speechless. Wouldn't it be fine if we just threw away the head earlier? The man with glasses regained his usual wisdom. No, I just want to help you confirm one thing. That is, we have been circling here all the time. Tiantian. Other classmates. Do I even need to say this? Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a dead end. Xiaoyan was leisurely feeding the little black snake. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence, and then a black shadow fell rapidly from the upstairs and landed directly at her feet. Xiaoyan immediately took a step back, but still saw the thing rolling around and finally stopped at her feet. She frowned and looked down, only to see a head rolling to her feet, making a whimpering sound. Sister, please be gentle. Please don't step on my head. It hurts so much. When Xiaoyan heard this, her eyebrows raised, her face suddenly darkened, and the strength of her footsteps unconsciously increased. How dare you call me big sister? She said coldly. Have you never died, bastard? Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions came from the human head, and then a powerful energy burst out, causing Xiaoyan to take a few steps back. The energy on the head became stronger. Its eyes turned red, its beard fluttered, and it looked at her ferociously. How dare you do this to me? It sneered. Do you think I'm a pushover? Xiaoyan's heart tightened, realizing that the one in front of her was no ordinary evil spirit. Her eyes flickered, and she said coldly, Impossible. How could there be a B-level evil spirit here? Just as she was alert, the iron-headed ghost suddenly roared. My name is Iron-Headed Ghost. If you die today, it will be a good death for you. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyan smiled coldly. Little black snake, wake up! Before he finished speaking, a black light flashed, and the small black snake that was only 1 meter long suddenly turned into a 10-meter-long giant snake with a suffocating purple-black aura wrapped around its body, emitting extremely strong toxicity. It had 2 horns growing on its head, and its scales were glowing purple and white, making it look extremely ferocious. When the iron-headed ghost saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widened with a look of horror. No, you! The smugness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by endless fear. Big sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so strong. It choked. I was wrong. I was arrogant just now. Please don't take it as an offense. Can I sing a song for you? Seeing this, it seemed to want to please Xiongyan, and hurriedly said, Pig, pig, your nose has 2 holes, and when you have a cold, snot will hang out. Xiongyan was stunned, and her face was full of black lines. At this moment, she really didn't expect that she would be called Big Sister by the ghost, and was laughed at as a pig. The most fatal thing was that the ghost actually sang it. Xiongyan raised his eyebrows and sneered. Black Sky Dragon, take action. Black Sky Dragon instantly launched the death coil, suppressing the Iron-Head Ghost's head tightly. With the last scream, the Iron-Head Ghost was completely strangled to death. Xiongyan calmed down, took out her cell phone, and quickly reported to the school. The situation was urgent and concerned the life and death of 40 students at Qingyang College. She could not delay any longer. Hey Tianjiao, come with me and rush in. Kill all ghosts. Whoever stands in my way will die. She jumped onto He Tianjiao's back and rushed towards the building quickly. As soon as she entered the building, 2 B-level evil spirits blocked her way. A fat ghost and a thin ghost, with a thick black aura around them. The fat ghost laughed and said, Our boss is upgrading to S level. I advise you not to interfere. He glanced at Xiongyan. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Wait, the owner of an A-level awakening contract beast? Seeing the terrifying power of the Black Sky Dragon, the fat ghosts were stunned for a moment. They were only B-level evil spirits and had no courage to fight against it. The thin ghost next to him patted the fat ghost's belly impatiently and said, Don't be afraid, there are still a lot of compatriots behind us. Before he could finish his words, the wall of the corridor suddenly broke and hundreds of D-level evil spirits swarmed out, including some C-level evil spirits. Even if you can kill us, you'll have to kill us all night long, the thin ghost said with an evil smile, his eyes full of mockery. After hearing this, Xiongyan frowned slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She knew that it would be a tough battle. She could only pray that those students could hold on until she arrived. At the same time, the man with glasses upstairs and other students have realized that they are trapped in the dilemma of Ghost Wall. Their consciousness seems to be bewitched by the evil spirit, and they can't find a way out. Are we under an illusion? Even if it's dawn, we won't wake up, Su Tiantian said anxiously. The man with glasses stood up anxiously. Then let's just find the evil ghost on this floor. As soon as he finished speaking, the contracted beasts next to him started to make more noise. Raccoon, Goose, Donald Duck, and others all started to pee, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Can't you just pee quietly? Su Tiantian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The man with glasses suddenly thought of something. The teacher said that if you encounter a ghost wall, the urine of the contracted beast can break it. Or you can find a young boy, because their spiritual energy can break the illusion, he said excitedly. Wang Qing smiled when he saw this, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Just now, he successfully gained a lot of points by guiding the contracted beast to urinate. If this trick works, he can gain another wave of points. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Wang Qing whispered aside, his eyes full of amusement. Chapter 9. A-Level Ghost King. Why are you looking at me like that? The man with glasses pushed his glasses up and found that everyone was looking at him with malicious eyes. The 3 boys and Su Tiantian turned around silently. The man with glasses seemed to understand everything and shouted, Huh? You guys don't want me to pee? No way. Woo-woo. Ding dong. From Su Yuming, 1,000 grievances. After doing such a vulgar thing in front of the school beauty Su Yuming must have wanted to move to another city to live. A hissing sound cut through the air, and the 3 male classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Su Tiantian's face turned red with embarrassment, making her look even cuter. We are professionally trained, and normally we won't laugh unless we can't help it. Even though the atmosphere is weird, I just can't help it. Su Tiantian covered his face and didn't dare to turn around for a long time. As for Wang Qing, he just stood aside and watched the whole process with his eyes wide open. Doesn't he feel inferior? If Su Yuming heard this, he would be furious. Sure enough, after Su Yuming finished peeing, the illusion in front of their eyes gradually split and turned into a black passage. I just said that we are in a false place. Su Yuming tightened his belt. If anything happened next, he would definitely not pee again. No one spoke, and they all walked into the black passage. Go through the passage. They came to an empty room. The classmates and their contracted beasts who had disappeared before were all lined up in an orderly manner, standing by the wall with their heads lowered. It was eerily quiet here, without even the slightest sound. What's wrong with everyone? Su Yuming came over and patted them gently. But they were like steel. No matter how hard they were hit, they stood still and didn't move. Wang Qing's expression became extremely solemn, because there was not only an incomprehensible magic circle drawn under their feet, but also an extremely thick yin energy lingering there. Apparently, they were just like these people, knocked unconscious without anyone noticing and then brought here. What about consciousness? Just stay at the stairs. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Qing raised his foot and made a peeing gesture. Su Tiantian uttered an ah and covered her face shyly. No way. Still need to pee? Su Yuming proudly put his hands on his waist and shouted to the other 3 classmates. Look, I just finished peeing. I won't. Hey, why is my crotch wet? Fuck. He then realized that when he was peeing in the ghost wall, his real body was also peeing. So, he wet his crotch. Ding dong, from Su Yuming, 210, speechless value. Ding dong, from Su Tiantian, 100 speechless points. Ding dong, 500 speechless points from the other 3 classmates. Everyone was left speechless by Su Yuming's move. What he feared most was the sudden silence in the air. Su Yuming shouted to the remaining 3 students in shame and anger. Hurry up and pee. Su Tiantian turned around shyly, and the other 3 students also resigned themselves to their fate and wanted to take action. But at this critical moment, Wang Qing gently wiped off the magic circle drawn on the ground. Just by wiping off a small amount, all the runes painted under his feet disappeared without a trace. All the students present looked up as if they had been electrocuted and stared at them in bewilderment. Su Zuming. He glared at Wang Qing angrily, and for the first time, he had the urge to kill the dog. Look, what have you done? They obviously need to pee, but you're messing around. He had already been humiliated, and he had finally found a way to make them all embarrassed together. But after Wang Qing's efforts, everyone recovered. Ding dong, from Su Yuming, 2,000 resentment points. The students who had just woken up were confused, but after hearing this, they guessed what was going on. Just now we were circling in one place. It seems that Su Yuming and his team broke the spell with urine. Huh? Fuck. You're not gonna pee all over me, are you? Hey, why is this kid's crotch wet? He's not gonna pee his pants, is he? The originally weird atmosphere was filled with joy because Su Yuming wet his pants. Ding dong. 5,000 grudge points from Su Yuming. Lin K was shocked when he heard 5,000. This was the first person to reach 5,000 so far. Su Yuming is almost becoming autistic. Su Tiantian sighed and said to everyone very seriously, we all have to thank him for being able to walk out of the ghost wall. If he hadn't contributed his urine, we wouldn't have woken up, let alone broken this formation. Su Yuming felt warm in his heart, and everyone stopped joking and apologized to Su Yuming seriously. I'm sorry, Yuming. I was just joking. I hope you don't mind. I just woke up and I just thought it was funny, not laughing at you. Sorry. Su Yuming smiled slightly. It's okay. We are all a collective. I won't be so stingy. Wang Qing smiled and said, students are good. They don't have any bad intentions. Apologize promptly, reconcile promptly, and don't hold any grudges. Just as everyone gathered again, a horrific scream exploded in the air. Who broke my magic circle? Who is it? My promotion plan has been ruined. The sound was so sinister that it made everyone's eardrums hurt. All the students present covered their ears, but the negative energy in the air scared everyone again. This. Ghost. What's going on? What is that? A ghost face gradually condensed into a solid entity, and a beautiful woman wearing ancient colorful clothes suddenly appeared. A ball of scarlet energy surrounded her body, and her aura was unstoppable, just like an enraged tigress. Yuming, do you still have urine? Save me. Give me some. I didn't drink any water tonight, and I can't pee. Everyone hid behind Su Yuming. If Su Yuming had a choice, he would have hoped that this was a nightmare. Why do you all want me to pee at the critical moment? It's you. You destroyed my magic circle with your urine? Su Yuming thought to himself. It's over. Even this female ghost has noticed me. Help! Just when everyone was nervous, a tiny figure slowly approached the female ghost. Isn't it just urine? I have plenty. Wang Qing raised his legs and gently released a stream of warm current. Everyone. Female ghost. Ding dong. 10,000 anger points from the female ghost. Wang Qing. Fuck. 10,000 points. Chapter 10. Top class. Go for it. Sizzle. I don't know if it was the effect of Wang Qing's urine or the angry look of the female ghost. Her whole body was actually smoking. Ah. Hateful. I'm so angry. In hundreds of years, I have never been so angry as I am today. She turned into scarlet energy and hovered in the air, roaring madly and furiously. Today is a great day for me to get promoted. For this great day, I left Ghost Mountain and came here to prepare hard, using you as a sacrifice to help me get promoted. And what is the result? It's all about pee. Today I'm going to castrate all of you men with penises. As soon as these words were spoken, all the boys silently covered their crotches tightly, fearing that their lives might be lost if they were not careful. Especially you. She stared at Su Yuming viciously with a pair of extremely bloodshot eyes. Su Yuming was so scared that he screamed, "It's not me! It's not me!" After all, the female ghost heard it clearly when everyone was praising him just now. D. She stretched out her sharp claws and grabbed Su Yuming fiercely, trying to tear him to pieces. As a result, before he could rush over, the energy generated under his feet seemed to be sucked by something. Female ghost. She looked back and saw a little black dog opening its mouth wide, desperately biting the evil energy emanating from her. If you want to die so badly, I'll kill you first. She turned around and attacked with a deadly move. Wang Qing is not a fool. How could he just stand there and wait to die? At the critical moment, he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the flying evil spirit. Ding dong. Absorb the ghost's chi and automatically convert 10 evolution points. This seemed to open the door to a new world. It turns out that not only can you evolve by eating ghosts, but you can also evolve by absorbing their energy. But I couldn't eat this chick just now. She's obviously A-level. I have to be careful. Only if it is also A-level, Wang Qing cannot eat it all in one go. The female ghost in front of him is obviously an A-level ghost. After seeing that her attack was absorbed, the female ghost couldn't help but look at Wang Qing seriously. What an ugly black dead dog. It's so amazing. She floated in the air, and with her palms she condensed a huge ball of energy and smashed it towards him fiercely. Can you still withstand this move? Wang Qing's eyes widened. Wow, this can definitely be worth 100 evolution points. Boom! Hiccup. This burp shocked everyone present. Ding dong, 1,000 shock value from Su Tiantian. Ding dong. From Su Yuming, 1,000 shock value. Ding dong. 38,000 shock value from other students. Ding dong. From the female ghost, 10,000 shock value. The ghost girl's eyes almost popped out. The move she used just now was her strongest attack. Not only did she not kill him, but she was also able to absorb all the energy. Eating should be your thing, right? What about the others? The female ghost seemed to see through Wang Qing's skills. She flashed and attacked in the blink of an eye. Wang Qing, who had not yet awakened, only felt a strong wind blowing over his head and tried to react subconsciously, but unfortunately his speed was still too slow. Bang! There was a loud bang. The whole building shook violently. The concrete floor was smashed right through. Su Tiantian screamed and stared at Wang Qing with wide eyes. She thought Wang Qing was killed, but the little black shadow that rolled to the corner jumped out again. At this moment, everyone was in tears. Is he protecting us? Too strong, Xiaohe? This. Wang Qing listened to the ding-dong sounds coming from the system space and looked at the skyrocketing points, feeling extremely happy. As long as I don't wake up, I can keep playing. Brothers behind me, just watch carefully and give me more points. The female ghost was also stunned by this gorgeous flash, and the anger in her chest was about to burst out. You are just an ugly, black puppy. Why do you want to fight with me? Die for me. A huge ball of negative energy suddenly hit them. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide with joy, intending to swallow it in one gulp. But just as he opened his mouth, the female ghost appeared behind him and hit him with a huge blow. Bang! Wang Qing was in trouble this time. He was blasted directly against the wall, with his entire little body embedded in the wall. It's over. The female ghost is not studying how to kill people, but is actually studying military tactics. Can a female ghost like you study this thing? I am convinced. Wang Qing was speechless after this series of moves. Su Tiantian screamed in panic, but the female ghost seemed not to want him to die so easily, so she grabbed Wang Qing and threw him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! A series of heavy blows left the ground full of potholes. But Wang Qing himself is an ancient ferocious beast with an extremely hard skin. How could he be hurt by such an attack? He was a little dizzy, but not hurt. But when he heard the ding-dong sound coming from the system, he didn't want to resist. There is the anger value of the female ghost, and the heartache value of Su Tiantian and everyone. If he could talk, Wang Qing really wanted to say, "Didn't you eat? Hurry up and hit me, bully me, and hurt me deeply so that I can earn points." Because Wang Qing was too excited, he couldn't help but let out a roar. Wow! Boom! The roar of the Lord of the ferocious beasts shook the entire building. The two B-level ghosts and other low-level evil spirits that were originally fighting with Xiongyan were shattered in an instant. But the female ghost, who was also an A-level ghost, had no damage other than a little tinnitus. Ding dong. Scare 2 B-level ghosts to death. Gain 1,000 evolution points. Ding dong. Scare 100 low-level ghosts to death and gain 1,000 evolution points. Wang Qing was confused. Because I got so many points, I couldn't help but scream. I can also get unexpected rewards. If I had known earlier, I would have just called a few times, then went home to have a midnight snack and have a good sleep. Wouldn't it have been better? Of course, he didn't know that. Because of this cry made in times of crisis, it also encouraged the students and contracted beasts present. Su Yuming stood at the front and shouted angrily, "Do you all want to be cowards for the rest of your lives? Didn't you see how Xiao Hei's weak body was resisting tenaciously in order to protect us?" Wang Qing. "Xiao Hei, your uncle, my name is Xiao Hei. Why the hell don't you just go die?" Su Yuming looked at Wang Qing, who was meowing, and he admired him very much. He was still thinking about fighting at this time. "I think we should stand up. As a student in the top class of Qingyang College, I cannot watch my classmates and contracted beasts get hurt." Everyone was encouraged, and all their previous fears disappeared. "We stand together with unity and move forward side by side." Wang Qing. "Why are you guys so passionate? Why don't you just stand aside and shock me a little?" "Hey, I didn't ask you to help." At this moment, Wang Qing, who had been playing the victim, panicked. Su Tiantian seemed to have grown up and shouted, "Top class, go for it. Classmates, go. Chipter jedenaist, sutintenes frustration. Go for it. Following the roars of the classmates and the contracted beasts, brightly colored beams of light were released dazzlingly from the bodies of each contracted beast. As the light became more dazzling, their short stature became tall and mighty. Wang Qing. "Is this an evolution? Fuck, at this critical moment. If you don't produce some points for me, there's no point in awakening. Stop it now." You finally found an opportunity to earn a lot of points, but you guys evolved with great enthusiasm. Ding dong, 100,000 shock values from the students present. Ding dong, 5,000 shock value from the female ghost. Even the arrogant female ghost couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Su Yuming took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. Woo, so touching. In order to save their companions, they all awakened. Wang Qing, why are you crying? Do I need you to wake up and save me? I didn't expect that after going through the storm, we could wake up. This time, we fight for our companions. No one from the top class can be left behind. Go ahead, contracted beasts. The students were all excited and expressed their fanatical fighting spirit passionately. A 3-meter-tall, strong brown raccoon was the first to punch the female ghost. A dazzling flame burst out from the fist, and a violent punch directly hit the female ghost. Bang! The female ghost was sent flying backwards by this blow. More than 30 tall and mighty contracted beasts surrounded them instantly. Before Wang Qing could react, Su Tiantian grabbed him in his arms and quickly evacuated the battlefield. "I'm so glad you're okay." With tears in her eyes, she looked at her contracted beast and found that except for its dirty appearance, all other vital signs were normal. Su Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief, but Wang Qing was not happy at all. "We were having so much fun just now, but this good opportunity was ruined by these ungrateful guys. Alas, it seems at this time I can only watch the opportunity fly away." Wang Qing finally chose to watch the show silently. The female ghost who was being beaten kept screaming. She was obviously an A-level ghost, so she was more than capable of dealing with a few B-level contracted beasts. However, She never expected that she would be facing 39 awakened contracted beasts. The previous punch had just been thrown, and the next punch followed immediately. It also includes various soul attacks, mind control, and magical attacks. Under the attack of various kinds, no matter how powerful she is, she can only be beaten. Female ghost. I don't want to be promoted anymore. I just want to go home. I want to go home. In the end, she was beaten to the point of doubting her life. Just when she thought everything was gone, the raccoon threw a flying shoulder charge and knocked her out. The female ghost fell heavily to the ground and turned into a wisp of negative energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Su Yuming couldn't help but sigh. Under the siege of so many contracted beasts, this female ghost should be reduced to ashes. The raccoon chuckled and said, "Can you still keep her safe, Su Yuming?" He widened his eyes inexplicably. "Raccoon, you, can you speak now? Why does the sound so bad? How rough is it? From now on, don't talk, or I won't give you any instant noodles." Raccoon. This sound comes naturally. What can he do about it? Su Tiantian watched as every contracted beast spoke after awakening, and then felt a little disappointed as he looked at the ugly black puppy in his arms. It seems that after awakening, his strength has increased, and he can speak now. I wonder what expression this girl will have when she sees my true form after I awaken. After all, this king is super handsome. Wang Qing's aesthetic taste is somewhat problematic. It would be strange if Su Tiantian wasn't scared to death by a glutton. Just at this moment, all the contracted beasts came over at the same time. Their eyes were extremely hot, all fixed on Wang Qing. Question mark? Wang Qing. Could it be that you all want to take advantage of the opportunity to beat me up because I haven't awakened yet? It seems like we just met not long ago. Isn't that possible? The first to speak was the raccoon. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Let's give a round of applause to the hero, Xiao He." Pa. As soon as he heard the name Xiao He, Wang Qing started cursing. "Damn you, He. When did I start to be called Xiao He? This king is a glutton bastard." When everyone saw Wang Qing meowing continuously, they thought he was very happy, and the applause became even more intense. "Are you okay?" Xianyan rushed in hurriedly, riding the black sky dragon. The previous battle made her exhausted, but she still insisted on rushing over. However, when Xianyan saw that everyone's contracted beasts had awakened, she was dumbfounded. "First time practicing. Are you all awakened? Where's the Ghost King? Where's the Ghost King?" She was somewhat out of control, but who wouldn't be dumbfounded when seeing so many awakened contracted beasts? The purpose of this practice is to let them come into contact with ghosts, reach a tacit understanding with the contracted beasts in the midst of fright, and establish a good relationship. As a result, this relationship was too good, and it directly awakened him. "Hey, Su Tiantian?" Xianyan looked at Wang Qing in Su Tiantian's arms in surprise. "Hasn't your Xiao He awakened yet, Su Tiantian?" She didn't know how to answer, but nodded anyway. Wang Qing, on the other hand, was as impulsive as ever. "What's the name?" "My name is Tao Tai." "Do I have to wake up and correct you myself so that you won't call me Xiao He?" This was the first time that Wang Qing had the urge to awaken, but he felt that such a sudden awakening was not amazing enough. So he decided to save it for later when there was a major crisis to make its debut. In that case, a person's points would easily reach 100,000. It wasn't just Xianyan who was shocked, but also a group of men in military uniforms who came from behind. "We are the defenders of the city, the Longyuan Brigade." "Excuse me." The middle-aged man in the lead was stunned when he saw the room full of awakened contracted beasts. Xianyan said a little embarrassedly, "They're all top students in our Qingyang College. They woke up in the critical moment just now and killed the Ghost King. You've come here for nothing." "Sorry." Xianyan bowed her head to apologize, and the classmates and contracted beasts behind her all bowed their heads to apologize. Feeling the apology from these people, the squadron leader also lowered his head and said with a wry smile, "I'm glad you're all okay. No need to apologize. Then let's retreat first." Xianyan noticed Su Tiantian's uneasiness out of the corner of her eye and kept an eye on her. It seemed like she had made some decision and planned to talk to her about it later. Chapter 12. The number one little fanboy, Little Raccoon. The bus back home was very lively. The classmates were all discussing heatedly how they felt when their contracted beasts awakened, except for Su Tiantian, who sat in his seat with a depressed look on his face and remained silent. "I don't know why my little raccoon is so handsome when he awakens. It's over 3 meters high," So cool. Hey, my rattlesnake doesn't seem to be that powerful. It's so big and thick. Me? Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms, lowering his head, a little out of place. I felt a sense of disparity when I saw that all the contracted beasts in the class had awakened, but I was the only one who hadn't. Wang Qing also discovered that Su Tiantian, who was usually talkative and naive, was a little abnormal tonight. Isn't that the one coming? Stomachache? Wang Qing looked at Su Tiantian's expressionless face and guessed something. Or, I'm going to steal a piece of Fizi? We can't change this bus. He was somewhat distressed. Without hot water and rice noodles, how could he soothe the girl's injured body? At this time, Xiongyan, who was sitting next to her, took out a piece of sausage from her bag and handed it to Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian forced a smile and said, Senior Xiongyan, I don't want to eat. Xiongyan looked at her with contempt. I didn't say I was giving it to you. I'm giving it to you as food for your contracted beast. Su Tiantian took it hurriedly and stuffed the sausage into Wang Qing's mouth without even looking at it, without even opening the packaging bag. Wang Qing. He nearly choked to death. Xiongyan, who was standing by, widened her eyes inexplicably. This. Su Tiantian finally reacted and pulled out the packaging bag that was stuck in Wang Qing's throat. Call! Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had a strong stomach, how could he swallow this thing that was stuck in his throat? Su Tiantian apologized hastily. I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. Xiongyan sighed. What's wrong with you? You have been in a bad mood since just now. How can we take care of the little guy if this goes on? Su Tiantian lowered his head in guilt, like a child who had made a mistake. Yes. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xiongyan. Don't keep saying sorry. You should cheer up. Su Tiantian raised her head, tears already dotted her delicate face. Aye. Xiongyan sighed. What happened to make you feel so uncomfortable? Wang Qing, who was lying on Su Tiantian's knees, sighed distressfully. Oh, isn't it just a matter of a few days? Just bear with it, and it will pass. Su Tiantian sobbed and said, Because all my classmates have awakened their contracted beasts, except for my Xiaohei. I feel like I'm too bad. I'm afraid of holding everyone back. Whoa. Her tears flowed out like a spring. Xiongyan held Su Tiantian in her arms and patted her back gently. Is it because of this? Senior Xiongyan will help you with your lessons tomorrow. Don't worry. As long as it is a contracted beast, it will awaken. Wang Qing was so angry after hearing this that he kept meowing. Is it because I can't wake up, or what? I just want to earn some more points. Is it necessary to cry like this? And why call me Xiaohei? My name is Lin Kei, and my nickname is Tao Tai King. You stupid woman. Xiongyan looked at Lin Kei, who kept meowing and couldn't help but comfort him in a low voice. Look, even your little black dog is comforting you. Wang Qing. Is that comforting? I wish I could bite both of you to death. Su Tiantian glanced down at Wang Qing and found that the little guy was staring at her with contempt. She sobbed and cried. His eyes are just looking down on me. Even my contracted beast is looking down on me. Ding dong, from Su Tiantian's 100 sadness value. Wang Qing. It is true, but I just looked down on you a little bit. Xiongyan frowned, wondering how to comfort her. At that moment, her classmates, who had been excited, stopped their joy and came over with concerns. What's wrong? School beauty Su. Tiantian, don't cry. Hey, who bullied you? We are all here to help you. In the previous battles, everyone developed a bond of friendship, especially Su Tiantian, who has gradually become everyone's favorite. Whoever makes the school beauty cry will have to bear the anger of 39 top students. Su Tiantian looked at everyone with emotion and lowered his head guiltily. Thank you for your concern. As for me, I am a little anxious because my contracted beast has not awakened yet. Su Yuming spoke first. Oh, isn't it just that he hasn't awakened yet? You are not a stupid kid. How is it possible that you haven't awakened yet? Su Tiantian wiped the tears from her face and said with some concern, But I'm afraid that it will delay your learning progress. I can't ask you to help me every time I practice, right? Xiongyan, who was standing by, smiled and said, It's my duty to help you, because you are also a member of this big family. Helping each other is what top students should set an example for. Su Tiantian looked at the smiles on everyone's faces, and they all looked at her gently. Su Tiantian had a sweet smile on his face and thanked everyone sincerely. Thank you, everyone. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone smiled and nodded. Just then, Su Tiantian discovered that Wang Qing, who was originally lying on his knees, had disappeared. Su Tiantian had an ominous premonition in her heart. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what she was looking for. Just then, the chirping sound of the contracted beast was heard in front of the bus. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Everyone looked forward and was shocked. Wang Qing was actually lying on the ground, enjoying the various snacks handed to him by the contracted beasts. Little raccoon, you don't have to do this? Su Yuming looked at his little raccoon, who was actually giving Wang Qing a back massage seriously, just like a little brother. There were other contracted beasts nearby, watching with envy, as if massaging Wang Qing's back was a great honor. Everyone was almost petrified by what they saw. Could it be that the contracted beast that he held in his hands could be so humble? Ding dong. From Su Yuming, 2,000 speechless value. Ding dong from Su Tiantian, 100 speechless points. Ding dong. Wang Qing felt happy when he heard the points value transmitted by the system. In front of this group of people, it seems that as long as you do something outrageous, your points will increase like crazy. He has found the trick to earn points and believes that it won't be long before he can advance to S level. It is said that contracted beasts follow their masters. It seems that Mr. Ming is a hidden talent. I think so too. Su Yuming, who was already petrified, could only say stubbornly, the little raccoon might be playing with Xiao He. The other students all looked at him with disdain. Playing? He was already giving someone a back massage. If the raccoon wasn't a man, he would have had to do a live broadcast. Chapter 13. A Piece of Feezy. The bus drove into the college and something unexpected happened to everyone. At this time, there was a lot of noise in front of the college. School leaders gathered at the door, and all media reporters from District 20 stood on both sides of the road. Everyone is waiting just to welcome the students who defeated the A-level Ghost King. The gray-haired old principal held the microphone and shouted excitedly, "Welcome! Qingyang students are back from practice." The students standing behind the old principal all shouted enthusiastically, "Welcome!" All the students in the top class were stunned, especially Wang Qing. Wasn't it just defeating an A-rank Ghost King? Was it necessary to make such a big scene? In fact, what he didn't know was that in the battle between humans and ghosts, more people died than one, and they were still students, and they defeated an A-level Ghost King in their first practice. Xion Yin smiled and said to them, "Get off the car and get the honor that belongs to you." They got off the bus in an orderly manner and were warmly welcomed by the school leaders. Media reporters rushed forward as if they were trying their best to get the first piece of information. "Excuse me, classmate, how did you defeat the Ghost King? It was very dangerous at that time, right?" Su Yuming hugged the little raccoon and nodded with a bitter look on his face. But no matter what the reporter asked, he just nodded and didn't say anything. Until a reporter asked, "Why is your crotch wet? Does this Ghost King know how to use water skills?" Su Yuming's bitter face showed a hint of anger, and he growled ferociously, "I don't know, don't ask me." Su Yuming was really afraid that the fact that he wet his pants would be passed down as a good story. Wouldn't that make him completely lose face in school? On the other side, Su Tiantian was holding Wang Qing and being interviewed. "I heard that there is only one student in your class who failed to awaken. Is there any inside story?" Su Tiantian, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly became depressed. "Reporter, what's wrong?" Su Tiantian replied angrily. "The person you were talking about is me." Wang Qing almost died of laughter. He had just recovered from his emotions, but in the blink of an eye he became withdrawn again. Su Tiantian and Su Yuming both stood aside sighing and refused to be interviewed by anyone. After going back, Wang Qing lay in the corner with an empty stomach, watching Su Tiantian rolling around on the bed in frustration. I was still muttering, "No, I'm going to ask Senior Xion to give me extra lessons tomorrow. Try to catch up and wake up Xiao He as soon as possible." Wang Qing. He thought this girl was crazy. She wanted to evolve so much to admire the king's appearance. "I'm just afraid that he's too handsome, and you can't accept it." In fact, Wang Qing didn't take awakening seriously at all. Unless he encountered an emergency, he really didn't want to awaken. Wouldn't it be better to just lie down in life? It's so tiring to keep changing. Xunyan, who was sleeping on the other bed, sighed, "Hey, classmate Su. What time is it? You're not asleep yet." She always felt that staying with Su Tiantian was really torture. The master doesn't sleep in the middle of the night, and the contracted beast tortures people during the day. If this continues, he will be killed sooner or later. Su Tiantian's pretty face turned red, and she could only make up a lie. I have a stomachache." Xunyan didn't say anything either. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. What Su Tiantian didn't expect was that the speaker might not have any intention, but the listener might have taken it to heart. Wang Qing raised his little head and snorted. I knew that the reason she was crying was not because I was not awake, but because her stomach hurt. Well, as a contracted beast that can help its master solve problems, you should give her something she needs, right? Wang Qing quietly jumped off the bed and slowly began to look around. As a serious student in biology class in his previous life, Wang Qing still knows what girls should use for stomachache. He took small steps, rummaged around in the bathroom cabinet, and found a full cabinet of Fizzy. He held Fizzy in his mouth, rushed to Su Tiantian happily, threw Fizzy on the bed, and meowed happily. Hurry up, I got everything for you. Why don't you use it? Su Tiantian was just about to fall asleep when a square tissue covered his head, and he almost couldn't breathe. In the darkness, Su Tiantian didn't know what was covered on his face, and he threw the paper aside. Stop making trouble and go to sleep. Wang Qing. I worked so hard to find something for you in the bathroom, and you just lost it like that? Didn't you notice? Wang Qing immediately took out all the fish in the bathroom. But Su Tiantian had already fallen asleep, so Wang Qing took a piece of paper and threw it in her face, so she threw it on the ground. After a while, Wang Qing used up all the Fizzy in the cabinet. The next day, a woman's scream was heard in the dormitory. Su Tiantian was so frightened that he woke up from his dream, and Xiao Nian's face was stiff. What's wrong? Senior sister Xiao Su Tiantian donate. She was still sleepy and wanted to continue sleeping. Xiao Nian pointed at the scattered Fizzy with gritted teeth. Look carefully with your own eyes. What is going on? Wang Qing was still lazily sleeping on the ground. Su Tiantian opened his eyes and his eyeballs widened. What's going on? The silk was scattered all over the floor, almost covering the entire floor under the bed. Xiao Nian said unhappily, I'm going to go for a run now. Clean this place up before I come back. Her heart was bleeding. On the surface, these fruits seemed ordinary. But in fact, they're all overseas products with good quality, fast absorption, and one piece is equivalent to 3 pieces. As a result, all the Fizzy that had been stockpiled for a year was ruined. Su Tiantian sighed and said to Xiao Nian with a bitter face, I'm sorry, Senior Xiao Nian. I'll compensate you. Xiao Nian lowered her head silently. How do you compensate for this kind of thing? If you take good care of your contracted beast, that will be the greatest compensation to me. After saying that, she suppressed her heartache and walked out of the dormitory quickly. The more carefree you leave, the sadder you are in your heart. Su Tiantian lost her sleepiness instantly. She always felt that this contracted beast was sent by God to torture her. If she was not careful, she would have to apologize and beg for mercy. You really are a little guy. She pulled Wang Qing, who was lying on Fizzy, onto the bed, and then quickly cleaned up the scene. No wonder Senior is so upset. These are all foreign brands. 1 piece is worth 3. Su Tiantian recognized the expensiveness of the brand and thought for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. How about going out to buy something else at noon as compensation? We can't always make Senior Sister Xiao Nian feel uncomfortable. Su Tiantian made up his mind, then washed up and decided not to sleep anymore. I took Xiao Hei to the cafeteria to eat. What she has to do today is to be arranged by Xunyan to go to another class for special awakening training. Chapter 14, Special Training. In the morning, special training room. Lu Qian said to the students with a serious expression, the course I will explain to you today is about the practice and understanding of contracted beast awakening. I hope you can listen carefully. If you don't understand something later, you can tell me. The students below looked at the teacher who was as strong as an ox and couldn't help whispering. Teacher Lu is still as fierce as ever. If we don't learn it today, will we be beaten? I kind of regret not pretending to be sick and coming to school today. Faced with such a fierce teacher, the students were a little resistant. After all, Lu Qian's reputation as a vicious person is recognized by the whole school. Once a student fails to learn, he will scold him her. This has caused many people to be afraid of attending special training classes. Lu Qian took a deep breath and roared loudly. Shut up. Do you really think I'm air? After this roar, the crowd fell into complete silence. Lu Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly with a serious look. Due to your performance just now, copy the points I mentioned 100 times. If you haven't finished, you can leave only after you finish them. The students below all had bitter expressions on their faces, and sighs came one after another. Lu Qian stared at them seriously, and everyone shut up. Today, a student came to our class temporarily. Guomean. Lu Qian called out softly, and a girl in a blue dress with a delicate face walked in with her head lowered and her contracted beast in her arms, looking shy. Her arrival made the students cheer for her. Isn't this our school beauty, Sue? Didn't she go to the top class? I'm so lucky to be in the same class with a school beauty, Sue. It feels so good. For the first time, I think teacher Lu has become so handsome. I must listen carefully in this class. Lu Qian was so impressed by these students that he couldn't walk when he saw beautiful girls. Introduce yourself. At Lu Qian's reminder, Su Tiantian introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Su Tiantian, and this is my contracted beast, Xiao He. She emphasized the introduction of Wang Qing's name. Wang Qing. Fuck you, I'm a glutton. Thunderous applause broke out, and at the teacher's signal, Su Tiantian found a corner and sat cross-legged. Why sit cross-legged? Because there were no tables and chairs in the special training room. They were removed to facilitate the awakening of the contracted beasts. If you want the contracted beast to awaken, you must reach a resonance with it. Both parties have a tacit understanding. Let the contracted beast feel your kindness, so that it can fight for you. Lu Qian put his hand on a little gorilla and then closed his eyes. Everyone come with me. Everyone slowly closed their eyes. But when Su Tiantian reached out to grab Wang Qing, he found that the guy had run away without anyone noticing. What about the little guy? Su Tiantian looked around and was almost scared to death. Wang Qing was standing near the podium at this time, happily eating the rations placed in the corner as rewards for his contracted beasts. Su Tiantian's heart was in his throat. After all, it was his first time attending the class of this fierce teacher. Before he could even sit down, the contracted beast started to cause trouble again. Should I rush over and pull that guy back while everyone isn't paying attention? But if I'm discovered, will I be kicked out? While Su Tiantian was hesitating, Lu Qian, who closed his eyes, angrily scolded. Didn't I say that eating is not allowed during class? Stop now, before I open my eyes, or I'll throw you out. Wang Qing. He said he was a classmate, not a contracted beast, so he probably wasn't talking about me. I'll continue eating, is that okay? After hearing this, Su Tiantian felt sick all over. The class has just started. If I get thrown out, it will be so embarrassing. She no longer hesitated, rushed over, and grabbed Wang Qing, who was eating, into her arms. Lu Qian seemed to have sensed something, opened his eyes, and saw Su Tiantian in front of the podium, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Su Tiantian was quick-witted and covered his stomach. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Lu Qian said calmly. Go quickly. Su Tiantian found that he had not been discovered, so he quickly took Wang Qing and escaped. In the bathroom, Su Tiantian said to Wang Qing, who was lying on his knees, very seriously, you can play however you like. Absolutely not today. It would be really embarrassing if I were thrown out. Wang Qing. It's you who is in class, and I don't need to. Do I have to just stand there and watch stupidly? After Su Tiantian's serious warning, when Wang Qing returned to the special training room, he cooperated with the work honestly and did not make any trouble. The calmer it is, the more likely a big wave is coming. After the contracted beast senses your kindness, it can awaken. Everyone, open your eyes and take a look. At this moment, a beam of black light flashed in the classroom. The little gorilla whose hand was originally held by Lu Qian was now filled with black light, and his body was constantly growing taller under the black light. Roar! After a roar, the originally short gorilla became 3 meters tall, with strong arms and a heroic appearance. It is worth mentioning that after the contracted beast awakens, its strength will be greatly improved, and it will have an aura that can intimidate other low-level contracted beasts. Just like this. Lu Qian snapped his fingers. The gorilla standing on the podium kept beating his chest, and the contracted beasts below the stage hid in their master's arms and trembled. Only Wang Qing felt calm and even wanted to sleep. The gorilla glanced around and found Wang Qing not far away, looking at him calmly. For a moment, the gorilla felt that his dignity was challenged. It ran to Wang Qing, clenched its fists, and roared. Su Tiantian was afraid that this tall guy would get unhappy and beat him up. You at least have some reaction. She secretly pinched Wang Qing's calf, signaling him to hurry up and get scared. Please, if you're not scared, I'll be scared to death. Wang Qing stared at the gorilla, opened his mouth wide, and roared without showing any weakness. Roar! With this roar, the whole classroom seemed to be under a strong pressure, and even cracks appeared on the walls. Ding dong, 1,000 fear points from the gorilla. Ding dong, from Lu Qian, 1,000 shock value. Ding dong, 1,000 fear points from Su Tiantian. Ding dong, 3,000 fear points from the contracted beast present. It's over, it's over. If this continues, I'm definitely going to be thrown out. Whoa, what a sin. What on earth did I do wrong to summon such a noisy, contracted beast? Chapter 15. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. As Wang Qing roared, cracks gradually appeared on the walls of the entire special training class. At this moment, Su Tiantian's world seemed to have stopped. Everyone's eyes were on her, creating a pressure that made the corners of her mouth twitch constantly. Sorry. As soon as Wang Qing's roar stopped, Su Tiantian hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. What was strange was that no one paid attention to her apology, but instead looked at Wang Qing in surprise. Su Tiantian didn't dare to look up for fear of being thrown out by Lu Qian. The gorilla was the first to react. It swallowed and retreated wildly in fear. The other contracted beasts curled up in their master's arms and trembled. Faced with the roar of an A-rank contracted beast, it was already good enough for those of low level like them not to be frightened to death. Lu Qian came over very seriously. He didn't curse or throw Su Tiantian out. Instead, he asked in a horrified tone, "Is your contracted beast A-level?" Only the school leaders and Xuanyan knew about Su Tiantian summoning an A-level contracted beast. Su Tiantian looked up blankly and hummed with a dull expression, "Yes." Lu Qian sighed. "I knew it. No wonder the gorilla was scared. Xuanyan really is, I don't know what she's doing, putting an A-rank contracted beast in my class. There's no way I can teach it well." His own contracted beast was only of B-level, so how could he be qualified to teach an A-level contracted beast? "Teacher, please don't throw us out. I am really serious and studying hard." Tears flashed in Su Tiantian's eyes. She really wanted to cry. If she was not careful, Wang Qing would cause her a lot of trouble. All she could do was to break down and apologize behind him. Lu Qian took a deep breath and said, "Based on your performance just now, I have made my decision. Su Tiantian, send you back to the top class." Su Tiantian. Wang Qing, "Well, we have to find another place to sleep." Lu Qian looked at Su Tiantian's aggrieved expression and hurriedly explained, "I am in charge of special training, and I have never taught an A-level contract beast. So no matter how much I talk, it won't help you. I hope you don't misunderstand me. You are excellent." Su Tiantian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and the stone in his heart finally fell. She also realized that the teacher in front of her, although fierce on the surface, actually had a gentle side when it came to treating students. As the incident happened suddenly, Su Tiantian decided to go back to the top class in the afternoon. "There's still some time until lunch. Let's go eat outside the school and buy an apology gift for senior sister Xuanyan. Today I'll treat you to the legendary big plate chicken." Wang Qing, meow. Big plate chicken, big plate chicken. The man and the dog walked out of the college happily. The street next to the college is a pedestrian street where food is everywhere. The two of them just walked along, completely unaware of the dark shadow following behind them. "Isn't this big plate of chicken good?" At the dining table, Wang Qing devoured all the food on the plate with relish, not even spitting out a chicken bone. Click. Wang Qing was eating with a grunt when Su Tiantian took a photo of him. "This is my first time taking a photo of you. Xiaohei, can we take a photo together?" As long as there was something to eat, Wang Qing was too lazy to make a fuss. Whatever he wanted to do, just don't stop him from eating. Just as Su Tiantian was immersed in taking pictures, a vulgar laugh came from outside the door. Da-da-da. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Su Tiantian looked up and saw a girl, escorted by 5 boys, walking up to Su Tiantian with a proud look on her face. "Bang!" The woman slammed the table and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "Su Tian, I finally got to see you. Today, I want to see where you run." Su Tianyan was not afraid, but frowned and replied in silence. "So it's Wang Shi. You squatted on me to treat me to a meal?" Wang Shi. The anger on her face intensified a little, and she gritted her teeth and scolded. "Please eat your fart. Do you know that you caused me to be fired?" There had been some conflict in the cafeteria before, and since Louis Dao had awakened at school, she was also expelled due to her responsibility. Su Tiantian couldn't have imagined that this guy still holds a grudge against him. "I tell you, today, she wanted to say something harsh, but something rubbed her ankle. When she looked down, she found it was a small black dog. The little black dog wagged its tail happily, with grease stains on its mouth from the big plate of chicken. Don't lick it. Stay. Ay. Ding dong. 500 anger points from Wang Shi. Wang Shi stepped back repeatedly in disgust and roared like a madman. Why is your contracted beast always so disgusting? Su Tiantian had long expected that the little guy would do this. Whenever he met strangers or went to some places, Wang Qing would use a lot of tricks and was always testing the edge of death. This time, Su Tiantian deliberately did not stop it. They were all enemies anyway, so why should he remind her? Wang Qing sighed. Finally, I don't have to listen to Su Tiantian's apology anymore, which means I can earn points from these people again. You guys, hurry up and help me deal with this puppy. Then bring the people to the alley, and then give each of you an extra $1,000. They were all hired to hold the scene. The four boys didn't waste any time and reached out to grab Wang Qing. Wang Shi's idea was to catch the dog and kill it quickly, otherwise the hatred in his heart would never subside. But just as the other party was about to reach out his hand, Wang Qing nimbly hid under the table. The four boys quickly squatted down, only to hear a puff sound. Ding dong, 2,000 discomfort values from four boys. Wow! They all began to dry heave in disgust, wondering who in the world could withstand the impact of Wang Qing's fart. What did this guy eat? It stinks. Ahem, I can't stand it anymore. Damn, is this dog Lao Lu's reincarnation? No, I'm going to vomit. Wang Qing only used one fart to make them dizzy. Wang Shi, who was standing by, covered his nose and was stunned when he saw that the thugs he had hired had no fighting power left. Su Tiantian slammed the table and stood up, pointing at her nose and shouting, "Aren't you very arrogant? Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel?" Wang Qing. One-on-one? Another fight between women? Isn't that the famous scene of pulling hair in clothes? That would be so exciting. Wang Shi didn't want to be inferior to her, so she angrily shouted, "Let's have a duel. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time." Chapter 16, Spirit Dragon. In the alley, several boys hired by Wang Shi kept shouting, Wang Shi, number one in the world. Wang Shi, number one in the world." Wang Qing felt embarrassed when he heard such a vulgar slogan. Looking at the two women standing in the middle of the alley, Wang Qing also decided to cheer Su Tiantian up. Meow. Su Tiantian turned his head to look at Wang Qing, who looked excited and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I will beat her down this time. My father taught me that when faced with bullying, I must fight to the end." Wang Shi frowned and said, "Then I want to see how far you can resist." As she said that, she took the lead and slapped Su Tiantian in the face, trying to attack her when she was off guard. Su Tiantian was prepared. He raised his white calf and kicked Wang Shi in the abdomen. Bang! The kick caused Wang Shi to bend over in pain. Su Tiantian picked up a brick from the corner. Wang Qing was stunned. Is this girl so crazy when fighting? Wang Shi covered her abdomen and was terrified when she saw Su Tiantian picking up a brick. You. What do you want to do? We agreed to a one-on-one duel. Who allowed you to use a weapon? Su Tiantian raised the corner of his mouth. A duel is a duel. I didn't tell you that you can't use weapons. Wang Shi swallowed his saliva, looked at the brick in front of him, and couldn't help but talk about the rules. No, you are breaking the rules by doing this. Su Tiantian snorted. Stop talking about rules. You're here to bully me. What rules are there? Besides, didn't you sneak attack me too? She usually looks silly and cute, but she is very smart when dealing with enemies. Wang Shi forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I admit defeat. Okay. Su Tiantian had finally gotten such an opportunity. So how could she let it go easily? She weighed the brick in her hand and whispered coldly. Now you can choose to stick your head over here and let me hit you. You can also call me Aunt and beg for mercy. Wang Shi. Calling her Annie and begging for mercy, isn't that a bit too much? She frantically winked at the four boys standing nearby, asking them to find a chance to come and rescue her. It's a pity that these fools just stood aside and watched with great interest, totally forgetting what King Jin was facing. Wang Qing stood aside and watched quite comfortably. After all, it was the first time he saw Su Tiantian like this. So, which one do you choose? Su Tiantian stared at her coldly. If she didn't speak, the brick would definitely hit her in the face. Wang Shi sighed. I choose to beg for mercy. Aunt, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to provoke you. I pay for my mistakes, yes? Bang! Wang Shi was struggling to say some words of apology, but before he could finish, he was hit hard on the head and fainted. Su Tiantian said with a sly smile, Since your attitude is so sincere, I will give you a brick. You're welcome. It's my honor. This action completely stunned Wang Qing. The four boys who were watching the fun were also dumbfounded. She has already apologized. Why are you still hitting her with a brick? Wang Qing was wondering if it was because Su Tiantian had seen his sinister side too often that this girl had learned to be bad. You guys! Su Tiantian shouted with a calm expression. The four boys stood at attention and shouted in unison. Yes. Drag her back to me, and tell her that if she wants to seek revenge from me again, next time I won't use a brick. Yes. Onshi, ubai. They dragged the unconscious Wang Shi and ran away. They had just left when footsteps suddenly sounded from the depths of the alley. Da-da-da. A woman wearing a black windbreaker, high heels and black stockings came out. Clap, clap, clap. She clapped her hands with an appreciative smile on her pretty face. Not bad, not bad. I never thought you could fight like this. Su Tiantian looked at her warily, picked up Wang Qing, and slowly backed away. Who are you? We don't seem to know each other. The woman chuckled. Don't we know each other now? Su Tiantian frowned slightly. She looked calm on the surface, but she was extremely panicked inside. When facing someone familiar, she can crush them in an excellent way. But the woman in front of her gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Even her smile was like a cold knife that could kill you at any time. Ever since my parents went to defend their territory and fight against monsters and demons, she always remains calm and composed, but of course, she can still be silly when necessary. The smile on the woman's face gradually became solemn, and then she took out a certificate from her pocket. I'm the person in charge of Yanlong, Zhang Cheng. Your contracted beast is very suitable to join us, so I came here specifically to invite you to join. Yanlong is a super team of Daxia country. The reputation of this team is no less than that of Longyuan army. Each team member's contracted beast is basically B-level or stronger. They defend their country and guard an area. Wherever there are demons, their shadows can be seen. Su Tiantian did not let down his guard, but asked, Su Yao, do you know him? Zhang Cheng said calmly, I don't know him, but I want to investigate someone. As long as you join me, I can still do it. As long as you are in Daxia, you can find it anywhere. She also saw that Su Tiantian was in a hurry, and perhaps letting her join Yanlong, this person named Su Yao, would be a breakthrough. Su Tiantian nodded without thinking. Okay, as long as you can find all the records of Su Yao and his location. I'll join you. Su Yao is his father. Su Tiantian knew from a young age that his father was a soldier, and that he disappeared without a trace after the sea level crack appeared 5 years ago. She wanted to grow up quickly and go to the battlefield to find her father. She would accept death even if it meant death. Zhang Cheng snapped his fingers. Deal? Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly asked, Can I hug your contracted beast? Su Tiantian's serious expression gradually relaxed, and he said a little embarrassedly, I advise you not to provoke him. Because apart from me, basically everyone who has touched him has suffered. She kindly gave a reminder, but the woman didn't seem afraid. Wang Qing was just thinking about how to deal with this arrogant woman when he was picked up. Since you are not afraid, I will reward you with something. The woman looked somewhat pleased. It's okay. You're just too sensitive. But just as she finished her words, a stream of yellow water sprayed on her face. Zhang Cheng. In the alley, as usual, Su Tiantian's helpless apology was heard again. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Chapter 17. SSS Cryptographer. Call. Zhang Cheng took a deep breath and gently put the dog in his hand on the ground. The expression on his face was uncertain, and all he could hear in his ears was Su Tiantian's apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She was numb. He was a leader of Yanlong, but he was peed on the face by a dog. He was so scared that he drank a little bit of it. The taste was so intoxicating. Wang Qing pretended to be intimate with her and rubbed his legs against hers, as if he had not done the evil thing just now. Before Zhang Cheng could make any trouble, Su Tiantian nervously held Wang Qing in his arms and apologized repeatedly with helplessness. Zhang Cheng clenched her fists and said in a nonchalant manner, You think I'm angry, right? Su Tiantian? Your expression is numb. Why are you still pretending to be relaxed here? Zhang Cheng took out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and said calmly, Now let me teach you a lesson. As a member of the Spirit Dragon, you must have a good mentality. Don't let your anger make you lose control of yourself. After hearing this, Su Tiantian finally relaxed. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I'll come find you after I find out all the information about Su Yao. Goodbye. Zhang Cheng said this and walked away quickly, but when she turned around, her teeth were almost broken and her expression became extremely ferocious. If it wasn't for her face, she might have cut Wang Qing into pieces. Su Tiantian touched Wang Qing's dog head and smiled slightly. Fortunately, Sister Zhang Cheng has a good temper, otherwise she would have offended people to death. Wang Qing just heard the emotional value reported by the system, which was a full 5,000 points. It can be seen that the woman just now had been enduring. Oh, it's almost time for class. We have to hurry up and buy some apology gifts for Senior Sister Xunyan. Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and walked quickly toward a nearby small shop. The small shop near the school sells all kinds of supplies for contracted beasts, women, boys, hermaphrodites, etc. Shall we buy this? Su Tiantian took a fancy to a lipstick with a lighter color, which was particularly suitable for Xunyan's temperament. She bought another big bag of contracted beast snacks, and when she checked out, her wallet was empty. Alas, all the money I saved with great effort is gone. It is worth mentioning that because Su Yao is a soldier, the government will transfer a living allowance to Su Tiantian's card every month. With this policy, soldiers can charge into the front line without worries. Noon. Su Tiantian carried his things back to the dormitory, and Xunyan was eating there. However, when he saw Su Tiantian coming back, he greeted her enthusiastically, as if nothing had happened in the morning. Senior Xunyan. Su Tiantian shouted a little embarrassedly. Xunyan, who was eating, asked, "What's wrong?" Su Tiantian's pretty face blushed slightly, and she handed the lipstick in her hand over. "This is a small compensation. I hope you don't mind. I will teach Xiao Hei well." Xunyan looked at the lipstick that Su Tiantian handed over and smiled slightly. "I don't take it to heart, don't worry. I won't accept this." Su Tiantian pouted and said pitifully, "No, Senior Sister, I will be very sad if you don't accept it." This was the first time she gave someone something, especially compensation. Xunyan nodded slightly. "Since you said so, I can only accept it reluctantly." Just after taking the lipstick, Su Tiantian took out a large bag of contracted beast snacks from the ground, put them on the table, and said, "This is for your little black snake. I hope it doesn't mind." After all, Wang Qing ate up all the other people's food several times, so Su Tiantian bought some gifts for the little black snake as well. Xunyan did not refuse and smiled slightly. "You are so thoughtful." A small black snake nearby came to Wang Qing with a piece of food in its mouth, spitting out its tongue and signaling him to eat it. Wang Qing didn't care about the social etiquette and swallowed it without thinking. "Little black snake, you are really not polite at all. Can you not eat so hastily?" Before the little black snake could react, all the meat on its plate was eaten by Wang Qing. "Xunyan, Su Tiantian. Well, I bought a lot today. This bowl will be for the little black snake." Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and poured more rations onto the empty plate. Xunyan felt helpless. "All the food I feed the little black snake is imported. Even if you have 10 bags, they are not as good as one plate of meat from me." But she didn't say anything, just smiled and pretended to be relaxed. "Then I would like to thank you on behalf of our little black snake." The little black snake spit out its tongue and began to eat slowly. Wang Qing tried to disturb them many times, but was stopped by Su Tiantian every time. "Senior Xunyan, there is something I want to tell you. Can I go back to the top class this afternoon?" Xunyan frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Can't adapt to the environment?" She thought that Wang Qing must have done something wrong and made the teacher dislike him. Su Tiantian shook his head slightly. "No, it was Teacher Liu who said that he couldn't guide the awakening of the A-level contracted beast." Xunyan nodded slightly. "I understand, you can go to class in the afternoon. But," she looked at Wang Qing and said carefully, "you have to keep an eye on your contracted beast and don't let it do anything outrageous." Ever since she met Wang Qing, Xunyan felt that nothing good had happened, so she was particularly afraid that this guy would do something outrageous again. Su Tiantian promised earnestly, "Don't worry, I will never let him do evil this time." "Wang Qing, am I that scary? As for making you all defend like this, if I'm too good, how can I earn points and level up?" The other side. After Zhang Cheng returned to the temporary intelligence center, he began to focus on dealing with Su Yao, whom Su Tiantian was looking for. "When I checked the files, I was completely confused. SSS. Level encryption personnel?" She was completely stunned. Such a terrifying person could actually appear in a small District 20. This Su Tianan should be his daughter, right? It seems that we have to let Su Tiantian join us this time no matter what. She was still thinking, but the cell phone on the table rang. Hello? What? Are there any signs of cracks in Area 20? Okay, you guys contact the person in charge of Longyuan Army District 20 immediately. I'll rush over right away. She hung up the phone, packed up briefly, and rushed out. Once the crack appears, demons from other worlds will invade, and the entire 20 will become a battlefield. What they have to do is to prevent the crisis from happening. Chapter 18, Class Favorite. In the afternoon, Tiantian walked into the classroom, carefully holding Wang Qing. As soon as the students present saw Tiantian, they all cheered. School Beauty Sue is back. What's School Beauty? She's the class monitor. The days without the monitor are really sad. Su Yuming covered his head and said with a painful look on his face. The classroom was instantly filled with cheers. No one distanced themselves from Su Tiantian because her contracted beast could not awaken. Instead, everyone was looking forward to her coming back soon. Don't say that. Look, your little raccoon has rushed over to pay homage to the boss. A female classmate had a smile on her face. Su Yuming glanced at the little raccoon on the desk and rushed to Su Tiantian, chirping at Wang Qing. Su Yuming was petrified instantly. Why did his contracted beast suddenly become so licking? If he had the courage of the raccoon, he would have been single long ago. It is said that the contracted beast follows its master. Is it possible that all the beasts have such personalities? No wonder then. Ha ha. Su Yuming pulled the little raccoon back. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Tiantian looked at the whole class calling her monitor and was somewhat surprised. Why? Do you all call me monitor? A beautiful young girl smiled and said, because of your outstanding performance last night, you have won the recognition of all of us. So, when we were choosing the monitor this morning, we all agreed that you were the best person to be the monitor. Su Tiantian. Ah, I actually became the class monitor. At this time, Xiongyan also walked into the classroom with a smile and took over the conversation and said, yes, you are the class monitor now. Please help me lead this class in the future. Su Tiantian felt the warmth everyone gave her and nodded very seriously. Okay, I will definitely be a responsible monitor. Su Tiantian sat in the middle seat. After putting Wang Qing on the table, he began to listen carefully. Xiongyan wrote a few big words on the blackboard. Ghost Mountain Trial. When everyone saw this word, they all became excited. Is the annual Ghost Mountain Trial about to begin? We have to work hard this time. Maybe we can get a lot of good things. Yes, it is said that students who went to Ghost Mountain for trials in the past were able to obtain valuable natural treasures. Su Tianan also became nervous. We just practiced last night, and the trial is coming up so soon. Her contracted beast has not been upgraded, which will really hold her teammates back. Xunyan clapped her hands for everyone to be quiet. This year's trial is a little different from previous ones. This year's trial conditions are, the top freshmen from each college in Jiangnan province are the main ones. Everyone forms a team of 3 with specific recording equipment on them, and their main task is to kill ghosts. Killing ghosts will earn you points based on their levels, and the one with the most points is the champion. The champion will receive an extremely generous reward. In previous years, the colleges took turns to conduct the trials, but this year they decided to use a competition mechanism to decide. If it wins, the college will have the right to use Ghost Mountain for 1 year. Ghost Mountain is an extremely dark place, with endless ghosts appearing there, but the whole mountain is filled with natural treasures. As long as you go there and don't die, you can basically get something that will help your contracted beast. This is also the reason why everyone was excited just now. 3 people in a team. My current situation makes it really easy for me to fall behind. Su Tiantian lowered his head in embarrassment, not daring to look up at his classmates. She can't even awaken herself, so who would be willing to team up with her? Xiongyan also saw Su Tiantian's difficulties and said with a smile, teachers can also participate in this trial. Since classmate Su Tiantian failed to awaken his contracted beast, he can just be on the same team with me. The remaining 39 people formed their own teams. Everyone sighed because they were unable to team up with Su Tiantian. What? I want to team up with the squad leader. I wanted to protect the monitor, but alas, it seems there is no hope. They will not give up on Su Tiantian just because she is too weak, and they are all scrambling to form a team. Seeing everyone's regretful expressions, Su Tiantian's frustration disappeared, and he put on a faint smile. Thank you, everyone, but I have made up my mind. Just go with Senior Xiongyan. This way, I won't have to hold everyone back. Xiongyan nodded slightly. All the participants this time are top freshmen, and everyone's contracted beast is B level. The school means that you don't need to win the championship, as long as you pass the trial safely. The score is not the priority. Working hard to improve yourself is the top priority. If other academies knew that these students, who were only on their second day of school, had already awakened their contracted beasts, I wonder what their expressions would be. Su Yuming smiled and replied, "Since we are involved, we should go all out. Help the college get first place." Other students responded, "Yes, we must be first." Xunyan had a smile on her face. She didn't expect that she would get so many quality students in her first teaching experience. There is no noise, harmony is the most important thing, and we know how to take care of the soft spots of other students. Xiongyin clapped her hands. Then, in this afternoon class, I will explain to you the information and precautions about Ghost Mountain. We'll leave tonight. Yes. Xunyan began to explain Ghost Mountain. Wang Qing, who was lying on the table board, looked at the little raccoon at the back table, waving at him desperately. What is this little brother doing? The little raccoon was holding a bag of instant noodles and handed one to Wang Qing. Wang Qing is a glutton by nature. When he sees food, he is immediately attracted. Not bad. You also know how to respect your elder brother. He found that Su Tiantian was listening attentively and jumped onto the back table carefully. Su Yuming found that his little raccoon began to worship the boss again. He sighed in his heart and silently took out 2 packs of instant noodles from his pocket. As a result, the little raccoon refused to eat any of them and gave them all to Wang Qing. Wang Qing ate one crunchy bite after another. After he finished, the female classmate behind him poked Su Yuming and said, "Are you done? If you are, ask him to come over. I have a few more sausages here." Su Yuming. After Wang Qing finished eating the instant noodles, Su Yuming carried her to the girls' table at the back. Grunt. Several sausages were eaten up like this. The contracted beast next to him saw that his food was eaten, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he was working hard to massage Wang Qing. The girl. My contracted beast has also become my little brother? Could it be that all the contracted beasts in the class are this little guy's minions? She turned her head to look at the contracted beasts in the other seats, all of whom were looking at Wang Qing with admiration. After Wang Qing finished eating, he naturally jumped to another table. While enjoying the feast, he also received a free massage from the little brother. Xiongyan, who was giving the lecture above, chose to turn a blind eye. Well, as long as the little guy doesn't make a fuss, it's okay for him to eat something. But isn't he eating too much? Will all the contracted beasts in the class voluntarily give their food to him? This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Not only did he eat the other person's rations, but the contracted beast also happily helped massage, pound his legs, and rub his back. Chapter 19. Ghost Mountain Trial. Evening. The afterglow of sunset shines on every corner of the school. Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and walked back to the dormitory with a sad face. Oh, there's so many ghosts to face tonight. We can't keep dragging our feet. Wang Qing. As long as I am here, it would be considered merciful if you don't eat all the ghosts in the Ghost Mountain. You little girl are still worried about whether we will fall behind. Aren't the real things to worry about those ghosts? Wang Qing has been holding back his strength, but after learning that he can gain evolution points by devouring ghosts, he is eager to find more ghosts to play with. After simply packing her bags, she prepared to go out and gather. As soon as I went out, I ran into Xiongyan, who came back. When Xiongyan saw Su Tiantian carrying a lot of bags, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Are you planning to move?" Su Tiantian exclaimed. "No, didn't you say you were going to participate in the trial tonight?" Xiongyan sighed. "We are only going to be gone for one night, and we'll be back at dawn. Is it necessary to bring so many things?" Su Tiantian was carrying 2 pack bags in his hands, and if you didn't know, you would think he was going on vacation. Su Tiantian sighed. "It's all filled with food. I'm afraid that the little guy will get hungry when he gets there and start making trouble again." Xiongyan. Perhaps only eating can calm Wang Qing's restless heart. Wang Qing meowed, expressing his full agreement. Xiongyan looked at Wang Qing holding a small bra in his mouth, and her eyes tightened. "Look at what that little guy is holding in his mouth. Does it look like my underwear?" Su Tiantian looked down and found that Wang Qing was holding a small black mask in his mouth, and he immediately felt unwell. "Oh, I am sorry. I was just packing up and didn't notice." She pulled off the bra and handed it to Xiongyan with both hands. Xiongyan sighed. "Let's go to the gathering first." She was crying in her heart. "I spent 200 yuan to buy this sports bra, and I have never worn it once." Whoa, Night is coming. The mountain became extremely gloomy, and the air was filled with an extremely fishy smell, like rotten sauerkraut, which was particularly pungent. There were a total of 5 buses parked at the foot of the mountain. They come from 5 different academies. Each contracted beast has a sensor clipped on its ear, and a score display is placed on the owner's wrist. What about this trial? Every ghost killed by the contracted beast will appear on the monitor in your hand, and you can also check the score value. The trial will be over at 6 in the morning. The most important point is that each monitor has 2 life-saving charms and an exit button. If you can't stand it or are in danger, you can use it, and we will rush to rescue you as soon as possible. A bald middle-aged man held a loudspeaker and shouted to all the students present. You can only go to the first 3 levels of the trial area. If you go to the 4th level, you will be eliminated by us. Does everyone understand? The students in the audience responded one after another. I understand. Xiaoyan stood beside Su Tiantian with the little black snake and emphasized to her in a low voice. There are 6 levels in Ghost Mountain. The ghosts on the lower 3 levels are no higher than sea level. The guys on the upper 3 levels are easy to deal with. Just follow me later. Especially keep an eye on that little guy. She had never seen Wang Qing fight, and she didn't know how terrifying his abilities were. She could only be more careful and make sure he didn't run around and cause trouble. Su Tiantian nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will definitely not let him mess up this time. As the two were talking, the team slowly moved up the mountain. At this time, there was a small commotion ahead. Someone shouted, "The students of Qingyang College are being bullied." Su Tiantian and Xiaoyan's eyes tightened, and they quickly rushed towards the crowd. "If you want to fight, just tell me. I'm not afraid of you." Su Yoming's voice was particularly loud. At this moment, he had an angry look on his face and stared at the classmate in front of him. The classmate sneered. "Why? Can't we from Laming Academy beat you?" Xiaoyan came up to the person, frowned, and asked calmly, "What happened?" Su Yuming pointed at the man and shouted angrily, "The people from Laming Academy are really going too far. When they saw that the girls in our class were pretty, they kept flirting with them and even resorted to physical violence. You are totally a hooligan." Su Yoming's sense of justice exploded, and he and several male classmates went over, which led to an argument. Xiaoyan looked at several frightened female classmates hiding behind Su Yuming, and she was furious. "What's your name?" The young man introduced himself arrogantly. "My name will never change, Lei Yang." "Lei Yang, right?" Xiaoyan snorted coldly. "If you want to cause trouble, I don't mind reporting to your school leaders and see if I can get you a punishment that will be announced to the whole school." Lei Yang looked disdainful. "Who do you think you are?" Xiaoyan introduced herself calmly. "My name remains unchanged, Xiaoyan." When Xiaoyan's name came out, Lei Yang was shocked on the spot. In the entire District 20, although many people have never seen her, they have at least heard of her name. A fierce man with an A-rank contracted beast, and one of the outstanding young men in District 20. That it's all a joke. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yang smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, and even the arrogant look in his eyes became much clearer. Xiaoyan said calmly, "Apologize." Lei Yang didn't feel embarrassed and apologized directly. "I'm sorry, we were rude just now." The students who joined in the trouble also apologized. Just as Su Tiantian was admiring Xiaoyan's domineering attitude, she noticed a little black dog standing at Lei Yang's feet. Su Tiantian. When did this guy get there? Her heart began to pound, and she was about to run over to stop it, but Wang Qing had already moved. He jumped high, opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit Lei Yang's butt. Sizzle. Although the bite didn't hit his skin, it tore his pants. It bites your ass, and at most makes you angry. But biting your pants will embarrass you. Wang Qing is as smart as a monkey. If he does something embarrassing in front of so many people, he will definitely get extraordinary points. Ding dong, 5,000 anger points from Lei Yang. Ding dong, 10,000 shock value from students from Laming College. Ding dong, from Xiaoyan, 1,000 shock value. Ding dong, 10,000 excitement points from students from Qingyang College. Lei Yang felt the coolness coming from his buttocks and yelled angrily. "Do you know what you were doing? Asshole!" Chapter 20. Spit it out, please. Puff. Because the incident happened so suddenly, the students of Qingyang College all burst into laughter after they reacted. They were laughing not because of the trousers being pulled down, but because Lei Yang was wearing a pair of pink lace panties. "You're a grown man, and you're wearing this?" Sure enough, he's quite perverted. No wonder he likes to tease others. Shouldn't you be suspicious of the gender he prefers? As soon as these words were spoken, The good brothers who had just apologized together all stepped aside. Oh my god. No wonder Lei Yang offered to give me a bath last time. It turns out he has a special fetish. You just woke me up. The last time I drank with him, I got drunk, and my butt was sore all day. I'm going. Lei Yang began to feel embarrassed. Under the ridicule of the two groups, he covered his crotch and rushed out of the crowd crying. Remember, I will be back for revenge later. Wang Qing really wanted to say to him, if you change your pants, change your underwear as well. It won't be good if it's too bright. The farce gradually subsided, and Xiongyan urged everyone to go into the mountains. If everything is fine, let's go. Xiongyan and Su Tiantian walked side by side, while the two contracted beasts were exploring the way ahead. Many students encountered ghosts along the way and fought them bravely. However, the students of Qingyang College all awakened their contracted beasts, which shocked the people from other colleges. It's only been a short while since we summoned the contracted beast, and you've already awakened? This is not even a trial. We can just stand aside. Really? Is Qingyang College's top student a monster? Many people said that you are too stupid. Among the geniuses in other academies, only a few have the ability to awaken, and you are still happily thinking that you can take first place. As a result, all the top students in Qingyang College are villains. Xunyan climbed up a small steep slope and saw a sign on it that read, second floor. The first floor is full of primary ghosts, and there are too many people. Let's go to the second floor. You can also let Xiao He participate in the battle later to train his reaction ability. Su Tiantian nodded slightly. Okay, senior sister Xiongyan. The two climbed up to the second floor, where tombs were everywhere like a mass grave. There are dead trees everywhere, as if it is a lifeless place. The smell of rotten sauerkraut in the air seemed even worse than on the first floor. There's so much noise down there. Is there a human here? Let me accompany you to have some fun tonight. A 2-meter-tall, skinny, bald ghost stopped them with a lustful look in his eyes. The little black snake stood up vigilantly, ready to fight at any time. Su Tiantian looked at Wang Qing nervously and found that the guy was digging the soil and had no interest in the ghost in front of him. Tisk, you two are my type. Why don't you play a game with me in this remote place? Su Tiantian narrowed his eyes and said seriously, okay, Xiongyan. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about playing games. Not to mention the other party is a ghost. When the ghost heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. Su Tiantian said calmly, I have the final say on what to play. The ghost nodded slightly. Okay, as long as you are willing to play with me, you can play with me. Su Tiantian said very seriously. Then let's play hide and seek. You close your eyes and pretend to be a ghost for a few seconds, then come find me. The ghost widened his eyes and agreed with a smile. Okay, then I'll start 10-9. Su Tiantian looked at the ghost and closed his eyes, then raised an eyebrow at Xunyan beside him. Xunyan gave the little black snake a look, and the latter immediately flew up, spitting out a purple mist from its mouth, spraying it on the ghost. Ah! The ghost immediately let out a scream, and purple mist began to rise from its body. Ah! You have no moral principles and actually attacked me. Didn't we agree to play hide and seek? I'm losing. Not long after, the ghost turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You managed to deal with a C-rank monster without any effort. Xiongyan's praise made Su Tiantian a little embarrassed. It's okay. At this time, Wang Qing had already dug a big hole in the ground. Xiao He, what on earth are you doing? It was the first time that Su Tiantian saw Wang Qing not interested in ghosts, but digging the ground very seriously. Could there be treasures in this land? Wang Qing had a very sensitive nose. He smelled a strange odor and asked the system. The answer I got was everything I smelled were natural treasures that could be helpful to me. The most important thing is eating it can increase your evolution points. In the small pit, there is a black tree root that looks like a beard. This is black spirit ginseng. Xiongyan was shocked. One stick is worth 800,000 yuan. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qing pounced on it without thinking and took a bite. It was crispy and tasted like chicken. Ding dong. From Xiongyan, 1,000 shock value. Ding dong. From Su Tiantian, 1,000 shock value. With this bite, a house was gone. Ding dong. Evolution points plus 500. One black ginseng increased his evolution points by 500 points. Wang Qing was so excited that he thought he would be promoted to S level in one night. But Su Tiantian was no longer calm, and he pulled Wang Qing and shook him madly, saying, You, did you really eat it? You're a spendthrift. You ate 800,000 worth of food in one go. Spit it out, please. Wang Qing felt a little dizzy from the shaking, and after struggling for a while, he finally jumped off Su Tiantian's body. The little black snake followed behind him. As long as Wang Qing dug the ground, it would definitely help to be on guard. It would be happy as long as it could get something after digging. Wang Qing also saw its desire and nodded to it, and the little black snake became even more excited. Natural resources and treasures are the best shortcuts for them to advance. If they get a great opportunity, they may be able to advance to S level. In that case, being invincible in the world is still a dream? As they moved deeper into the cave, a commotion was heard from somewhere in the caves on the 5th level. Ah! I smell the humans who hurt me. The female ghost lying on the stone platform screamed. As an A-level ghost king, her sense of smell was extremely sensitive, not to mention the humans whom she hated to the core. A man standing nearby in ancient robes asked coldly, Sister Lien, I also sense someone entering the mountain. Are those the people who caused you to be like this? Sister Lien nodded. Yes. Her injuries were extremely severe and her soul almost collapsed. Fortunately, this stone bed could strengthen her soul. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes due to the serious injuries. The male ghost took out a long sword from the corner and said coldly, You rest here, I'll be back soon. Sister Lien stopped him and said, No, I have to go with them. I want to see them die without a burial place. Otherwise, I will never be happy in my life. The male ghost was a little embarrassed. But the injuries on your body, Sister Lien said with a grim look on her face. My injuries have almost recovered, and you are here with me, so what should I be afraid of? The male ghost nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll call more ghosts and kill them all together. Chapter 21. Paper Figure. System. Check how many points I need to advance. Ding dong points, 570,000. Evolution points, 7,000, including the points for food intake conversion. Lack, 935999. Lin K. He thought that if he ate up the mountain tonight, he would be able to advance smoothly, but it turned out that he was still short of more than 900,000 evolution experience points. What the hell is this? Could this guy have something wrong with his diet? Su Tiantian looked at the extremely depressed Wang Qing and walked forward to check on him with concern. Xiaoyan shook her head slightly. Black spirit ginseng is a tonic. How could there be a problem? Da-da-da. Just when both of them were curious about what was going on with Wang Qing, a series of footsteps were heard from behind. This is where a trial will take place. Let's work hard to be number one. Lei Yang led several classmates and rushed up with excitement on their faces. It turned out that the arrogance on Xiaoyan and others' faces disappeared immediately. I see them everywhere I go. It's really unlucky. The people he least wanted to deal with now were Xiaoyan and Su Tiantian. One was famous and he couldn't beat her. The other's contracted beast was too fierce and he was no match for her. But we met on the 2nd floor. Xiaoyan also saw the people coming up, and with an expressionless face, she took Su Tiantian to a deeper place. Lei Yang felt inexplicably relieved. If they came over, his face would definitely be trampled on again. Boss, are you scared? The lackey behind him asked a soul-searching question. Lei Yang? He was a little annoyed and slapped the lackey in the face, roaring, Can I afford to offend a woman as strong as Xiaoyan? What a fucking brainless guy. The lackey felt a little wronged after being beaten, sobbing and saying, But if we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly. This statement immediately resonated with others. Yes, I think what my second brother said is right. They didn't hit your face just now, but the faces of countless teachers and students in our Laming Academy. Boss, if you don't get rid of this anger, you will probably be laughed at in the future. The three of them talked to each other, igniting Lei Ming's anger that had been suppressed. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. You are right, if we don't take revenge, we are not a gentleman. We must give them a hard time. You three, hurry up and catch up. The four of them followed Xiaoyan and the others silently, planning to find an opportunity to plot against them. Strange. Why is the 2nd floor so quiet? It's a little different from usual. Xiaoyan looked at the calm 2nd floor. A few little ghosts appeared occasionally, but they quickly ran away, and there was no sign of killing intent at all. Wang Qing was depressed as Su Tiantian held him in his arms. He became even more depressed because he couldn't see the ghost. Boom, boom, clink, tilde. At this time, the sound of gongs and drums rang out strangely. Su Tiantian. Her mind trembled. Her hair began to stand on end, and every inch of her skin was trembling. Xiaoyan patted her shoulder gently. Calm down, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Tiantian nodded hesitantly, looking at the series of green ghost lights appearing in the woods ahead, and the expression on his face began to become solemn. The sound of gongs and drums became louder and louder, and she became more and more nervous. The ghost lights gradually drifted closer, and then they saw a group of paper figures beating gongs and drums. The paper figures hold gongs and drums and beat them rhythmically. Xiaoyan sensed something was wrong and pulled Su Tiantian into the bushes. I was wondering why all those evil spirits disappeared. It turns out that the B-level paper figures were patrolling the road. When Xiaoyan said this, Su Tiantian frowned again and again. Paper people patrolling the road? Xiaoyan nodded slightly and explained in a low voice. The B-level paper figures are under the order of the Ghost King to clear out the low-level evil spirits in the lower 3 layers. Once they are encountered, whether they are evil spirits or humans, they will be quickly wiped out. Su Tiantian was even more surprised. Why do we need to eliminate the low-level evil spirits in the lower 3 levels? Xiaoyan sighed. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The weak are not worthy of practicing in Ghost Mountain. Their existence is to kill those weak guys. Su Tiantian only realized now that the world of evil spirits also emphasizes the law of the jungle. Ah, brother, they found us? At this moment, a scream was heard from a forest not far away. The woods shook slightly, and Su Tiantian saw several unfamiliar faces rushing out from them. Why are those people running towards us? While Xiaoyan was surprised, she also saw the 10 B-level paper figures following behind them. Damn it, I actually lured the paper man here. When they came over, Su Tiantian finally saw their faces clearly. She recognized Lei Yang. Isn't that a student from Yanlong College? Why are they running over here? Xiaoyan looked serious and said word by word, "Prepare for battle." The little black snake stared intently at the people running over. The paper people had already taken out the paper machetes in their hands and were rushing towards them with their fangs and claws bared. Evolution value. Evolution value. When Wang Qing saw these 10 B-level paper figures running over to die, he immediately lost his composure. Su Tiantian tried hard to hold him, but he finally broke free. Lei Yang, who was running for his life, was surprised when he saw the contracted beast running towards him excitedly. Strange, I deliberately attracted the paper man here, but you were scared and excited instead? Wait, what does this guy mean? Could it be that you don't even take beer rank seriously? Just as Lei Yang was stunned, Wang Qing leaped on his head, opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed a paper man in one bite. Lei Yang? No way. You can eat this. Ding dong, from Lei Yang, 1,000 shock value. After swallowing a B-level evil spirit, the system also sounded a prompt. Ding dong, evolution points plus 1,000. 1,000 each, not bad. I really don't believe that even if I eat up this broken mountain, I still can't evolve. Wang Qing showed his fangs and was eager to eat. As a result, these paper figures also realized how terrifying Wang Qing was, and they all turned around and ran away. What a joke. You swallowed a B-level paper man in one bite, and they still have the chance to fight. Want to run? Wang Qing won't give any chances. He opened his huge, fong-filled mouth and gathered his strength to let out an ancient howl. The Lord of the Ferocious Beasts. Roar! This roar caused pain in Lei Yang's eardrums, and even the contracted beast in his hand was frightened out of consciousness. This guy, why is he so strong? You agreed to plot against them. Why did you plot against me? Lei Yang covered his ears and began to doubt his life, because now he was just like his old grandfather, completely deaf. Chapter 22, Don't Run, Evolve. The 10 paper figures turned into ashes in an instant, leaving not even a piece of paper. After the roar, Lei Yang, who was standing in front of Wang Qing, felt dizzy and shook his head repeatedly. Huh? Why is there no sound at all? What's going on? The younger brothers beside him looked at Lei Yang with horror. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Speak. Lei Yang watched everyone babble, but could not hear a sound. He kicked the lackey angrily and said, "Where did you leave your vocal cords at home?" The lackey felt a little aggrieved, but no matter what he said, Lei Yang didn't hear him. However, seeing that everyone was pointing their fingers down, Lei Yang lowered his head slightly and his whole face froze. Pants? Clothing? Why are they all gone? The destructive power of Wang Qing's close-range roar just now was so strong that it shattered all his clothes and pants, and even damaged his ears. Su Tiantian silently picked up Wang Qing and left quickly with Xiongyan. Lei Yang, we clearly agreed to lure them here to attack and retaliate. So why was it me who attacked? Why was it me who was retaliated against? What a sin! Who can give me a piece of clothing? Otherwise, I really won't be able to survive in the future. The younger brothers all stepped aside, and no one dared to look at Lei Yang straight in the eye. It would be really miserable if their pants were taken off. Xunyan looked at Wang Qing, who was held in Su Tiantian's arms, and for a moment she felt that this guy was ridiculously strong. Why is your contracted beast so powerful? With one roar, he killed 10 B-rank paper figures. Su Tiantian shook his head slightly. Actually, I don't know why he is so powerful. Wang Qing yawned lazily. If he could speak, he really wanted to say, I am the Taotai king. I'm already very cool. Okay. As she walked, Xunyan suddenly stopped. What appeared in front was a dilapidated courtyard. This looked spooky. Could there be a bunch of evil spirits hiding here? Su Tiantian looked at the blue bricks in the courtyard, which were covered with black moss. The whole place looked dilapidated. It was hard to imagine that there was such a dilapidated courtyard on this ghost mountain. No one knew who built it. Xiongyan was in a playful mood at this moment and pretended to be shocked and lowered her voice. Haven't you looked up guides on the internet? It is said that the owner of this courtyard fell in love with the daughter of a monk. The monk said that if she was willing to wait for him for 10 years, he would return to secular life and marry her after 10 years. She waited and waited until the courtyard fell into disrepair, until the flowers withered and bloomed again, until half of her body was buried in the yellow earth. But her lover still did not return. In the end, she passed away with a last wish. She was so resentful that she waited for him here until her death. Su Tiantian. She sighed with tears in her eyes. There are still such infatuated people in this world. I want to cry so much, Sob. Wang Qing. You are the only one who believes in such a clumsy love story, right? Xiongyan gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, You are the only one who believes this kind of story. I lied to you. When these words were spoken, Su Tiantian was not angry, but the evil spirits in the courtyard were angry. Give me back my tears. I thought there really was such a passionate woman, but you told me it was a lie. Wow. I finally believed you, but in the end you made me lose so completely. Bad woman. Why did you tell me this was a lie? A large number of low-level evil spirits swarmed out from inside, all wiping their noses, wanting to eat Xiongyan alive. Xiongyan. Su Tiantian. They were both frightened by the sight of the evil spirits all over the sky. Wang Qing. Look, tell a story that even ghosts can't stand. Xiongyan shouted to Su Tiantian very seriously. Prepare for battle. Su Tiantian nodded cutely. I'm ready. In Xiongyan's opinion, the reason why all the evil spirits on the second floor hid here was to avoid the purge by the B-level paper men, but she ended up running into them by chance. Don't be nervous. They're just a group of C-level evil spirits. Salvador. Xiongyan was still thinking about saying something to calm Su Tiantian down, but this idiot just threw Wang Qing out. Wang Qing. You're ready, but I'm not. Because he was not prepared, he was thrown 2 meters away and then fell heavily to the ground. Plop. After a dog-eating shit-style fall to the ground, all the evil spirits present could no longer bear it. Ha. This is so well prepared that if you don't know, you might think we are playing a game. Are you trying to throw that guy over here and kill us? Huh? I can't stand it. I have a stomachache. A storyteller made a ghost cry. A man who treated his contracted beast as a ball amused the ghost. Xunyan and Su Tiantian were so embarrassed that they almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground with their feet. Wang Qing climbed up again and angrily shouted at the evil spirits floating in the air, laughing. I'll make you guys cry later. But the sound he made was a meow, which made everyone laugh again. Su Tiantian whispered to comfort them. How about, just do it directly, don't say harsh words. I'm afraid they will laugh to death. Wang Qing stretched out his calves, leaped with all his might, opened his mouth wide towards the evil spirit that was grinning from ear to ear, and swallowed it in one gulp. Crunchy, chicken flavor. The evil spirits who were laughing were all stunned. They were laughing at their good brother just now, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. It still owes me 2 grasses. Can you just eat it if you say so? That guy made a bet with me last time and still owes me a slap. You slapped me? He cheated me out of 5 grasses and said he would introduce me to a girlfriend, but he still hasn't fulfilled his promise. Wang Qing ate an evil spirit and felt like he had eaten a deadbeat. My goodness, all the evil spirits in the sky were whining and complaining about what the evil spirit owed someone. After arguing for a while, they gradually left the broken yard. Wang Qing, we agreed to fight. Why are you running further and further away? Xianyan was also stunned by this group of funny evil spirits, but Wang Qing was even more funny than them and chased them all over the world. No way. We said that and planned to run away. Why is that little dog still chasing us? Oh, it's really hard to be a ghost these days. If you meet a soft one, you can't help but be scared. If you meet a hard one, you can't beat it. Now a dog can chase hundreds of us evil spirits. We all ran away on purpose. Why are you still chasing us? After all, when they encounter a contracted beast that can swallow evil spirits in one gulp, these evil spirits are not fools and will not find any excuse to run away. Unfortunately, this little black dog does not give them any chance to escape and directly chases them from behind. Wang Qing, wanna run? In my eyes, you are all evolution points. Chapter 23, Little Black Dog Going Crazy. Brother, what's going on over there? Why are a bunch of evil spirits being chased around the world by that little black dog? This little black dog is going crazy. The three younger brothers shouted at Lei Yang, who was half naked. Lei Yang frowned slightly and slapped everyone in the face. What are you yelling for? I can't hear you. I told you to find some leaves to cover your body. Why are you still standing here? Lei Yang discovered that his contracted beast had been ignoring him. Maybe it had witnessed several embarrassing moments and made it feel inferior to be with him. A joyful ghost-chasing activity was going on upstairs, but the students on the first floor were having a hard time. Because of the arrival of several uninvited guests, everyone fell into deep despair. A gust of cold wind blew, and Lian Mei and the Ghost King appeared on the first floor, surrounded by 20 benevolent evil spirits. We haven't even started yet. Why are all these little guys scared away? Maybe he was frightened by the aura of the king. Tonight, let's kill to our heart's content. They all stood behind the Ghost King, looking at the contracted beasts fleeing in all directions, excitement already evident on their faces. They are waiting for the Ghost King's orders. Just one order, and all the humans and contracted beasts here will die without a burial place. The handsome man uttered a cold voice. Sister Lian, are those little guys who surrounded and killed you here? This time, he came specifically to stand up for his confidant. Sister Lian sniffed the air, her expression becoming more ferocious, and pointed at a patch of grass and screamed, "The human who hurt me is hiding there." The Ghost King raised his hand slightly, and a gust of cold wind blew up the grass, exposing several students hiding in the grass to the air. Su Yuming looked at this group of evil spirits with some misery, and finally recognized Lian Mei among them. Ah, we're meeting so soon? How about I go down the mountain and set up a few tables to celebrate our long-awaited reunion? Su Yuming chuckled, picked up the little raccoon, and was about to leave with his two teammates with ease. A red-in energy emanated from Lian Mei's hands, and with just a thought, she sucked Su Yuming over. She grabbed Su Yuming's throat and asked coldly, "Where are the others?" Su Yuming answered with difficulty. The contracted beast sensed your presence and all hid. He also didn't expect that the raccoon chose this patch of grass so easily to be discovered, and he was caught right away. Playing hide and seek? Then I'll start with you. She pinched it hard, but was knocked back a few steps by a dazzling white light. A talisman? Her knuckles were hurting from the shock, but Su Yuming had already escaped with his two teammates. She wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the Ghost King. You were still injured, so leave the killing to them. 20 B-level evil spirits can't wait any longer. The Ghost King whispered coldly. Kill anyone you see, and leave no one alive. Yes. The 20 B-level evil spirits quickly disappeared and began to chase the scattered students in the dark. The other side. The teachers at the foot of the mountain also sensed something was wrong. Seeing the distress signals sent out by one student after another, many people fled down the mountain. The bald, middle-aged man who had been shouting with a loudspeaker during the general mobilization became anxious. He stopped the students who were going down the mountain and asked them what was going on. Alas, my contracted beast sensed something and kept pulling me down the mountain. Others say that the A-level Ghost King has come down the mountain to seek revenge. These words frightened the middle-aged man so much that he felt sick. If the A-level Ghost King comes down the mountain, the students of several academies will probably be in danger. What on earth is going on? No matter what happened in the past, the Ghost King would never show up. Wise at this time, he shouted to other teachers. Organize the teachers immediately and rescue the students on the mountain. Also, contact the Longyuan army and tell them that the Ghost King has appeared and that they must arrive at the scene as soon as possible. A few minutes later, 10 teachers were organized into a team and were about to head up the mountain. But then the bad news came, leaving the bald guy in despair. The Longyuan army said they're dealing with a rift. For the safety of the people in the entire region, they cannot come to support us. Bald guy. At this critical moment, a crack has appeared in Area 20. He silently clenched his fists and shouted to the teachers, "Come with me and save people." The teacher's heroic deeds also attracted other students to follow suit. "Teacher, can I join?" Bald guy. A group of students followed silently, their faces full of anticipation. Although the contracted beast dragged us down, we felt that if no one was willing to fight, we could still contribute a little bit of our strength to rescue a few classmates. "Yes, I'll join in too." "Me too." The group of students who gathered together all expressed their willingness to go together, even though they knew they might not be able to come back. Such a righteous act made the bald man burst into tears. "Good children, you are all good children." "Which college are you from?" Everyone shouted in unison. "From Qingyang College." "Are they all from Qingyang College?" The bald guy was shocked. What a good teacher and what a good education it takes to cultivate such a spirit of risking one's life. Okay, I'll remember you. However, you are all the pillars of District 20. Your contracted beasts haven't awakened yet, so you must not go and die. In order to stop them from going, the bald guy put forward a threshold. Only when the contracted beast awakens can it go with us. As a result, beams of white light flashed. All 36 students present had their contracted beasts awakened. The bald guy and the teachers present were all shocked. If I remember correctly, you were just freshmen and just got your contracted beasts, and you've already awakened? Everyone had a smile on their face, and they just nodded without saying a word. The bald guy wiped his tears, smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, then you can go up with us. If there's danger, it's okay to run." "Yes." A temporarily formed rescue team marched towards Ghost Mountain in a mighty manner. As soon as we entered, we met 3 classmates who were being chased by evil spirits. Su Yuming rushed over screaming, "Ghost King, run, run!" 5 B-level evil spirits rushed over arrogantly, wanting to kill them all, but when they saw the team of more than 40 people, they were stunned. All awakened, all of the same kind, B-rank contracted beasts. "I'll go. Run away now." "Damn it. Have the humans down the mountain started to counterattack? What are you still beeping about? Run!" Su Yuming, who was screaming with fear just now, suddenly changed his appearance and shouted at the B-level evil spirit with an extremely arrogant face. "Demons and ghosts, I'll see where you can run this time. You never imagined it. I've been kiting you guys the whole time. Evil spirit, please stop yelling. You were the one who yelled the loudest just now." Chapter 24. Please stop showing off. Little raccoon, it's time to let them see how powerful we are. Su Yuming pointed at the 5 B-level evil spirits and roared angrily. "Wake up, raccoon." Ugh! A beam of white light flashed, and a 3-meter-tall, strong, brown raccoon appeared. The bald guy couldn't help but sigh. No way, another student who will awaken. Raccoon, use power punch. The raccoon grunted, and a blinding white light flashed on his fist. After a brief burst of energy, he violently threw a punch. Boom! This punch tore through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The 5 evil spirits were well aware of the horror of this punch, and they all raised their hands, using their energy to create a black wall of air. Bang! The energy punch hit the air wall accurately. Under such a powerful impact, the raccoon was instantly flung away. Su Yuming was knocked to the ground and sighed helplessly. "I've already taken action. Why are you all just standing there watching the fun?" All the classmates showed contemptuous expressions. "We all see you pretending, so let you pretend to the end." "Yes, otherwise you would think we are not nice enough. Isn't it nice to just watch you act cool?" Everyone spoke with the same voice, causing Su Yuming to fly into a rage. "When did I pretend? Where did I pretend? Hurry up, help!" In an instant, more than 30 awakened contracted beasts tightly surrounded the 5 B-level evil spirits. The evil spirits are not good guys either, but the contracted beasts are not vegetarians either. They are all B-level contracted beasts and basically have some skills. Green snake, bite them to death. Fat bear, meat bomb attack. Flying eagle, shake the sky, and break it. With one killing move after another, the air wall created by the B-level evil spirits couldn't even hold out for a second and was directly broken through. Your Majesty. Before they died, they let out a scream, then turned into ashes and completely dissipated into the air. During the period of awakening the contracted beast, everyone concentrated on studying the skills of the contracted beast, so releasing the skills was easy. The bald man nervously approached Su Yuming and asked in a low voice, "Did you see any students from other colleges when you came from the mountains just now?" Su Yuming shook his head slightly. Everyone ran down the mountain together. There are basically no more. The two female classmates next to them interrupted unhappily. "Yeah, everyone knew to run, but you were the only idiot who dragged us to hide in the bushes. I was almost killed by the Ghost King, just now." Su Yuming was a little embarrassed. "Yang Lele, Zhang Xiaoxi, just now you praised me for being smart and knowing how to hide and observe the situation. Why are you calling me stupid now?" Yang Lele sighed. "Didn't you say to just wait and see?" Zhang Xiaoxi almost cursed. "I did say you were smart, but later he noticed the Ghost King coming and dragged you away. You said you had never seen many Ghost Kings in your life and wanted to take a close-up photo. You almost scared us to death." Su Yuming really wanted to take a photo just now so that he could show off in class later, but he didn't take the photo and was almost killed. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Su Yuming felt embarrassed again, so he changed the subject and said to the teachers, "Teachers, let's go up the mountain to save people." The bald guy then realized, "We have administrator privileges and can check the location of the students on the monitor." The teachers nodded repeatedly. Yes, I forgot about it because I was so nervous. Let's take a look." Several teachers nervously turned on their monitors and found that all the students on the mountain had run away. There were only a few students left on the second floor. "Bald guy? Why are there still students on the second floor? Don't they know that the Ghost King has come out?" Su Yuming slapped his thigh fiercely. "I know this Ghost King." Everyone expressed great doubts. "Come on, you're pretending again. It's impossible that you know him, come on. Please stop showing off." Su Yuming sighed. "I was caught by the Ghost King just now. Zhang Xiaoxi and Yang Lele both know about it." Zhang Xiaoxi and Yang Lele nodded repeatedly. "That Ghost King looks familiar to me." "It looks familiar to me too. I seem to have seen it somewhere." Su Yuming said unhappily. "That female ghost is the A-level Ghost King we met during our first practice." These words caused an uproar. Even the bald guy and several teachers were shocked. These students have only been in school for a short time, and they dare to fight against the A-level Ghost King? This is too scary. When everyone heard that it was the A-level Ghost King, instead of being afraid, they were eager to give it a try. "I attacked so hard last time, but I still couldn't kill it. We must not let it get away this time. Anyway, I think that everyone should stop holding back and just kill all the ghosts on this mountain." The bald guy was a little skeptical after hearing these lewd words. "Are these people freshmen? How come you don't look scared at all? Let's not talk too much for now. Let's go to the second floor first." The bald man sighed and decided that the most important thing now was to save the students. What they didn't know was that the second floor was now like a disaster scene for ghosts. Wow. This guy is too scary. You better run faster, or you'll really be eaten soon." Just now we were all laughing and joking together, but now we are the only ones left. "I'm so scared. Save me, save me." A large group of sea-level evil spirits were eaten by Wang Qing in the blink of an eye, leaving only 7. They are now hiding in the trees, looking at the little black dog below who is looking for them, and they're extremely nervous. "Hey, what's wrong with you, little guy? Don't you feel tired after eating more than 100? What if I get a stomachache?" Su Tiantian chased after Wang Qing from behind, picked up the mud-covered Wang Qing, and started scolding him. The evil spirits above were chilled to the bone when they heard this. Do we want to be eaten? I hope that the brothers who were eaten can die of starvation. It's disgusting. We think we are unhygienic after eating it. Wang Qing raised his head slightly, with a sly look on his face. "I found you." The evil spirits were so scared that they ran away, not daring to stay on the tree for a moment. A few of the slower ones were swallowed by Wang Qing in one gulp. They really didn't have the strength to run, and saw a few people hiding in the bushes, and the evil spirits made a plan. Or let's get on top of them. That's all we can do now. Wait, I don't want the one without clothes. While the evil spirit was still hesitating, the other 3 evil spirits decisively drilled into the 3 students who were wearing clothes. The remaining one was naturally the unlucky guy, Lei Yang. Alas, now that things have come to this is the only way to survive. It made up its mind and drilled directly into Lei Yang's body. If Lei Yang knew that ghosts would dislike him even though he was naked, he would probably not want to live anymore. Chapter 25. Not a single one will be left alive. Teachers from various colleges led the students from Qingyang College and rushed to the second floor together. As soon as I came up, I found a little black dog chasing several students from Laming Academy. The most eye-catching one was the naked Lei Yang, who was running and screaming. Everyone. Ding dong, 5,000 speechless points from the teachers. Ding dong, 10,000 speechless points from the students. What's even more outrageous is that Su Tiantian and Xiongyan are chasing after them. Su Tiantian. Xiaohei, stop chasing them. Those people can't eat them. Xiongyan. Why should I run along too? The students from Laming Academy wanted to rush to the first floor but ended up running into people who had just come up from the first floor. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the teacher from Laming Academy gritted his teeth and asked, "What's going on with you guys?" Lei Yang, when did I ever teach you that you can go naked in public? Lei Yang replied with a bitter look on his face. Do you think I want to be possessed by this person? I will be haunted by ghosts for the rest of my life. The bald guy sensed something was wrong and asked coldly, "You guys are probably not alive." The students behind gasped. "Hiss, are these people going to die? I'll help them to be reborn. That guy without clothes is so arrogant. Walking his bird in public, kill him first." Everyone was eager to try, but the bald guy coughed and said, No, I just saw that they have a negative energy, and most they are possessed by ghosts. Don't rush to do anything." When everyone heard that it was just a simple ghost possession, they all lost interest. Su Tiantian and Xiongyan saw that everyone had come up, so they followed over as well. Su Tiantian was a little out of breath from running. "Hurry up. Help me catch Xiaohei. This little guy can run so fast. He's tiring me out." Su Yuming and his classmates breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiongyan and Su Tiantian were fine. "I'm so glad you're all right." "Oh, we were worried sick." "Don't worry about that exhibitionist. Let's go down the mountain first." Yes. Wang Qing was lifted up high by the raccoon and rubbed against him with his head. Su Yuming complained unhappily. "Why do you behave so well when you see Xiaohei?" The raccoon replied in a rough voice, "Because I admire him so much that I already regard him as my big brother." The other contracted beasts behind all agreed. "Yes, we all recognized him as our big brother last time. Once you're called big brother, you're big brother for life. Without him, we wouldn't be who we are today." Everyone shouted in unison, "Brother!" A group of classmates. "Su Tiantian, can anyone tell me what is going on?" Xiaohei has become the class leader without anyone noticing. "This is too weird." Ding dong, 10,000 speechless points from the students. Ding dong, 10,000 worship points from the contracted beast. Ding dong, 5,000 envy points from teachers. Wang Qing listened to the system's prompts and lay on the raccoon with some enjoyment. As for the evil spirits that possessed the bodies of Lei Yang and others, they were caught by several students on the field to practice with. Flying eagle, shake the sky and break it. Mad python, death coil. Rhinoceros beetle, unicorn attack. Bang bang. After several attacks, the students of Thunder Academy were beaten and bleeding, and the evil spirits were scared out. Wang Qing seized the opportunity, leaped into the air, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed several evil spirits in one gulp. Hiccup! He burped lazily, and before he could react, Su Tian grabbed him in his arms, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get away. "Damn, why do you like hugging me so much? I want to eat all the ghosts in this mountain." Well, Raccoon also wanted to come and rescue Wang Qing, but was stopped by Su Yuming. "Raccoon, be obedient." The raccoon rolled his eyes at him, but finally gave up. Just when everyone wanted to go down the mountain, gusts of cold wind blew over. 15 mysterious dark auras swirled above everyone's heads. The bald man said coldly, 15 B-level evil spirits. Students, prepare to retreat. Although they can crush these evil spirits, upon hearing of the existence of the Ghost King, the bald man doesn't dare to stay here for long, for fear of any changes. Where do you want to go? At this time, a cold sneer sounded from behind, and a handsome man wearing ancient robes walked up from the passage on the first floor holding a delicate beauty. As soon as he appeared, the temperature dropped sharply to freezing point, and everyone's heart was pounding as if it was suppressed by some force. The bald guy shouted in alarm. "Everyone step aside, this is the Ghost King." The call of Ghost King made everyone present gasp. They could feel that this man was much more terrifying than the previous female ghost. Yes, this is the female ghost we beat up last time. Su Yuming really brought up something that was not relevant. He pointed at the female ghost in the male ghost's arms and shouted. The male ghost's face was instantly filled with anger, and the female ghost's eyes looked as if she wanted to eat him alive. Su Yuming realized that he had said the wrong thing and could not help but cover his mouth and step aside. Everyone looked at him with contempt, wondering whether they should beat Su Yuming up first. The male ghost glanced around and whispered coldly, "Sister Lien, are these the people who hurt you like this?" Lien Mei nodded heavily. "Yes, it's them." Male ghost, "I know." He put the female ghost down and introduced himself. "I am the Lord of Ghost Mountain, the King of Ghost Mountain. You hurt my woman a while ago, so it's no wonder that I killed you this time, right?" He drew out the long sword from his waist, and instantly Inchi gushed out of the sword like crazy, as if something extraordinary had awakened. The bald guy shouted, "Everyone, run if you can. I'll cover your rear. Bring those fainted laming students with you." Centipede, awaken! The bald guy awakened the contracted beast, and the small centipede suddenly turned into a big centipede. 9-segment centipede. Protect the students and fight with all your might. The giant centipede burrowed into the mud and emerged from under the Ghost King's feet in an attempt to knock it away. Unfortunately, the Ghost King swung his sword and directly cut off the last section of the 9-section centipede. The bald guy was horrified. "Run! Quick!" When the students who still wanted to fight saw such a bloody scene, they all rushed down the mountain in despair. They never expected that this Ghost King would be so terrifying. Its aura alone was enough to prove that it was invincible. I thought it would be easy to deal with like the A-level female ghost last time. Who would have thought that this Ghost King's strength was not only A-level, but might have even risen to S-level? The Ghost King looked at the chaotic human beings and sneered, "Don't run away. I have decided to slaughter everyone within a radius of 50 miles tonight. Not a single one will be left alive." Chapter 26, the first one. 15 B-level evil spirits also took this opportunity to start chasing the students. Many teachers shouted loudly in the back, "Don't be afraid. Go down the mountain in an orderly manner. Be careful not to step on classmates who fall down." The most speechless person was Su Tiantian. At this critical moment, Wang Qing actually jumped out of her arms again. Hey, where are you going?" Wang Qing stood in front of the Ghost King, his eyes full of contempt. "Is this guy the king of this ghost mountain? It looks like nothing more than that. There are too few strong people in this world. How can you be so scared by a Ghost King?" It's not that he looks down on the Ghost King. In his world, any ferocious beast pulled out can run rampant in this world. Su Tiantian stood frozen in place, looking at Wang Qing standing in front of the Ghost King. If he rushed over rashly, he would be hacked to death by the other party. This guy, what the hell is going on? She can neither run nor not run now. The Ghost King also felt Wang Qing's contemptuous look, and a trace of anger appeared on his handsome face. "Are you looking down on me?" The Ghost King's aura was clearly revealed, causing the air to make a crackling sound. Instead of being afraid, Wang Qing's expression of contempt became even more intense. "That's it? The aura of the Ghost King? Are you trying to scare the idiot?" Su Tiantian, who was standing behind him, was so frightened that he was shaking all over, fearing that Wang Qing would make the other party angry. To death, this guy is not only not afraid, but also dares to look down on the other party. Her little heart was beating so wildly that it was about to jump out of her chest. Lien Mei also recognized Wang Qing and screamed in an almost crazy voice, "It's him. He was the one who took the lead in destroying my promotion ceremony. I am in this situation today, thanks to him." She would never forget that because of the battle with Wang Qing, the contracted beasts behind her were so excited that their blood boiled, and then they all awakened. Even if she had A-level strength, she would only be beaten when facing 39 B-level contracted beasts. The murderous intent in the Ghost King's eyes became more and more clear. He drew out the long sword in his hand and said word by word, "You are the only contracted beast who dares to despise me so far. You are very brave, but it is also a great honor for you to die by my sword." The moment the sword was drawn, a cold wind surged. A thick energy gushed out from the sword and rushed straight towards Wang Qing. "I won't draw my sword, but I can kill you with the energy in my sword." Wang Qing. He tilted his head and looked at the flying sword energy with a puzzled look. "This thing can kill people? Isn't it for eating?" He opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed all the incoming evil spirits with one suck. Ghost King. Sister Lien. Su Tiantian. Ah. Yin Xian sword. The Ghost King looked at the Yin Xian sword in his hand, and the originally transparent sword body had dimmed. You! It roared in anger. I will kill you! The cold wind was surging, and the Ghost King was as fast as a flying swallow. He appeared in front of Wang Qing in just a moment. Wang Qing was not afraid at all, because in his eyes, the opponent's speed was like slow motion. With his speed, can you also be called the Ghost King? Bah! Just as he was about to dodge, a black snake slammed into him. Boom! The Ghost King did not expect that someone would dare to take action at this critical moment. After the Ghost King was knocked away, Xiao Nian shouted anxiously, Hey Tian Jiao, take Xiao He away. The black dragon rolled up Wang Qing. Xiao Nian grabbed Su Tiantian, and the man and the snake ran very fast. Lien Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Want to run? She released 2 balls of Yin energy in an attempt to keep them back, but Wang Qing opened his big mouth and swallowed the entire attack. The group rushed down the mountain. At this time, all the students had already fled to the foot of the mountain. Before they could catch their breath, they saw 15 B-level evil spirits rushing towards them aggressively. Su Yuming asked breathlessly, We are afraid of the Ghost King, right? The other students nodded. Right? We are afraid of the Ghost King, not the B-level evil spirits. Look at those guys, they dare to come over here and chase us. Su Yuming took a deep breath and shouted at the raccoons. Give them face, raccoons. Slap them to death. The raccoon felt extremely guilty for not being able to protect his elder brother, and he had no place to vent his anger. Ah! The raccoon was the first to be hit, and its claws emitted a burst of white light and slammed towards the evil spirit running in the front. Bang! There was a horrible explosion in the air, and several evil spirits were sent flying backwards under the impact. What's going on? Why aren't these humans running away? How dare you do that? It hurts so much. This is really outrageous. You dare to fight us? Aren't you afraid of being killed by the Ghost King? Funny. Hey, why are they all here? More than 30 students, plus the teachers present, and more than 40 contracted beasts all pounced over. Whoa, Lord Ghost King, come and rescue us quickly. I can't do it anymore. More than a dozen B-level evil spirits were completely dissipated into the air after being ferociously beaten. They would never have thought until their death that the Ghost King, who was clearly following behind them, would give up the pursuit because of the contempt of a small, contracted beast, causing all of them who caught up with them to fall to the ground. On the mountain, Su Tiantian and Xiao Nian were running out of breath. After they hid behind the tree to rest, they found that Wang Qing and He Tianjiao were missing. Oops, we got separated from them. Xiao Nian felt a little worried. If the Black Sky Dragon faced the Ghost King, he would definitely be killed. No. We have to go find them. Su Tiantian swallowed hard. The run, just now, almost exhausted her to death. Xiao Nian shook her head slightly. No, the contracted beast and the master have a resonance. If you just close your eyes, you can find where they are. Xiao Nian slowly closed her eyes and pointed to a patch of grass. They should be there. Let's take a break first, then go over. Su Tiantian nodded weakly. Okay. The Black Sky Dragon on this side was almost exhausted. It took Wang Qing, and he ran wildly all over the mountains. Lien Mei and the Ghost King behind him attacked more fiercely than the other, and he almost lost his life several times. Meow. Lil. Hey Tian Jiao listened to Wang Qing's puzzled meows and arrogant gurgling sound from time to time, and he felt hopeless. It had come to this point, and he still had to provoke others for such a trivial matter. The Ghost King and Lien Mei behind were so angry that they were determined to cut Wang Qing into pieces. Little guy, if I don't grind you to dust today, I won't be the Ghost King anymore. The Ghost King was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. If looks could kill, Wang Qing would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Wang Qing felt so happy when he heard the point's value, reminded by the system space. Ding dong, 50,000 anger points from the Ghost King. Ding dong, 50,000 anger points from Lien Mei. High points still depend on them. Chapter 27, Awakening. Huff. The Black Sky Dragon rushed all the way upwards, not knowing which floor it had reached, let alone where it was. All I knew was that the Ghost King behind me had been thrown away. It hid beside a cliff, breathing quietly. Can you please stop provoking the Ghost King? Its voice was particularly soft, more like that of a young girl. Wang Qing could not imagine that it was a female. Wang Qing meowed and rubbed against it affectionately. The black sky dragon looked at him with disdain. Don't come on, if you hadn't been provoking them all the time, I wouldn't have been chased to death like this. If Wang Qing didn't do this, how could he earn points and consume energy? At this time, there was some movement in the grass. The black sky dragon silently disappeared into the darkness, and a wisp of purple mist began to spew out of its mouth. Mist! After a while, extremely thick purple mist began to float near the cliff. This fog can only buy us 10 minutes of rest time. They won't find us for now, so don't jump around. Hold on to me. Wang Qing stood at the edge of the cliff and meowed a few times at it. Black sky dragon sighed. This is more than 50 meters high. If you let me jump down, I will be smashed to pieces, right? It just wants to say, I can't do it. Wang Qing's eyes began to become alert because the sound of the grass became heavier, and two pairs of cold eyes gradually emerged from the grass. The black sky dragon instantly became alert. It immediately protected Wang Qing behind it, ready to escape at any time. You guys really gave me a hard time finding you guys? Little black dog, where can you escape now? The Ghost King walked over with the Tiantian sword in one hand and Lian Mei in the other, with an evil expression on his face. Lian Mei's expression was extremely happy. After all, being able to witness the sudden death of an enemy with one's own eyes, isn't this the most satisfying thing in the world? Black Sky Dragon questioned in disbelief. Impossible. My miss can definitely delay for 10 minutes. You can't possibly get out so quickly. Ghost King Sen sneered. Yes, but what level are you? What level am I? Hey Tian Jiao took a deep breath, his eyes wide. Are you? S level. The Ghost King snorted and laughed. If you answer correctly, I will send you on your way first. It drew out the Tiantian sword without any warning, and with a flash of its body, it swung out a sword. Black Sky Dragon widened his eyes. Damn it, I can't hide from it. Wang Qing wanted to jump out to help block the knife, but was shaken away by the Black Sky Dragon's tail. Wang Qing, it's not like I can't handle it. Why are you pushing me away? Puff! A blood flower exploded on the edge of the cliff. The blood flowed from the Black Sky Dragon's abdomen, and its whole body was shaking violently. Despite being so seriously injured, it was still worried about Wang Qing and kept muttering, run, run. If one dies, it's impossible for both to die, right? Wang Qing felt inexplicably distressed when he saw his companions were seriously injured. This was a feeling he had not experienced since he became a Taotai, even during the era of unification. Friendship? This is the friendship he has never experienced. System, let me wake up. Ding dong awakening. The Ghost King drew out the Tiantian sword and hooked his finger at Wang Qing in an evil way. What? Are you scared silly? Not cheap anymore? No one can protect you now. His voice was full of mockery, but he didn't know that a completely ferocious beast had awakened. Black Sky Dragon looked at Wang Qing with his dying breath and kept shouting, run. Why? Don't you leave? Black mist gradually grew all over Wang Qing's body, and a very brutal aura spread in the air. His body began to grow larger, and his ugly appearance became more and more disgusting. His body is as strong as a bull. He has a human-like face, a mouth as big as the abyss, eyes under his armpits, a pair of long winding horns on his head, and his skin is dark green, like a demon from hell. How good can such a look be? What scared the Ghost King was not his appearance, but his extremely brutal, murderous aura. How many people must have been killed, and how many battles must have been fought to gather such a terrifying, murderous aura? It was almost out of breath due to the murderous aura surrounding Wang Qing. The Tiantian sword in its hand was buzzing, as if reminding its master to escape quickly. Lian Mei was so scared that she hid aside, looking nervously at the 8-meter-tall monster approaching her. Wang Qing let out a scream. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his bloody mouth and bit the Ghost King with lightning speed. The Ghost King was forced to raise the Tiantian sword to block, and only heard a crisp sound. Ah! How so? Ah! The hand holding the sword and the Tiantian sword were directly swallowed up. It screamed in pain, and its expression was full of shock. Ding dong, 50,000 shock value from the Ghost King. Ding dong, 10,000 shock value from Black Sky Dragon. Ding dong, 5,000 fear points from Lian Mei. Such a ferocious beast. Even an S-level ghost can escape death. Wang Qing would not give the other party any breathing space, and opened his bloody mouth to attack again. The Ghost King retreated wildly, and Wang Qing chased after him. When it flew into the sky and lamented that Wang Qing could not fly, a strong wind blew from behind, and a pair of huge claws slapped it fiercely. Boom! The entire ghost mountain began to tremble violently. The Ghost King was buried in the ground. Just as he was about to raise his hands to resist, a big mouth rushed towards him. Crack! Ding dong. Host hunted down an S-level ghost and gained an evolution value of 200,000. Wang Qing was shocked. He ate an S-level monster and got such a terrifying evolution point. This is a bit of a surprise. In fact, what Wang Qing didn't know was that in this world, for ghosts to be promoted to S-level, they have to fight with heaven and earth. Every time they are promoted to a higher level, they have to absorb a large amount of yin energy. Every step is not so simple. Lian Mei, who was standing nearby, was so scared that she turned around and tried to run away. How could Wang Qing let this bitch escape? He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. With a powerful suction force, he swallowed Lian Mei into his stomach. Ding dong. Host hunted down an A-level ghost and gained an evolution value of 100,000. Grade A, 100,000. S-level, 200,000. Level B, 1,000. The others are hundreds or even dozens. The integral value of this system is a bit outrageous. In fact, this world is full of B-level evil spirits, and only 1 in 100 can be promoted to A-level. Black Sky Dragon, is he not dead? Black Sky Dragon hummed softly. If you don't come to save me, it will be too soon. Wang Qing. Just as Wang Qing was about to take it away, a loud noise came from the sky. Boom! The entire District 20 was shaking violently, and countless buildings began to collapse. An extremely large red crack appeared in the sky. A large number of strange birds fell from the sky. Wang Qing. Black Sky Dragon was horrified. The crack is coming. The cracks represent disaster, and the demons from other worlds have begun to attack Area 20. Chapter 28, Grade A Crack. Zone 20, City Defense Department. The Longyuan Army and the Linglong Army gathered together. Li Qing and Zhang Cheng stood on the city wall with serious expressions, looking at the gap that exploded above Area 20. Both of them were shocked. Zhang Cheng whispered solemnly, "It seems that this battle is inevitable." Li Qing sighed. "The staff have been evacuated from the West Gate. It's our turn next." Li Qing put on his armor, held a spear in his hand, and was about to lead his troops in a battle when Zhang Cheng called out to him, "Commander Li." Li Qing stopped and did not turn around. Instead, he asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" Zhang Cheng swallowed his saliva and said, "At what level should the alarm be sounded for this crack?" Li Qing gripped his spear tightly and said seriously, "A level." Zhang Cheng took a deep breath. "A grade? A-level cracks have not appeared for 10 years. Now that the cracks are classified as A-level, it means that District 20 will be destroyed." Li Qing, "Don't worry, we won't give up easily even if we die." 5 minutes later, a level alarm was sounded throughout Area 20. The originally quiet streets were now crowded with people. Without even taking their luggage, everyone hurriedly fled out of the city under the leadership of the Longyuan Army. During this period, many demons emerged from the cracks. They are evil and kill anyone they see. Some larger monsters are keen on destroying houses. Houses collapsed, and screams and cries were heard one after another. The raging fire spewed out by the demons turned District 20 into a sea of fire. Such a disaster was like purgatory on Earth. The students who had just escaped from the mountain ran to a place of resiliency 5 kilometers away from Ghost Mountain, each ready for battle. The bald guy's centipede was in an injured state. He stood in the open space, looking solemnly at everyone present. "You are all the hope of District 20 and the pillars of District 20. Now that disaster has struck District 20, we need people now. I hope you." His voice became more and more choked, and every word felt like a needle pricking his throat. "We're willing to go. The previous generation protected District 20 for us. Now it's our turn. My mother has become food for the demons. Now is the time for me to take revenge. Let's go." After listening to the speeches of his classmates from various colleges, the bald guy couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. "Well, you're all good kids. Later, you won't need to fight. You just need to rescue the people suffering in the streets. Good children." The students of Qingyang College responded positively, but everyone's mood was a little low. When it's time to set off, Su Yiming finally couldn't help but speak. "Report. The bald guy looked at him and said, "If you don't want to go, it's understandable." He thought Su Yuming wanted to run away, and he wouldn't blame him for being afraid of death. Su Yuming shook his head slightly, pointed in the direction of Ghost Mountain, and said, "Our class monitor and teacher Xiaoyan are still on Ghost Mountain." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone bowed their heads and fell silent. Just now, everyone went up the mountain to rescue people, but they were all scared away by the Ghost King. The bald man said with a complicated expression, "I know this, but the Ghost King is not something we can handle. If they can hold on and wait until the Rift War is over, I will personally request the Long Yuan army to come and rescue them. If they die or something unexpected happens, I will collect their bodies. Anyone who faces the Ghost King can basically only wait for death. Everyone knows the result, but they just don't want to believe this tragedy." The bald guy straightened his back and said, "Classmates, it's our turn to trigger now." "Yes." Everyone responded to the call in unison, boarded the bus, and started heading towards the city center. On the mountain, after killing the Ghost King and Lian Mei, Wang Qing looked at the demons that kept rushing down from the cracks. He was not paying attention, and his saliva was all over the floor. "Delicious, these are delicious." Black Sky Dragon. It sighed weakly, "Brother, that's not a good thing. Please don't say that. Take me down to heal my wounds quickly, or I will really die here." Wang Qing sighed and was about to rush down the mountain with the Black Sky Dragon. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped where he was. "Well, I think I have thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Do you want to go and heal your wounds?" Black Sky Dragon nodded heavily. "Yes." Wang Qing, "I want to fight again." "Ha ha ha. Putting aside other things, saving the common people is the responsibility of every contracted beast, right?" Hey Tianjiao always felt that this guy was planning something bad again. "Right. Then I'll let something else take you down and protect Su Tiantian and Xiaoyan at the same time. Isn't that enough?" Hey Tianjiao always felt very strange. "You are not coming?" "No. Can you find something else to send me down?" "You think you are." Before it could finish its words, a black mist began to spread from Wang Qing's body. After the black fog disappeared, 100 ugly, 2-meter-tall black monsters appeared. They are covered with scales and have sharp barbs on their backs. Their mouths are exactly the same as Wang Qing's, full of sharp teeth that are thin and long. It is obvious at first glance that they are not to be trifled with. Wang Qing chuckled and said, "This is the little brother I summoned. Each one is close to A level in strength, has skills, and is extremely fast. When we fight, we'll have combos, so you can rest assured." Black Sky Dragon. Ding dong from the Black Sky Dragon, 1,000 shock value. No. Just as it wanted to complain a few words, a hurricane arose, and Wang Qing's figure disappeared without a trace, at an extremely fast speed. Black Sky Dragon looked at the densely packed monsters surrounding him, feeling somewhat uneasy and panicked. "Help me find someone alive in this mountain." The evil roe deer nodded slightly, held the Black Sky Dragon in their mouths, and disappeared like a gust of wind. Before the Black Sky Dragon could react, it appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Su Tiantian. "Su Tiantian." "Xiaoyan." "Hey Tianjiao, you finally came out. How are you injured?" "Oh my god, what kind of monsters are these?" Xiaoyan immediately became alert. Su Tiantian just felt that these guys had an indescribable sense of familiarity. The Black Sky Flood Dragon said with its dying breath, "They are the things summoned by Xiao He. They are protecting us now. Don't worry." Su Tiantia. She grabbed Black Sky Dragon's neck excitedly and asked excitedly, "Has Xiao He awakened? Where is he?" "Xiaoyan, can you please let go first or Black Sky Dragon will really die?" Su Tiantian was startled and said, "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now." Black Sky Jiao coughed twice. "It's okay. I'm used to it." The master was always startled, and the contracted beast was very naughty. Black Sky Jiao naturally got used to this weird combination. "For now, please send me down the mountain first. Otherwise, I'm really going to die. It is seriously injured. If we don't go now, I'm afraid it will die." Xiaoyan nodded heavily. "Okay, you restore your original appearance first, and we will take you to treatment." Su Tiantian said weakly. "Excuse me, I want to know, where's the Ghost King?" Black Sky Dragon said calmly. "It has been bitten to death by your little black one." Su Tiantia. Xiaoyan was shocked. "No way, is that guy really that strong?" Chapter 29, Evil Roe Deer. "Is it really okay to sit like this?" Xiaoyan held the Black Sky Dragon, which had turned into a small black snake, and looked at this ugly monster, feeling somewhat disgusted. Su Tiantian was so silly that he jumped onto someone's back without even thinking about it. He also looked at Xiongyan with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? Senior Xiongyan. The barbs on their backs can retract. Xiongyan. If it hadn't shrunk, wouldn't Su Tiantian have died after sitting there? When the evil roe deer heard the praise, it made a strange buzzing sound, as if responding to the sudden praise. Su Tiantian caressed the evil roe deer's back affectionately. Oh, you're still so affectionate to me. Xiongyan. She was somewhat suspicious that what Su Tiantian liked was different from what normal people liked. Shouldn't a silly and cute girl like this like cute things like dolls? Why do I fall in love with these ugly monsters? Xiongyan jumped onto the back of the evil roe deer without hesitation, and the evil roe deer raised their hooves and made a buzzing sound. May Tilda. With a whoosh sound like a gust of wind, it rushed straight down the mountain. Xiongyan closed her eyes for no reason, her heart pounding. She held the little black snake in one hand and tightly grasped the neck of the evil roe deer with the other, fearing that it would be thrown away accidentally. This speed is too scary. When the evil roe deer stopped, Xiongyan discovered that her hair could now stand up. Su Tiantian was not afraid at all. Instead, he stroked the evil roe deer's head affectionately. You guys are really amazing. You can even find a hospital. The roe deer let out a cry of joy, and the other roe deer all gathered around and wanted to touch it. Xiongyan looked at the empty streets and the strange birds flying in the sky, feeling somewhat sad. As long as we find the contracted beast's first aid medicine, we should be able to recover. Now all the people in the hospital have been evacuated, so Xiongyan can only temporarily find some emergency medicine to help the little black snake survive. The vicious roe deer were guarding outside. She and Su Tiantian ran into the hospital and searched around in the pharmacy. They finally found the first aid medicine. Just as they were about to give it to the little black snake, the medicine flew up into the air. Although I don't know why so many people ran away. But I'm still very happy that you two girls can come and play with me. A wisp of black energy gradually condensed into a solid entity in the air. It was a fat, bald male ghost. It was holding first aid medicine in its hand and looking at the two of them with a very perverse expression. Xiongyan, who was eager to save the snake, didn't waste any time and rushed forward to fight to the death. But there is a difference between humans and ghosts. Even with Xiongyan's impressive fighting ability, he could not do anything to the other party, who turned into gas and hid aside. Yo-ho-ho, you're quite proactive. I like girls who take the initiative the most. The male ghost's voice was full of provocation, and he seemed to be enjoying the process to some extent. Su Tiantian took the opportunity to slap him, but ended up slapping the air. Her neck was tightly grasped, and her whole body was suspended in midair. Din. Xiongyan remembered rushing over and trying her best, but unfortunately, she couldn't hurt the ghost at all. Su Tiantian's entire body was suspended in the air, and no matter how he struggled with his hands and feet, it was useless. The male ghost laughed. I like your struggling movements very much. Let's start with you, ha 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 ha. It laughed so loudly that Su Tiantian was almost dying. At this critical moment, a hurricane blew in from outside. Before the male ghost could even react, he was knocked away by a hard object and smashed directly into the wall. Buzz! 100 vicious roe deer surrounded the pharmacy in 8 layers inside and outside, and their eyes were full of anger, as if they wanted to eat the male ghost alive. What kind of monster is this? The male ghost looked incredulous as to how these monsters suddenly appeared. Su Tiantian coughed violently, and all the evil roe deer looked at her anxiously, feeling more distressed than if they were injured themselves. They were all summoned by Wang Qing to protect Su Tiantian. Once they sense that her life is in danger, they will rush to the scene as soon as possible. Su Tiantian handed the medicine to Xiongyan, and Xiongyan stuffed all the medicine into the little black snake's mouth. Finally, have you recovered? When Xiongyan saw that Xiao Heibai's vitality was gradually recovering, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Don't come over here. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so powerful. I'm sorry. The male ghost knelt on the ground like a grandson and begged for mercy. But which of the evil roe deer present could spare him? One after another, bloody mouths opened, and they began to rush forward to bite the male ghost. In less than 3 seconds, the male ghost was completely bitten into pieces and became food for the evil roe deer. Let's stay here for now. Wait until the little black snake recovers. Then we'll look for Xiao Hei. The little black snake needed to hibernate and recuperate because it was taking medicine. In order to let it recuperate well, Qingyang decided to hide in the hospital temporarily. Tiantian said enthusiastically, "Don't worry, we have them. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't hurt us." As for these ferocious monsters, Tiantian absolutely believes in their strength. The evil roe deer, feeling affirmed once again, began to buzz with joy. Outside, Wang Qing has arrived in the city and is looking at the messy streets. A group of black strange birds constantly attack lone humans and fighting soldiers. Once someone dies tragically, they will be snatched up and eaten by the strange birds. Coupled with the scene where the fire completely set the entire District 20 on fire, at first glance, it really looked like hell on earth. Is the master coming out? He looked at the crack, and a steel monster with wings on its back and body made of armor was slowly flying down from the red hole. S-rank, Lord? It looks strong, but I don't know how it tastes. In Wang Qing's eyes, S-level is just a small fight. Even though he is A-level, he is confident that he can crush him. The awakened ancient ferocious beast is not comparable to ordinary monsters. Its bloodline alone is enough to prove everything. As soon as the steel monster appeared, he drew the long sword at his waist and flew quickly out of the city. The demons that came out of the cracks also responded and followed quickly. Want to deal with the people who escaped from the city? Or did you realize early on that the soldiers were planning to evacuate the personnel first before letting go and fighting? Interesting, but it's a pity that you met me. This time, you will just have to be my nourishment. Wang Qing moved his feet and rushed towards the Iron Man like a tornado. A bloody battle is probably inevitable. Unfortunately, the opponent flew away before Wang Qing could make a move. Chapter 30. Wang Qing takes action. The bus slowly drove into the city. The scenery along the way made the students leaning against the car windows gasp. This is no longer the prosperous scene it was an hour ago. The sky was dark red, and a large number of strange blackbirds were flying all over the sky. Buildings were burning, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The streets were littered with debris, and many people were attacked by black monster birds while fleeing, separated from their families forever. Many students felt so physically and mentally uncomfortable after seeing the wreckage that they vomited repeatedly. They are just children, but they have to go to the battlefield and defend their homeland like heroes. The bus suddenly stopped. The bald man said to everyone with a serious expression, "Let me repeat, what we need to do is not to fight, but to treat the wounded. If there are injured people, try to find shelter or return to the bus as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Everyone answered in unison. Understood. No one wants to be a coward at a time like this. If you can't even protect your own home, then who else can stand up? Everyone is afraid of death, but no one wants to lose their homeland. Everyone got off the bus in an orderly manner and looked up at the sky. The crack was constantly expanding, and one after another strange-looking demons were rushing down rapidly. Su Yoming's legs trembled slightly. After swallowing his saliva, he shouted to his two female teammates. "Wang Qingxian, Lu Min, are you ready?" The two women nodded and answered in unison, "Ready." Su Yuming tried to remain calm. "Let's go." Crossing the ruins, the smell of blood in the air became stronger. The three of them slowly groped forward, getting further and further away from the team behind them. "Save me, save me." At this moment, a weak cry for help echoed in the air. Su Yuming and his two teammates looked at each other, and each of them held their contracted beasts and carefully walked towards the sound of the call for help. "Save me." As the cries for help got closer, they became more nervous. Inside, Su Yuming pointed to a severely damaged restaurant in front of him, where the cry for help came from. The three of them groped their way in carefully, and with the dark red light from the sky, they found a thin figure in the corner of the restaurant. The figure lying on the ground was rather burly, wearing a tattered animal skin cloak, and it was obvious that he had experienced a great battle. "Save me!" Wang Qingxian clenched his fists and was about to step forward to save the man, but was stopped by Su Yuming. "Wait." She looked at Su Yuming in confusion. The man was almost dying, yet he still had the nerve to ask her to wait. Lu Min growled angrily. "I'm almost dying. What are you waiting for?" Su Yuming pointed at the black shadow lying on the ground and said vigilantly, "Don't you think it's weird? A man wearing only a torn animal skin. He knew we came in, but didn't react at all, and just kept repeating what he just said." When these words were spoken, the two men were frightened to death. The rough and weird laughter immediately echoed in everyone's ears. Wang Qingxian and Lu Min suddenly became nervous. "I didn't expect that you, a human, are smarter than other people. Unfortunately, you are destined to become my food. Ah! The burly figure suddenly stood up, and in the dark red afterglow of the crack, a beast face with 2 fangs and a long and narrow nose appeared. Oh my god, it really is a demon. Su Yuming made a complaint, and the other party had already picked up the giant axe hidden on the ground and rushed towards them fiercely. The first one to react was Wang Qingxian, and she awakened the little eagle in her arms. A beam of blue light flashed in the restaurant, and a blue eagle flapped its wings and slammed into the demon like a flash of lightning. But under the terrifying impact, the demon crashed headfirst into the wall with its entire body embedded in it. It was stunned for 2 seconds, perhaps not expecting that it would be attacked by the opponent before it even started. Ah! Hateful! It let out a crazy hissing sound, and a ball of red gas exploded around it, shattering the bricks of the wall. Su Yuming and Lu Min looked at each other. Awaken! 2 beams of light flashed by. The raccoon and a winged fat-headed dragon twisted their bodies and rushed forward fiercely. Energy punch! Fire dragon claw mark! The white and red lights illuminated the darkness, colliding with the demon's giant axe, causing a huge force. But Wang Qingxian was quick-witted and quick-handed. Sensing the danger coming, he called on the flying eagle to fly several people out. Raccoon! Fat-headed dragon! With a loud bang, the entire restaurant collapsed in an instant. Both the drake and the raccoon were buried underneath. Just as they were sad, there was some movement in the ruins. 3 figures rushed out from the ruins. Su Yuming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the raccoon had no injuries. The raccoon turned his back to Su Yuming and said very seriously, "Don't worry, I can create an energy shield that can offset many attacks." For the first time, Su Yuming felt that his contracted beast had grown up. His heart slowly dropped to the ground, and he tried to smile. "Okay, raccoon, in order to eat instant noodles in the future, beat me hard." The raccoon raised his hand. The 3 contracted beasts, Fathead Dragon, Flying Eagle, and Raccoon, stood together, staring at the demon not far away with serious expressions. The demon also put away his contempt and roared with the giant axe in his hand. "I will chop you all into pieces." As an A-level demon, he couldn't even deal with 3 B-level contracted beasts. If this got out, everyone would be laughing. It loves to torture others. Otherwise, it would not pretend to be a weak person to deceive enthusiastic citizens for help. But he has no time to play now. If he can't kill these 3 contracted beasts as soon as possible, he will most likely be exhausted to death. It held the giant axe and moved like thunder, with each step making a rumbling sound. The 3 contracted beasts also faced forward fearlessly. Just when a fight was about to break out between them, a black shadow rushed over quickly. Crack! Everyone was stunned, including the demon, who was unable to react. The screams were like a loud bell, roaring out in misery. The demon watched as his arm, holding the giant axe, was swallowed by a huge black monster, and the fighting spirit that he had accumulated with great difficulty was replaced by fear. What are you?" This hill-like monster stared at it with a pair of red eyes like lanterns, greedily. As a nutrient, you should know so much." As he spoke, he opened his bloody mouth again and swallowed the demon. Su Yuming, the A-level demon they had been fighting with great difficulty, was killed by the other party in one bite. "He seems to be watching us. Should I call the raccoon to run away with me?" Now Su Yuming was thinking about a question. The opponent was so fast. Could he really escape? Chapter 31. The King of Life. The atmosphere became extremely eerie and quiet, and Su Yuming and his companions didn't even dare to breathe. A ferocious beast that can eat A-level demons as food. Their contracted beasts will have to eat them one by one. "Raccoon, Just as Su Yuming was about to speak, he saw the raccoon Lele rushing towards him. Su Yuming's eyes almost popped out. "Raccoon, come back soon." He really wanted to know, are raccoons usually so brave? Just go up and give yourself a head. Wang Qingxian and Lu Min closed their eyes tightly. Neither of them wanted to see the tragedy happen. Just when everyone was frightened to death, the raccoon suddenly said, "Big brother," and caught everyone off guard. "Brother!" I didn't expect that after awakening, Big Brother is still so suave and handsome. Look at this body, so strong. Su Yuming, Wang Qingxian, Lu Min. They were all stunned by the raccoon's constant flattery. Su Yuming even wanted to ask, when the hell did you get to know such an awesome brother? Wang Qing laughed and said, "How did you recognize me?" The raccoon sniffed and said flatteringly, "Brother, You are full of heroic spirit. I can smell it from 5 miles away. Wang Qing didn't know what to say because of this flattery. That's not right. The raccoon's eldest brother is Xiao He from our class. Could it be that? He made a bold guess, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Qing's roar. Who do you say is Xiao He? You bastard. Do you even know what the noble Taodai king is? Wang Qing leaped slightly and appeared in front of him, roaring angrily. You always call me Xiao He. My name is Taodai. Did you get it? Su Yuming was trembling with fear after being yelled at, and his soul was almost scared to death. Okay, King Taodai. The raccoon laughed and said, Brother, my master is ignorant. Please don't be angry with him. For my sake, please spare him. Su Yuming. As a master, you still have to consider the face of your contracted beast? Wang Qing snorted disdainfully and said seriously, I won't bother with you this time for the sake of the raccoon, or I'll bite you to death in a minute. Su Yuming. Being frightened by a contracted beast is unheard of. Have you awakened? Little Taotai. Wang Qingxian wanted to call Xiao He, but was afraid of upsetting the other party, so he had to change his tone. Wang Qing nodded slightly. Yes, I could have awakened. I was just lazy. Lu Min sighed. You made Su Tan always doubt that he was the weakest one. I didn't expect. You were the big shot. Wang Qing. He just wanted to live a lazy life and earn points, so why should he go through so much trouble to awaken? Oh, by the way, where's Su Tiantian? Why am I not with you? Seeing that Wang Qing was the only one there, Wang Qingxian couldn't help but ask questions. Wang Qing pouted and said, I have to go fight monsters and level up myself, so I sent some of my brothers to protect them. There is nothing that can't be solved. With 100 evil roe deer, even if an S-level monster came, they would still be able to fight. And I am nearby, so there is no need to worry about being killed by the monster. Then can you tell me where Su Tiantian is? Su Yuming frowned and looked at him ingratiatingly. After all, in this city, only Su Tiantian's place is safe. Wang Qing said calmly. They are in the central hospital now, you just need to go over there. The evil roe deer is connected to him, so Wang Qing can detect any movement there at the first time. I have something else to do. I need to upgrade, so I'll leave first. Wang Qing looked at the contracted beasts and asked seriously, Do you want to go with me? He just wants to level up quickly now and doesn't want to touch some trash monsters. They all nodded and looked at each other with surprise. Then let's go. Several owners. What are we going to do if you leave? Su Yuming stood up immediately and said, If you leave, won't we be killed by the demons? Wang Qing said calmly, I will send a younger brother to take you there. You can hide here for a while. After saying that, Wang Qing left with the raccoon, the eagle, and the fat-headed dragon on his back. He was like a gust of wind, disappearing in just a second. The three of them were completely stunned. Even their obedient contracted beasts ran away with other contracted beasts. This is fucking terrible. I'm going to complain to Tiantian later. Su Yuming was so angry that he gritted his teeth, which was somewhat personal. But just as he finished speaking, several gusts of wind blew over. They were all blinded by the strong wind, and when the wind died down, they discovered that they were a few ugly demons. They have sharp barbs on their backs, and their entire bodies are as black as ink. They exude a black aura, making them look like monsters crawling out of the devil's world. What is this? Su Yuming took a few steps back in fright, and the two girls screamed. But before they could react, they were carried on his back. Su Yuming. What happened? Could these guys be the little brothers that Taotai mentioned? Before he could sit down firmly, these demons rushed forward at an incredible speed. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at a hospital. Wang Qingxian and Lu Min's hair stood up, looking a little messy and disheveled. However, seeing that the hospital was full of these creatures, I didn't dare to get angry. At least it was safe here. Tiantian, are you guys in there? Su Yuming plucked up his courage and walked in front. Su Tiantian heard the sound and ran out quickly. Since Wang Qing and the evil roe deer had explained that these were friendly troops, they were not on guard. They just stood aside, staring at the sky in a daze, and no one knew what they were thinking. How did you know we were here? Where are the contracted beasts? They must have died in the battle, right? Su Tiantian looked at them without their contracted beasts, and her expression was somewhat uncomfortable. She hated to see tragedy happen the most, especially the death of her contracted beasts. Su Yuming sighed. They were all kidnapped by your Xiao He. Really? I don't know what to say about your Xiao He. After awakening, he has such a bad temper and is even mean to me. As he complained, He watched Wang Qingxian and Lu Min gradually walk away from him. A group of vicious road deer stood coldly behind him, staring at him with murderous eyes. Because Wang Qing hated being called Xiaohei the most. And he had also told Elu that anyone who dared to say that would be beaten. Ah! The vicious thieves tossed Su Yuming around in front of the hospital entrance like a ball. The entire area in front of the hospital was filled with Su Yuming's screams. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hurry up. Put me down. I was wrong. I will never call you Xiaohei again. You are the Taotai King, the king of my life. Chapter 32, 30 million points. On the rooftop of the TV station, a beautiful girl in a white long dress was standing in front of the camera with an anxious look on her face. This is City Hot News. I'm the host, Yin Su. A-level crack suddenly appeared in District 20. The situation is urgent now. Demons have covered the entire city. If you are at home right now, please do not act rashly. If possible, call our emergency center. The number is 5/8. Yin Su paused for a moment when he said this, because the director was writing on the transmitter. Most of the people in the city had been safely evacuated, and the Longyuan army had officially entered the city. Yin Su's pretty brows, which had been furrowed, finally relaxed. Good news. Most of the people in the city have been safely evacuated. The Longyuan army has officially entered the city and taken over the battlefield. I hope it won't be long before these damn demons are wiped out. At this moment, netizens from all over the country are in this live broadcast room. Everyone became excited when they heard the news. The Longyuan army is here. There is hope for District 20. The Longyuan army must evacuate the civilians first so that we can focus on fighting the demons. We will definitely win this time. Go for it. The incident happened in just over an hour, but it attracted attention from people all over the country. At this moment, there are more than 500 million online viewers in this live broadcast room. Everyone has high hopes for District 20 and is even more excited about the Longyuan army. This is a people's army, an army of courage. Wherever it goes, demons and beasts are defeated. Yin Su also wanted to say something encouraging. The director suddenly let out a scream. He pointed at the large group of black strange birds flying behind Yin Su and shouted, "They have discovered us. Hurry, run!" The director and the photographer screamed in fear, dropped what they were holding, turned around, and ran into the house. Yin Su's eyes widened. She also wanted to run, but her feet were numb from standing for too long. Damn it! Feeling the evil wind surging behind her, a strange howling sound sounded like funeral music, like a farewell song for her. No! The camera fell to the ground, and this angle just caught a glimpse of Yin Su in despair. Her expression was full of fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room were so scared that they sent out comments frantically. Run. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Oh no, it's over. You're doomed, Goddess Yin. It's too late to run. Just as Yin Su was about to be swallowed by the huge wave formed by the black monster bird, a black shadow as big as a hill appeared strangely. Audience. This sudden appearance of the monster stunned everyone. Yin Su didn't dare to turn around because she was afraid of seeing the hellish scenery. Puffy-headed dragon, flying eagle, raccoon. Protect that woman. The three contracted beasts protected Yin Su. Yin Su was confused by the sudden appearance of the contracted beasts. Come over. I won't be polite then. Wang Qing opened the huge mouth of the abyss and took a breath of excitement. The group of black strange birds that rushed over with great momentum and the determination to win were all shocked. There was clearly a pretty girl standing in front of me, but in the blink of an eye such an ugly thing appeared. They wanted to break to see what was going on, but were sucked over by a powerful suction force. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The strange black birds made strange cries, and no matter how hard they tried to escape, they were eventually sucked into that big mouth. About 3 seconds later, a burp like thunder resounded through the sky. Hiccup. It feels so good. Wang Qing listened to the ding-dong sound coming from the system space. Just now, he swallowed more than 2,000 strange birds. Each of them was worth 500 evolution points. Wouldn't that make him rich? The values of the monsters are different. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Don't tell me that all the demons just now were swallowed up. Oh my god, this guy is a friendly soldier. This is too strong. Just this breath. Swallow it all. All I know is that they saved Goddess Yin. Mighty, mighty. Ding dong. 30 million shock points from the live broadcast audience. Some people don't think it's shocking, so no points are generated. Wang Qing. 30 million points? Live broadcast room? Where's the live broadcast room? This is too scary. 30 million converted into evolution points would be enough for him to reach S level. Yen Su's eyes met Wang Qing's eyes. One was stunned and shocked. The other was filled with joy. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Take my punch. I peck, I peck. The three brothers, Eagle, Fathead Dragon, and Raccoon, were beating up the few fish that had escaped the net. Are you a contracted beast? Yen Su was in such close contact with Wang Qing, and although he was ugly, she did not feel any discomfort. Instead, she had an unprecedented sense of security. Wang Qing nodded slightly. Yes, are you live streaming? Now he just wants to know where this super live broadcast room is. I just made a move and absorbed so many points. Yen Su seemed to understand something and raised the camera that was thrown in the corner. Your identity is very special, right? Don't worry, I understand. After saying that, she smashed the camera to the ground. With a click, Wang Qing. Oh my god, you spendthrift woman. What are you doing? That was a magic weapon for earning super points, and you smashed it. Wang Qing wanted to kill her now. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Yen Su thought he had used up too much energy, so he gently stroked his head. Are you too tired? Would you like to take a break? Wang Qing. He really wanted to say that he shouldn't be angry. He has always been the one who makes others angry, but he never thought that one day he would be mad at a woman like this. But when I thought about the fact that she could do live broadcasts for the huge points, I decided not to blame her. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and effort. After thinking for a while, Wang Qing smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm fine. I am a contracted beast from Qingyang College. I just happened to pass by and rescued him. My identity can be made public. You don't have to smash the camera. And if possible, please broadcast it live. I'll take you around the battlefield and let everyone know that District 20 will win. Yeah. This series of words made Yen Su confused. She said with some embarrassment, but I have smashed the camera. If I want to restore it, I have to bring the director and photographer out to readjust the machine. Wang Qing immediately gave his younger brothers a look. The three of them understood immediately and rushed in like crazy. Big brother means that the men are dead, and the women are caught by him for fun. Are you stupid? He means he can kill both men and women. The raccoon suddenly stopped, looked at his two teammates, and angrily said, as the number one lackey, I need to explain something to you. Brother's idea is to have them deploy live broadcast equipment so that we can become internet celebrities and let the whole country know that it was our Qingyang F4 who solved this crack disaster. Feiying. Qingyang F4? Fathead Dragon. What a cool name, I like it. The raccoon snorted. Why don't you go find someone quickly, or else Big Brother will get impatient and won't play with us anymore. The raccoon is also very happy. It has let everyone acquiesce that it is the boss's number one lackey. It will definitely be spoiled in the future. Chapter 33. The Dignity of the Contracted Beast. What's going on? Why is the live broadcast interrupted? What on earth is that monster? Goddess Yen was rescued, right? Or is it a tragedy? I just took a leak. How come the information is out of sync? Someone tell me what happened. Countless netizens sent barrages of comments to the dark live broadcast room. The scene of Wang Qing's appearance was also recorded by the military. At this time, Li Qing was busy mobilizing the Longyuan army to enter the city to fight. Zhang Cheng rushed into the combat command room with the video. Commander Li, I know it's very presumptuous of me to come in now and disturb you. Zhang Cheng was panting heavily, obviously very tired from the jogging. She held the microcomputer in her hand and continued to talk to Li Qing. This guy just appeared in the city. I have to report it. They had no idea whether the monster, which swallowed more than 2,000 strange birds in one breath, was an enemy or a friend. If they ignored it, the consequences would be beyond their ability to bear. Li Qing did not get angry, but silently took the microcomputer. When he saw Wang Qing swallow all the strange birds in one bite, his expression became more solemn. This guy is definitely a Lord-level demon. What makes me wonder is, why did he let these demons who look like contracted beasts protect the host? If it is a demon, it would not be too late to let the strange birds eat the people first and then come out to fight. Zhang Cheng was running so fast just now that he didn't notice the several contracted beasts jumping off Wang Qing. These seem to be contracted beasts. Look, they all have runes on their bodies. Rune? It is a mark on every contracted beast, and it can only be revealed after awakening. In that case, this big guy is not a monster. Whose contracted beast would that be? Li Qing was overjoyed. Since they were not enemies, It naturally reduced a lot of burdens. He could even help them at a critical moment. Zhang Cheng's expression was serious. I will investigate it thoroughly and let you know the result. She now needs to find out who these contracted beasts belong to, especially the largest contracted beast, which is so powerful. Who is his master? Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Now I need to speed up preparations to enter the city and fight. Li Qing continued to explain the battle plan to the captains of each division, and they must not hand over Area 20 to the enemy. Will please stop fighting? All the cameras at the TV station are broken. This one really can't be repaired. The ball director was attacked by the raccoon and the eagle. He was beaten black and blue and kept begging for mercy. The photographer was better off. After all, it was only the eagle taking pictures of his face with its wings. Yen Su couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he stepped forward to stop them, saying, "We only have one camera at our TV station, so don't hit them for now. Why don't we look somewhere else? There must be such a thing as a camera there." This sentence also saved the two unlucky guys. Wang Qing nodded. "Okay then, do you know where there is a camera?" Yen Su patted his proud chest and assured, "I definitely know. Don't worry, just leave it to me." For some reason, Yen Su always felt that he felt particularly safe staying with this particularly ugly guy in front of him. Although she didn't know why he wanted to broadcast live, since her savior had asked her to do so, and in order to prevent the director and photographer from being beaten to death, she still resolutely helped him find a camera for the live broadcast. "I have a question. Know you guys have cell phones?" The director, who was beaten black and blue, asked a soul-searching question. Wang Qing seemed to have discovered a new world. Yes, mobile phones can also be used for live broadcasting. Yen Su sighed. "I lost my phone because I was too anxious just now." The photographer also said, "Yeah, mine was lost a long time ago." The director laughed. "Just because you don't have it doesn't mean I don't have it, right?" He pulled out a pineapple 18 from his pocket and handed it over with both hands with a proud look on his face. Wang Qing said to Yen Su, "Then turn on the live broadcast." He now just wants to earn points quickly. As long as he evolves to SSS level, he will see who dares to act arrogantly in front of him. Yen Su took the phone, opened it, and looked at it with a look of regret. Wang Qing. "What's wrong?" Yen Su pointed at the impressive battery level and said, 2% of the battery. You can shut it down after saying a few words. Director. For some reason, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. The raccoon kicked him to the ground, and the fat-headed dragon sat heavily on his chest. Raccoon. How dare you take out your phone when it's dead? Are you making fun of us? Fat-headed dragon. If I don't fight you for 1 second, you'll feel itchy, right? I'll sit on you to death. The eagle was hovering nearby and wanted to go over and kick him, but there was no place to do it, so he could only yell and curse. Hit him hard, hit him until he starts to smoke. Yen Su. She was really impressed by these contracted beasts. They were like living treasures and had no sense of crisis of disaster at all. Wang Qing sighed. Stop fighting. We have to find a camera or a mobile phone quickly. The live broadcast is important now, right? The contracted beasts stopped their actions at Wang Qing's call, but the director's bones were almost broken from sitting. Can I really sit on it? Yen Su wanted to sit on Wang Qing's back, but was ruthlessly rejected by the raccoon. Bad woman. Yen Su. The raccoon snorted in dissatisfaction. The only human who can sit on our big brother's back is his master. This is the dignity of a contracted beast. Do you understand? Wang Qing. He is also very happy to let the beautiful woman sit. But now that you, raccoon, have said this, it would be a bit awkward for him to say that he doesn't mind. Yen Su nodded, not quite understanding. I understand. The raccoon pointed at the eagle next to him and said proudly, just sit on its back and go with us. Feiying. Oh my God, what you said really embarrassed me. Brother's back is a back, but my back is not a back. If I let my master know that I pick up people casually, she will be angry. Yen Su. Big brothers, please let me sit for a while. Any one of them will do. I really won't tell your master, okay? Wang Qing was also annoyed. Flying eagle, take her with you. I'll catch a few monsters for you to gain experience later. Contracted beasts can gain a certain amount of experience by killing monsters, which is why Wang Qing brought them out to see the world. Feiying, who was cursing at first, suddenly laughed as if he had found a treasure. Come on, get up, just sit down, don't stand. Standing is too tiring. Yen Su was speechless. Why do these contracted beasts seem to be as smart as humans? The most annoying one was the raccoon, who smiled and said to Yen Su, well, come here. My brother can't carry you, but I can. Even if you hang on my neck, I won't say anything. Yin Su. This is too much of a contrast. Chapter 34, Goblin King. The camera resale point should be in the front. Just, are you sure you want to go down? Yin Su sat on the back of the Flying Eagle and asked Wang Qing, who was standing beside him. Because in front of the photo studio, there was a group of destructive demons standing there. They were not big in size, but they were densely packed together and didn't look like they were easy to mess with. Wang Qing narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, "Aren't these goblins?" He looked at the short, ugly little guys on the street and couldn't help but sigh. Even low-level monsters like this can cross the cracks and come to this world to cause destruction. There really is no one else. Yin Su was ashamed. You can't ignore the weakness of the demons just because you are strong. Just because you can beat them doesn't mean they can beat you. The raccoon sitting on Wang Qing's back and the fat-headed dragon flying on the other side, both of them became unhappy immediately. The raccoon cursed and said, "You bad woman, you look down on us too much." Fat-headed dragon immediately agreed. Yes, a contracted beast can handle a goblin. Although they didn't know what goblins were, the eldest brother said that they were low-level monsters and were definitely incompetent. Yin Su. For the first time, she discovered that contracted beasts were so difficult to deal with. If you say one word, they can answer you with 100 words. The goblins also noticed Wang Qing and the others' arrival, and immediately made strange grunting sounds. They held sticks and began to pound the ground, as if issuing a stern warning. Just as Wang Qing was about to demonstrate, the raccoon on his back and the fat-headed dragon on the side were eager to show off, so they jumped down without thinking. "Raccoon, brother, leave this weakling to us." Fat-headed dragon, "If I can't even handle this, then I might as well just die." Fei also shouted anxiously, "Can't you wait for me to put this woman down before you beat her? Leave a few for me." Yin Su. Well, because of one sentence, they all went crazy. Wang Qing also wanted to see if the two guys could handle it, so he said to Fei, "You carry her first and see if they can do it." There were at least 100 goblins on the street, holding sticks and looking ready for battle. The goblin at the head holding a staff should be the leader. "This is already our goblin territory. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The goblin shaman glared at them with eyes wide open. The raccoon and the fat-headed dragon looked at each other and laughed in unison in a funny way. Raccoon, "Wahaha, the way these short guys talk is really funny. With such little strength, they dare to yell in front of me." Fathead dragon, "Are they all so brave? How dare they tell us to get out?" The goblin shaman felt slighted and didn't intend to hold back, so he waved his staff and chanted an ancient spell. 2 black circles of light appeared in the air. Fire control spell, crazy stone curse, buzz. There was a sound in the air, and 2 black circles of light released 2 dazzling lights. A ball of fire shot up into the sky and rushed towards the fat-headed dragon first. The fat-headed dragon opened its mouth, spit out a ball of scorching dragon flame, and rushed forward fiercely. Boom! The flames collided in midair. What rushed out of the other circle of light was just a huge rock. The rock hit the flames and formed something like a fire meteorite, which directly dispersed the flames of both sides. Fathead Dragon's eyes widened, and he said, "No way." Big Brother said these guys are weak. They even use combos in a fight. How can they be weak? The huge flint came rushing towards him, and the raccoon was no longer calm. White light burst out from his fists, and after a roar, he smashed at the flint. Bang! Under the huge impact force, the whole earth was shaking, and the flying rock fell apart in an instant. The raccoon said to the fat-headed dragon seriously, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Big Brother is watching from behind." Fathead Dragon nodded heavily and said, "We can't let Big Brother down." With the determination to make their big brother look up to them, the 2 younger brothers' fighting spirit instantly boiled over. The raccoon bumped his fists together, and a thin white light began to appear on his body. Its originally bulky body suddenly became light. A ball of white light burst out of its fists again, and it punched into the air with a serious expression. The secret of Huan Fist, Big Brother Fist. Bang! A ball of white energy exploded in the air and blasted towards the unwilling goblin shaman at an incredible speed. The goblin shaman waved his staff and created a black air wall to block it. The fat-headed dragon roared unwillingly. It took a deep breath of hot air, and the anger in its mouth instantly boiled over. Fire Dragon, Big Brother explodes and kills. A huge fireball blasted towards the goblin shaman following the raccoon's punch. The goblin shaman was under great pressure. After the two attacks hit the air wall seemed to be made of paper. It disappeared without a trace after just one hit. The goblin shaman's eyes widened. No, up was he. Boom, boom. After the two explosions, the entire goblin group suffered a heavy blow, especially the big explosion released by the fathead dragon. This fireball can also explode a second time, killing and injuring them. The moment the explosion occurred, the raccoon disappeared. The next second, he pulled the dying goblin shaman up and said, "Whose territory did you say this is?" It shook the goblin shaman violently, its tone no different from that of a gangster. The goblin shaman's face was filled with fear, and he replied, tremblingly, "It's yours." The raccoon slapped him and shouted, "It belongs to our eldest brother." Goblin shaman, "Does this matter? You come over here and beat us up, and you wanted to say this? Show your strength as soon as possible, and I will just give in, and that will be it." The fat-headed dragon didn't pay any attention to anything else and was happily clearing out those goblins. "Weren't you guys pretty awesome just now? I hit them on the ground with a stick. Why are they so weak now? Some are dead, and some are injured. If you don't have some strength, how dare you imitate other demons and cross the cracks in time and space to seek death?" The goblins who were beaten. The goblin shaman watched as all of his fellow tribesmen were killed, and the fear in his eyes gradually turned into anger. Finally, when the raccoon wasn't paying attention, he held the staff in his hand and released a ball of lightning. Sizzle. The raccoon narrowed his eyes and stared at it with an unhappy look. "Everything is in my hands, and you still want to play tricks? Can't you see the white light coming from my body? Did you know that it has a defensive effect?" Goblin shaman. It wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but when it saw that it couldn't escape, it roared angrily. "Our king will avenge us. Just wait, just wait." Just as the raccoon was about to kill it, a green shadow slowly walked over from the street. "Let go of my people. If you want to die, I can give you a ride." An extremely sharp voice cut through the air. It was holding a long sword, wearing armor, and a crown on its head. Its face was cold, and it exuded the aura of a king. "Goblin, king." The goblin shaman screamed in joy, but unfortunately the raccoon broke his neck before he could even scream. The raccoon stared at him fearlessly and snorted. "You don't have the qualifications to give us a ride." The smell of gunpowder in the air became extremely strong. Wang Qing, who was flying above, looked at the raccoon and the fat-headed dragon and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. These little guys have grown up. The eagle on the side cried, "Brother, please send this bad woman aside. I also want to go over there and gain experience. I can't just watch them fight." Yin Su. Why did I become a bad woman? Chapter 35. 3 Heroes versus Goblins. Yin Su looked at a 3-meter-tall monster slowly approaching, and his eyebrows could not help but frown slightly. Its momentum is so scary. Is it scary? Then do you think the raccoon and the drake can handle it? He is just a goblin king, and in Wang Qing's eyes, he is still a weakling. Yin Su shook his head slightly. I don't think they can beat them." Fei Ying was so angry that he shook his body and almost threw Yin Su down. "Bad woman, find a place to squat quickly. I want to join the battle too." Jiang Su. She was a well-known host in District 20 and a beautiful sight wherever she went. But in the eyes of the contracted beast, she became a bad woman. "Can I get on your back?" Yin Su's eyes were full of pleading, and Wang Qing did not refuse. "Okay." But just as he finished speaking, Fei Ying rushed to the rooftop of the photography shop and threw Yin Su down without saying a word. "Just you. Want to get on my big brother's back too? Just stay here," Yin Su angrily scolded. "You guys, you really don't respect girls? Damn you." If possible, she really wanted to pull out the eagle's feathers one by one and let it die in pain. The liberated eagle rushed to the fathead dragon and the raccoon without saying a word. Fei Ying whispered word by word. "Good brothers, I will help you." The raccoon's mouth curled up slightly. "Big brother is watching behind you. Don't let him down." Fei Ying snorted. "Look, I'll attack first." It flew into the sky, flapping its wings wildly, creating a 3-meter-high white tornado. "Big brother tornado kill. Call out." The tornado rushed towards the goblin king violently. Wang Qing. Why do these guys' attacks all have big brother in their names? And why do they even mention the passion they love for themselves? The goblin king drew out his sword, slashed out a sharp sword energy, and steadily hit the tornado. Bang! The green sword energy collided with the tornado, and the blow directly tore the tornado into pieces. The goblin king roared, "I will avenge my people." He drew his sword, walked briskly, and charged straight at the raccoon and the fat-headed dragon. The fat-headed dragon leaped back, opened its mouth, and released a volley of fire. Bang! The firebomb was cut in half by the Goblin King's sword, and a burst of fire instantly appeared behind it. Fat-headed dragon. Oh no, he's going to attack me. In the gap between the flames it spit out, it had no way to dodge the oncoming sword. At the critical moment, the raccoon protected the fat-headed dragon and punched it with his powerful punch. Boom! The sword and the explosive fist collided tightly, and the huge force bounced everyone backwards. The raccoon took several steps back before it could stand firm. But because the fat-headed dragon was too fat, it fell directly to the ground. The raccoon said seriously, "This guy is too strong." It could clearly feel that every sword of the opponent was sharp and fierce, as if it could break anything. The Goblin King raised his lips slightly and sneered coldly. "This is the strength you have? Are you worthy enough to be my enemy?" D. As soon as it stabilized its body, it raised its sword and rushed forward again. Fang took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of white wind, trying to stop the opponent's momentum. The Goblin King stopped fighting back and used his ghostly movements to rush towards the raccoon while dodging. "Zolfast!" The raccoon cried out in surprise. The opponent had already rushed towards him, and he could no longer dodge. "Since we can't avoid it, why not?" The raccoon charged up his fist with energy and punched the ground, smashing the area beneath his feet. There was a loud bang. The entire area collapsed suddenly, and the Goblin King's fatal sword was deflected. It also couldn't have imagined that the sword that clearly gave it the upper hand in winning the match was actually dodged by the opponent in this way. Damn it! Before it could adjust its posture, it heard the raccoon's loud shout. "Fathead Dragon, it's your turn!" Taking advantage of inertia, the raccoon leaped back, and the fat-headed dragon that was ready behind him opened its mouth wide and sprayed the Goblin King with its mouth full of dragon breath at close range. Fire Dragon, Big Brother explodes and kills. Boom! This attack directly set the entire street on fire. The surging fire caused a second explosion on the Goblin King's body, directly blowing him away. Ah! It screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground, its crown and cloak completely burned. Hateful! Damn it! It gripped the sword tightly in anger, staring straight at the fat-headed dragon. A king was suppressed like this by a few contracted beasts. This was a great shame and humiliation for him. At this time, Yansu discovered that there was a drone secretly filming in the distance, recording the battle verbatim. Look, Wang Qing already knew about it and said calmly, "It's okay, they can watch it if they want. Since just now, the system has been making shock sounds. After all, it is the first time that the military has seen such an invincible giant like him, and he is a friendly force, so they must be even more confused." Linglong Intelligence Operations Room. Zhang Cheng and his subordinates couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Wang Qing and the contracted beast fighting on the screen. Zhang Cheng, "I didn't expect these contracted beasts to be so strong and work so well together. They were able to beat an A-ranked demon into such a mess." When she was sighing about the hidden talents in Area 20, the female team members outside had already walked in. "Report to Commander Zhang. The contracted beast you asked us to investigate has been found. They are most likely students participating in the Ghost Mountain trial. Because there were already many top students from the college and the city center, under the leadership of the school, they rushed into the danger and rescued those trapped at home." Zhang Cheng. When she heard that it was a student, she lost her composure. Who would have thought that such a powerful contracted beast would belong to a few students? The female team member continued, "According to the intelligence, it seems that only students from Qingyang College can awaken like this." Zhang Cheng stared at the battle on the screen and nodded slightly. "I understand." Female team member. "The Longyuan army has now officially entered the city and is beginning to clear it out." Zhang Cheng nodded. "Okay, now keep a close eye on the movements of these contracted beasts and see if there will be any new S-level Lord monsters appearing in the cracks." Yes, Zhang Cheng always felt that this A-level gap was not that simple. It is even more impossible that there is only one S-level demon lord. That S-level demon lord disappeared after it came out, and no one knows where it went. Chapter 36. 2 S-Demons. A green gas began to emanate from the Goblin King's body, and his momentum soared. Wang Qing felt that the other party had begun to become furious, and would definitely find an opportunity to kill a few of them. In order to avoid being injured, it had to land lightly in front of them. "Brother?" the raccoon asked in confusion. "What are you doing?" In order to avoid hurting their self-esteem, it could only calmly say, I don't want to waste time. Leave it to me. The raccoon nodded slightly. Okay, we can just watch Big Brother fight. Wang Qing. Damn it. Will you really die if you don't flatter someone for a minute? I'm just fighting, and you can flatter me, he said to the Goblin King with a slightly mocking tone. Use all your strength and bet on this sword, because I only give you one chance to attack. The Goblin King was scorned, and the sword in his hand was almost broken. He gnashed his teeth and roared, I will cut you into pieces. It took a step forward and rushed towards Wang Qing like lightning. Wang Qing did not dodge and let the other party rush towards him with a sword. D. When the sword was about to strike, Wang Qing opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The powerful suction disrupted the Goblin King's steps, and he staggered towards Wang Qing's mouth. One sword of mine is enough to defeat you. It knew it had no way to retreat, so it stabbed fiercely with a sharp sword. Yin Su, who was standing above and watching the fun, began to worry about Wang Qing. Can he really swallow the other person in one bite like this? Are you afraid of being pierced by a sword? If Wang Qing knew that she was worried about him, he would definitely call her stupid. The mighty Taodai King swallows everything in the world. Edible and inedible things are all its rations. There is no such thing as food getting stuck in its throat. The Goblin King had already rushed into Wang Qing's big mouth. Once he entered his stomach, he instantly became nutrients and became deader than dead. Wang Qing burped and said to his brothers calmly, Let's finish eating and call it a day. Jiangsu. Just open your mouth wide, let the opponent rush over. Eat him in one bite, and then he dies. Even when making movies, you are not as outrageous as me. Ding dong, from Yin Su 1000 shock value. The younger brothers laughed as usual. Raccoon. Big Brother is Big Brother. With one mouth, he can both eat his fill and kill the enemy. Fang. Brother is a role model for our generation. He is really awesome. Fat-headed dragon. It is really an honor for me to be Big Brother's lackey. Wang Qing. Just one act of flattery is outrageous, right? Why are you two also trying to suck up to others like a raccoon? Ding dong. Kill the A-level monster and get 100,000 evolution points. Monsters get evolution points directly, which is different from ghosts, and the points are different. Wang Qing got even more excited when he heard this and said in his heart with great joy, If I could do a live broadcast and earn points and evolution points at the same time, then I can evolve to SSS level overnight. Isn't it as easy as drinking water? Hey, hurry in and see if there are any cameras. Yin Su said unhappily at Wang Qing's urging. The doors here are all locked. How can you let me get in? Come up quickly and take me down. The raccoon jumped onto the rooftop sensibly and carried Yin Su down. As soon as Yin Su landed, he went into the photography shop and started looking for something that could be used for live streaming. But after just 3 seconds in, she retreated helplessly. Everything inside is smashed. Let's move to another place. Wang Qing was not angry, nor was he anxious. He just nodded calmly. Okay, then you can go to the next place. Yin Su, what do you mean by us? And you? Wang Qing turned his head and looked in the direction of the hospital and said seriously, My master has a few uninvited guests. I have to go over and take a look. It sounds so easy on the surface that those who don't know would think it was just an ordinary monster. Don't forget, Su Tiantian is guarded by 100 vicious roe deer. Even the evil roe deer felt that they could not defeat him. How strong must the opponent be? Jiangsu. Just as he was about to express the idea of going over to take a look together, Wang Qing had already turned into a ball of evil wind and disappeared at the speed of light. The raccoon said with a smile, Then let's start looking for the camera. Fang looked at Yin Su with disgust. I won't take you flying this time. Let the fat-headed dragon take you flying. Just now, because he was carrying this woman on his back, Fang missed the battle and his intestines were broken. Fathead Dragon replied unhappily, I refuse. This bad woman is a big hindrance. The raccoon was more like a big brother. Seeing the two guys about to quarrel, he couldn't help but persuade them. We are doing things for the big brother. You are too narrow-minded. Yin Su blinked his eyes. Did I hear it right? Are contracted beasts now so particular about the situation? The fat-headed dragon sighed and said, Okay, I'll carry you on my back. Linglong Intelligence Operations Room. Commander, now they are split into 2 groups. Which one should we follow? The team member who was operating the drone raised a question. Zhang Qing didn't hesitate and ordered directly. Follow the big monster. It is the focus of attention. The drone quickly started to move, but Wang Qing was moving too fast, and it completely lost its target. Commander, it's gone. Zhang Cheng felt that since this big monster was in such a hurry to disappear, something big must be happening. Hurry up and start a citywide search. Use all the drones to find the enemy's location as quickly as possible. Yes. At this time, the sky gradually brightened. But District 20 was covered with dark clouds and looked dead silent. The fire burned all night long, leaving behind many ruins. The demon was standing in the ruins, screaming wildly and crazily. The streets were littered with human remains, and the smell of dried blood was extremely strong, as if this was purgatory. At the hospital, hundreds of vicious road deer roared towards the sky collectively. The sound was like a huge bell, enough to shatter the low-level demons around. Unfortunately, the two figures floating in the air had expressions full of disdain, as if they were watching a clown show. They look ugly and have a pair of black wings on their backs. I didn't expect there were so many monsters hiding here. A tiger demon with a tiger head and a human body, holding a big knife, sneered coldly. Another elephant demon with an elephant head and a human body, holding two hammers, shouted angrily. No wonder all my subordinates are dead. So they were destroyed. All of the elephant monster subordinates were lurking near the hospital, but they all disappeared overnight. It then brought its good brothers to see what was going on, and they didn't expect that there were so many monsters lurking here. Don't waste time talking to them. Just kill them first. The elephant demon clenched the copper hammer impatiently and threw it fiercely towards the hospital. Destroy it for me. Chapter 37. A serious injury. The copper hammer continued to grow larger in the air, with a bit of energy that could break through everything, wanting to completely smash the hospital into pieces in one go. The evil roe deer kept roaring and spitting out a ball of black light from their mouths. Hundreds of rays of light merged together and collided with the huge iron hammer that fell from the sky. Boom! The whole hospital was shocked. The big hammer was knocked away by the light. The elephant demon's eyes widened. Huh? It seems that he still has some strength. Su Tiantian and everyone who were hiding inside were shocked. Su Tiantian said nervously, to make these little guys so alert, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Su Yuming nodded heavily. Yes, just now they killed all the nearby demons that were about to attack. Who would have thought that these two big guys would be attracted here again? Because the evil roe deer cleared out all the nearby demons, they attracted the siege of two S-level demons. It was feared that this hospital could no longer be saved. What surprised Su Tiantian was that even though they couldn't defeat such a strong opponent, the vicious roe deer didn't even know how to run away. Could it be? She thought of Xiaohe. It was definitely Xiaohe who was coming over. Su Yuming sighed and broke Su Tiantian's fantasy. Even if Xiaohe comes, he is no match for such a terrifying opponent. Look, the opponent's hammer can grow bigger and smaller. Can Xiaohe withstand the opponent's attack? It's not that he looked down on Wang Qing. It's mainly because the aura of these two big guys is enough to scare most of the contracted beasts. Lu Min pushed Su Yuming in annoyance and said, "You'd better shut up and say such depressing words." Wang Qingxian silently stared at the two giant monsters in the sky. If I run away now, I will definitely be killed by the enemy. Why not? The hospital is almost unable to hold on. The tiger demon raised his sword and roared arrogantly. Let me do it. I can definitely kill you with just one sword. The tiger demon swung out a huge blade of energy, attempting to destroy the entire hospital along with hundreds of vicious roe deer. At this critical moment, the slashing blow was swallowed up by a black shadow as big as a hill. Tiger demon, elephant demon, they were S-level monsters, and no one could withstand their attacks. In the end, they were eaten by the opponent. The students hiding in the hospital were all stunned when they saw this scene. Su Yuming, it's Xiaohe. Xiaohe is here. Su Tiantian looked at the dark figure floating above the hospital, his eyes full of emotion. I didn't expect our Xiaohe to be so strong after awakening. Whoa, she couldn't help but cry. She had been upset because Xiaohe couldn't wake up, but she didn't expect him to be so excessively strong. Su Yuming curled his lips and said, Look, Tiantian cries because of Xiaohe's ugly appearance. The evil roe deer, who was on guard in the hospital, slowly appeared from behind him. Su Yuming seemed to sense something and gave an awkward smile. I was just kidding. The evil roe deer didn't care about anything and opened its mouth to gnaw on Su Yuming's head. Although the force was not strong, the evil roe deer's mouth was so smelly that he almost fainted. Su Yuming paid the price for his bad mouth. When the tiger demon and the elephant demon saw Wang Qing, they did not fight him immediately. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. You're pretty ugly, but you're pretty strong. The tiger demon still stood high above the ground, looking down at Wang Qing. Now I'll give you a chance. Be our little brother. The elephant demon chuckled and said, just right. We are in need of an errand boy. This is a blessing you will never get in your lifetime. Wang Qing. I am the great Taotai King. I have been in the business for so long, but this is the first time I've been treated like this by demons. Want to take me in as your younger brother? Wang Qing said with disdain. Just you guys? You deserve it? Su Tiantian. Xiaohei can actually speak. What an awful sound. Xiongyan. Is that the point? A fight is about to break out, and you're still concerned about this. After being rejected, the tiger demon was not angry, but sneered and said, are you rejecting us because you think we have no power now? Now I'll let you know what the might of an S-level demon is. It opened its mouth and released all its aura. Roar! After a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the surrounding buildings began to tremble violently, and some buildings that could not hold on collapsed completely. The hospital is a disaster prevention project, so luckily it managed to hold up. Otherwise, the students inside will be finished. After the roar, Wang Qing still had that disdainful look on his face, and he sneered, I am not worthy of what I said, and a little power can't make me surrender. You have never entered my eyes, because I can still deal with trash like you. Tiger demon. Arrogant. This guy is 100 times more arrogant than this one. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide and replied coldly, isn't it just power? He released all the aura in his body. Although it was only A level, combined with the skills of the Lord of Ferocious Beasts, it was enough to scare them. Roar! This primitive roar did not cause any waves, but only made the building tremble a few times. But the faces of the two big monsters nearby showed extreme fear. You are not a contracted beast. This is not the roar that a contracted beast can have. Ding dong, 10,000 fear points from the tiger monster. Ding dong, 10,000 fear points from the elephant monster. They are S-level demons and no more than lower-level demons. Such an ancient roar made their minds go blank. Although the opponent's strength is only A level, his bloodline is far superior to theirs. Wang Qing grinned wickedly. If I'm not a contracted beast, what else could I be? The tiger demon didn't know why, but after hearing this roar, his entire soul was trembling and every hair on his body was standing on end. The situation of the elephant monster is also not optimistic. If it could, it would like to turn around and run away. Contracted beasts and demons have one thing in common, and that is their bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the more severe the suppression. Now that Wang Qing has displayed the power of his bloodline, they are scared to death. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's time to give you a ride. As he spoke, Wang Qing released all his aura. At this moment, he was like the Taotai King who unified the world again. His figure was like a gust of wind. He moved with just a movement and appeared in front of the tiger monster the next moment. A huge mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, the tiger demon raised his sword and chopped fiercely. Unfortunately, after a crisp sound, the big knife in its hand broke with a sound. Wang Qing did not give it a chance to react. He bit off its right arm in one bite and swallowed it together with the broken knife. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream was heard in midair. The students in the audience were shocked. Xiongyan, with just one bite, he bit an S-rank lord. Chapter 38. What did you say? The students in the audience were all shocked. Xiongyan, with just one bite, he bit an S-rank lord. The tiger demon that was bitten in midair was bleeding profusely. It roared and screamed in pain, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not shake Wang Qing off. Seeing that his good brother was defeated, the elephant monster fled without even thinking. The tiger demon watched his former good brother run away and roared unwillingly. Elephant, how could you abandon me? After it said this, its entire body was swallowed by Wang Qing. Ding dong, kill the S-level monster, 300,000 evolution points. Having earned a considerable sum of money, Wang Qing was in a good mood, but when he turned around, the elephant monster had already run away. Really? Wasn't that amazing just now? How come he disappeared all of a sudden? He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Xiaohei, I'm here. When Wang Qing heard the name Xiaohei, he couldn't help feeling unhappy, But when he saw Su Tiantian waving at him happily, the anger in his heart subsided a lot. He jumped to the front of the hospital, where a group of classmates had been waiting for a while. Su Tiantian was running in front with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw Wang Qing coming down, he immediately hugged him. Wang Qing was also warmed by this hug. It was like you work hard outside, and when you get home, your wife gives you a big hug. She tells you that the bath water is ready and you can take a bath after dinner, and then lets you play games all day. Isn't this the result of most people's hard work? You look really handsome when you awaken. Su Tiantian hugged Wang Qing tightly, fearing that he would run away somewhere again the next second. Wang Qing. He was completely confused by this sentence. The classmates behind him were also speechless after hearing this. Xiongyan. What kind of aesthetics does Su Tiantian have? Does this thing look like an animal? Su Yuming. Alas, it turns out that beautiful girls have a bit of a perverted aesthetic taste. Lu Min. Maybe this is what it means to have a special liking for someone. Wang Qingxian didn't say anything, and no one knew what he was thinking. Tiantian, can I trouble you with something? Wang Qing spoke softly, trying to make his voice gentler, so as not to scare Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian frowned slightly when he heard the rough voice, but still said with a smile, "You can actually talk now. We can chat all night long in the future. What do you like to eat?" Su Tiantian scratched his head and said, "You should eat everything, right? Look at my memory." Wang Qing. What the hell is this guy talking about? I've already told you I need your help, but why isn't he responding to me? Oh, what do you want to trouble me with? Su Tiantian put on a sweet smile and looked at Wang Qing with gentle eyes. Ever since she knew that she had awakened, she had been looking forward to meeting him. Now that she had met him, she was not disappointed. Instead, she liked Xiaohei even more. Just ask yourself, who can resist a contracted beast that is extremely fierce in fighting and can summon a group of minions? Wang Qing sighed. Can you please stop calling me Xiaohei from now on? The smile on Su Tiantian's face froze instantly, and he looked at Wang Qing aggrievedly. Don't you like this name? Xiaohei, Xiaohei, so friendly and down-to-earth. Why wouldn't you like him? Wang Qing looked at Su Tiantian with contempt, but seeing that he looked like he was about to cry, he couldn't bear it. Okay, then I'll just let you scream from now on. He looked at several classmates again and said angrily, "If anyone dares to yell again, I will bite him to death." After hearing this, Su Yuming felt very bitter, as he had been bitten twice. Wang Qingxian, who had been silent all this time, could not help but ask, "Tao Tai, King." She always thought this name was weird. "Where's our eagle?" Lumen also stood up. "Where is our fathead dragon?" "Where are they?" Wang Qing chuckled and said, "They are fighting happily. If you want to see them, come with me." It hasn't forgotten about the live broadcast yet. As long as he can live broadcast, the points accumulated by the number of viewers will definitely allow him to break through the SSS level. By then, some abilities will be unlocked, and he will probably be able to destroy the world on the other side of the rift. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Wang Qing was in high spirits, and it didn't seem like a disaster at all. On the other hand, the refugees fleeing outside the city were in despair. At this time, the Longyuan army had been in the city for an hour. Under Li Qing's command, the well-trained soldiers began to carry out the cleanup. But at this time, Li Qing received bad news. The S-rank Lord Demon that had appeared earlier was hovering over the heads of the refugees outside the city. He looked at the groups of strange black birds gathering in the distance. There were so many of them, and they were so dense that they looked like a large dark cloud. Li Qing quickly gave up the strategy of entering the city and turned his troops to rush out of the city. After half an hour of rushing, all members of the Longyuan army arrived outside the city, weapons in hand, ready to fight to the death. The S-rank demon lord hovering in the sky shouted to Li Qing in a cold voice, "Let those of you who can take charge come out. I have a few announcements to make." Li Qing walked out of the crowd, staring sharply at the demon above him that was made of black steel. The demon pointed his finger, and a strange black bird flew to Li Qing and motioned for him to stand on it. Li Qing was not afraid at all and stood on the back of the strange bird with his contracted beast. He was already planning to launch a sneak attack on this guy if it didn't work. For the sake of the people behind him, he absolutely could not compromise. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Black Crow. He's the one in charge of this raid. We have defeated the city. Now I will give you a way to survive. That is to return to the city and become our slaves." The Black Crow's eyes were cold, and even the tone of his voice was condescending, as if he was not discussing, but telling you a decision. Li Qing's anger suddenly boiled over when he heard Jian's outrageous discussion. You! Explain! What? He gritted his teeth and roared out every word. Let these people go back to the city and become slaves or food of the demons forever. He knew that the demons came here from the cracks in order to fight for supplies and enslave humans. Over the past few hundred years, humans have never surrendered and are determined to drive the other side out of this continent. After hearing this, Black Crow did not show much anger, but said calmly, "Those who oppose me will be splattered with blood." Li Qing held the sword in his hand, his eyes blazing. "Then you come and try? My sword is not sharp." He drew out his sword, and after a shout, the contracted beast in his arms suddenly released a dazzling light. Chapter 39, National Justice Defending the Homeland. A white light exploded in midair. A giant stone beast engraved with runes rose from the ground. It was 10 meters tall and punched towards Black Crow with great momentum. Black Crow made a disdainful sound and let the opponent's fist come at him without dodging. Li Qing, who was standing on the giant stone beast, roared, "Ham it for me!" What? As soon as the punch was thrown, the Black Crow's figure gradually became transparent and finally turned into a sky full of strange black birds and disappeared without a trace. You will regret the decision you just made. After the Black Crows completely disappeared, the strange birds hovering nearby did not directly attack the people below, but rushed quickly into the city. Li Qing was stunned. He was clearly ready for a fight to the death, but the opponent retreated without a fight. The people standing outside the city suddenly cheered. Commander Li drove the demon away. "You are truly worthy of being Commander Li, so strong. Our District 20 is saved." When everyone saw Black Crow disappear, they thought that the other party was coveting Li Qing's strength, so he fled without a fight. But only Li Qing understood the truth. "Stone Beast, come in front of everyone." The giant stone beast made a grunt sound and walked in front of the crowd with heavy steps. Li Qing looked at the crowd of people below, feeling mixed emotions. He then glanced at the Longyuan army that had experienced a night of fighting, and the bitterness he felt was beyond words. As the commander and head of the Longyuan army in District 20, he needs to tell the people the worst outcome. "Everyone be quiet. Listen to me." Li Qing stood on the giant stone beast and glanced at the people present with complicated eyes. "The demon named Black Crow just now made a condition to me. It means that all of us will return to the city and become slaves of the demons. You guys tell me, can we agree to this?" He asked the question in a resounding voice. The cheers from the audience gradually faded away, and everyone's eyes were filled with anger. Our ancestors throughout the generations did not want to become slaves of the demons, and were constantly fighting against them. How can their generation bring shame to their ancestors? An 8-year-old kid roared. This voice disagreement. It immediately caused an uproar, and countless people in District 20 tried their best to speak out. Disagree. Even if they lost their homes, even if they lost their lives, even if they could no longer fight, they did it for the sake of future generations, so that everyone could smile under the same blue sky. They will never compromise. I will not make any move to back down. Li Qing's eyes were filled with tears. The people were so kind and had such integrity. What reason did the Longyuan army have not to continue fighting? To defend our homeland. In order to protect the peace of Area 20, I, Li Qing, on behalf of the Longyuan army, promise you that I will never compromise, even if I die in battle. There was a fire of rage burning in his heart, and this fire would definitely burn through them. In the city, the top students from various colleges who had fought all night to save people were now exhausted. They slept tiredly in the ruins and would open their eyes at the slightest sign of trouble, always in combat readiness. Fortunately, we weren't discovered last night. Yu, a student at Meiji Gakuen, woke up from her sleep. He looked at his teammates beside him again, and both of them maintained optimistic smiles. "You woke up so early? Didn't you just fall asleep for a while?" The two smiled at each other, but when they looked at a female teammate beside them, they both fell silent. In order to save people last night, the girl and her contracted beast died in the claws of the demon, and the injured person was torn into pieces. The two boys burst out with fighting spirit in the ultimate scene, and at the critical moment, the contracted beast awakened, and they snatched the bodies of their teammates back from the monster's mouth. They're just a small part of the many academies, and many people died in this battle last night. At this moment, groups of strange black birds were circling in the sky, which was just beginning to get bright. They all gathered around a strange man made of steel and his body was pitch black. Have all the races that crossed the rift arrived? Humans refused to serve us, so I decided to raze this place to the ground and seize the spiritual core of this city. The spiritual energy core is a spiritual object that can be found in every region. As long as they absorb this kind of thing, the demon's cultivation will be greatly improved, and it will not be a problem for them to jump to a higher level. The main reason why they came across time and space was the lack of resources for cultivation. After they were able to open up this world, they began to invade on a large scale, plundering resources, and even wanted to enslave humans. This announcement immediately ignited every corner of the city. The demons were howling with excitement, but the humans hiding in the ruins were filled with worry. They did this undoubtedly in an attempt to destroy the entire city, which also meant that they would not be able to survive until the arrival of the Longyuan army. Yen Su and several of his contracted beasts, who were trying hard to take a rest in the photography shop, were filled with despair after hearing this. They all had many wounds on their bodies. Since they separated from Longqing last night, the raccoon, the fat-headed dragon, the flying eagle, and the others have been fighting all night. They encountered a group of undead night demons, and a fight broke out between the two sides. The undead race has a special ability. Every undead knight has 2 lives, which means that if you want to kill them completely, you have to kill them twice. The raccoons took a lot of effort to kill these guys, but they were obviously exhausted. In order to maintain their awakened strength, they could only hide in the photography shop and survive. Yen Su felt distressed when he saw the powerless appearance of the contracted beasts. Although these guys have sharp tongues and like to speak their mind directly, she was so moved that she shed tears several times when she saw them fighting desperately to protect themselves. "Why are you looking at us like that?" The raccoon lay on the ground, looking at Yen Su in surprise. Yen Su shook his head slightly. "Nothing. I was just wondering why you guys fought so hard. You were clearly defeated, but you still persisted in the end." The raccoon grinned and chuckled. "Because our eldest brother asked us to find the camera, we have to finish it. Jiangsu, this is too straightforward. There is absolutely no thought of running away. I have to do what I promised to do." Fei Ying said unhappily. "If you have time to chat with us here, why don't you find the things quickly?" Fat-headed dragon complained helplessly. "If it doesn't work, at least find us some food to recover. How come you, a bad woman, don't have any foresight at all?" Yen Su nodded blankly like a child who had made a mistake. Okay, I'll go find you something to eat." Wait a moment. Yen Su saw that a supermarket opposite was open, so he made up his mind and rushed out. She didn't know why she still had such courage at this time. But what she didn't know was that the demons outside had already begun the purge operation and would never give up killing humans once they saw them. While she was running, she was targeted by several strange blackbirds. All the contracted beasts lying in the room were stunned. "Raccoon, looking for food? Can't you find it here?" Fat-headed dragon. "Why did you run out? Are you really not afraid of death?" Fei Ying complained helplessly. "Is this woman sick? I said I was looking for food. Why did you run to the other side?" When they saw the strange black bird rushing out of the sky, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Raccoon, oops." The eagle flapped its wings desperately, trying to rush out with all its strength, but it didn't have any strength left, and no matter how hard it flapped, it couldn't fly. Just when they thought Yen Su was going to die, a black figure appeared. Chapter 40. The Fury of the Black Crow. All the strange black birds stopped beside Yen Su. Yen Su was also shocked when he discovered a group of strange black birds around him. She was extremely nervous and her legs were shaking slightly. A black shadow stopped in front of her, its cold eyes revealing a hint of admiration. "People are now hiding in their buildings and dare not come out. You are by far the bravest woman I have ever met." The person who came was none other than Black Crow. Yansu Sivelohit Hersaliva. She did not flinch in the face of the demon. "Kill me if you want. I'm not afraid of you." She glanced at the photography shop across the street. Several of her contracted beasts were trying hard to get up and rush over, but they were so exhausted that they were completely unable to move. Yen Su was fully aware of the situation and knew that he must not drag them down, so he kept signaling them with his eyes not to move. However, these contracted beasts did not understand at all and were still struggling to stand up, but they stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few steps. Black Crow looked towards the photography shop, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Well, are you worried about them? Shouldn't you worry about yourself first?" Black Crow closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "You are a woman worthy of my admiration. Come with me now and be my human advisor. Represent me to convey my will to humans. If you don't come with me, don't blame me for killing them. Ellas were suffocated Yanshu. She has always been protected by them, and now it is her turn to protect them. Before he could even utter the word willing, a ball of scorching flames blasted over. Black Crow just raised his hand slightly and crushed the flame into pieces. It's like this, you're still struggling? It looked at the fathead dragon in the photography shop, which had fallen to the ground exhausted, and even its awakening state had disappeared. I'm willing to go with you and be your advisor. As long as you promise not to kill them, I'll do anything for you. She lowered her head and tried hard not to cry, but a few tears still fell. Black Crow stretched out his finger and gently lifted her chin with a smile on his face. I admire you very much. Yansu didn't know why, but when it touched him, he suddenly felt disgust in his bones, and every cell in his body was resisting. Black Crow's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a ball of black gas was released from his fist. The strange black birds on the ground also started to scream. The look in your eyes. I really don't like it. So, I changed my mind. You all have to die. Demons are moody by nature. They can tell you they love you 1 second and want to kill you the next. Its fist was raised, but Yansu was not afraid at all. Instead, he stared at it with his big, watery eyes. D. With the word death uttered, the big black fist smashed towards Yansu fiercely. But at this moment, a strong wind blew. As if Heya had a premonition, he turned his fist that was originally aimed at Yansu and hit it behind him. Boom! The air roared violently, and the ground beneath our feet began to crack. Under the powerful impact, Yansu flew backwards heavily. Black Crow. It didn't expect that this punch was actually caught by the opponent. It took a few steps back, staring blankly at the ugly, tall black monster in front of it. Wang Qing retracted his fangs indifferently and stared at the Black Crow. You come here to bully my little brother and woman while I'm away? Yansu fell to the ground, and when he heard a contracted beast calling him, my woman, he almost vomited blood. Su Tiantian, who was sitting on Wang Qing's back, kicked him on the hard head in annoyance. What are you talking about? What do you mean by your woman? She glanced at Yansu, who was lying on the ground, and found that he had a good figure and good looks. And why did he feel so familiar to her? Wait, isn't this the TV host Yin? Anyone living in District 20 knows Yansu. Now that his contracted beast treats it as his wife, this makes Su Tiantian feel frustrated. My own dog actually became someone else's. Yansu didn't know what was going on. This girl broke down just because of a word from the contracted beast. Black Crow clenched his fists. Your aura makes me uncomfortable. Now I decide to kill you all. The evil roe deer carrying Xiongyan and others also arrived at the scene and found that it was another extremely powerful Lord Demon, and they all suffocated. Su Yuming. Is the crack so severe this time? Why are there S-class lords everywhere I go? Wang Qing listened to the other party's arrogant words and couldn't help but retort. You are just an S-level demon. Why are you so arrogant? How dare you act so high and mighty in front of me? Since you are disrespectful to me, I plan to eat all of your men. Black Crow. What do you mean it's just an S-level demon? What does it mean to be superior to you? Who the hell are you? Black Crow's chest heaved with anger, and his powerful aura was released in an instant. Boom! It spread its wings, hovered in the air, and used its telekinesis to summon all the black, strange birds nearby. I admit that you are good at talking, but your provocation will only bring you and your companions a more miserable death. Now, as the person in charge of this operation, I will start slaughtering you. I hope you. Before it could finish its words, it was beaten to death by Wang Qing. What the hell are you talking about? Can you talk properly? If you want to fight, do it now. Stop being so literary. People who don't know you would think you've been to school. You don't look like a human being, and yet you're talking about literature. You probably don't even know how to write the word death. So, what are you pretending to be? Ding dong, 50,000 rage points from Black Crow. Black Crow Lung was almost furious. He was a dignified overlord, but he was actually beaten up like this by an A-level contracted beast. You should. D. Black Crow displayed the black sword on his waist. A large group of black, strange birds had gathered around him, all ready to go, waiting for the signal to attack. Wang Qing was not to be outdone. The evil roe deer have already carried all the people and several contracted beasts that have no combat power on their backs. The rest were staring at the strange black birds in the sky with eager eyes. As soon as we start, Those who need to be transferred will be transferred immediately, and those who need to take action will not be vague. Su Yuming hugged the contracted beast that had become Little Raccoon and cried bitterly. Little Raccoon, what did you go through tonight? Little Raccoon, the big brother is about to have a fight, and you still have the mood to sob here. Don't you have to shout a few words of encouragement? You useless master. Chapter 41. Promotion to S-Class. Superior. Black Crow didn't waste any more words, raised his sword and shouted. The dense group of black strange birds behind him let out a scream and rushed downwards madly like raindrops. It was just a moment. All the evil roe deer moved. The evil roe deer carrying Su Yuming and the others moved to a safe area at the speed of light. The rest rushed upwards. A grand scene of more than 90 vicious roe deer fighting against tens of thousands of black monster birds. The flames and black matter dyed the entire block extremely bright. The surrounding buildings were razed to the ground. The commanders of both sides were not in a hurry to take action, and their eyes met with each other. Both of them showed unusually coldness. Black Crow had no idea that his tens of thousands of strange black birds were rapidly decreasing in speed, and the flames they released were unable to break through the opponent's defenses and could not even cause any damage. What are these things? Black Crow was confused. The black bird was obviously invincible and always won by overwhelming numbers, but here it ended up being a one-sided beating. Wang Qing's lips curled up slightly, and he exerted force with his legs. Want to know? Then come into my belly, and I'll tell you. He jumped high and rushed towards the Black Crow like a gust of evil wind. Black Crow raised his sword and rushed forward. Clang, clang. The speed of both sides continued to increase, and the sound of collision in the air became continuous. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise, like a thunder explosion, instantly echoed in the sky. The speeds of both sides were at the same level, and for a while neither could do anything to the other. Call! Wang Qing stopped in midair, and the Black Crow also stopped moving. Black Crow stared at Wang Qing with a puzzled look on his face. You are obviously an A-level contracted beast. Why do you appear to be at the level of an S level? You're not normal. The battle-hardened Black Crow sensed the other party's uniqueness at the first move and also saw that the other party was quite powerful. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge him. Wang Qing sneered. Why? Who said that A-level can't fight S-level? Is this the rule in your family? Since ancient times, there have been very few people who can break the level suppression, let alone cross the S-level gap. Black Crow was choked by these words and gritted his teeth. You really want to die? In that case, I'll give you a ride. The aura on its body was suddenly released, and the murderous intent continued to rise, and then it let out a roar. S-rank lords, come and help me. Quick! Wang Qing. He was speechless. He thought the other party was stimulating his potential and then fighting him to the death. But you told me, you created such a big momentum just to attract people? Buzz! The sound just exploded. All the S-level monsters in Area 20 rushed over quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 S-level demons appeared. Black Panther, White Elephant, Black Phoenix, Dragon, Python, and Jackal. The appearance of 6 S-level demons did put a lot of pressure on Wang Qing. But so what? It was just a fight, right? He has never been a coward in his life. My lord! 6 S-level monsters saluted. But when Bai Xiang saw Wang Qing, his brain froze. It will never forget the horrific scene of its good brother being swallowed up in one bite. White Elephant, do you know him? Black Crow also noticed something. The White Elephant said in a panic. The tiger was killed by him. He has the blood power we desire. This kind of thing also makes us very afraid. The power of blood is like the nobility among demons. It is what they yearn for all their lives. Black Crow's face froze slightly. Sure enough, no wonder you can jump a level to fight me. But you're really going to die here this time. Black Crow smiled confidently, pointed at his subordinates behind him and said, they can lend me their power, allowing me to temporarily become a peak SS-level demon. It is already at the peak of the S-class. As long as it absorbs their power, it can indeed sweep across a large area. Wang Qing said calmly, oh, and then? Black Crow was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You dare to say what's next? Don't you know that SS rank is very powerful? Destroy the heavens and the earth. Ding dong, 50,000 rage points from Black Crow. Ding dong, 50,000 speechless points from a bunch of little brothers. Wang Qing already had a way to deal with it, let alone your SS. Even if there are 2 SS, He has the confidence to pin them to the ground and rub them. In that case, hurry up. I'll give you time to upgrade. It was right for him to upgrade the other party, but he also needed to upgrade himself. The Black Crow looked a little stunned. This was the first time it had seen such a strange opponent. Shouldn't he have attacked me by surprise while I was leveling up? All of you, lend me your power right now, and then return to your original world as quickly as possible. After the fight, I'll let you come over and absorb the spiritual energy core. Hearing that they could get results by putting in some effort, all the demons present raised their hands to indicate that it was okay. Immediately afterwards, groups of black gas connected with the Black Crows, and the breath of several S-level demon lords gradually weakened, as if they had contracted a serious illness, and they all wilted. Black Crow's momentum continued to grow, and his appearance began to change dramatically. The original suit of steel armor turned into rotten flesh, and a bird's beak grew on its body, turning it into a complete crow. It was just so majestic that the black gas on its body directly covered the entire Area 20. At this moment, the entire District 20 was in darkness. Wang Qing simply said, "System, use all your points and evolution points to reach S level. Put the extra ones in there too. Ding dong, reaching S level, please wait." Wang Qing's body was also wrapped in a black gas. His body was changing too. A pair of bony wings grew on its back. Its stature grew to 18 meters tall. The fangs in its mouth became increasingly dense, and its limbs became increasingly agile and powerful. In fact, apart from growing taller and gaining a pair of bone wings, there is really no change in appearance. Ding dong, promotion completed. Boom! The soaring S-level aura was suddenly released, shocking the Black Crow on the opposite side, who had already reached the peak of the SS level period. "Oh my god! I spent so much effort to improve my strength, and now you have broken through to S level." The black gas wrapped around Wang Qing gradually dissipated, revealing his brutal nature. A few wilted S-level demons sensed the danger and rushed towards the crack in the sky in fear. But a strong wind blew, and in just a moment, they disappeared. Black Crow? No way. So fast. With one bite, he swallowed all 6 S-level monsters. A sense of crisis made Black Crow shudder. It also felt that it was ridiculous. It was already SS, so what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 42. You little cutie. Linglong Intelligence Operations Room. Zhang Cheng stood in front of the screen, watching the images transmitted by the drone. He felt like he was struck by lightning and couldn't utter a word for a long time. "Commander Zhang, this contracted beast is so strong. Is this some girl's contracted beast? Our District 20 is finally saved." The shock on Zhang Cheng's face was gradually replaced by a smile. "Yes, our District 20 is saved. I should have thought of it earlier. Such an ugly, contracted beast is hers." Thinking back to the last time they met, the little black guy peed on me, but now he has become the hero who saved District 20. Pass the order down and broadcast the video of this battle live to the people of the whole country. Let the people of the country take a good look at this. Even in the face of despair, there are heroes who carry on with their efforts. Yes, a live broadcast of the battlefield appeared on the internet, instantly attracting countless people to watch. In just a moment, the number of viewers jumped to 600 million. This is the most spectacular thing in the live broadcast industry so far. Everyone saw an ugly, contracted beast leading a sweet-looking girl, fighting a big crow with absolute force. Isn't this the monster that protected Goddess Yen before? Is it really a contracted beast? It's protecting our District 20. It brought tears to my eyes. I really couldn't believe that there are still people fighting so hard. The people of the whole country have not given up on District 20, and the people of District 20 have not given up either. This is the courage of our great Xi'an nation. Go for it! Go for it! Ding dong, 60 million excitement points from people across the country. Ding dong, 500,000 shock value from Longyuan Army. Ding dong, the excitement value from the people in District 20. Whether it is the soldier standing guard over Area 20 or the common people watching the live broadcast, everyone is united at this moment and just wants to see the demons driven out of their homes. Wang Qing listened to the constant ding-dong sounds coming from the system, and his fighting spirit became more and more intense. Tiantian, let's have a good fight today. Tiantian was surrounded by a black aura. This gas could prevent her from falling and also allow her to defend against Black Crow's sneak attack. Tiantian looked at Wang Qing, who was full of fighting spirit, and raised his hand, pointing at the Black Crow opposite him, and shouted, then fight hard. She could never have imagined that one day she would be able to stand on the body of her contracted beast, fight side by side with him, and advance and retreat together. The black crow spread its wings, and its black feathers rained down madly towards Wang Qing. Black rain. D. This complete crow had gradually gone mad. It had no idea that it had a good hand, yet it had to encounter such a monster. Even though it had been upgraded to SS level, the opponent was still able to fight back. The black light flew towards him madly. Wang Qing showed the pair of large bone wings on his back, spread them out slightly, and swept out a huge black hurricane. The hurricane appeared and swept all the black feathers in. Black crow. Wherever the hurricane passed, it destroyed everything in its path, and the ruins of buildings on the ground were swept upwards. Damn, this is really tricky, but I'm not a vegetarian either. You're the only one who can create a hurricane, right? It also began to flap its wings, blowing out a strong hurricane. The live broadcast room at this moment. Everyone was watching the battle in shock, and when the other side also created a hurricane, everyone was stunned. Is this the end? An S-rank battle? Do you have to be so brutal? The entire 20th district may not be able to withstand this intensity. It's going to collapse. This city is going to collapse. When everyone saw such a hurricane, they all gasped. They believed that no city in the world today could withstand such damage. Boom! The two hurricanes collided tightly with each other. Wang Qing snorted coldly and asked softly, Tiantian, are you ready? Su Tiantian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Ready. She knew that this sentence meant that it was time for them to fight back. The moment the hurricanes collided, all the buildings in District 20 were destroyed. Suddenly, thick smoke filled the air, and the entire live broadcast room was briefly interrupted. The black crow lost track of Wang Qing in the thick smoke. It searched around in the smoke, but unfortunately could not find him. Damn it, where did you go? He knew that if he didn't kill the monster in front of him and allowed it to continue to develop, it would definitely be a big disaster. Now, even a powerful SS-level beast can't do anything to him. Hey, are you looking for us? A playful laugh came from behind Black Crow. Black Crow's body froze. Looking at the black light flashing inexplicably behind him, he thought something was wrong. When did it appear behind me? Oops, I can't hide anymore. In the critical moment, the black crow folded its wings and wrapped itself up. Come on, I'm ready to defend myself. Let's see how strong you are and whether you can break my defense. Black Crow had prepared for the worst. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Wang Qing's attack never came. Puff! It suddenly felt its wings were a little wet. It stretched its head out in confusion and found a mouthful of old phlegm stuck on its wings. Black Crow. Wang Qing spat out another mouthful of thick phlegm directly onto its head. Su Tiantian said in disgust, It's already this time. Why are you still acting weird? You don't feel sick, but I do. Ding dong, 100,000 rage points from Black Crow. It screamed angrily. How can you fight like this? Spitting at your enemy. Don't you know that every opponent is worthy of respect? I'm so angry. In such a serious occasion, you actually spit and humiliate the demon. Is that how you would do things? Wang Qing swallowed his saliva and replied a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I didn't drink much water after playing all night. I have a lot of phlegm. Spitting it on the ground pollutes the environment. It can't just be spit on yourself. Black Crow was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You love the environment so much. Isn't it okay to just swallow the phlegm? How dare you pollute me? Wang Qing sighed. It's a life and death situation now. Why do you still care so much? Are you not yet an adult? Black Crow angrily shouted. Why do you care whether I am an adult or not? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death right now. Wang Qing replied calmly. Okay, then come on. Do you dare? He looked at it with disdain. You're already SS level, but you can only complain and show off. You're really a little cutie. Black Crow? Tiantian. They both felt that the atmosphere became ambiguous. Wang Qing did not explain that in the world before him, the word little cutie was just a pun used to insult people. Black Crow screamed, I'm a grown man, and you dare call me cute. I'm going to kill you now. I want to die with you. Wang Qing. If he told the little cutie what he really meant, Black Crow would probably go berserk again. However, he felt that this guy's painting style was becoming more and more broken. Remember when he appeared before? Wasn't he quite powerful and cool? Why are you acting like an idiot now? I can't beat you. I can't scold you. Chapter 43. Chasing Away the Black Crows. Tiantian sighed helplessly. It's already this time. Stop being weird. Let's end the fight soon, shall we? She was really impressed. This guy would do things that his opponents would never expect at any time. The black crow spread its wings and released all the violent power in its body. The black gas tightly wrapped its entire body. The terrifying aura was so strong that even the air was whistling. Wang Qing's eyes turned cold, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Okay, then I'll let you feel what it means to be crushed. The black crow screamed. Then come on. At this moment, the black crow split into thousands of clones, which attacked Wang Qing again like raindrops. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide and let the other party rush towards him. Crunch, crunch. Every black crow clone that rushed over was swallowed by Wang Qing. Ding dong. Swallowed. A burst of energy increased evolution value by 500. Ding dong. The system's notification sounds continued to ring, and Wang Qing happily earned a lot of points. The feeling of catching a sheep and pulling it as hard as you can is really indescribable. But at this moment, Tiantian pointed at a ball of black gas flying into the sky and shouted, It wants to escape. Wang Qing. He felt a heart-wrenching pain of missing out on billions of points, so he quickly gave up the black crow clone that was charging at him and rushed upwards quickly. Don't run! Black Crow was also amazed at the opponent's speed as he caught up in just 1 second. Damn it! Point! It released thousands of clones to try to stop Wang Qing, but they only lasted 3 seconds before being sucked up by the other party. Why is this guy biting so hard? Will the demon be allowed to live? It was really afraid of Wang Qing. Even though I have been promoted to SS level, I was still fooled by the opponent. Now the SS level power is disappearing. If I don't return to the crack quickly, I will really become the opponent's food. Yanlong Intelligence Operations Room. The drones have been redeployed to the battlefield, but the smoke was so thick that we couldn't inspect the scene. The team members operated rows of drones with anxious looks on their faces. Every high-precision camera was unable to find the fighting monsters in the thick smoke. Zhang Cheng pointed to the sky above the screen, where 2 black figures were chasing each other. There they are! Everyone saw an incredible scene. The once arrogant black crow was actually being chased all over the sky by Wang Qing. Zhang Cheng, members of the Yanlong team. They could never have imagined that an SS-level demon would be chased by a contracted beast, which was somewhat humiliating to its image. Zhang Cheng laughed excitedly and said, It looks like the crack is about to end, because the black crow was about to rush into the crack. As soon as it leaves, the crack will definitely disappear without a trace. This scene was also broadcast live. The live broadcast room has just been restored. Countless people watched this scene, and their mouths twitched wildly. I was just praying. Maybe it was God's blessing. A miracle really happened. Is this really the Demon Lord? Could he be just a rookie? This is simply outrageous. A Demon Lord is being chased by a contracted beast. I was so scared just now, I thought it was all over, but luckily it's okay. The barrage of comments was clicking like crazy, and no one wanted to miss even a single second of this outrageous moment. The Black Crow has already rushed to the edge of the crack. Wang Qing also stopped because the system had already issued a warning to him. Warning, the host is not a demon. If you forcefully approach, your body will be shattered into pieces by the cracked material. Your host is already feeling unwell. Please retreat immediately. Tiantian's breathing had become rapid. She lay weakly on Wang Qing's back, muttering, Chase! Chase! Wang Qing sighed. It's already this late, don't try to show off. The Black Crow hovered on the edge of the crack and discovered that Wang Qing did not chase after him. He also knew that the contracted beast could not rush here. It started laughing arrogantly. What? There's no way to get here? Let me see how you can beat me up? Didn't you threaten to eat me? If possible, it would like to sing a song to vent the anger that has been suppressed in its heart for a long time. Wang Qing glared at it expressionlessly. He is the only one who can change other people's mentality. He has never been provoked by any monster in his long life. He took a deep breath and then spat out a stream of thick phlegm. The Black Crow was laughing heartily, but suddenly something unclean appeared in his mouth. It was stunned, its whole body frozen in midair, its eyes wide open. Is it possible that, vomiting that disgusting stuff again? It shook its wet beak and was so angry that it was about to go berserk. Hateful. Damn it. One day I will definitely cook a cocoa. Before he could utter any angry words, Wang Qing spat a mouthful of phlegm in his mouth. Black Crow collapsed. Is there anyone who tortures his opponent like this? Under normal circumstances, Black Crow would definitely cut the opponent into pieces, but now SS strength is decreasing and he cannot defeat the opponent, so he can only use impotent rage to vent his inner anger. Unfortunately, Wang Qing didn't even give it a chance to speak. As long as it opened its mouth, it would definitely be spitted out. Feeling depressed, Black Crow chose not to say anything more and turned around to rush towards the crack. But what he didn't notice was that a black substance was gathering in Wang Qing's mouth. This is a trick rewarded by the system. Matter splitting. Taodai. If there are things that cannot be eaten, we'll use matter to split them up so that it is easier to swallow. With so much blood debt, I can't let you leave safely. Black Crow, right? I don't have anything good to give you, so I'll just give you a ride. If you can survive, please tell the demons in that world that Daxia is not a place you can get involved in. Boom! After Wang Qing said this, a black beam of light, like an aurora, hit Black Crow in just a moment. But Black Crow never thought that the other party would be able to take action at this time. A feeling of division began to spread throughout its body, and the Black Crow screamed in pain. In just a moment, both of its wings had been burned. Hateful! It fell heavily into the crack. Live broadcast room, Yanlong Intelligence Operations Room. At this moment, people all over the country were stunned. Zhang Cheng, the demon, has been driven away. All the Spirit Dragon members exclaimed. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was endless. This contracted beast is too powerful. It should be the contracted beast that has driven out the demons so far. My eyes are filled with tears. This is a miracle. District 20 is saved. Whoa, especially the people in District 20. When they learned that the demon lord had been driven away, they all burst into tears. No one knew how many separations and deaths they experienced that night. Wang Qing was carrying the sleeping Su Tian on his back, and before the crack disappeared, he seemed to be standing in a ray of light. One man and one contracted beast, they slowly landed. Ting, when you go back, remember to treat me to a good meal. Su Tiantian, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Eat. Eat shit, no money. Wang Qing snorted. If I don't have money, I'll just steal Xunyan's food and see if he can pay me back. Su Tiantian sibere. Stamines. How can there be a shameless contracted beast like you? Chapter 44. Su Tiantian is jealous. As the dark red cracks gradually closed, it meant that the invasion had come to an end. The Longyuan army officially entered the city and completely eliminated the demons hiding in the streets. Wang Qing has canceled his awakening state and is standing on a tall building with everyone else to watch the battle. What a great evolution value. It's a pity that Su Tiantian didn't let me go. He lay on the ground with a depressed look on his face, as if he had missed a lover, and his face was full of regret. Chi-Chi. Gaga. Just when Wang Qing was feeling depressed, his three younger brothers, Little Fat Dragon, Little Raccoon, and Little Eagle, came over with smiles on their faces. Without saying a word, they started giving Wang Qing a massage. Su Yuming stood aside, watching his contracted beast licking his ass, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. He doesn't care about me so much, and he's giving him a massage. After Yin Su came back from Wang Qing, his eyes had been fixed on him. Tiantian, what's the name of your contracted beast? She looked at Su Tiantian and asked in a low voice. When Yin Su learned that Wang Qing's master was a girl, and that they had such a good relationship, she felt jealous, but she couldn't explain why. It's just like finding out that the idol you admire and like is already married. Su Tiantian also realized that Yin Su had different feelings for Wang Qing and couldn't help but replied indifferently. Why should I tell you? Are we familiar with each other? Yin Su. Ever since he saw his dog and Yin Su walking so close, Su Tiantian began to distance himself from Yin Su, just like a woman guarding her lover and refusing to give in. Then let's get to know each other officially now. Yin Su stretched out his hand and introduced himself seriously. I'm Yin Su. Nice to meet you. Su Tiantian stretched out his hand. I am Su Tiantian. I am not happy to meet you. Her voice was full of indifference, and she was completely indifferent to Yin Su. Wang Qing looked at Su Tiantian with a puzzled expression. Why did he feel that Su Tiantian was a little weird today? He was usually so enthusiastic when he met friends. Why did you change your personality today? Su Yuming, who was standing nearby, could clearly smell the resentment emanating from Su Tiantian. He whispered to Xunyan, if Su Tiantian hit someone later, You'd better go over and help him. Xiongyin frowned. Not really, right? Su Yuming snorted and laughed. If your contracted beast accompanies another woman to fight outside and leaves you aside, and then this woman comes back to get to know you and asks about your contracted beast's life preferences, what will you do? Isn't this a scene where the mistress enters the house and comes back to compete with the main wife? Xiongyin exclaimed in surprise. Then I will definitely not be as calm as Su Tiantian. Not beating her up would be considered light. Wang Qingxian and Lu Min stood aside and watched this bloody drama in silence. It would be perfect if there was a bowl of popcorn right now. The two men let go of each other's hands, and Yin Su forced a smile. Now you can tell me what it's called, right? Su Tiantian was still as indifferent as ever. No. Then he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Yin Su. What? Are you so unconfident? Are you afraid that I'll kidnap your contracted beast? I can't stand it any longer. Yin Su had been very friendly from the beginning to the end, but he didn't give her any face at all. It was just a name, wasn't it? Is it really that serious? Su Tiantian walked up to Yin Su and said calmly, I just don't want my contracted beast to have any relationship with a stranger. We won't meet again anyway. In a word, the topic was talked to death. Yin Su clenched her fists and looked at Su Tiantian with gritted teeth. She wanted to say something, but felt it was inappropriate. She could only sigh, turned around, and ran to Wang Qing. Puppy, can I play with you later? I really admire you, but your master is not very friendly to me, alas. Before Wang Qing could answer, Su Tiantian ran over angrily, hugged Wang Qing in his arms, and said angrily, Don't you know that you can't touch without the owner's consent? Yin Su pouted. Is it not allowed to even touch it? You are really stingy. Su Tiantian also refused to give in and said coquettishly, I don't know you well. Why should I let you touch me? Wang Qing was tightly clamped under Su Tiantian's armpit. Su Tiantian was so angry that he was so strong that he could hardly breathe. Yin Su was so angry that he almost went crazy. The contracted beast that I like is right in front of me, but I'm not allowed to touch it. How unfriendly. Su Tiantian was also very concerned about a stranger getting so close to her dog. If the contracted beast no longer liked her in the future, she wouldn't know how to cry. Didn't you say I was stingy? Yin Su looked at Su Tiantian in surprise. Ah, let's duel. Su Tiantian frowned and shouted. Wait until the Long Yuan army has completely eliminated the demons in the city. Then we can duel. As long as you beat me, you can touch and play with my contracted beast anytime you want. But if you lose, don't pay attention to him again. Wang Qing. He would never have dared to imagine in his life that he could be fought over by two goddess-level figures at the same time. When I was a human being before, I didn't have such good fortune. Now I'm a dog, and a dog that can't bark, but I'm surprisingly so popular. All the students present were stunned. Su Yuming chuckled and said, I didn't expect that Tiantian, who usually has a gentle personality, also has this side. Lu Min, that's still good. If it were me, I would have done it a long time ago. Wang Qingxian. Perhaps Yin Su's actions were too intimate, which made Su Tiantian feel a sense of crisis, so he wanted to use a duel to decide the winner. Xiongyin was unusually excited. I am really looking forward to what the next duel will be like. Everyone was happy, except Wang Qing, who was in despair. Have you ever considered my feelings when you duel like this? As the dog in question, you should at least have a say. Unfortunately, the two women were always fighting with each other and completely ignored his existence. At this time, the cleansing activities in the city were proceeding in an orderly manner. But there is another world in the cracks. The black crow that escaped death was being treated by a group of tree demons while still breathing. Please tell the other demons, it's best not to go to that world in the near future. In that world, there is a very strong, contracted beast whose strength is S. It can only be used as food. Did you get it? Black Crow's message shocked all the demons. They rarely go there, but every time they go there they kill a lot of people. But this time, the Black Crows failed. Chapter 45, Post-War Interview. After a day of fighting, the 400 million Long Yuan troops crushed the leaderless demons with great force. Evening was approaching. The makeshift shed was already filled with students who had worked hard all night. The students from other academies were in low spirits because they had lost classmates in the battle. Surprisingly, Qingyang Academy did not lose a single student, and all 40 students were safe and sound. Such a high survival rate also shocked Xiongyin. Hello everyone, I am the host, Yin Su. This operation ended with the failure of the demon invasion. Area 20 was defended. This short sentence kept the audience in front of the screen from crying. I don't know how many times humans have suffered heavy losses when facing invasions by demons, and even more often cities have become paradise for demons. Now District 20 has not only defeated, but also destroyed all the invading demons. This was a defensive battle worthy of being recorded in history. Now I have come to the makeshift cafeteria. The people standing behind me are students from several nearby colleges. They heard that District 20 was facing hardships, so under the guidance of their mentors, they quickly gathered together and came here with great enthusiasm to fight against the demons. It is because of them that miracles happened in District 20. She was moved to tears as she spoke. Who could have thought that at the first moment of the disaster, these students who could have evacuated to a safe area would rush over so decisively to save people? Now let me interview the heroes. The camera followed Yansu towards the greenhouse and gradually shifted to the students who were eating. The people who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh when they saw how people could enjoy a simple dish of Chinese cabbage stewed with vermicelli so happily. A bowl of Chinese cabbage stewed with vermicelli tastes like first-class food. They must be hungry. It makes me so sad. Alas, those who have never experienced a disaster may never understand that kind of despair. These heroes are so young. They are truly the pillars of our country. The first person Yansu interviewed was a student from Qingyang College, who was eating vermicelli in a bowl frantically. Can I interview you, the hero? Yansu deliberately used the word hero, which is enough to show how much she respects these people. When Su Yuming heard the word hero, he was slightly startled. Then he put the basin down, pretended to be calm, and nodded. You can interview him. Excuse me, how did you get to the battlefield, and how did you deal with the demons? Su Yuming slammed the table so hard that everyone at the table was startled. You really asked the right person about this. We followed the teacher's instructions and formed groups of 3 to carry out the rescue operation. As soon as we separated, I met a demon. How could I be timid to him? Just let the contracted beast awaken and fight it head-on. Yansu. Audience. This guy is really good at talking nonsense. Can you, a contracted beast, handle a head-on confrontation? Su Yuming raised his head proudly and laughed. My contracted beast defeated it with only 3 punches. Yansu. Which 3 punches? Su Yuming raised his first finger. The first punch is because this guy dared to come all the way to invade our District 20. He held up a second finger. The second punch is because I scared my 2 female teammates. I absolutely cannot tolerate scaring girls to tears. He held up a third finger. The third punch is because it looks too ugly and hurt the young hearts of my 2 female teammates. Yansu. She really wanted to say, "What the hell are you talking about here?" with such seriousness. She kind of regretted interviewing this weirdo. Wang Qingxian and Lu Min, who were sitting next to Su Yuming, stood up immediately, and one of them grabbed one of his ears and twisted it hard. Su Yuming screamed in pain. Ah, my 2 sisters, can I brag a little? They're live streaming, please give me some face. Wang Qingxian. As your teammate, I can't stand it anymore. Lu Min. Who did you say was crying? Who was crying? Yansu. Perhaps this is the first car accident scene she has seen in all the time she has been hosting the show. People all over the country laughed like crazy when they saw this scene. I let you brag. Now it's over. This is really bizarre. I almost believed it. I thought he was so strong, but it turns out he's just good at talking. Thank you for the interview. Let's find the next one. If Yansu could hit someone, he would definitely give Su Yuming a beating. What is he talking about here? If you want to ruin my show, just say so. She originally wanted to find Su Tiantian for an interview, but she couldn't find him, so she had to ask classmates from other colleges for help. Student, are you available for an interview? She found another student who was wearing tattered clothes and thought that this student must be very pitiful, fighting to the point where he didn't even have a piece of clothing. It's acceptable, but can you say anything? There were many scratches on his face, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Yansu nodded slightly. It's all right. Lei Yang introduced himself with tears in his eyes. My name is Lei Yang, and I'm a student at Yanlong College. I just want to know who the hell sent me to the battlefield while I was unconscious. When I woke up, I felt like the sky had fallen. As soon as I got off the bus, I was chased all over the world by demons. The most pitiful thing is that I didn't have any clothes at the time, not even a single piece. The students from Qingyang College next door were all silent. When everyone was being chased by the Ghost King on the mountain, they saw Lei Yang and his companions who were unconscious, so they kindly took them away. As a result, he was accidentally forgotten on the bus, which led to the tragedy. He cried so heart-wrenchingly and couldn't stop. Yen Su, forgive me, this is a war interview, not a family tragedy, okay? If you want to talk or complain, why not go to a late-night radio station? Don't be sad. After all, you haven't missed a chance to take the test. Lei Yang pointed at the torn clothes on his chest and said, "Can you imagine what it feels like to be stripped naked and chased around the world? I snatched this piece of clothing from the goblin. Well, wow, snatching things from goblins is really awesome." Yen Su. She no longer knew what words to use to describe this live broadcast. She just hoped it would end quickly. She wanted to switch to doing comedy interviews. It was too torturous here. On the other side, Su Tiantian was holding Wang Qing and was being questioned by a man and a woman. Her expression was full of surprise, and she felt like she was in a dream. Chapter 46. Invitation from Li Qing. Li Qing smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, Su Tiantian. I'm Li Qing, the general manager of Longyuan Army District 20. Nice to meet you." He stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Su Tiantian in a friendly manner. When Su Tiantian heard about Longyuan Jun and that he was the person in charge of District 20, he was dumbfounded. Hello. She stretched out her trembling little hand and gently held Li Qing's. Zhang Cheng, who was standing aside, pouted and looked at Su Teng. "When you met me, you weren't as nervous as you are now." This disparity in attitude made Zhang Cheng very depressed. Li Qing smiled and said, "Hey, Zhang Cheng, don't worry about it so much. We are not here to complain to this hero this time." Zhang Cheng. She really wanted to say, "Then should I leave?" Wang Qing was so tired that he fell asleep in Su Tiantian's arms. He was not interested in these meaningless questions. Su Tiantian was a little stunned when he heard the word hero. "Have I become a hero? When did it happen?" Li Qing smiled and said to Su Tiantian, "You probably don't know yet, but the entire process of your battle has been broadcast live. The whole country has witnessed your becoming a hero." Su Tiantian. Ah. Her eyes widened in surprise. Since when had she been broadcast live? Li Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Tiantian's reaction. Zhang Cheng on the side pouted and said, "I was the one who broadcast the live broadcast. You should thank me for becoming a star that everyone is paying attention to." Su Tiantian lowered his head and whispered, "But I don't want to be a star. At school, as the school belle, I often meet all kinds of people." At a young age, she knew that fame was a double-edged sword. Even if she made a small mistake, it would be magnified infinitely. When they heard that Su Tiantian didn't want to be a star, they were both stunned. Li Qing's eyes were full of admiration. At such a young age, he knows how to keep a low profile. He doesn't want to be a star that everyone pays attention to. He just wants to live his life quietly. When the country is in trouble, we fight the enemy with passion. This kind of awareness is far beyond that of most people. Li Qing suddenly became serious, straightened his back, and said to Su Tiantian, "Su Tiantian, I came to you this time to invite you to join the Longyuan army. Would you like to?" Zhang Cheng. "Ots, Li Qing tricked me." She was still wondering. Why did Li Qing want to go with her to find Su Tiantian for no reason? Did you hold it in for so long, just to snatch someone away? Su Tiantian looked at Li Qing in surprise. Before he could say anything, Zhang Cheng beside him shouted anxiously, "No, I don't agree." Li Qing narrowed his eyes and waved his hand unfriendly at her. "If you don't agree, just stay aside." Zhang Cheng grinned. This man didn't have this attitude when he introduced her to someone just now. Sure enough, men's words are lies. Zhang Cheng snorted coldly. "Before you met Tiantian, I had already invited her. You're just putting a bamboo pole in my way. Don't force me to hit you. Coming to rob people openly, isn't this bullying honest people?" Li Qing said with disdain. "You want to fight me? Your Linglong is just an intelligence department, and Tiantian is a combat type, so he is naturally more suitable for our department. Besides, I can guarantee that she will definitely surpass you and me in the future." He glanced and looked at Zhang Cheng with disdain. "What good can we get from going to your Linglong? Be an intelligence officer? Please, that's a waste of talent. To put it bluntly, you are wasting the time of development of a talented person in our great Xia kingdom." Zhang Cheng. She only realized now that Li Qing had such a good eloquence that he could even turn black into white. Zhang Cheng clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth as he scolded him. "You are really good at confusing right and wrong." Li Qing shrugged innocently. "I'm just stating a fact." With such a provocative expression, Zhang Cheng could hardly hold back the urge to beat him up. Su Tiantian felt the smell of gunpowder in the air and felt inexplicably speechless. These two people are both high-ranking officials in the Special Department of District 20. It is a bit outrageous that they are about to fight each other. Can you two stop arguing? Su Tiantian sighed helplessly. The two of them then turned their attention to her. My request is the same as before. As long as you can help find the whereabouts of my father Su Yao, I will agree to join you. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at either of them. Whether it's Ling Long or Long Yuan, as long as they can help me, I will definitely join. Her father had left her a long time ago, and there had been no news of him since then. Su Tiantian also planned to travel around the world to look for his father's whereabouts after graduating from university. Since you were a special department, you should have some abilities, right? So she made such a small request. Li Qing laughed out loud after hearing this. With such a request, I can find out the answer in a few minutes. Zhang Cheng on the side looked embarrassed. He wanted to say something to him, but was afraid of embarrassing him. She had investigated it before. Su Yao, this name, was listed as an SSS-level encryption personnel. Except for the high-ranking officials in the imperial capital, they have no qualifications to review it. Just wait. I'll go find someone to look for it now. No more talking. I'll contact you as soon as I finish checking. Li Qing didn't give Zhang Cheng a chance to explain and turned around and ran away. The remaining Zhang Cheng and Su Tiantian stared at each other. Did you know? Your father. Zhang Cheng sighed and said with some embarrassment. He is not a human. Su Tiantian. What? Su Tiantian cried out in surprise. His father was not a human. Could he be a demon? This shout startled Wang Qing, who was in her arms, awake. Oh my God, can't I sleep? We've been fighting all day, and I can't even sleep peacefully. Taking advantage of Su Tiantian's shock, Wang Qing quietly jumped out of her arms. He walked out of the alley silently. Su Tiantian's attention was all on Zhang Cheng at this time, and he didn't even notice that Wang Qing had left. Zhang Cheng waved his hands a little embarrassedly. Don't get excited, I just said it would be quick. What I mean is that your father is not an ordinary person. He has a special identity, and even our internal personnel search system cannot find him. Besides, your father is an SSS encryption officer. If you want to find him, it will be difficult. These encryption personnel are basically people who are extremely important to the country. Su Tiantian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a confidentiality officer. Huh? You mean the SSS cryptographers? When did my dad become so powerful? Zhang Cheng. If you want to say it, just say it. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others won't know? Su Tiantian covered his mouth, his face full of shock. Then Zhang Cheng formally invited Su Tiantian. Now I formally invite you to join the Linglong Intelligence Department. I can promise you that I will definitely find your father within a year. Do you think it's okay? Su Tiantian? After all, it's another invitation. Chapter 47 Duel. Su Tiantian ran out of the alley alone in a panic. Little Black, where has Xiao He gone again? Really? I didn't keep an eye on him, and he escaped again. She frantically looked for Wang Qing, but as soon as she walked out of the alley, her pretty face froze in an instant. In a corner not far away, Yin Su was squatting on the ground, holding a piece of sausage in his hand, breaking it into small pieces and feeding it to Wang Qing. Wang Qing ate the food handed to him by Yin Su with contentment, laughing happily from time to time. Oh, eat slowly, there's plenty of ham. I'll look for it somewhere else later. Wang Qing was eating happily when he smelled a familiar scent. He looked up and found Su Tiantian staring at him with a serious look. Wang Qing. Oh no, I was enjoying my meal so much that I didn't even notice this girl came out. He immediately smiled and his little tail wagged. Yin Su. The dog had been fed by her for such a long time, but it had never shown such a flattering expression. Su Tiantian grabbed his ears and said angrily, You left me alone and sneaked out to find food? You can eat anything that belongs to someone other than you. Aren't you afraid of being drugged? Whenever Su Tiantian saw Yin Su and Wang Qing walking so close, he felt like his beloved pet was about to be snatched away. After hearing this, Yin Su immediately quit. Hey, who do you think I am? I'm just like Xiaohei. How does that bother you? A master who doesn't even know his contracted beast is hungry and won't let others feed it, right? In an instant, the air was filled with an extremely strong smell of gunpowder. Su Tian was furious and said in a deep and coquettish voice, This is between Xiaohei and me. It has nothing to do with you. Yin Su sneered. Oh, it has nothing to do with me? You only know that he fought all night last night and was extremely hungry. Do you know that? Su Tiantian? Indeed, because the city was clearing out demons last night. She and Wang Qing hadn't eaten yet. I was originally planning to go there to grab a bite during mealtime, but was delayed by the arrival of Zhang Cheng and Li Qing. I'll take him to dinner now. Please stay away from our Xiaohei in the future. Snort! Su Tiantian hugged Wang Qing and left angrily. Wang Qing didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. What makes me happy is that there is another beautiful girl who can feed me delicious food. What's frustrating is that these two women were about to fight because of me. What are you doing? Can't we both come together? Only primary school students make choices. I want both. Is that not okay? At this time, the sun stood high in the sky, spreading its damnable heat. Su Tiantian hurriedly came to the greenhouse canteen, carrying Wang Qing. Annie, my little black snake was injured last night. I just took it to the hospital to get medicine and missed dinner. Can you give me some food? Xunyan held the little black snake in her arms and looked at the canteen Annie, who was cooking with a helpless look on her face. The cafeteria aunt sighed. I also want to give you food, but look. She pointed at the empty plates, with only food scraps left on them, no leftovers at all. The cafeteria Annie said helplessly. These foods were airlifted in this morning and have all been used up. You may have to hold out until night. Xiongyan. Su Tiantian, who was standing aside, had his eyes wide open. If Wang Qing was allowed to starve until tonight, who knows how much trouble he would cause. After spending these days together, she has figured out how often Wang Qing causes trouble. Or I'm just too bored. Or maybe I'm hungry. It's okay normally, but when I'm hungry, it's a bit scary. I can even eat the table. Listening to Wang Qing's stomach growling, Xiongyan also turned around at this time. Tiantian, you haven't eaten either, have you? Su Tiantian nodded helplessly. I was delayed by something just now. Is there really no food here? White rice is fine too. If possible, she would like to say, the leftovers on the plate are also fine. Otherwise, if Wang Qing started making a fuss, she would probably have to cry and apologize all day long. The cafeteria aunt shrugged, indicating that there was really no more. Xiongyan and Su Tiantian left the greenhouse canteen in silence. At this time, many students had already started clearing the rubble under the organization of the school. What should we do? We still have to help clean up the rubble this afternoon, and we haven't had any food yet. Su Tiantian sighed repeatedly. Xiongyan also felt a headache. The little black snake didn't eat today, and it took a lot of effort to recover from the injury. The two were very worried about their contracted beasts. At this moment, a voice that made Su Tiantian feel a little disgusted sounded. Can't find anything to eat? Yen Su was carrying a small bag and staring at Su Tiantian with a look of contempt. Su Tiantian also refused to be outdone and shouted coldly. What? Can you still find food? Yen Su looked proud and said calmly, I can't find it. Su Tiantian got angry when he heard this. You can't find it? Why are you so arrogant in front of me? Yen Su snorted. I'm just arrogant. What can you do about it? Xunyan was a little scared and stepped aside holding the little black snake, fearing that the two women would fight and hurt her accidentally. All right, Xunyan sighed. Why do you quarrel as soon as you meet? Su Tiantian stared at Yen Su and whispered coldly. Let's duel. I originally wanted to fight you to the death after returning to school. Now it seems that I really have no choice but to teach you a lesson. She rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to fight. Yen Su showed no fear and rolled up his sleeves as well. Let's duel. Do I really fear you? Xiongyan. Wang Qing. He would never have imagined that two beautiful women would fight for him. Although I was hungry, watching women fighting could still relieve the hunger. Su Tiantian pointed at Wang Qing. The goal of the duel is whether he can have enough food. Whoever finds enough food in sufficient quantity will be the biggest winner. On the surface, it is a duel, but in reality, it is looking for free labor to help feed the contracted beast. Even if you lose, it's just a loss of face. No big deal, no big deal. Yen Su narrowed his eyes. Okay, if I win, Xiaohei will have to be taken out to play for a day. Also, don't give me a cold look when I interact with Xiaohei in the future. Su Tiantian nodded heavily. I agree. But if I win, you will never get close to our little black man again. If you want to get close, you must get my permission. Otherwise, you are a puppy. Wang Qing. What is this bet on? If you get close to me, you will become a puppy. This is probably the cruelest curse Su Tiantian can think of. Dan Sonadi. Okay. Both sides focused their eyes on Xiongyan and said in unison, "You come to be a witness." Xiongyan, "I was just watching the fun and became a witness." "How did this happen to me?" Chapter 48. Su Tiantian fell to the ground. "On your marks, get set, go." Following Xiongyan's shout, Su Tiantian and Yin Su took big strides and rushed towards the street. What they have to do now is to see who can find food that can fill Wang Qing's stomach within an hour. Supermarket. Su Tiantian saw a supermarket not far ahead, but before he could feel happy, Yin Su had already passed it. Su Tiantia. Damn it. How can this woman run so fast? She followed quickly inside. Xiongyan held Wang Qing and the little black snake in her arms, and followed behind with a helpless look on her face. How come these two are still so childish, even though they are so old? She stood at the door, watching the two guys pushing a cart and frantically picking up merchandise from the shelves. Rub, rub, rub. Wang Qing leisurely jumped off Xiongyan's body, ran to the corner, and began to clean up all the commodities. Xiongyan and the little black snake stared with their eyes wide open. If this guy eats a human, he probably won't even spit out the bones, right? Watch him stick out his big tongue and frantically roll all the canned meat on the shelf into his mouth, without even spitting out the packaging bags or tin cans. As for the two guys, they didn't notice Wang Qing, who was eating happily in the corner. If I can do it myself and have enough food and clothing, why would I need you to come and grab the goods? Wang Qing didn't even think about them. He ate up almost all the goods in the rows. Yin Su and Su Tiantian met on a corridor. Neither side would give in to the other. Won't you give way? Yin Su glared at Su Tiantian, who was blocking his way with his phoenix eyes. Su Tiantian refused to give in. Why don't you move aside a little? Let me come over here first, okay? I'm going to the corner now to get our little black's favorite pet meat pie. She deliberately shouted the words, our Xiaohei, extra loudly, as if she was afraid that Yin Su couldn't hear her. Yin Su gnashed his teeth in anger and whispered coldly, "You should be the one who gives way." Su Tiantian, "I won't let you." The two sides exchanged words, and the smell of gunpowder in the air became extremely heavy again. Xiongyan shook her head as she watched. Is this a duel or a quarrel? They were so busy arguing that they didn't notice the small ball of black gas hiding on the shelf. The shadow is very small and can hardly be seen unless you look carefully. It opened its pair of red eyes and looked at the two women who were quarreling in front of it. It's time to avenge my compatriots. It hid here, hoping to kill all the humans when they came in, and use their blood to avenge its compatriots. Su Tiantian wanted to say something to provoke her, but when he saw a pair of red eyes lighting up on the shelf, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The ball of gas also knew that it had been discovered, and it pounced towards Yin Su, who had his back to it, with its fangs and claws bared. Su Tiantian didn't have time to think about it, and subconsciously pushed the cart, knocking Yin Su to the ground. Bang! Yin Su fell to the ground and was about to start cursing when he saw a ball of black gas attached to Su Tiantian's arm. Ah! Su Tiantian screamed in pain. She could clearly feel that her power was being absorbed by the other party. Ah! The power of human beings is truly wonderful. After absorbing Su Tiantian's power, the black gas became extremely expanded. In an instant, it grew from the size of a palm to a 2-meter-tall giant. Yin Su stared at this sudden change in a daze. You could have just ignored me. Why did you push me away? She didn't understand why Su Tiantian did this. Their relationship is obviously bad, but they would rather get hurt than let anything happen to themselves. The ball of black gas pinched Su Tiantian into the air with one hand, with an evil smile written all over his face, staring straight at Yin Su. Humans should have such an expression. Only by killing you can I enjoy the pleasure. She thought Yin Su was so scared that she couldn't move, but unexpectedly, this girl pushed the cart and rushed over recklessly. Put her down for me. Unfortunately, the other party was just a ball of gas, and when Yin Su pushed the cart to hit it, he just hit the air. Xiongyan and Wang Qing were also startled by the noise and rushed over. When Xiongyan saw the demon, her face was filled with solemnity. Black Qi monster. B-level gas demon. Once you absorb the power of a human, your strength will increase several times. Little black snake, can you awaken? She looked at Su Tiantian being held in the air without even struggling. If she didn't take action, she would probably fall to the ground. The little black snake nodded reluctantly. Even though he was covered in wounds, he could not escape for the sake of his companions. Wang Qing was the first to roar. Ah! He rushed to the black monster, his eyes already filled with rage. His master was actually attacked by a demon in front of him, and was even injured like this. This kind of guy is absolutely unforgivable. Su Tiantian struggled to open her eyes and looked at Wang Qing, who was grinning. There was no fear in her eyes, but tenderness instead. Wang Qing had never felt that kind of gaze in all these years. It was like a ray of sunshine, illuminating his path for battle. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, Wang Qing will be full of fighting spirit and fight hard. By now, she seemed to have used up all her strength and knew she could not hold on any longer, so she could only bid farewell to Wang Qing gently. Wow, what a touching picture. What a pity you all have. The black monster felt an unprecedented murderous aura. It looked down and found that the little black dog was staring at it angrily. That murderous look was the most horrifying sight it had ever seen in its life. If you dare to hurt Tiantian, then you will become my food. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The seemingly flawless gas, as if sucked into a huge whirlpool, began to rush into Wang Qing's mouth. Are you going to eat me? No, this is absolutely impossible. Suck! Wang Qing swallowed the black gas monster into his stomach in one breath, and it was in a daze until its death. We finally waited for humans to come, but in the end we ended up becoming their food. Su Tiantian fell heavily to the ground. Wang Qing wanted to catch her with his body, but Yen Su was one step faster and fell to the ground to catch her with his body. Bang! Su Tiantian looked at Wang Qing weakly, his eyes still full of tenderness. Yen Su hugged Su Tiantian, tears streaming down his face. The duel isn't over yet. You can't be in trouble. Su Tiantian ignored this sentence. There was only Wang Qing in her eyes. She stretched out her little hand and gently stroked Wang Qing with a smile on her face. Xiaohei, you are really strong. After saying that, Su Tiantian's hand stopped moving and his eyes slowly closed. Wang Qing. Yen Su. The man and the dog went crazy. Chapter 49. This dog is so awesome. Meow, meow, meow. Wang Qing was so anxious that he meowed, trying to wake Su Tiantian up. On the surface, it was just a few weak meows, but in reality it was, hurry up and get up. Are you pretending to be dead? I beg you, I will never eat anything random again. Is that okay? Yen Su, standing aside, was almost crying. Su Tiantian, please get up quickly. Stop sleeping, okay? Next time I want to touch Xiaohei, I will definitely tell you. Why are you so stupid? You knew you were going to die, so why did you sacrifice yourself? Whoa. Xunyan, who was standing aside, didn't know what to say about the man and the dog. She shouted at them angrily. Can you two cheer up a little? The black gas monster simply absorbed her power. Didn't you see that Tiantian was still breathing? She just fell asleep due to weakness, and you two said she was dead? Yen Su. Wang Qing. Xunyan sighed. Didn't you notice that she was still breathing? I was so surprised. I thought we were going to have a feast. Yen Su wiped away her tears, put her hand towards Su Tiantian's nostrils, and found that he was still breathing. She burst into laughter and said, It's good that you're not dead. It's good that you're not dead. I was so scared. Wang Qing's mentality gradually stabilized. He thought that Su Tiantian was killed by a demon. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Otherwise, he probably would never forgive himself. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The damn sun was still shining in the sky, giving off heat, making the soldiers who were sorting out the ruins sweat profusely. In the supermarket, Su Tiantian woke up slowly from his sleep and found that he was not dead, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's okay. I'm fine. But why does my chest feel so tired? She found that her chest seemed to be pressed by something. She looked up and found Wang Qing sleeping lazily on her heavy chest. The whole person was dumbfounded. Hello? What's wrong with you? You sleep on my chest. Don't you know that you can't just press on a girl's breasts? If it's squashed, are you responsible? She was so angry that she wanted to raise her hand to pull Wang Qing down, but she found that she had no strength at all and couldn't even pull Wang Qing up. No way. Why do I have no strength at all? She was frightened. At this time, Yen Su and Xunyan, who were squatting at the door, heard the noise and rushed over in a hurry. Yen Su rushed over without saying a word, tears in his eyes. He also lay on Su Tiantian's chest, saying, You finally woke up. I'm so glad you're okay. Su Tiantian. She is fine, but it is hard to say what will happen next. She was almost out of breath and said weakly, Hurry up. Get up, I can't hold on any longer. Yin Su cried. I will never go against you again. Please forgive my previous recklessness, Wu. Su Tiantian, I forgive you, but can you please get up first? Yin Su then realized that Su Tiantian was almost out of breath. So he quickly got up and pulled Wang Qing up, who was sleeping. Xion Yin sighed and complained speechlessly. We were enemies before, but now we have come to our senses. Su Tiantian got a breath and corrected with difficulty. We are also in a hostile relationship now. She's the one who woke up. It has nothing to do with me. Yin Su chuckled and said, Yes, I have come to my senses. I was wrong. Don't mind what I did before. When Su Tiantian saw Yin Su's attitude, all his anger disappeared. Okay, I don't want to bother with you. Wang Qing also woke up at this time. When he saw that Su Tiantian was fine, he happily wagged his tail and licked her face wildly. Hey, what are you doing? This is disgusting, you know that? Okay, I'm fine, you gotta don't mess around. Wang Qing kept rubbing his head against Su Tiantian's pretty face. His behavior was very intimate, which made Su Tiantian giggle. Yin Su stood in front of Su Tiantian with a serious expression and bowed deeply to her. I'm sorry. Su Tiantian, I formally apologize to you for my previous recklessness. From now on, I will never touch Xiaohei without your consent. Su Tiantian. She didn't expect that this woman would change so quickly. Those who didn't know would think that she had taken the wrong medicine. Xion Yin smiled and explained. You sacrificed yourself to save her just now, so this happened. Su Tiantian didn't know what to say. He wanted to get angry, but he couldn't find any reason. Yin Su is now the type who is stretching his face out to you and letting you hit him. So, can you help me up first? Can't you see I've been lying on the ground? Let me ask you, who in this world can lie on the ground and accept someone's apology? Only then did Xion Yin and Yin Su help the weak Su Tiantian up. Xion Yin analyzed her body. Because your power has been absorbed by the black gas monster, it is normal that you can't move now. As long as you eat something and take it easy, you will be fine. Hearing that there would be no sequelae, Su Tiantian felt inexplicably relieved. After hearing this, Yin Su decisively ran to the shelf and soon rushed over with large and small bags. Here, this instant noodle is very good. You can try it. Come, drink a bottle of mineral water to moisten your throat first. Come. She even brought it to Su Tiantian's mouth. Su Tiantian really wanted to refuse, but when he saw her kind eyes, he opened his mouth obediently. Wang Qing, who always loves to play mischief, also picked up a piece of black silk and threw it beautifully in front of Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian. It's a bit outrageous that even supermarkets sell this kind of thing, she complained in surprise. Xunyan on the side couldn't help but yelled, Why are you complaining about this instead of your contracted beast bringing this thing here? Su Tiantian. Wang Qing walked up to her and meowed at her torn pants. Su Tiantian said to him solemnly, I'm wearing pants. It's okay if they get scratched a little. I guess you want to see me wearing this. Wang Qing, whose trick had been discovered, could only squat aside obediently without saying a word. Xion Yin. Oh my God, this guy might really be thinking this. This is really too lewd. This dog is amazing. Let me ask you, is there any contracted beast that dares to let its master wear black stockings so blatantly? Chapter 50. I want to fight you. Su Tiantian rested for about an hour before his body slowly recovered. Wang Qing was still happily holding the black silk in his mouth, repeatedly putting it in front of Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian looked at the happy smile on the face of the little black dog and couldn't help it. She said to him in a bad mood, You pervert, if you want to see black stockings, let Yin Su wear them for you. I'm not wearing it. Yin Su on the side blinked. Is it really possible? Su Tiantian. Xion Yin. She was just talking, but you really wore it for Xiaohei. Yin Su picked up the black silk stockings and said with a smile, As long as Xiaohei likes it, I will definitely be satisfied. After witnessing Wang Qing's extraordinary battle, Yin Su completely adored this dog, like a little fangirl. Not only did they serve him delicious food and drinks, they also gave him leg massages, making Wang Qing feel really comfortable. A few people were chatting when they heard the shouts of their classmates outside. Students nearby, it's time to gather. Gather. Xion Yin and Su Tiantian also ran out following the shouting sound. Yin Su did not follow him, but said to Wang Qing, I have something else to do this afternoon. I will visit you at your school next time. Should I introduce you to some girlfriends or something? One may not be enough. How about a dozen? We have whatever varieties you want. Wang Qing. Oh my god, this woman is too sensible. Tiantian thinks about how to make himself stronger every day. This woman is quite understanding and directly wants to find a wife and concubine for him. After saying goodbye to Yin Su, Wang Qing also ran out behind Su Tiantian. In a small, empty square, students from all colleges gathered together. They were all on high alert, waiting for orders from the teachers standing in front of them. The bald guy asked everyone calmly, "Are all the students here?" The teachers nodded in unison, and no students from any class fell behind. The bald man smiled even more. Such a sudden gathering. I didn't expect everyone to be so quick. Not bad, not bad, not bad. He shouted good 3 times in a row. Now he admired this group of students even more. But as he said next, the smile on his face gradually became sad. All good things must come to an end. It is my honor to fight with you today. Next, it's time for you to return to campus. The bus is ready for you. It's time for you to go back. During this rift raid, all colleges and universities activated their defense devices, and the demon lords only went to the city center to cause a big commotion. Moreover, under the orderly command of the Longyuan army, all personnel were quickly relocated outside the city, minimizing the number of casualties. This A-level crack can be said to be a miracle that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. So, as the person in charge of this operation, the bald guy was quite shocked when he learned that the school area was not damaged. He immediately sent everyone back to school to wait for the award. Everyone's face was filled with smiles, and the one who laughed the loudest was Lei Yang. He found a set of clothes in a laundry and put on a well-fitting black suit, which made him look a little more decent. Finally, I can finally go back. I finally don't have to worry about this anymore. Frightened, afraid that the little black dog would rush out for no reason and do something strange to him. Afraid that the little black dog would do something strange to him and then attract the laughter of others. He is now on high alert and will regard any movement as an attack by the little black dog. As long as I run fast enough, the little black dog can't do anything to me. When I become stronger, I will come to Qingyang College to fight that little black dog. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Wahaha! The classmates around were all stunned and confused, not knowing what this guy was so proud of. Could it be that Lei Yang has been traumatized by the bullying of the little black dog? This is too outrageous. What on earth is this guy laughing at? Oh, I guess he's crazy. Everyone looked at Lei Yang with disdain. Even Wang Qing, who was standing not far away, noticed him. Why is this guy so happy? You still dare to call me a little black dog? Are you still thinking of making a comeback? He made a secret decision in his mind and moved closer quietly. Su Tiantian discovered that Wang Qing had already moved towards Lei Yang, and he didn't know whether he should stop him. After all, the other party dared to say in public that he would go to Qingyang College to cause trouble for Xiaohe, so how could she, as the master, allow him to bully Wang Qing? Wouldn't this require Wang Qing to take the initiative? Before letting this kid go back, he must also remember how terrifying Xiaohe is. If you want to scare the villain, you must be ruthless and become his nightmare. Lei Yang hadn't realized that danger was approaching quietly yet, and he was laughing smugly. One day, I will definitely eradicate the little black dog and let him know the consequences of offending me. He was still grinning and fantasizing about how he would punish the little black dog by pinning him to the ground and rubbing him. Result, before he could finish his words, he felt a damp heat under his feet. He looked down and his heart sank. The smile on his face was replaced by a deep fear. A little black dog appeared at his feet, looking very contented. You peed at my feet. My suit. He finally found a suit that fit him well and looked handsome, but it was ruined by a pee. Everyone was speechless when they saw Lei Yang go from laughing to screaming. They quietly stepped aside. Even the lackeys felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to go over to help drive away the little black dog. The most outrageous thing was his contracted beast, which decisively ran aside. Wang Qing looked at him with a smug look on his face. Aren't you openly shouting at me? Am I not here now? Why do you look so frustrated now? If he could speak, Wang Qing would definitely make him speechless. When Lei Yang saw Wang Qing, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was so scared that his hair stood on end and he backed away repeatedly. Lei Yang also felt that his classmates were distancing themselves from him, and he became so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. I'm going to fight you today. Let's fight to the death. Lei Yang bent down, raised his hands, and pounced on Wang Qing angrily. Wang Qing dodged nimbly and subtly avoided his attack. After Lei Yong missed his target, he fell flat on his face. He was still struggling to get up, but he found a little butt facing him. Puff! A wonderful scent wafts into my nose. Wow, it stinks. Lei Yong fell to the ground and was vomited by the smoke. As for Wang Qing, he walked back calmly. That's all. You still dare to shout openly? I can kill you with just one fart. A living person can't even beat a dog. It's a bit outrageous. Chapter 51, a bit outrageous. As everyone got on the bus for the return trip, the trial came to an end. In the evening, there were already crowds of people in front of Qingyang College. Under the effective protection of the school teachers, all students of Qingyang College were not in danger of life. The old principal and the vice principal stood at the school gate with tears in their eyes, and on their left and right were a group of students holding banners. A bus slowly drove over, and all the students became excited. The students in the top class once again became heroes that everyone was paying attention to. The old principal took the microphone and shouted in a loud voice, "Welcome, heroes! Come back triumphantly!" With the help of the official live broadcast room, the school also saw the scene where the top students fought against the demons with full enthusiasm. They shed their blood to safeguard the future of District 20. Why should they be drowned in the crowd? Heroes should be welcomed by the whole school. The students sitting in the bus all leaned against the windows, enjoying this rare welcome ceremony with excitement. Su Yuming pushed his glasses with a calm face and said, "Hey, it's just to welcome us, but you all act like you have never seen the world. Tisk, TSK, TSK. He made a strange sound, as if he had experienced this kind of situation many times. Wang Qingxian said calmly, "Excuse me, is this a plastic bag? Can it hold so much?" Su Yuming gnashed his teeth and said, "I won't lie by the car window and watch the fun like you guys do. Wouldn't it be better if we let everyone think we are mysterious?" In his eyes, masters are all extremely cold. The more mysterious they are, the more they look like masters, which is why he doesn't hang out with the crowd. Lu Min laughed and said, "Huh, isn't that Chen Zixuan?" Lu Min suddenly called out a girl's name. Su Yuming, who had been as steady as an old dog, quickly leaned over the car window and shouted, "Where is she? Where is she?" Wang Qingxian. Lu Min, ha 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 ha. She giggled, but Su Tiantian beside her didn't understand why. He could only frown and ask in a low voice, "Who is Chen Zixuan? Why do I feel like Yu Ming has become a different person?" Lu Min smiled proudly. Last time we played Truth or Dare, this guy was asked who he liked, and he said it was Chen Zixuan from the freshman class 3. Su Tiantian nodded, not quite understanding. "So you have found someone you like?" Su Yuming ignored the women and leaned his face against the car window, looking out. "Where is Zixuan? Where on earth is it?" Lu Min, are you kidding me? The bus was about to stop, but in the end, there was no trace of it. Lu Min folded her hands, her eyes flashing with cunning. "How about you call me good sister? Shall I show it to you?" Su Yuming, good sister. Su Tiantian. Wang Qingxian. Even Wang Qing was choked by these words and stood there in a daze. My goodness, this guy didn't even hesitate at all. Fortunately, sister. I guess even mom nodded when I called her. Wang Qing inexplicably thought of the world where he was still a human. There were several classic anime characters there. The two-faced turtle and the boiling sheep. They would probably offer Su Yuming a cigarette when they saw him. Su Yuming said to Lu Min anxiously, "Where is it? You're not really lying to me, are you?" Lu Min pointed to a corner where a short-haired girl with a dignified appearance and pretty face stood. Su Yuming looked at Chen Zixuan not far away, and his whole face almost melted. He laughed obscenely. "She is still as beautiful as ever. Today she even wore my favorite white dress." Wang Qing, what do you mean by your favorite white dress? Even if she were something else, you would probably say the same thing. Everyone also looked in the direction Lu Min pointed. Su Tiantian opened his mouth and said, "She is pretty too." Wang Qingxian, it seems that Yuming has a good eye. Just when everyone agreed that Su Yuming had good taste, Su Yuming suddenly shouted, She seems to be looking at me." His face was slightly red, as if he was drunk, and he hid under the car window, sighing repeatedly. "We just made eye contact for 3 seconds. Does she like me too? The man's illusion is she. Could it be that she likes me?" The girls around were speechless. Lu Min directly attacked. "She is looking at our bus, after all. Isn't she here to see us? You are really too much, aren't you?" Su Tiantian sighed. "It's really too much for Yu Ming to be like this. Why don't you confess to her later?" Wang Qing. Only Su Tiantian would think of confessing his feelings before the relationship develops. Lumen was not afraid of making trouble and started to make trouble. Yes, after we return to school, you should confess your feelings to her, right? Otherwise, do you plan to keep having a crush on her for a few more years? If someone gets there first, I wonder what you'll do, Wang Qingxian said calmly. Anyway, now you have the title of hero and are a member of the top class. No girl can refuse you. They chatted with each other, which made Su Yuming feel itchy. Wang Qing thought this guy would refuse, but unexpectedly. Su Yuming, don't worry, when I saw her for the first time, I even thought of a name for our child. Just call me Chen Yuxian, Su Tiantian. Why Chun? Su Yuming chuckled and said, because I think she gave birth to a child. She should be named after her last name. Wang Qing. Just now, Qingyang passing the cigarette was already a great achievement. I didn't expect Su Yuming to be so outrageous. Chen Zixuan on the other side. Is this guy looking at me again? Chen Zixuan's lips curled up slightly. Since you were so lustful, why don't I start with you first? We are developing the membership of our organization step by step. Her eyes gradually changed from gentle to ferocious. The bus stopped at the playground and was received by the principal himself. Everyone was treated like heroes, holding certificates and large bonuses produced by the school. After the principal finished his speech, each student took to the podium to recount the process of their battle with the demons. Su Yuming had just finished speaking when he felt a gust of fragrant wind coming towards him. He looked up, and every cell in his body was trembling. Hello, this hero classmate. Chen Zixuan had an angelic smile on her pretty face. At least in Su Yuming's eyes, she was an angel. I'm Chen Zixuan from Class 3. As a hero, can you give me an autograph? Bang, bang, bang. The volcano in Su Yuming's heart erupted completely. He opened his eyes wide, feeling the blood rushing through his body, and a stream of blood spurted out of his nose. When Chen Zixuan saw this, he widened his eyes in surprise. Su Yuming fainted right in front of him. She felt that this guy was a bit outrageous. Chapter 52, Hard Flirting. Su Yuming slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a room filled with the smell of disinfectant. A sweet-looking girl was sitting next to him. Where am I? Hey, Zixuan, am I dreaming? You actually appeared in my dream. This is too happy. Before Su Yuming could react, he happily started to take off his clothes. In my dream, I have to start right away. Chen Zixuan. Does this guy think this is a wet dream? What the hell? She watched Su Yuming take off his shirt and look at her in an extremely obscene manner. Chen Zixuan was a little confused. She couldn't help but start complaining about herself, wondering why she chose this guy as the first choice for organizational development. He was too lustful. Su Yuming didn't really think much about it and was just about to pounce on Chen Zixuan like a hungry wolf, but was stopped by Chen Zixuan. Student Su Yu, what's wrong with you? Her face turned red, and she looked at Su Yuming somewhat at a loss. Su Yuming was surprised for a moment, tilted his head, and asked, Am I dreaming? He was too lazy to think too much. It was just a dream anyway, so he might as well do everything she wanted to do on a daily basis. He reached out and touched Chen Zixuan's smooth face, pouting his lips and ready to kiss her. Bang! There was a crisp sound in the air. It echoed throughout the health room. Su Zumi. He widened his eyes for no apparent reason, his eyes filled with fear. Such a painful slap. Could it be that I am not dreaming? It's over. The goddess has completely left me. He kept doubting himself in his heart and couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Chen Zixuan blushed, lowered his head, and said coquettishly, Pervert, pervert! Student Su, you disappoint me so much. She stood up and walked out the door angrily. Su Yuming was stunned. You. His tears were about to fall out, and he cried out, Zixuan. Chen Zixuan stood at the door, tears in his eyes, looking pitiful, and looked at Su Yuming with disappointment. Zixuan, you please listen to my excuses. Chen Zixuan. Su Yuming also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Chen Zixuan gritted his teeth and said, I thought you would be a great hero and have such qualities, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing to your classmates. Keep your quibbling to yourself. I will never like you again. These few words were like thunder, causing Su Yuming to tremble all over. Watching the goddesses departing back, Su Yuming felt as if his soul had been taken away by her. All his strength was drained out of him, and he fell heavily on the bed, motionless. Chen Zixuan had just left when Su Tiantian and Lu Min came in after a while. Su Tiantian looked at Su Yuming, who was lying half dead on the bed, and was somewhat surprised. Huh? Are you okay? Lu Min frowned. This guy's condition seems to be worse than before. And we just ran into Chen Zixuan. Hearing Chen Zixuan, Su Yuming's lifeless eyes became bright again. What's wrong? Did Zixuan say anything to you? Lu Min nodded slightly. She said, she was really blind. Why would she like someone like you? Bah. Su Yuming twitched twice, then hid under the quilt and started crying bitterly. This cry made Lu Min and Su Tiantian confused. A grown boy actually cried so heartbreakingly because of a girl. Lu Min also became angry and lifted up the quilt. A grown man like you, do you really need to cry like this? Is there anything that can't be solved? Really? Su Yuming curled up and told the whole story of what had happened in a dull manner. Su Tiantia. Lu Min. There is also the little fire dragon held in his arms, and Wang Qing. They were both confused. A few noises came from under the bed, and the raccoon that had been hiding under the bed crawled out and nodded at everyone, proving that this guy was really an idiot. Su Tiantian couldn't help but complain. You thought you were having an erotic dream and wanted to kiss someone? Oh my god, you are such a sex-hungry ghost. This is too outrageous. Lu Min looked at him with disdain. Do you like it? You are just greedy for a body. You are so cheap. Su Yuming sobbed and said, it's over. Everything is over. I didn't expect that she also liked me. It was obvious that we were in love, but I did such a stupid thing. Is there any way to remedy this? He suddenly held Lu Min's hand and sobbed. You are all my best friends. Please give me some advice so that she can forgive me. It would be best if you could reconcile with me, or even be with me. Su Tiantian. She mercilessly complained. We are brothers, not wishing gods. Lu Min snorted. You still want to get back together? It's obvious that things haven't been good before, and you still want to be with her. You're really too bold to think about that. Wang Qing was ashamed. This guy is really bold. He still wants to pursue her even after all this. Isn't he afraid that she will call a few sisters to drag him to a corner and beat him up? Su Yuming held up 2 fingers and said, as long as you can let me talk to her, I will work like a slave for you for 2 months. Su Tiantia. For love, you are willing to work like a slave. Lu Min snapped his fingers. Okay, I'll definitely help you with this. If for no other reason than to have someone to order around. Wang Qing. High emotional intelligence. Do whatever it takes to be in love and sacrifice yourself. Low EQ. This guy is the king of bootlickers. Qingyang has to urge him to publish a book when he sees him. Lu Min started to discuss strategies with them with her creative mind, planning to gain Chen Zixuan's forgiveness tonight. The other side. Chen Zixuan stood alone in the woods of the school, punching a big tree mercilessly again and again. You're so damn blind. Why should I consider him as the first development person? Not only did I fail to trick people into joining the organization, but I almost got taken advantage of. Don't let me meet that guy next time, or I will definitely tear his face apart. Boom boom. The big tree was being ruthlessly destroyed and was shaking violently. Big tree, you can be angry, but why do you touch me? I'm just a tree. Who am I messing with? Chen Zixuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the unfamiliar number and frowned before picking up the phone. Hello? Excuse me, are you Chen Zixuan? The anger that Chen Zixuan had suppressed suddenly flared up again. I'm Su Yuming, your hero. Great hero. She really wanted to beat this despicable guy to death. Su Yuming didn't know where Lu Min got Chen Zixuan's phone number, and why did she ask him to learn these words and say them to her? Flirt. Hard flirt. Su Yuming looked at the notebook in Lu Min's hand, which was filled with flirtatious words. The other party pointed at a cheesy word, which frightened him so much that his heart beat faster. Chen Zixuan said coldly, What's the matter? Su Yuming coughed twice. Stinky Bao, where are you? Can I come over to find you? I want to explain what happened just now and give you a gift as an apology. When Chen Zixuan heard Su Yuming call him Stinky Treasure, he could no longer suppress the anger in his body. She said word by word, Okay, this is the grove at the north gate of my school. Come over. She had already decided that she would bury the bitch no matter what. Chapter 53. Solve it all together. 30 minutes later. The moonlight was bright, and at this moment a big tree in the grove was swaying wildly, and the fallen leaves were scattered all over the ground like they were free. Big tree, please stop hitting me. I'm really dying. Chen Zixuan punched the tree again and again, growling in displeasure. You asked me to meet you, and it's already been half an hour. He made me wait here for so long. This guy really doesn't know what it means to destroy himself. Her patience had reached its limit, and her anger was boiling like never before. If Su Yuming could appear here, he would definitely be beaten to death by her punch. At this time, a tall shadow slowly walked over. Chen Zixuan noticed a dark shadow not far away and stopped venting his anger, staring at the approaching figure. Her originally angry eyes gradually became surprised at this moment, and her eyes were filled with horror. I'll go. Is it so outrageous? Su Yuming was wearing a neat black suit, had his hair combed back, and was holding a bouquet of flowers stolen from the health room. With a smile on his face that he thought was very handsome, he listened to the instructions coming from the headphones and walked towards Chen Zixuan with a smile on his face. Could you please walk less stiffly? Be more natural. Can you please put a more normal smile on your face? It's too vulgar. You're not here to commit a crime. You're here to apologize and flirt with girls. Lu Min, who was hiding aside, let out an angry roar. Su Yuming took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and walked towards Chen Zixuan silently. When Chen Zixuan saw the smile on Su Yuming's face, he was completely confused. Does this smile make me feel like I'm trying to bully you again? She reflected on it in her mind and decided to see what this guy was up to first before deciding where to bury him. Hello, Zixuan. I'm sorry. As a gentleman, I shouldn't be late. He half knelt on the ground affectionately and handed the flowers in his hand to Chen Zixuan. It's just that you were too beautiful, so I couldn't help but pick some flowers for you. Flowers have always been paired with beauties, so you deserve it. Lu Min, Su Tiantian, Wang Qing, and Little Raccoon, who were hiding on the side, were all speechless. Lu Min looked at Su Tian. I don't think I even taught him how to start, and he just went for it. Su Tiantian was ashamed. This is too direct, and you're sure it's okay to tease me like this? Wang Qing. He was thinking that it was good enough that Chen Zixuan didn't vomit after listening to it. If he continued talking, he would probably vomit. Chen Zixuan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, This flower looks familiar to me. Aren't they the flowers on the table in the infirmary? Su Zumi. The atmosphere fell into an unprecedented silence. Chen Zixuan also realized that he had exposed this guy's lies. He couldn't help but pout and said lightly, Tell me, what do you want to explain? Su Yuming stood up and said to her righteously, Do you know? You've been living in my dreams recently. I thought I dreamed of you because I liked you so much so. Chen Zixuan. So you just want to get rid of me? He didn't even want to find a reason to explain, and he said it so directly. She has now completely lost her patience with this man. Anyway, relying on her looks, she can also recruit more talented people for the organization. As a result, Chen Zixuan, who had been suppressing his anger, finally went berserk. She whispered with a half-smile, You made me wait for so long, and you did something excessive to me. So I decided to get rid of you tonight. Su Zuming. He widened his eyes, looked at a loss, and his face turned red instantly. Not good. You were so anxious to get rid of me. Chen Zixuan. She knew that this guy had misunderstood her meaning again, and she was so angry that she clenched her fist and punched him hard. The solution I'm talking about is to beat you to death, bastard. A powerful punch hit Su Yuming's face. The defenseless Su Yuming was blown several meters away and fell to the ground, rolling around in pain, holding his stomach. In this situation, Su Tiantian and Lu Min couldn't help but sigh. Su Tiantian. It seems that straight men are really easy to get beaten. Lu Min. If there was a bitch like Yu Ming, I would have pushed him to the ground and rubbed him. Wang Qing clicked his tongue twice. Judging from the opponent's punches, he was definitely serious. Su Yuming screamed in pain. Chen Zixuan walked up to him again, his pretty face full of indifference. Zixuan, please listen to my explanation. Actually, Bah. Chen Zixuan kicked Su Yuming in the stomach again. Su Yuming was shaking with pain. You were too cruel. Chen Zixuan raised his foot coldly. There are even more ruthless ones. She wanted to kick Su Yuming hard and release all her anger for the night. But both of his steps missed the target. Su Yuming rolled to the side and looked at the other person in surprise. You are obviously a student. How come you are so agile? Could it be that you are? Before he could finish his words, Chen Zixuan became murderous. His identity had been discovered, so he had to silence him. Su Yuming, you are not a martial arts genius. Chen Zixuan. This guy is so fucking cheap. Another fierce punch came at him. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Su Yuming could not help but shout, Little Raccoon! Save me. The little raccoon hiding nearby awakened and turned into a ball of dazzling white light. In just a moment, it appeared in front of Su Yuming. Bang! The opponent's powerful fist hit the raccoon's belly, but was bounced away by the powerful rebound ability of the belly. Chun Zixuan adjusted the impact, panting heavily and staring at Su Yuming and Raccoon with a grim face. Raccoon yelled at Su Yuming angrily. She's just a woman. Why are you so angry? Do you still look like a man? If it weren't for your preference, I would have beaten her up a long time ago. It's really infuriating. Su Yuming's face was stiff. If you say that again, I won't give you the super limited edition instant noodles tomorrow. Raccoon. Master is mighty. You have good taste. This woman is quite cute. Ha 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 ha. Su Zumi. Chun Zixuan gnashed his teeth in anger. Master is so mean. Even the contracted beast is so mean. Since you are all so mean, don't blame me for being rude. Come out. Night Shadow. A black shadow emerged on the ground, forming a shadow that could lurk in the darkness for a long, long time. The black shadow transformed into a human form, only half a meter tall, with a pair of red eyes and a big grin. Master, Chun Zixuan whispered coldly. Wake up! Su Tiantian and Lu Min, who were hiding aside, were stunned. Su Tiantian. Her contracted beast is actually B-level, and it can also awaken. Lu Min. She has been hiding her strength all this time, and she is so skilled. She is definitely not a good person, Ying said with a smile. Master, there are still a few hiding in the dark. What do you think we should do? Chun Zixuan whispered without thinking. Solve it all together. But what she didn't know was that the guy hiding in the dark was Wang Qing, who had gone crazy killing people in District 20. If she had known it was him, she would have given in long ago. Chapter 54. I still can't beat you? Night Shadow awakens. Chun Zixuan shouted angrily. The black shadow suspended in the air gradually expanded. In the darkness, a black light infinitely magnified the night shadow. Ah! A violent scream cut through the air. A 3-meter-tall, humanoid warrior with a pitch-black body and wings on his back appeared. It has a pair of horns on its head, its eyes are terrifyingly red, and it holds a heavy sword in its hand. A black, evil aura surrounds its body, making it look sinister, like a violent demon. Su Yuming felt the murderous aura coming towards him, and the helplessness on his face gradually became stiff. Chun Zixuan, I think you were serious, right? The perverted look he had before had disappeared. Su Yuming pushed his glasses aside and stared straight at Chun Zixuan. Chun Zixuan did not speak, but ordered the awakened contracted beast, Shadow Demon, kill those people in the dark first. The shadow demon floating in the air screamed, flapped its wings, and rushed towards the grove on the side. Su Tiantian saw the other party rushing towards him and screamed in fear. Oh my god, it's coming. Lu Min sighed. I didn't bring my fat-headed dragon with me. This. Wang Qing looked at the shadow demon rushing towards him with contempt, his eyes filled with disdain. This kind of rubbish is not worthy of awakening him. Just as Wang Qing was about to open his mouth to release the S-level suppression, a white shadow quietly appeared in front of them. Brother, I'll take care of everything. Energy punch! The raccoon gathered strength in his fists and smashed hard at the oncoming shadow demon. The fist filled with white energy and the stabbing black heavy sword were counterbalancing each other in midair. The shadow demon opened his eyes wide and looked at the raccoon in disbelief. Chun Zixuan opened his mouth wide, eyes full of shock. Impossible. My contracted beast is almost close to A level. How can I not be able to kill your contracted beast in seconds? Su Yuming pushed up his glasses and replied coldly. Do you really think that the training I and Raccoon went through on the battlefield was just to get by? Next, I want to let you see what true terror is. Raccoon, hammer it to death. The other party was determined to kill, so Su Yuming didn't need to hide. Raccoon. It let out a long, earth-shattering roar, and the violent white energy gradually became more powerful. The secret of the Huan Fist, Big Brother Fist. Bang! The raccoon, who was originally restraining the shadow demon, felt a force as strong as a raging wave from the opponent's fist. A ball of terrifying white light was released from the raccoon's fist and pounced towards him at an incredible speed. Shadow Fiend. Oops, I can't hide anymore. Boom! The shadow demon was instantly blown away by this force. Before he landed on the ground, Raccoon touched his fists together and his entire body was covered in a ball of white light. Huanklan Mbati. Now both speed and explosive power have been doubled. Before the shadow demon landed on the ground, a gust of evil wind blew from below. Shadow demon, Zofast. Uppercut. Another wave of white fists lifted the shadow demon into the air. The raccoon touched the ground with both feet, and his whole body spun at high speed. The white energy gradually turned into a violent tornado. Su Yuming narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "The winner has been decided." Raccoon. Raccoon fist secret technique. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Su Yuming, who was pretending to be cool, was dumbfounded and angrily scolded. "What kind of names do you use for your moves?" A fucking tornado destroyed the parking lot. Wang Qing, who was standing nearby, laughed. "Last time, I just mentioned that I could spin at high speed to try to create a tornado. It turns out that this guy actually made a name for himself, and even gave himself a name like Tornado Destroys Parking Lot." The white tornado engulfed the shadow demon, and a dazzling energy burst out in midair. A scream rang out, and the raccoon stood on the ground unharmed, looking at the shadow demon who had been devastated to an extremely miserable state, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Chen Zixuan's expression was extremely complicated. He never expected that his contracted beast would be so weak. Hateful, she stared at Su Yuming without any ferocity on her face. If looks could kill, Su Yuming would have been reduced to ashes. Su Yuming didn't know what was going on with this goddess. She suddenly took action and wanted to get rid of them all of a sudden. This must be a big problem. Su Yuming narrowed his eyebrows and asked calmly, "You wanted to kill us just now, right? Tell me, who are you?" Chen Zixuan said with a cold face, word by word. "Just because you are a stinking bitch, you are qualified to talk to me? I feel sick when I see you now. I want to vomit." Hearing this comment from the other party, Su Yuming shrugged indifferently. "You don't have a child, do you? How come you're pregnant when you're just in college?" Chen Zixuan. "What are you talking about? Remember this, next time we meet, I will definitely..." Before she could finish her harsh words, a gust of wind came from behind her, and her neck was strangled by a huge force. "Su Zuming." "Su Tiantian. This Lu Min, what's going on?" "Wang Qing. Does this count as standing up for Su Yuming?" Lu Min strangled Chen Zixuan fiercely, her face serious and expressionless. "You've already been defeated. What are you still talking about? You can bully that idiot Yuming, but you just wanted to kill us." She threw Chen Zixuan to the ground heavily, stepped on his chest with one foot, and yelled at the dazed Su Yuming in a bad mood. "What are you still doing here, kid? Hurry up and report to the school leaders. Arrest this person and investigate." Su Tiantian also hurried over, wanted to help. Chen Zixuan was lying on the ground, feeling the other parties full of malice, and couldn't help but curse. "You rubbish, what's the point of sneak attack? Challenge me if you dare. Asshole." Lu Min narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Are you sure?" Chen Zixuan was naturally confident in her own strength. Seeing that the other party had let go of her, she stood up silently and pointed her fist at Lu Min. Lu Min said to Su Tiantian, "We are fighting. We can't pull hair and slap mouth like others do. That's how it should be." As she spoke, she waved to Chen Zixuan, and the woman rushed over with her fists clenched. Lu Min just took a step forward and raised her shoulders slightly. Baji Taishenko. With a domineering collision, he broke through the opponent's fist and knocked Chen Zixuan out in one fell swoop. Su Tiantian. Wang Qing. This seemingly weak girl actually knows Bajiquan. Chen Zixuan fell heavily to the ground, feeling the shock in his internal organs, and was defeated immediately. "Up with him. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Why can't I beat you?" Lu Min sneered disdainfully. "Taekwondo? Can it be compared with Daxia's Bajiquan? If you say one more word of nonsense, I will destroy you." Chen Zixuan. She was wondering if every student in this top class was not a good person. If I had known earlier, I would not have hidden my ability and would have joined the elite class. Chapter 55. The Gaze from Teacher Lu Qian. What happened? Why is it such a mess here? Lu Qian brought the little gorilla to the scene under the guidance of Su Yuming. Looking at the several leaning trees, his expression became serious. "Tell me what happened." He looked at Chen Zixuan lying on the ground, and he was extremely worried. Su Tiantian frowned and told every word of what had just happened, including Su Yuming's flirting with girls. Su Yuming looked a little embarrassed and could only laugh to ease the embarrassment. Lu Qian just rolled his eyes at him, and then said with a serious expression, "So, she just wanted to kill you, and the contracted beast is B-level?" Students whose contracted beasts are at B level can go to the elite class for special training. But this girl chose to hide her strength and wanted to kill her classmates. She was obviously not an ordinary person. Chen Zixuan struggled to get up from the ground. The beauty on his face was no longer there, replaced by a hideous and angry look. She glared at Su Yuming. You must remember this. One day, I will definitely grind you to dust. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and the night shadow, lurking nearby, swallowed her up. Yang was so fast that he dived into the ground and escaped in just a moment. Su Yuming quickly ordered, "Chase." The raccoon jumped high and was about to chase after him, but Lu Qian stopped him and said, "Stop chasing. The other party's aura has completely disappeared." Su Yuming had no choice but to give up and sighed. It seems that we will have one more enemy in the future. Lu Qian said with a serious expression, I don't want you to spread the news about what happened tonight. The school will handle this matter. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in unison, and Su Tiantian exclaimed again, Teacher, you're orangutan. When everyone turned around, they found that the little gorilla was being held down by the raccoon, which was using brute force to pry its mouth open. Wang Qing on the side raised his leg without any hesitation and poured urine into the little gorilla's mouth. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The little gorilla screamed anxiously, but unfortunately no matter how he screamed, it was of no use. The raccoon snorted several times. Don't blame me. This is my big brother giving me his signal. This pee is a reward for you, little gorilla. Ding dong from the little gorilla, 500 grievance points. Ding dong, 1,000 anger points from Lu Qian. Ding dong from Su Tiantian, 1,000 helplessness points. Ding dong from Lu Min's 1,000 shock value. Ding dong from Su Yuming, 1,000 shock value. Lu Qian gritted his teeth and stared at Su Tiantian. Is your contracted beast still holding a grudge against you for the last special training? During the last special training, Wang Qing confronted the little gorilla and was frightened by Wang Qing's roar. This time, they just met, and he peed himself directly. Su Tiantian hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. After apologizing, she quickly ran over to pull Wang Qing away and kept apologizing to the victim, the little gorilla. I'm sorry, my contracted beast is too naughty. I'm sorry. Wang Qing. Humph, look how powerful you were last time. If I don't give you a hard time this time, you won't know what cruelty is. The raccoon unceremoniously pulled the little gorilla up and roared angrily. Remember, he is the leader of our top class. You must submit to him when you see him in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you till your skin is torn to pieces. Did you get it? The little gorilla nodded repeatedly out of fear. Last time he was just trying to show off and scare the freshmen, but now he was bullied by this big guy. Lu Qian's face was extremely gloomy. He clearly came here to save people, but instead he was bullied. Su Zumi, Su Tiantian, how do you two educate your contracted beasts? How dare you bully our school's contracted beast? Don't attend class tomorrow. In order to teach you how to respect your teachers and contracted beasts, I will punish you by taking you to work at the charity nursing home for a day. Su Yuming. Su Tiantian. They don't know what happened. It was the contracted beast's fault. What does it have to do with them? Lu Qian didn't give them a chance to refute. He turned around and left with the victim, the little gorilla. The raccoon has canceled its awakening and turned into a little raccoon. It is massaging Wang Qing with a flattering look on its face, acting like a little brother. Wang Qing was also lying on the ground enjoying himself, as if he was not the one who had done the bad thing just now. Su Yuming pulled up the little raccoon and angrily scolded it. Whose contracted beast are you now? Do you want me to lick you like this? The little raccoon chirped as if protesting against what Su Yuming had just done. Lu Min walked over coldly and sneered. Isn't this just following the master? Didn't you just do something inexplicable to Chen Zixuan? Su Yuming. The little raccoon nodded and confirmed it. Su Yuming screamed in anger. You bastard, don't eat the instant noodles tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Little raccoon. Su Tiantian picked up Wang Qing with a gentle expression, showing no emotion. Wang Qing looked at the girl in surprise. Why did he feel that her smile looked a little fake? I won't punish you or anything. After all, I'm a loving master. Wang Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but Su Tiantian's next words made him feel scared again. In order to prevent you from running around and getting into trouble, I decided to find a kitchen knife, chop you into pieces, and then throw you into the refrigerator. When I miss you, I'll take you out and piece you together. When I don't have money to eat, I'll use you to make soup. Do you think this is a good idea? This smiling look made Wang Qing tremble in his heart for a while. It struggled to break free from Su Tiantian's hands, but the other party held it tightly and would not let it escape. Okay, let me start chopping you up tonight. This smile hides a cold knife. Wang Qing was so frightened that he trembled with fear and could only meow to beg for mercy. Su Yuming, who was standing aside, looked at the school beauty acting so gloomily and silently left with a little raccoon in his arms. Women are really outrageous. Once they become vicious, they are absolutely amazing. The murderous Chun Zixuan, the violent Lu Min, and the dark Su Tiantian. These people don't seem like normal people. Hey, don't run. In the end, Wang Qing broke free from Su Tiantian's arms and ran away in shame. Lu Min, who was standing in the grove, watched the man and the dog running around madly and couldn't help but sigh. Is this really the strongest contracted beast? I always feel that both the contracted beast and the master are not very smart. Chapter 56. Learning and Applying. What's the matter with you? It's the middle of the night, and you're covered in wounds. Didn't I ask you to lurk in the school and win over some strong people? In the dim room, an old man looked at the disheveled Chun Zixuan, his wrinkled face filled with anger. Chun Zixuan coughed and said, "What happened tonight was too sudden. It made me want to kill him." When the old man heard this, he slapped Chun Zixuan in the face. Stupid! Chun Zixuan was knocked to the ground by the slap. Tears welled up in his big, watery eyes as he looked at the old man aggrievedly. The old man was so angry that he was shaking all over. Do you know how much effort the organization spent to get you into the school? You were exposed not long after you entered. Chun Zixuan was powerless to refute. After all, she was born to be a slave of the organization and only worked for the organization. Even death was justified. The old man's chest heaved, and he was obviously very angry. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked word by word, "How many people have you won over in school now?" Chun Zixuan lowered his head, sat on the ground blankly, and dared not speak. The old man's face darkened, and then he kicked him again. "You can't have failed to win over even one student." Chun Zixuan was kicked so hard that her whole body trembled. She was already injured, and under such brute force, she couldn't help but gasp. You really disappoint me. I don't care what method you use. You must win over the owners of 10 B-level contracted beasts within half a month. If you can't complete the mission, don't even think about getting this month's life-saving medicine." Chun Zixuan. She struggled to get up from the ground, trying hard not to shed tears. If she doesn't get life-saving medicine this month, her sister will eventually be destroyed. For the sake of her sister, she had to obey the old man's orders, even if it meant doing something against her will, and she dared not rebel. She quietly left the room and limped out of the nursing home. This is also a gathering place where the organization has been rooted for a long time. On the surface, it is a nursing home, but in reality, the director is the branch leader of District 20, responsible for managing all matters in District 20. Chun Zixuan didn't know where this organization came from. He only knew that their target was the city's spiritual core. Once they succeeded in stealing it, District 20 would eventually become an abandoned city, and the water, plants, and animals would all be destroyed. The powerful spiritual core can be used for the contracted beast to practice, allowing the contracted beast to be promoted to an unexpected level. The old man asked her to win over 10 owners of B-level contracted beasts within half a month, which was an extremely difficult task. If she didn't take action, her sister would die. Su Youmin, Su Tiantian, Liu Min. You all just wait for me. One day, I will grind you to dust. She looked at the full moon hanging in the sky and swore secretly in her heart that she would make them pay the price. The next morning, early in the morning, Xunyan woke up with a scream as usual. "Oh my God, Tiantian!" Su Tiantian looked at Xunyan with sleepy eyes. "What's wrong?" Senior Xunyan. Xunyan pointed at the socks that were bitten into pieces on the ground, and the culprit, Wang Qing, was lying on the snack rack, eating frantically. Su Tiantian looked at the mess on the ground and was filled with anger. He first shouted to Xunyan in a familiar tone, "I'm sorry, Senior Xunyan." Then he rushed to Wang Qing, grabbed his neck, and angrily said, "You bastard, I was already very good that I didn't beat you to death last night. Why? Are you torturing me again today?" Xunyan was full of resentment. She really loved and hated a contracted beast like Wang Qing, who was both strong and naughty. His fighting ability is so high. Why do he always like to do these troublesome things? Wang Qing let out a pitiful meow to show his innocence. The reason he did this was purely to get revenge on Su Tiantian, who told her to chase him around the school last night, almost dying of exhaustion, and then not feed him after that. How could he bear this injustice? So Wang Qing cleaned up the dormitory. Xiaoyan sighed. Don't apologize, I'm used to it. If next time, sigh. She didn't know what to say. After all, the socks didn't look worth much, but she couldn't let them be wasted like this forever. Su Tiantian immediately said, Don't worry, there will definitely not be a next time. If there's a next time, I'll pull out this guy's teeth one by one. When Wang Qing heard this, he instantly became much more obedient. He always felt that this girl's character was becoming more and more cruel, especially towards himself. She had transformed from a little white rabbit who endured silently into a big bad wolf who punished severely. Wang Qing's neck was tightly pinched, and Su Tiantian warned with a smile. Did you know? Xiaohei. Wang Qing uttered a humming sound, indicating that he understood. After all, if you don't understand it, you will really have your teeth pulled out. Xiaoyan did not pursue the matter, but just pursed her lips and nodded numbly. Socks are not worth much, but I really don't want it to happen again. Even a person with a good temper would be troubled by such things. All Xiaoyan has issued a final ultimatum to Su Tiantian. If Wang Qing acts recklessly again in the future, she might really have to do something to punish him. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, at the school gate, Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and carried a small school bag, and slowly came to the school gate to gather. Because they had angered teacher Lu Qian last night, she and Su Yuming had to take their contracted beasts to do volunteer work. But what Su Tiantian didn't expect was that the people waiting were not only Su Yuming, but also Wang Qingxian and Lu Min. As soon as Su Tiantian arrived, he saw Lu Min pressing Su Yuming and rubbing him on the ground. Su Yuming was so scared that he screamed, I won't say anything anymore. I won't say anything anymore. Please stop hitting me. Lu Min rode on him, sneered and said, Didn't you say Bajiquin is just a fancy move? Why are you so scared when I just made a move? Bang bang. Su Yuming was hit by 2 more iron punches, and the pain was so severe that tears were about to come out of his eyes. Wang Qingxian saw Su Tiantian and greeted him with a smile. Tiantian, you are here. Su Tiantian nodded slightly, pointed at Su Yuming who was being beaten, and asked in surprise, What is this? Wang Qingxian said with a smile. This bitch laughed at Lu Min's boxing skills and said they were just fancy moves, and even wanted to PK with her. And then she got taught a lesson. Su Tiantian, I understand the reasoning, but why are those 2 little guys also fighting with each other? It's okay that the masters are fighting, but even the raccoon and Charmander are fighting, which is a bit outrageous. Wang Qingxian. Perhaps it was influenced by the master. Ha ha ha. What's even more outrageous is that when Wang Qing went over and meowed, the 2 of them stopped immediately and ran over happily, one rubbing his back and the other patting his legs, completely forgetting what had just happened. The little eagle was even more outrageous. It flapped its wings in the air and acted as a mobile fan for Wang Qing. Wang Qingxian. Although she has become accustomed to the nature of her contracted beast, why should it become a mobile fan? Even she, as its owner, cannot enjoy such treatment. So, Wang Qingxian asked quietly, Tiantian, how do you usually communicate with your contracted beasts? How on earth did he manage to tame other contracted beasts while taming them? This is outrageous. Su Tiantian pouted and answered intermittently, Just follow his temper. If he does something too outrageous, just beat him up. Wang Qingxian understood immediately and rushed to Little Flying Eagle with great momentum. Little Flying Eagle, come here and get beaten. Little Eagle. Su Tiantian. Is this considered learning and applying now? Chapter 57. Take the initiative to deliver. Charity Nursing Home. Everyone stood in front of the rusty iron gate, looking at the yellow fallen leaves in the yard. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew by and blew up the dead leaves. Su Yuming swallowed his saliva and said, It took me a long time just to find the place. It's not bad that the location is so remote, but it's also so run down. The word dilapidated is very appropriate, because not only is the gate rusty, but even the house number plate hanging on the door has been eroded by time, so that few words can be seen. Su Tiantian pouted and whispered, It's okay if it's ruined, but don't bring any personal emotions with you later. After all, I am here as a volunteer under punishment, so I cannot make things difficult for those elderly people. Su Yuming replied with a smile. Oh, do I look like someone who works with emotions? I treat them better than my own grandfather. You said so, Lu Min. Lu Min, who was standing aside, showed a look of contempt and replied with a curled lip. You will die if you don't brag. You haven't even completed the mission yet, and you still have the nerve to brag about it. This made Su Yuming speechless. He grinned and snorted. You will know later. Oh, by the way, why did you and Qingxian come here? We are the ones being punished. Lu Min choked. What do you mean? We are here to help Tiantian. Who wants to help you? Su Zumi. Okay, I was overthinking again. Wang Qing was lazily held by Su Tiantian. He wanted to enjoy the service of the younger brothers, but he couldn't do it anymore. The little raccoon kept looking at Wang Qing excitedly, and that look seemed to be declaring, I will serve you well later, big brother. Su Tiantian stood at the gate and shouted inside. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Su Yuming chuckled. You can't shout like that. You should be like me. He took a deep breath, slapped the iron door hard, and then shouted. Is there anyone here? The sound, like that of a loudspeaker, made the eardrums of several girls present hurt. What's even funnier is that this weathered gate collapsed with a loud bang after Su Yuming slapped it. Bang! After a loud bang, everyone present was shocked. Su Tiantia. You broke the door. Su Yuming was also greatly shocked, but he said calmly, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I'll help you fix it later. With that posture and expression, if you didn't know him, you would think he was a peerless master. Lu Min slapped him on the back of his head. What are you doing here, kid? Hurry up and prop up the door. Su Zumi. This guy got a slap in the face before he could even finish pretending. Just as everyone was about to prop up the door, an angry voice rang out not far away. What are you doing? You want to steal my door and sell it? Asshole! Everyone. Before he could become a good volunteer, he was already being treated as a thief. Su Yuming grinned and came over to say hello. Old man, things are not what you think. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, the old man picked up his walking stick and started beating him hard again and again. Su Yuming was caught off guard and was beaten 3 or 4 times. He was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. I've caught you, and you still dare to argue with me. If I don't beat you till your skin is torn to pieces today, I. Just as the old man was about to say something harsh, Lu Min took out her student ID. Grandpa, we are students from Qingyang College. Our teacher gave us a task to come and volunteer at this nursing home. We are really not thieves. This is my student ID. The old man grabbed the student ID and looked at Lu Min again. The anger on his face was gradually replaced by a smile. Oh, I'm just getting old and confused. I misunderstood you. He scratched his head and said, Recently, there are always a few bad students who come to steal things from me because I am old and frail. This gate was destroyed last time. Luckily, I discovered it early. Otherwise, they would have sold it for money. Wang Qing wanted to laugh after hearing this. Is this considered running away? The old man welcomed them in warmly and asked them like an elder asking a younger person, What year are you in? Su Yuming chuckled and said, We are freshmen, but we are students in the top class. Everyone present here, the strength of each of your contracted beasts is B level. This one. Su Yuming pointed at Su Tiantian and introduced her solemnly. She is the monitor of our top class and also the owner of an A-level contracted beast. He didn't dare say S-level, because S-level was too terrifying and he was afraid that it would raise the old man's blood pressure. When the old man heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. He has been worried recently about having no prey to develop. Since you have come to him on your own initiative, he will have to assimilate you well. Come on, everyone, please come in first. You must be tired after all this journey, right? Would you like me to get you some water? If Chun Zixuan were here and saw the old man's enthusiasm, he would definitely question his life. After all, this guy slapped and kicked her yesterday. Now he is like an amiable old man, smiling and caring. Su Yuming took the initiative to refuse and said, It's okay. We will help sweep the fallen leaves in the yard first. You go and have a rest first. If you need us for anything later, just come and call us. The old man nodded slightly. Okay, I'll get you some tea. Oh, by the way, you guys came at a bad time. The elderly people in the room have all gone home to celebrate the holidays. They are not here. If I want to serve them, wash their hair, eat, chat, etc., I guess I will have to wait until next time. When Su Yuming heard this, his heart was filled with joy. I thought I would have to walk with the elderly, chat with them, feed them, etc., but in the end I just had to work and then I could go back. Okay, let's do it next time. The old man took out the broom from the room, handed it to them, and ran to the kitchen to make tea. However, While making tea, he kept his eyes fixed on Tiantian intentionally or unintentionally. Such a pretty girl, and she's so strong. If I join our sect, the leader will definitely look at me differently. How should I develop a relationship with them later? He fell into deep thought. If there was something that could resonate with them, and he could find a way to trick them into signing the contract of joining the church, wouldn't that be enough? Now that he thought about it, he was truly a genius. Conversion contract, a written document similar to an oath. This is a secret method that the sect found from an evil book. Once signed, anyone who has second thoughts about the sect will die suddenly. This is why this sect has been able to survive for so many years. Chapter 58. Dare you say my elder brother is ugly? I finally cleared up the fallen leaves. Su Yuming stretched lazily and threw the broom in his hand aside. Lu Min punched him in the stomach angrily, causing him to scream in pain. Hiss. Lu Min said coldly, "Pick up the broom and put it back where you got it from. If I see you throwing things around again, I'll hit you hard next time." Su Zumi. He suddenly realized that Lu Min was addicted to beating him. She would do bajibang at any time, not behaving like a girl at all. Su Yuming obediently picked up the broom, while Su Tiantian and Wang Qingxian took the fallen leaves to the trash can at the door and threw them away. The happiest person is Wang Qing. He lazily lay by the door, enjoying the massage from the younger brothers. The little raccoon was massaging Wang Qing's back with particular effort, the little fire dragon was rubbing his legs, and the little eagle was flying in the sky as usual, flapping its wings to create a cool breeze. I hope I can spend more time with these little guys in the future. It's really comfortable. Just as he was sighing, he heard shouting from the door. What do you want to do? Theft is a crime. Su Tiantian's shout immediately attracted everyone. Wang Qing opened his eyes and found that Su Tiantian and Wang Qingxian, who were taking out the garbage, were confronting several high school students in school uniforms. 2 girls and 1 boy, wearing school uniforms, but with their hair dyed in various colors. They looked like young men who were uneducated and unlearned. Everyone rushed to the gate. They were not afraid when they saw everyone else coming. A spirited girl with red hair, a cigarette in her mouth, pointed at the gate that had been put aside and not put back and said arrogantly, "We have been eyeing this gate for a long time. I just happen to want to take it back and use it. How can it be called a crime? What a good excuse to take back." Su Tiantian said angrily, "You are just students. How can you do such a thing?" Wang Qingxian had a cold face and shouted angrily, "Put out the cigarette for me." He still looks like a student, but he imitates others to smoke, especially girls. The red-haired girl snorted disdainfully. "Who told you that we are students? We just exploited a few students and wore their clothes because we thought they looked good. Besides, what does my smoking have to do with you?" They all stopped studying early, mingled at the bottom of society, and engaged in petty thefts. Normally, they were afraid of being chased and beaten by adults, so they didn't take a few college students seriously. The red-haired girl had just finished speaking when the boy standing next to her pulled out a knife and said coldly, "We don't have internet money recently. Just hand over the money if you know what's best for you." Everyone. Not only did they come to steal the door, they also dared to rob with weapons in broad daylight. Lumen walked up to the group silently, clenched his fists, and whispered angrily, "Are you sure you're here to rob?" She could no longer hold back her Bajiquan. But before the other party could finish speaking, several contracted beasts rushed out. Wang Qing was like an evil force. He took advantage of the other party's inattention, jumped up, and swallowed the other party's knife. "Boy, you ate my knife?" This was the guy he used for food, but he never thought that it would be eaten by someone else. The red-haired girl was so angry that she pulled out a dagger from her waist and hugged Wang Qing in her arms. "He, the contracted beast? It should be worth a lot of money." Another blonde-haired girl came over and wanted to imitate the red-haired girl and was about to pull the raccoon over, but Su Yuming was quick enough to pull the raccoon over first. "You, if you don't want it to die." She pointed at Wang Qing, who was held in the arms of the red-haired girl, and said coldly to everyone, "Just bring all those contracted beasts here." Everyone. What kind of brain circuit is this? There was only one hostage, but they wanted to let the contracted beasts continue to be hostages? Are they stupid, or do these people just not have any brains at all? Seeing that no one reacted, the blonde girl became even more angry. "I don't care. You must cooperate now, otherwise we will definitely make this little guy pay." Su Tiantian frowned and said calmly, "Okay, please stab it to death first." Wang Qing, "I'm already a hostage, and you don't want to save me, but instead you're talking nonsense here." The girl with blonde hair couldn't have imagined that these people were so open-minded. The red-haired girl was stunned. Let's both take a step back. Hand over the money, and I'll return this thing to you. Tiantian shook his head and refused. No, you must kill it today. Wang Qing was an S-class terrifying beast. In Tiantian's opinion, this guy had not been injured in the previous duel with the demon overlord. How could a dagger take his life? That's too much of a disrespect to this guy. They have been robbing for so long, but they have never met anyone as calm as Tiantian. Generally speaking, when a contracted beast is caught, the other party will try to persuade it with kind words, and it shouldn't be like what happened today. The red-haired girl glanced at her two companions and said anxiously, "It seems that they are all hard-hearted. Why don't we take him and sell him for money?" The boy immediately objected. No, this little guy is too ugly. I don't think it will sell for much. Wang Qing. I'm not even angry yet, but you say I'm ugly? The blonde girl also nodded. Why not extort some money? Hand over the money quickly, or we. Before she could finish her words, the little raccoon took the initiative to walk forward. Its eyes were filled with anger because it heard someone dare to say that their eldest brother was ugly. In its eyes, Big Brother is a godlike existence. How can such a hero be insulted by these people? At the same time, Charmander and Little Eagle followed. All the masters were a little confused. Feeling the anger conveyed by the contracted beasts, they were also puzzled. Su Yuming wondered, are you guys going to wake up? Wang Qingxian. I also feel Little Eagle's fighting spirit. Lu Min. They just said Xiao He was too ugly? Su Tiantian. The scene was somewhat chaotic, and the three ruffians didn't know how they had offended these little guys. The blonde girl looked at the raccoon approaching and couldn't help but pounce on it with a smile. It wasn't long before he was happy and was swallowed up by a white light. I'll hold you up. What the hell? The white light gradually grew larger and eventually turned into a giant raccoon several meters tall. The raccoon whispered coldly, How dare you say our eldest brother is ugly? Don't expect to have any good results today. Chapter 59, Room Listening. With the awakening of the little raccoon, Charmander and Little Eagle also turned into contracted beasts that were several meters tall. The red-haired girl was so scared that her legs went limp. These are all hard problems. The blonde girl was so scared that she kept yelling, What the hell is going on? Let me go quickly. The raccoon picked her up like a chicken. No matter how she struggled, the raccoon didn't let go. It asked in a deep voice, coldly, Did you just say that our eldest brother is too ugly? You've never died? The eagle behind him rushed over angrily and slapped the energetic young man on the head wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer made the other person dizzy, and he squatted on the ground pitifully, not daring to move. The red-haired girl was still holding Wang Qing, staring blankly at the tragic scene. Fathead Dragon walked up to her coldly with his big belly on his shoulders. Put my brother down before I lose my temper. The red-haired girl gently put Wang Qing down, but unexpectedly a ball of fire came towards her. Bang! The red-haired girl's hair was set on fire, and she rolled on the ground. Fortunately, the fire was not very powerful and only burned a little fur. The red-haired girl touched her burnt hair and said angrily, Didn't I do what you said? You really have to do this to me? Is there any sense of justice left in the martial arts world? The most outrageous thing Wang Qing had ever seen was a local thug talking about martial arts with a contracted beast. The fat-headed dragon snorted. I just said that I haven't lost my temper yet, but that doesn't mean I won't lose my temper. These are all learned by me and my elder brother. It emphasized that the dog's behavior was taught by the eldest brother and implicitly praised Wang Qing. Wang Qing. This guy is so stupid that he can always be blamed for anything. Lu Min, who was standing behind him, had a dark complexion and angrily shouted at Fathead Dragon. Why would you choose to learn something so despicable as this? I'd be sorry if I didn't punish you by making you do 200 push-ups when we get back. Fat-headed dragon. It vaguely realized that it had become too complacent. Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and walked up to the beaten thugs with a serious face. Tell me, how should we deal with this matter today? The red-haired girl still didn't know what to do. She stood up and replied coldly, What do you mean by that? You beat us today. You are against our manatee gang. If you don't pay 100,000 yuan for the medicine today, this matter will really not be resolved. The big brother of our manatee gang kills without blinking an eye. You guys have destroyed the entire nursing home. She was so arrogant that she looked down on everyone, as if the manatee gang was a very powerful organization. Wang Qing yawned, turned around, and aimed at the red-haired girl. A stream of yellow mist spurted out from his butt and hit the red-haired girl directly. What is this? Wow, wow, wow. Her whole body was instantly swallowed up by the yellow mist, and she bent her body and vomited violently. The companions nearby didn't dare to go over to rescue him and could only stand there and stare blankly. The blonde girl said to the boy angrily, "Are you still a man? She's almost been poisoned to death. What are you still doing standing here?" The boy also got angry. "Aren't you good friends? Why don't you dare to go over and save people now?" A puff of fog made the relationship between them extremely sensitive and could break down at any time. After all, we are not fools. Looking at the painful look of the red-haired girl in the fog, it is not difficult to see that this would be the outcome if one went into the cliff to rescue someone. Su Tiantian patted Wang Qing on the head and scolded him unhappily. "Look at what you eat every day. Even a fart can suffocate someone to death." The red-haired girl is not dead yet, but she is not far from death. Her limbs were weak, her head was dizzy, and she had vomited everything in her stomach. Now he was staggering in the fog and could faint at any moment. She staggered out of the fog and was hugged by two of her companions. Without even saying a harsh word, they turned around and ran outside. Su Tiantian looked at the embarrassed backs of several people and couldn't help but complain. With this ability, you still want to learn from others to mix in society. As soon as these people left, the old man from the nursing home rushed out with a broom. "Kids, are you all right? I was so busy making tea for you that I didn't notice those little kids were stealing again." He spoke very angrily, as if he had some irreconcilable hatred with these people. It would be strange if the old man wasn't angry. The leader of the evil organization in District 20 hides himself in this nursing home and pretends to be a kind and amiable old grandfather in order to conceal his identity. What's the result? These hooligans are like sick people. He comes here every few days to steal things. Even the dentures of the old man and old lady who used to live here were not spared. Recently, all the elderly people in the nursing home have gone back to recuperate, and these guys have directly set their sights on the gate. The most infuriating thing is that he is the boss of District 20, but he can't do anything wrong. If he makes any big move, it will definitely attract official attention. If that happens, then it will be the end, right? When the old man saw that these contracted beasts had awakened, his face turned from anger to surprise. Could they be the awakened little guys? This. He gently touched the raccoon's big belly, feeling the elasticity on it, and he liked it so much. If such a powerful general could work for the organization, its combat effectiveness would definitely be improved by several levels. He had already put drugs in the tea, and they would have to drink it no matter what. Then, while they were unconscious, he would use them to sign the contract. Once the contract takes effect, even if they become ghosts, they will be ghosts of the organization. Su Yuming chuckled. "We are the top students in the school. This is a B-level contracted beast. It's very powerful." Lumin curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Can you please stop bragging? With your ability, you are already at the bottom." Su Yuming wanted to refute, but when he saw Lu Min's clenched fists, he had to swallow his grievances. The old man chuckled and said, "No matter what, you are all great classmates. This is the first time we meet, too. Let me introduce myself. My last name is Fong, and my given name is Fong Ting. You can call me Uncle Fong." Su Yuming nodded heavily. "I am Su from Shaosong Su Yuming, Su Tiantian." Fong Ting complained in his heart. "You dare to play tricks on me even when introducing yourself? When we sign the contract later, the first one will be punished to take off all your clothes and run 50 laps outside." What Su Yuming didn't know was that he had been targeted by Fong Ting, and he would definitely not have a good ending later. Chapter 60. I Really Want to Die. Su Tiantian, Lu Min, Wang Qingxian. Here is your tea." Fong Ting handed the drug tea to the three girls and said to Su Yuming with a smile, "Here, this is yours." Su Yuming frowned and said, "You are a bit stingy. Why is it that theirs is a big cup, but mine becomes a small bowl?" Because Fong Ting had given some of the tea to his contracted beast, there wasn't much left for Su Yuming. "I'm sorry, I didn't prepare much. Just cook a little more later." On the surface, Fong Ting was cheerful, but in fact, he was cursing in his heart. "If you drink less, the drug will have the least effect, and you are still nagging me. Wait and see how I will kill you." He had already made up his mind to teach this kid a lesson later. Lu Min handed over her tea, unhappily. "If you want a drink, I'll give some to you. Don't make things difficult for me." Su Tiantan handed the tea over. "I can't drink that much. I'll pour you some." Wang Qingxian also held up the cup and poured some into the small bowl. Soon the small bowl was filled with tea. Su Yuming drank it all without hesitation. Fong Ting's eyes gradually became ferocious. Drink it, I'll see how you die later. The girls didn't drink much, just took a small sip, but Fong Ting wanted to deal with Su Yuming the most right now, so it wouldn't be too late to deal with the others after dealing with him first. Wang Qing drank the tea in one gulp. Ding dong. The ingredients of ecstasy powder are detected, automatically converted into 10 evolution points. Wang Qing. This thing is poisonous? Can I gain evolution points after drinking it? Isn't this a chance to make life better again? His eyes were shining with gold as he watched his 3 younger brothers about to drink the tea. He called out hastily and drank all their tea in one gulp. Raccoon, Charmander, and Eagle. They were all stunned, their eyes gradually revealing a look of distress. Even the eldest brother was so thirsty, but they, the younger brothers, didn't notice it at all. The little raccoon pointed at several cups of tea on the ground. The little eagle and the little fire dragon rushed over and hurriedly brought the tea to their masters. Lumen looked at Charmander's actions and could not help but growl in anger. You guy, instead of taking care of your own master, you were so concerned about other contracted beasts. Wang Qingxian sighed. After all, they're Xiao Hei's brothers. Contracted beasts can recruit younger brothers, and they are so loyal to them. How envious those big brothers in the underworld must be. Fong Ting was extremely anxious when he saw that all his tea had been drunk up by the contracted beast. If anything goes wrong later, we'll have to resort to force. As long as we do it quickly enough, no one will find out. It won't work if you do it secretly. You have to do it openly. About 3 minutes passed. When Su Yuming fell to the ground without any warning, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Yuming, what's wrong with you? Hey, why do I feel dizzy? Su Tiantian was just about to go over to look after it, but his head became dizzy and his sudden physical discomfort also made Lu Min and Wang Qingxian alert. Lu Min clenched her fists and stared coldly at Fong Ting, who was standing nearby. Did you do this? Fong Ting's previous amiable look was replaced by a wicked smile, and he admitted it directly. I did it, what's wrong? I think you're too tired from cleaning. You should take a good rest. The other party did not hide his feelings at all, which made Lu Min feel gloomy all of a sudden. You, what do you want to do? Her body gradually began to feel unwell and became blurry. She could not even see the room in front of her. Wang Qingxian gritted his teeth and insisted. Don't waste your time talking to him. Wake up quickly. We should take advantage of the fact that they are still conscious, and we will definitely be able to break out after they wake up. But Fong Ting burst into laughter. You really underestimated me. I have set up awakening restrictions here. Any contracted beast below rank 8 cannot be awakened. Just now they were lucky enough to run to the door before they woke up. Now they were in the nursing home, and there was no one to help them. Wang Qing looked at this guy who looked like a villain and couldn't help but want to watch the show. I don't know if he will be scared to death if he wakes up when he is at his most arrogant. I can't anymore? Bang! Wang Qingxian couldn't hold on any longer and eventually fell down. Lumen shouted nervously, Little fire dragon, run out quickly. Let's wake up. The little fire dragon had only taken a few steps when Lu Min fell to the ground and fell asleep. Su Tiantian was the only one left, and her beautiful eyes were already showing a fight. Although she didn't know what the other party's intention was, she was almost unable to stand. No, Su Tiantian, you are everyone's last hope. You can't fall down. Although she felt dizzy, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She looked at Wang Qing, who was squatting beside her obediently, and said seriously, Wake up. Okay. Little Black. Wang Qing originally wanted to earn more points, but since the master had said so much, he had no choice but to wake up. After hearing this, Fong burst into laughter and said, Forget it. This is a place where even A-rank contracted beasts cannot awaken. You want to awaken your contracted beast? It's ridiculous. Su Tiantian didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed on Wang Qing. But before Wang Qing woke up, she couldn't hold on and passed out. Wang Qing. Well, since he is unconscious, it won't be too late for me to wake up later. Fong Ting. TSK. I really don't know what you're holding on to. Wouldn't it be nice to become a member of our organization sooner? He kicked Su Yuming angrily and said, You are such a scoundrel. You always snatched the tea from me and almost ruined my plan. Fortunately, he gave enough medicine this time, otherwise he would have been exposed. Why aren't you little guys panicking at all? It's really weird. Even though their master had fallen down, these little guys just stood there and watched without caring. How could he know that these contracted beasts didn't even take him seriously? After all, L level cannot awaken, and their eldest brother, Wang Qing, is S level and can beat you easily. So why do you still need them? Don't worry, that's why I did this. We also want to become a family with your master. As long as they sign this contract beast, they can become members of our organization. So you just watch carefully, I will never hurt your master. As he spoke, he took out several scrolls with runes drawn on them from his pocket. This is a soul contract. Once signed, if the terms are violated, the consequences will be unbearable. Just when he was about to ask Su Yuming to sign and seal his name, there was a commotion outside. Bang, bang, bang. The door that was finally put back in place was blown down again. A group of young men armed with sticks walked in arrogantly. Fong Ting's face suddenly darkened. Are you here to take revenge now? I really want to die. Chapter 61, Scyther. Fong Ting walked out angrily and saw that the person leading the group was the red-haired girl who had escaped before. He became furious all of a sudden. Why did you come to me? His voice was filled with coldness, completely different from his usual attitude of allowing others to bully him. The red-haired girl hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet and said arrogantly as usual, Old man, I won't embarrass you today. Hand over those people who just bullied us. Otherwise, don't blame us for destroying this nursing home. The red-haired girl flatteredly on a young man with a scar on his face and said coquettishly, Brother, we just mentioned the name of the Manatee Gang, but they became even more excited when they heard it. Say, they're fighting against our Manatee Gang. She began to cry. You have to make the decision for us this time, brother. Oh. The scarred man was immediately displeased when he saw the little girl he just met crying so hard. He angrily scolded Fong Ting. You old man, bullying a weak little girl. Aren't you afraid of feeling guilty? What a bully. No man can bear it when a girl cries. Especially in front of so many younger brothers. As a small leader of the Manatee Gang, it would be embarrassing if he didn't do something. Brother, let's smash this place. Yes, big brother. No matter what, you can't let your sister be bullied. That's right. Before the scarred man could say anything, the younger brothers behind him could no longer hold back. The scarred man raised his hand, signaling everyone to shut up. The sound gradually died down, and the scarred man stared at Fong Ting coldly, his tone icy. I have one last question for you. Hand over the person. Fong Ting did not get angry, but laughed instead, and replied with a stiff smile. What if I say no? As he spoke, a murderous aura invisibly enveloped everyone, as if a pair of hands had appeared in the air, fiercely strangling their necks. The scarred man's face froze. He thought that with so many people here, he couldn't be scared. He couldn't kowtow and apologize in front of them, right? He coughed, pretending to be calm. If you say no, there's no point in discussing this matter. Fong Ting raised his hand and said calmly to the air, Spy Mantis, teach them a lesson. As soon as the words fell, a buzzing sound was heard. A green shadow fell from the sky and rushed towards the scarred man at an incredibly fast speed. The scarred man widened his eyes and hasn't reacted yet. Snap! There was a large area of wetness on his face, and the pain from the cut wound instantly made his ferocious eyes become much clearer. This contracted beast. A green mantis only half a meter tall waved its arms and fiercely cut the other half of the scarred man's face. Now the scars on his face have become much more symmetrical, one on the left and one on the right, which looks very domineering. He screamed in pain, covered his face, and shouted to his brothers behind him. It's a contracted beast, run! The younger brothers were all in chaos. Brother, where's your contracted beast? Didn't you bring it with you? Oh my God, why don't you run? Hurry up, if you run any slower your pants will get ripped off. The scarred man evacuated the scene urgently under the cover of his younger brothers. The red-haired girl followed behind everyone, questioning her life as she ran. On weekdays, this brother is omnipotent and arrogant wherever he goes. Why did they let down the show today? And why didn't they even bring a contracted beast with them to mess things up? Don't be afraid, sister. The scarred man patiently explained to her as he ran. My brother's contracted beast got drunk last night and is still drunk. I'll bring it here right now and let this old man see what fear is. Red-haired girl. What else can she do except nod and smile? After all, not everyone in this world can summon a contracted beast. If Scarman had not summoned a contracted beast when he was studying, he would not have been able to become a small leader. Because Fong Ting didn't want to make a bigger deal out of it. He could only teach them a lesson and hope they would stop bothering him. There are more important things to do right now. He walked back to the nursing home slowly, looking at the little black dog enjoying a massage from the contracted beasts, and a smile appeared on his serious face. You are the strongest contracted beast, and it is only natural that you can be their big brother. But, he said coldly, I am a contracted beast, so I should be the strongest. As soon as the words fell, the scyther behind him quickly rushed to Wang Qing and knocked him flying with one collision. Wang Qing, if you want to do something bad, just do it. Why let your contracted beast mess with me? Looking at the scyther's majestic appearance and its arrogant expression, the younger brothers couldn't sit still anymore. They all rolled up their sleeves and rushed toward Scyther. Wang Qing let out a low growl, signaling them to sit down and not cause trouble. The little raccoon stole a surprised look, totally unable to understand what his big brother was doing. Seeing that the contracted beasts were motionless, Fong Ting couldn't help but said with a smile, From now on, he will be your new big brother. Now I'm going to do something I advise you. He looked at the contract on the table, which was all bitten to pieces. I was completely dumbfounded. Who of you did this? Ding dong from Fong Ting, 5,000 anger points. Feeling the ding-dong sound coming from the system, Wang Qing knew that it was almost time to take action. It walked slowly to Fong Ting, made a harmless meow, and even imitated the arrogant expression of Scyther. This made the old man furious. Meow. Fong Ting angrily scolded. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how to live or die. Wang Qing did not move. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, he looked coldly at the scyther that was rushing towards him. I was caught off guard just now, so you had the opportunity to take advantage of me. Now, Wang Qing took a breath, opened his mouth, and roared, Master the ferocious beast. Boom! An aura from an ancient ferocious beast was instantly released from his body. The killing force was enough to break the heart of the contracted beast, and it made the scyther tremble all over, and it knelt in front of Wang Qing in a daze. Ding dong, 10,000 shock value from Scyther. Ding dong, from Fong Ting, 10,000 shock value. They didn't expect that this guy's aura would be so strong. Wang Qing just said that he had held back his strength. Otherwise, if he had used all his strength, this slime mantis would probably have been killed. After all, the aura of an S-level contracted beast is not something this kind of person can withstand. At this moment, Fong Ting, who had been arrogant at first, looked at Wang Qing with a much clearer gaze. It's like seeing a treasure. Wang Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense and stared at him with contempt, as if he was provoking him. Aren't you trying to play some tricks? Come on, I'll play with you. Wang Qing wanted to awaken now, but was afraid of scaring the scyther to death. However, when he saw the green light flashing on its body, he knew that this guy had awakened without knowing the consequences. If he could open his mouth, he would like to ask, Don't you know what the gap between us is? Fool! Chapter 62. Let Big Brother show off his skills. Green flashes flickered across the living room. Wang Qing showed no fear at all, his eyes fixed on the awakening scyther in front of him. The little raccoon and other contracted beasts wanted to go over to help, but were stopped by Wang Qing. Meow. His expression became extremely serious, and the majesty of the eldest brother was released at this time. The little raccoons stood there in a daze, and they could tell that their big brother was serious. Fong Ting's originally clear eyes gradually became ferocious. My contracted beast can ignore the awakening restrictions here. And you, no matter how strong you are, what can you do if you can't awaken? Lie down obediently. After I assimilate your master, we will be a family. While Fong Ting was talking, Scyther had already awakened. It has awakened into a 3-meter-tall creature with 2 long arm blades, surrounded by a cloud of green gas. As for itself, he has a green shell on his body that looks extremely hard, and his eyes are like lanterns, bright and smart, as if he can see through the enemy's every move. It has a pair of huge white wings on its back, which make a rustling sound every time they move. A-level contracted beast. Sky Mantis. Fong Ting pointed proudly at the contracted beast that had awakened into a soaring mantis and ordered coldly, Be gentle, it's a precious treasure. Sky Mantis showed his arm blade and replied in a chaotic voice, Don't worry, I will let him know what fear is. Sasha. The sound of flapping wings was heard, and the figure of the mantis disappeared instantly. Wang Qing felt movement behind him, turned around quickly, opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit the air hard. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The figure of the sky-high mantis appeared in the air. It gritted its teeth and struggled to use its arm blade to block Wang Qing's big mouth. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's not awakened yet, but he can keep up with my speed. Before it realized the danger, the arm knife that was originally stuck on Wang Qing gradually gained force along with Wang Qing's mouth. A strange muffled sound was heard in the air. One of the mantis's arms was pierced by the sharp teeth, then broken to pieces and was swallowed by Wang Qing in one breath. Ah! It let out a scream and flapped its wings rapidly, rushing towards something else. When Fong heard this scene, he was completely stunned. He bit my sky mantis's arm blade into pieces with just his mouth. And he hasn't awakened yet. Ding dong. From Fongting 10,000 shock value. Ding dong. 10,000 shock value from the sky mantis. Ding dong. 1,000 excitement points from the younger brothers. Seeing the big brother killing people in great numbers, several younger brothers roared with excitement. The little raccoon waved his fists and chirped, as if to cheer for Wang Qing. The other party was just an A-level contracted beast. Wang Qing looked at the group of younger brothers with disdain. This S-level beast beating the A-level beast. Isn't it like a father beating his son? Is it necessary to be so excited? Fong Ting ordered solemnly. Sky Mantis, don't engage in close combat with it. Cut with the arm knife. Sky Mantis endured the pain of broken arm, swung its only remaining right arm, and released a sharp green, slashing aura. The green slashing energy cut through the air, making a long buzzing sound. Fong Ting clenched his hands and stared at Wang Qing. Hit, hit, hit. This blow is enough to split the body of an ordinary contracted beast in two, but Wang Qing is not an ordinary contracted beast. As he slowly opened his mouth, he didn't even try to dodge. Buzz! The green cutting energy was directly swallowed into Wang Qing's stomach. Fong Ting. Sky Mantis. The man and his contracted beast were stunned. What kind of trick is this? It's a bit too much that he can even take advantage of his opponent's moves. Wang Qing meowed at it with contempt, as if to say, can you use more strength? You only launch one attack, so that other contracted beast will see you and think you can't deal damage. Quickly, release a few more attacks. The Sky Mantis also got excited. It is obvious that the opponent is just a little black dog that has not awakened. How can it fight with me so well? Its arm blades suddenly emitted a green light, and the murderous force was unstoppable. With powerful killing force, it slashed towards Wang Qing again and again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a constant buzz in the air. One after another, green slashing energy surged to the extreme. As usual, Wang Qing remained unmoved. He opened his mouth wide and happily swallowed all the attacks released by the opponent. Hateful. Why is this guy so weird? The Sky Mantis was suspended in the air, panting with exhaustion, unable to even launch a single slashing attack. Fong Ting also vaguely felt that something was wrong with this guy. Logically, Wang Qing should be A-level at most, but Sky Mantis is already awakened to A-level, so why is it still so difficult for him to fight? Could this guy be S-rank? However, this idea was quickly rejected. If this thing is S-level, there is no student in this city who can have an S-level contracted beast, otherwise it will definitely shock the whole country. In fact, Su Tiantian also has to thank Linglong and Longyuan here. In order to prevent everyone from knowing that there is an S-rank contracted beast in District 20, all previous live broadcast records were deleted. Even if people said it, it would become a banned word and be deleted immediately. Besides, when the demons invaded, Fong Ting had already been hiding in the basement of the nursing home to sign the contract. He had no idea that the dispute would be settled by this weirdo in front of him. Sky Mantis looked at Fong Ting somewhat helplessly. This guy is too strong. I am no match for him. Fong Ting looked at the students lying on the ground. They were just short of this, so why did they fail? In that case, hold him back. I'll go get the contract from the room, and we'll have a quick fight. The expression of the Sky Mantis was as if his parents had died. He looked at Fong Ting helplessly and said, Do you really want me to die? The landing phase is already stressful, and if you still want to continue fighting now, you will be eaten by the opponent. Fong Ting ignored it and rushed into the room in a hurry. The little raccoon looked at his two companions, then silently followed Fong Ting and ran into the room together. The Sky Mantis grinned awkwardly, and all its previous arrogance had disappeared. Have you eaten yet? Hey. Apart from grinning foolishly to delay time, it really couldn't think of any other good way. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide, signaling the other party to release the attack quickly so that he could absorb it. The Sky Mantis's arm blade was almost broken, so how could it continue to release its attacks? As a last resort, It could only flap its wings and launch a fierce attack on Wang Qing at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of steel clanging echoed throughout the living room. Brother, this time you must let your contracted beast show off its abilities. Don't embarrass yourself again. Yes, I must avenge the red-haired girl. Revenge! As soon as the ragtag group of the manatee gang entered the nursing home, they saw the sky mantis slashing wildly in the living room. The most outrageous thing was that the little black dog was lying on the ground, enjoying the beating from the other party. The scarred man held the black cat in his arms and suddenly lost his temper. Or let's just go. I have something else to do. My mom said the computer at home is out of power. Our kitchen exploded. Let's go back together. The man with the scar was running in the front, as if he was afraid that if he ran a little slower, he would be torn into pieces by the enemy. Chapter 63. Envy is bullshit. This is the treatment only big brothers get. As soon as the scarred man and his group ran out of the nursing home, they were stopped by a group of women in green uniforms. Leading the group was a woman wearing a military hat with a delicate face and a perfect figure. She wore a pair of black sunglasses and had a dagger on her waist. She looked heroic and gave people a sense of admiration. The scarred man did not stop because of the appearance of these women. After all, a life-and-death battle was going on inside. If he ran a few steps slower, he would definitely be in trouble. The woman drew the dagger from her waist and coldly pressed it against the scarred man's neck. Move again, and you might die. These domineering words immediately controlled the scarred man. The woman shouted at the others. Anyone who dares to move will be killed. No one dared to move, and even looked at her with awe. After all, the women behind her all pulled out their pistols, and those who didn't want to die could try. The scarred man swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, Sister, we are good people, very good people. You must have made a mistake. The woman replied coldly, Good people? No one who walked out of there is a good person. The scarred man could see that he was misunderstood and quickly begged for mercy. You really need to open your eyes. I came here just to help my sister vent her anger, but there was a big fight going on inside, and we all ran away in fear. You must distinguish right from wrong, and don't mistakenly arrest a good person. The woman had a sneer on her face. Is there a big fight going on in there? It seems we have arrived at the right time. Control these people for me, and investigate them thoroughly later. After hearing this, the scarred man immediately became dispirited. After the woman finished speaking, she walked inside on her own. When she saw several people lying in the living room, her expression gradually became solemn. It seems that we are still late. The guy who was fighting, how could it be him? Zhang Qing opened his eyes wide, looking incredulous, because she saw him lying in the living room, lazily enjoying the attack of the mantis, and she was completely dumbfounded. Today, Linglong got the evidence that an evil sect in District 20 was intentionally recruiting people, and then led a team to arrest them. As a result, he didn't see the person, but instead ran into Wang Qing, who was enjoying the service. Before they walked in, a loud scream was heard from the room. Damn it! When did you come in? Damn it! An old man with his head on fire rushed out of the room in panic. There were also a few small contracted beasts following behind. Little Eagle whipped him violently on the head. The flames from Charmander's mouth kept gushing out, while Raccoon kept jumping up and hitting the other's knees. These contracted beasts, the more I look at them, the more familiar they look. Could it be those students from Qingyang College? She also got to know the students in the top class during the last war, and now seeing them again, Zhang Cheng was somewhat shocked. Every time I meet them, especially Wang Qing, good things always happen. Wang Qing was lying on the ground when he saw Zhang Cheng coming. He meowed softly and then lay on the ground again to continue enjoying the massage service from the sky mantis. Unexpectedly, when the sky mantis saw that its master was injured, it rushed over to protect him and knocked several small contracted beasts away. Zhang Cheng strode into the living room coldly. Fong Ting, right? We are from the Spirit Dragon Intelligence Group. You are suspected of organizing a cult and need to come with us. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for using hard tactics. When Fong Ting heard that the person was so powerful, he was so scared that he took a few steps back, not caring how embarrassed he was. Impossible. I was hiding very well. How could you still find me? He knew that Linglong came to arrest people only when he had solid evidence. There is absolutely no point in quibbling at this moment. It is better to look for an opportunity to escape. Zhang Cheng drew out his short knife and said coldly, No matter how small the mosquito is, as long as we want to kill it, there are countless ways to do it. Now you just need to cooperate. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Her voice was icy cold, like a sharp sword. If the opponent made any move, she would kill him swiftly. Fong Ting narrowed his eyes and ordered the sky mantis. Kill them. He clenched his fists, looking a bit desperate. The sky mantis brandished its arm blade and rushed towards Zhang Cheng fiercely. Zhang Cheng remained unmoved and stood there coldly. When the opponent was about to rush forward, a white protective shield was released from Zhang Cheng's body. Buzz! The white protective shield not only absorbed the damage, but also split out a white line, tightly binding the sky mantis. As soon as the sky mantis was tied up, the awakening mode disappeared instantly, and it turned into a scyther. Fong Ting saw his contracted beast being controlled and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you really have so many tricks. In that case, then don't blame me." Bang! Before Fong Ting could finish his harsh words, two muffled sounds were heard in the air. Zhang Cheng was holding a pistol in her other hand while holding the sword. She blew away the smoke from the pistol and said calmly, "Now that it's like this, don't say anything harsh." Fong Ting looked at the two bullets that appeared in his chest and screamed in fear. You actually shot me?" Zhang Cheng sneered. "This is a paralysis bullet. You will only fall into a short coma. When you wake up, I can interrogate you." Fong Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a bullet, otherwise he would have been dead. "Your Linglong's methods are too despicable. You actually came to attack an old man like me. This is outrageous. This is outrageous." Plop! As soon as he finished speaking, his body fell stiffly to the ground. Wang Qing, who was squatting on the side, yawned lazily. The speed of the spirit dragon in catching people is really fast. You can't help but be impressed by this woman. When she's doing things, she's quite capable. This aura and charm are truly heroic. After taking Fong Ting away, Zhang Cheng hurried to Su Tiantian and found that she was not injured, but just fell into a coma. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Take the people back first. I'll interrogate you when I get back." The subordinates nodded in unison. "Yes." After everyone left, Zhang Cheng seemed to have changed her face. She hugged Wang Qing with the mentality of a little girl and rubbed her face against him affectionately. "Oh, Xiaohei, we meet again." Wang Qing. Ever since he awakened, this girl's attitude towards him has been so cool. The little eagle and the little fire dragon cast envious glances. After all, everyone would like to be hugged by a beautiful woman like this. The little raccoon also saw what the two of them were thinking and slapped one of them in anger. Chi-Chi. What he said was, "You are envious of him. He is the big brother. Only the big brother can have the treatment." Chapter 64. Hourly Worker. Su Tiantian woke up slowly from his sleep. Seeing Zhang Cheng sitting on the side, holding Wang Qing and jerking him off, he was somewhat surprised. "Hey, Zhang Cheng, why are you here? What about the old man? I remember we were clearly drugged. What's going on?" She looked at the classmates still lying on the ground and was completely stunned. Zhang Cheng sighed. "You don't know yet? This old man named Fong Ting belongs to District 20 and is the leader of the Killing God cult. This organization is notorious, and every city has a corresponding person in charge." Zhang Cheng's face became extremely serious when he said this. They are evil and specialize in stealing spiritual energy cores, causing cities to fall into destruction. We have been investigating him for a long time. After we have enough evidence, we came to arrest him. I never thought you guys almost fell into his clutches. Su Tian'an was frightened after hearing this. "Poisonous hand?" Zhang Qing nodded heavily. "Yes, poisonous hand. The methods used by their organization are extremely sinister. Once they target you, they will drug you and make you unconscious. Then they will use the so-called contract to tie you to the organization forever." Su Tiantian widened his eyes. Once he was tied up, the consequences would be terrible. Zhang Cheng's serious face suddenly broke into a smile, and he hugged Wang Qing and rubbed him affectionately. "Fortunately, we have this little guy to hold us back, otherwise you would all have been hit." Wang Qing stared at Zhang Cheng with disdain, complaining in his heart. "How can this fellow be so shameless, constantly taking advantage of me?" If Zhang Cheng knew that Wang Qing had always disliked her, she would probably collapse. Su Tiantian looked at Wang Qing and said with a smile, "This little guy can always play a role at the critical moment." Zhang Qing nodded slightly, looked at the few people who were still not awake, and couldn't help but remind them, Don't let them know that I was here later. Remember to keep this matter secret and never let it out. Su Tiantian nodded, but who knew that Zhang Cheng had no good intentions at all, and said with a smile, since you are already involved in this matter, you certainly can't miss our encirclement and suppression operation tonight. After all, this matter is confidential, and you are not from our Linglong. Su Tiantian looked at her with disdain. So you were trying to trick me bit by bit? Zhang Cheng chuckled shamelessly. Who told you to know so much? You must help me solve this trouble. Su Tiantian was ashamed. Trouble? Is there anyone that you Linglong can't deal with? Zhang Cheng sighed. The killer cult is holding a smuggling operation at the dock tonight. It is said that the person in charge of District 5 personally escorted them here. We are short of manpower, and Li Qing is busy rebuilding District 20. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid we won't be able to win. As an official, there are times when I need her help. When Wang Qing heard that he could fight again, he meowed excitedly. Meow, meow, meow. Go, I love fighting the most. I can absorb some evolution points, by the way. Ha. Su Tiantian curled his lips and said calmly. Look, Xiaohei is so scared that he's screaming. I think we shouldn't go. Zhang Cheng. Wang Qing. Is this a sign that I'm not going? This is just your own nonsense. Zhang Qing looked at her with disdain. Are you kidding me? You have to help tonight no matter what. At most I will pay you. As soon as I heard there was money to spend, Su Tiantian immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that I want to take Xiaohei to get rid of harm for the people. How much money? Zhang Cheng. She always felt that this girl had been led astray by Xiaohei and had become completely eccentric. This can't be blamed on Su Tiantian. The money transferred into the account left by her father every month was only enough for her to eat and drink. Plus, Wang Qing was a foodie who ate and drank to excess every day, and her wallet could no longer hold on. If it weren't for the bonus she received from the school, she wouldn't have made it through this month. Zhang Cheng seemed to have found a way to bribe Su Tiantian. It's calculated by the hour. 5,000 per hour. Su Tiantian. Wow. Go, let's go now. Work one day, play 1 month. Zhang Cheng shook his head expressionlessly and said, not yet. Our action will be at 10 o'clock tonight. After 10 o'clock, we will send a special car to pick you up at the school gate. I hope you can keep this operation a secret. Su Tiantian smiled and nodded. Okay, I absolutely guarantee it. As long as he has money, Su Tiantian won't frown even if he lets Xiaohei eat some poop. Zhang Cheng stood up, said goodbye to Su Tiantian, and left the nursing home. Zhang Cheng had just left when several classmates woke up slowly. Su Tiantian briefly described what happened, but omitted the arrival of Linglong, and only said that the old man was chased away by Wang Qing. Su Yuming was so angry that he was shaking. Damn old man, we helped him so much, but he drugged us. He's lucky to run fast, otherwise I'd break his legs. Lu Min patted Su Yuming on the shoulder and said sarcastically, stop talking nonsense. You drank the most just now, and you were the first to fall down. Su Yuming pouted and sighed helplessly. That's because I'm too honest and trust people too easily. Lu Min choked. Then stop talking here. If there is nothing else, we have to go back to school quickly. Wang Qingxian was still a little dizzy and said to Lu Min, I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me go back to the school health room to have a look? Su Tiantian and Lu Min helped Wang Qingxian out from the left and right. Su Yuming was left standing there in a daze, looking confused. Hey, aren't you going to seek revenge on the old man? Is this matter over? Wait for me. Wang Qing and his younger brothers followed Su Tiantian lazily, and even the raccoon didn't want to pay attention to this scumbag master. What they didn't realize was, a beautiful figure hiding in the corner was watching them. Chun Zixuan panted heavily. Did old man Fong finally fall? Chun Zixuan, who had been spying on the entire battle, felt mixed emotions. Old man Fong collapsed, which meant that no one was left to provide her sister with life-saving medicine. Now that Mr. Fong has been arrested, maybe I can try to be promoted to the head of District 20. As long as I spread the news tonight, it should be possible. She felt that this was a good opportunity to advance to a higher position. Besides, her sister's life-saving medicine could not be delayed. Chapter 65, $5,000 a lifetime of spending. Evening was approaching. Chun Zixuan used the computer that old man Fong placed in the side room to try to contact the messenger of the Killing God sect in the dark web set up by the Killing God sect. Fong Ting, the person in charge of District 20, has been captured by Linglong. I am an apostle trained by Fong Ting, and I urgently need to contact you now. Just 1 minute after the message was sent, the other party initiated a video call. Chen Zixuan was a little surprised by the video call, but he finally clicked to answer it. Ding dong. In the pop-up window, a person wearing a demon mask suddenly appeared, and his voice was murky, like a real whispering demon. You said something happened to the person in charge of District 20? If you dare to deceive me, I will make you pay the price no matter where you are. Even though there was a screen between them, he could feel the other party's murderous aura. Chen Zixuan shuddered and replied in a low voice. I dare not. The messenger shouted coldly. Then how did you know this website, and how did you contact me? This is a website that only responsible persons can log into, and you still say you didn't dare to deceive me. These accounts and websites can only be used by the responsible persons. As an apostle, I do not have this authority at all. Chen Zixuan was trembling with fear. His face was as pale as wax, and he replied in a low voice. This is the method the person in charge taught me to contact you before he was arrested. In fact, she had learned all these through eavesdropping on daily life, and she could take advantage of this opportunity to become the person in charge of District 20. Because there is an extremely important message that I need to pass on to you. Upon hearing the important news, the messenger hesitantly replied, What news? Chen Zixuan mustered up his courage and spoke out what was on his mind. This news is extremely important to the organization, but he told me that I must become District 20 before I can tell you. He knew he probably wouldn't be able to get out, so he wanted me to take his place and become the head of Area 20. These words seemed to drain all of Chen Zixuan's strength, and she stared fixedly at the messenger on the screen. The messenger did not answer, staring at Chen Zixuan with a scrutinizing look. You are just a kid, and you want to be the head of District 20. Do you really think you are playing house? Chen Zixuan quickly showed his attitude. Why not? How can you be so sure that you can't? This news concerns the life and death of other regional leaders. If your doubts cause the organization to suffer huge losses, can you bear the responsibility? The messenger did not dare to make a decision for a moment. After all, he did not know whether the matter was really serious. He could only tentatively ask, What exactly is going on? You should say it first. Chen Zixuan was not stupid either. He gritted his teeth and said, You have to promise me that you will let me be the person in charge. The messenger shook his head slightly. I don't have the authority to do so. All previous leaders have to go through layers of assessment before they can take on the position. I can let you participate in the election, but whether you can take the position depends on you. The other party also relented. Chen Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could get her name on the list and participate in the election, at the very least she could become one of the important figures in the sect in District 20. Thank you, sir, for the message. The messenger was too lazy to waste words. Tell me, what is the big event? Chen Zixuan nodded slightly and said solemnly, I heard about the person in charge of District 5 escorting the goods to District 20 before he was arrested. I was hiding in a corner and heard it. They will set up a dragnet at the docks, waiting for the head of District 5 to come. The messenger's eyes widened inexplicably. What? The head of District 5 naturally knew best what the goods escorted by him represented. If this incident was noticed by the authorities, not only District 5, but the entire organization would be seriously damaged. When will they act? The messenger's voice became urgent. Chen Zixuan smiled slightly and said, Well, take a look. The messenger also knew what the girl was thinking, and replied somewhat unhappily, I have already arranged you as a campaign staff member. What else do you want? Chen Zixuan, you should have a lot of antidotes for M20, right? The messenger. Isn't this the antidote that only experimental subjects need to take regularly? When she heard about the experimental subject, Chen Zixuan clenched her fists inexplicably. The reason why her sister was like this was because she became an experimental subject of M20 under the instigation of Fong Ting. If she did not take the antidote for a month, her skin would become red and swollen, and she would die in pain. I want a year's worth of antidote. The messenger. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chen Zixuan didn't waste any words. At 10 o'clock tonight, they will take action at the Westport Wharf. The messenger said, You'd better not lie to me about this matter, otherwise you will definitely die a miserable death. He threatened fiercely again, and then said to Chen Zixuan, I will send you a location later, find him, and then gather everyone in District 20 and have them prepare for battle. Chen Zixuan. She was confused. I clearly told you the time. Why are you fighting over a piece of chicken feather? The messenger sighed. Because they can't receive signals at sea, Their whereabouts are even more uncertain. They can only arrive at the scene on time. Once this batch of goods is made public, the whole country will hate the killer god cult to the core, and no matter what the cost, no one can know about it. The night is dark. Su Tiantian received a message from Zhang Cheng, asking her to get out quickly. She held Wang Qing in her arms and rushed to the school gate. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by an old acquaintance. Su Tiantian. Hey, she smiled awkwardly, and Wang Qing also smiled awkwardly. The person who stopped them also smiled. It's almost 10 o'clock. Where are you going, classmate Su? When Lu Qian saw that it was an old acquaintance, the smile on his face gradually turned gloomy. In his opinion, a female college student secretly wanted to go out of school in the middle of the night. What else could it be but to meet someone outside the school and go out to have fun? Su Tiantian, what did your contracted beast do to the little gorilla before? I can let it go. Lu Qian said earnestly. But you are so old. Why can't you resist the temptation outside? Su Tiantian, $5,000 an hour. Is this what you call temptation? This is a huge temptation, okay? Lu Qian said with a sad face. I advise you to take care of yourself. I will not let you out of this door today, no matter what I say. Su Tiantian didn't know how to explain it. Should she tell Lu Qian that she wanted to go out and save the world? She looked down at Wang Qing. He was in a hurry to go out and fight and already had a lot of ideas in mind. Xiaohei, it's up to you. She threw Wang Qing over heavily. Lu Qian. He caught Wang Qing, who was flying towards him, and a yellow mist began to fill the air. Lu Qian. What the hell? Cough, cough, cough. Vomit. Lu Qian was so choked that he burst into tears and fell to the ground and vomited violently. Su Tiantian grinned victoriously and rushed out of the school gate quickly, holding Wang Qing in his arms. Wang Qing. Anyone who stops me from going out to fight will end up like this. Su Tiantian. 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. I can't spend it all in my lifetime. Chapter 66. I got on the wrong bus. Don't run. Stop right there. Su Tiantian sprinted outside desperately, and Lu Qian's furious roar came from behind him. Wang Qing was speechless as he looked at the woman who was holding him and running while giggling. When did Su Tiantian become so bad? No, he suddenly realized something serious. This girl looked very naive and stupid on the surface. Most of them have high IQs and have the potential to be evil. He used to not believe that a contracted beast would have the same master as it does, but now he believes it. Su Tiantian ran a short distance and got on a van with its hazard lights on. Zhang Cheng is too stingy. Even though I'm an hourly worker, you can't send a van like this to pick me up. Su Tiantian sat in the back seat, looking at the burly men with tattoos all over their bodies. They were holding machetes and looked ferocious. Well, are all members of the spirit dragons so tough? As she complained, she glanced at the big men present in surprise. Everyone looked at Su Tiantian with scrutiny, totally unaware of how this girl got here. Hey, Nizi. The big man sitting next to Su Tiantian looked at him in surprise. Are you one of us too? Su Tiantian nodded blankly. Can't you see it? Didn't the people above tell you to come pick me up? The big man touched his head and almost didn't react. Yeah, the higher-ups did ask us to come and pick someone up. But your image is indeed a little off. You're not the girl with short hair? How come you have long hair now? When Su Tiantian heard that the information was wrong, he stamped his feet in anger and asked, How do you do things? I obviously have long hair. How could I pick up the wrong person? Wang Qing. What kind of look is that in Su Tiantian's eyes? It's obvious at first glance that these people are not from the official side. Have you ever seen an official with tattoos on their arms? The big man was not angry when he heard this. He waved his hand and said to the driver, It seems that the information is wrong. Drive directly to the dock. In the car, the five big men kept looking at Su Tiantian strangely. Su Tiantian felt the depressing atmosphere and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you guys staring at me? If it doesn't work, just sing a song to cheer yourself up. It's not a big deal to keep staring at me. Su Tiantian must be unhappy being stared at with a scrutinizing and questioning look. The big man who had just spoken sighed. No, I just thought you were so good-looking. Why did you come to participate in this game? Wouldn't it be better for you to just stay in school? There's no need to come out and fight and kill. As soon as the big man finished speaking, Su Tiantian pointed at Wang Qing, who was sitting on his knees. Fighting and killing is one thing, but making money is the kingly way. You don't know how much food this guy can eat in a day. If you don't give him food, he will cause trouble. She shrugged. I was forced to come out to work and earn money. 5,000 yuan an hour. Just for fighting without much effort, you can earn money while standing. How great is that? The expressions on the big men's faces became even more confused. Question mark? Everyone had a confused look on their faces. You can earn a lot of money if you go there once, but I really can't understand why you would want to go. The risk is a bit high. Wouldn't it be better for you to take on some part-time work? We are all hired to help keep watch, but if a fight breaks out, what will you do? Well, why don't you go back? They were just outsourced work, helping to look after the place. If they were not forced by life, would they still be in the van here? Su Tiantian replied stubbornly. I'm just working part-time. Don't persuade me. I must go this time. The big men. They thought the girl was extremely excited and didn't want to continue persuading her. Su Tiantian was quite excited tonight. After all, he would start charging by the hour once he got in the car. He would surely make 20,000 or 30,000 yuan tonight. Don't look so sad anymore. How about I sing a song for you guys to lighten your mood? She seldom sings in public, but when she saw these people, who appeared fierce on the outside but were actually soft-hearted at heart, she took the initiative to sing a song for everyone to soothe them, so as to avoid being nervous when you get there. The big men nodded in unison. Joyful singing began to spread in the car. The big men were healed and clapped their hands together, enjoying listening to Su Tiantian singing very much. The depressing atmosphere in the car also became much more cheerful. If you didn't know, you would think that this car was not going to kill people, but was out for a trip. The other side, Lu Qian, who was seriously injured by Wang Qing's fart, stood at the school gate cursing, always keeping a close eye on the students passing by, determined not to let any of them go. Just at this moment, he saw a slender figure approaching. He stared at her warily and asked coldly, "It's so late, don't even think about getting out." With the experience just now, he was extra careful this time. Unexpectedly, the girl opposite replied calmly, "I just came back to get some things, and I want to walk out openly for once. Do you still want to stop me?" Lu Qian looked carefully and found that the girl carrying a school bag was Chun Zishuan, who escaped yesterday. "It's you," Chun Zishuan said coldly. "Get lost." The night shadow hidden in the darkness suddenly rushed out and knocked the stunned Lu Qian away with one impact. Lu Qian. From now on, whoever wants to be the teacher on duty can do it. I definitely won't do it. Chun Zishuan walked out of the school slowly with light steps. She came here tonight to pack up some things. After all, she won't have to do any undercover work anymore. What's going on? Didn't Lao Lu say there was a van waiting for me? Where's the van? Chun Zishuan was confused. After meeting the person the messenger mentioned, she packed up her things at school first, then came out on time to meet him at the dock. Result, there is not a single hair at the school gate. No, there was also a car, but Chun Zishuan would never dare to go over there. The license plate of the car was official, and she was so scared that she pretended nothing had happened and ran away quickly. Su Tiantian, who was singing happily in the car, had already become friends with the big men present. "Since you sang, I'll make a fool of myself as well." The big man sitting next to Su Tiantian said with a smile, "A song, let's row the oars DJ version for everyone." Wang Qing. What the fuck is this a DJ version? Let's swing. Swing. He kept swinging rhythmically, but every time he said the word swing, the big men in the car would shout in unison, "Swing, swing, swing." Su Tiantian also laughed and shouted. Just when everyone in the car was having a great time, her cell phone rang. "Hello? Zhang Cheng, the person you sent to pick me up, is really interesting." Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng on the other end of the phone went berserk. "Our people are waiting for you at the school gate. You didn't get on the wrong bus." Su Tiantian. "Ah, really? Is it so outrageous?" Chapter 67, Blood Boiling. "Ah, wrong bus." This sentence directly disrupted the eldest brother's rhythm. The car suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at Su Tiantian with wide eyes. Wang Qing. "I knew that this girl definitely got on the wrong bus. Have you ever seen an official with a tattoo on his arm? This is outrageous. Brother, you're going to the Westport Pier, right?" The big man sitting next to Su Tiantian nodded slightly. "Yes, that's right." Su Tiantian asked Zhang Cheng on the other end of the phone again. "They're also going to the Westport Terminal, that's right." Zhang Cheng said directly. "We have completely sealed off the Westport Terminal, and all nearby freight companies have been notified. How could these people also go to Westport Pier?" This sentence completely confused Su Tiantian. She turned around and asked weakly, "Can I ask what you were doing at the Westport Pier?" The big man smiled and replied, "Of course, to chop people up." Su Tiantian. Chop. Chop someone. The big man cried out. We don't know who we're going to chop. We only know that someone paid a lot of money to ask us to come over and help out, and we'll chop anyone to death when we see them. There are still 10 cars of people on the way, and they will probably be here soon. Girl, I see you're also a student. If you're on the wrong bus, don't go. They take on outsourced work, and as long as someone needs help, they will go and help for a price. Whether it's looking at the place or cheating people, as long as the price is right, there is room for negotiation. So Tiantian. She was thinking, if she said that she was the one who was chopped to pieces by them in the past, she wondered what these people would think. Seeing that Su Tiantian was a little flustered, the big man said very considerately, Don't worry, we are all kind-hearted and will not hurt you. Don't be afraid. He has already hacked someone, and he still says he has a good heart. This person is simply a person who kills without blinking an eye. She looked at Wang Qing. With this guy around, even if they fell out, she would have a way to get out of this unscathed. So, she took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and said to them, Don't you know who to chop over there? I see you're all very nice to me, so I'll tell you the truth. This time, a group of bad guys came to the Westport Wharf. They want to make District 20 a mess. I was hired as a temporary worker by the government to help look after the place. Saying that they are watching the scene can also help them understand what is going on more accurately. The big men were stunned when they heard this. Are you an official? Are there bad guys coming to mess with District 20? Are we going to fight the authorities to the death? No way, it's so scary. Su Tiantian glanced at everyone's eyes. None of them were fierce, but instead were as dazed as before. Su Tiantian nodded. If we let them into District 20, which has just emerged from a disaster, will definitely collapse. She actually didn't know how serious the situation was. She only knew that they were smuggling goods. However, the more serious the situation was, the easier it would resonate with everyone. The big men were also passionate people, and they slapped their thighs vigorously. Damn it, this is asking us to go over and fight the authorities. Isn't it obvious that they are asking us to die? We are all born and raised in District 20. How could we do anything that would harm District 20? Yes, we must not participate in this operation. That's right. Su Tiantian didn't know what was going on, but he got excited as he was talking. Allah sent a message to the other brothers immediately and asked them to go back. Don't get involved in this matter in Westport. The person sitting next to Su Tiantian is probably the one in charge. Allah slammed the steering wheel. Okay. Zhang Cheng on the other end of the phone was stunned. Su Tiantian turned the enemy over with just a few words. Getting on the wrong bus can also reduce the burden on the authorities. Tiantian, help me ask who hired them now. After listening to the whole process, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but speak out. The big man also heard what Zhang Cheng said and said angrily, The person who sent us there is called Gauche. If we hadn't met this big sister this time, we would have been in trouble. Zhang Cheng took a deep breath and asked, Do you want to do a temporary job, big man? Zhang Cheng smiled and said, We have an event in Sihanoukville tonight, so we can't go over there to catch people. So I'd like to ask you brothers to help me catch the dog snake. Each person will be paid 1,000 per hour. Please help me clear out all the forces of the dog snakes. Whatever happens, I will be responsible to the end. After hearing this, everyone in the car was dumbfounded. Is this the power of the government? They had previously done things in a shady way, and this was a rare opportunity for them to be generous, and as a result, they were able to help the government solve its problems. Just because of what you said, we will kill the dog snake tonight. It's not that Lei who is immoral, but this dog snake is too inhuman. He wants to trap a large number of them. Fortunately, he picked up the wrong people tonight, otherwise they would all be killed. Su Tiantian gave Lei Hu a thumbs up. Brother is also a good person. But before you go, can you please take me to the Westport Pier first? The driver, Ale, answered first. Don't worry, sister, just look at me. A van was speeding on the road, and Su Tiantian thought he was sitting in a super sports car. Lei Hu said with a smile, Big sister, let's not stop singing. Let's have some fun together, okay? The atmosphere in the car was restored. The cheerful and shocking DJ version of Swinging the Oars sounded again. Su Tiantian didn't know what was going on. He just wandered along the way. Westport Terminal. At this moment, everyone was staring at the calm sea level seriously, waiting for the arrival of a cargo ship. Just then, Zhang Cheng saw a van rushing towards him. Isn't this the car Su Tiantian is riding in? What kind of look does this girl have? How can she sit in the wrong position like this? She began to wonder whether Su Tiantian brought his brain with him when he went out. The government sent a car to pick you up. Can they let you ride in this kind of car? Zhang Cheng went over, and when the car door opened, he saw Su Tiantian with messy hair and talking nonstop. Zhang Cheng. Vomit. As soon as she got out of the car, she vomited. Zhang Cheng. How fast is this speed? Look how uncomfortable it makes the child. Lei, who also saw Zhang Cheng and greeted her with a smile. You're an official, right? Zhang Cheng nodded slightly and threw his business card over. This is my business card. Just don't kill anyone. I will be responsible for anything that happens. Remember to keep that person alive and bring him back for me to interrogate. Lei, who was very excited as it was his first time to do official work, and he even gave Zhang Cheng an imperfect military salute. Yes, make sure to complete the mission. Zhang Cheng. Why is it that arresting a person makes one's blood boil? And this military salute is too non-standard. Chapter 68. Target appears. After Su Tiantian saw off Lei, Hu, and others, he was stunned when he saw the staff standing in various gaps at the scene. Is what happened tonight really that serious? There are at least 100 staff members on site. Add in the contracted beasts, and it will definitely be a grand scene. Zhang Cheng said righteously. This batch of goods contains ghosts. And they were all extradited from Sakura country. They are trying to cause chaos in District 20 again. As for the purpose, it is very likely that they want to take advantage of the opportunity to steal the spiritual energy, nuclear energy. It is difficult to extradite foreign ghosts to District 20. In the past, under the situation of the Longyuan army, it was already very difficult to rebuild large buildings, and it would be difficult to defend if they were to fight again. Su Tiantian also knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded heavily. I understand. I will definitely kill them without reservation. Zhang Cheng smiled with relief, but as soon as Su Tiantian finished speaking, he let out an exclamation. Xiaohei, what are you doing? Wang Qing was biting open a suitcase on the ground and eating out all the meat inside. Linglong's staff was too embarrassed to dissuade him. After all, this was the helper Zhang Cheng had called in, and everyone knew Wang Qing's strength, so they just let him eat. Zhang Cheng patted Su Tiantian on the shoulder and said with a smirk, these are for entertaining the contracted beasts of other staff members. Top-grade contracted beast rations. Premium beef jerky. Premium quality mullet. Since you are a temporary worker, we can only take care of your transportation, but not your meals. Su Tiantian. She had a feeling of being tricked. Su Tiantian wanted to stop Wang Qing, but it was too late. He had already eaten all the meat in the suitcase. Zhang Cheng smiled and said, it's okay. I'll show you the quotation later. I'll settle the original price with you, so I won't cheat you. Su Tiantian really wanted to say, you are already cheating me. As for the money, you can give it to me. Just come and help me more often in the future. This is what Zhang Qing knew about Su Tiantian's mental state, as he was short of money. Once he was caught, there was no way he could escape. Wang Qing ate until he was only half full. Looking at Su Tiantian, who was about to cry, he couldn't help but sigh. It's just a little food. Is it necessary to be like this? You can't let me go to work on an empty stomach, big sister. Su Tiantian hugged Wang Qing tightly in his arms, determined not to let this guy do anything wrong this time. Brother, I am really poor. Please, stop messing around. We are here to work, not to get into debt. Su Tiantian's words were as humble as they could be. He was really scared by Wang Qing. Zhang Cheng had a smile on his face, but after a cargo ship appeared on the sea surface, the smile gradually became stiff. She picked up the intercom and ordered solemnly. Pass the order. The target has appeared. Everyone be on guard. Once the freighter stops at the port, take action immediately. She wants to get rid of this trouble in one fell swoop. It is widely rumored that the person in charge of District 5 is the most brutal and ruthless character in the killer cult. The strength of the contracted beast is even at the S level, and it has successfully stolen the spiritual energy and nuclear energy of other districts with several regional leaders. Its combat power ranks among the top 5 in the Killing God sect. It is definitely not something that she, the intelligence team leader of District 20, can handle. Linglong, Longyuan, each area has a person in charge. Zhang Cheng is in charge of Area 20. His combat power is naturally not comparable to that of the other side, so he can only call on Su Tiantian as a helper. The freighter let out a long whistle, as if sending a signal to dock. All the staff hid in various important roads in an orderly manner, ready to kill him by surprise. Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms, nervously waiting for him to dock. Su Tiantian looked at a hunched man standing at the top of the freighter. He was holding a cane, and there was a bird-like thing standing on his shoulder. Everyone was waiting for the freighter to dock, but at this moment, a strange cry like a death knell rang out in the air. Buzz! The harsh sound made Tiantian feel a little uncomfortable, but her eyes were still fixed on the figure on the freighter. Gone! She noticed that the bird's shadow standing on the figure was gone. A ball of black light flashed in the air, and a strange bird that was 10 meters tall and covered in rotten flesh was rushing towards the port at an incredible speed. Tiantian, is this awakening? Zolfast? In an instant, the other party woke up. The S-level aura was released, causing the contracted beast hiding in the dark to tremble. Wang Qing stared at the strange bird hovering above the harbor, feathers falling from its body. I'm afraid this is poison. He could clearly feel that these feathers were definitely not ordinary. Even the smell in the air had changed. Wang Qing quickly released a black gas, wrapping up Tiantian and the vigilant Zhang Cheng to prevent them from being poisoned. What happened to Xiaohe? Zhang Cheng found himself surrounded by a soft gas and looked at Wang Qing in surprise. Tiantian scratched his head and looked at Wang Qing in confusion. I don't know either. Wang Qing. How could this person be my master? Could it be that he couldn't even understand his actions? And did Zhang Cheng really study the enemy well? Don't you even know the other party's contracted beast's ability? It hurts so much. What's going on? My skin hurts. Suddenly, all the staff hiding in various important roads, including the contracted beasts, howled. The screams instantly echoed throughout the port. Zhang Cheng immediately understood what was going on. There's something wrong with these feathers. Wang Qing, you realize it's too late now. With your IQ, you don't even have to celebrate the 7th day after being killed. The freighter had already docked steadily. The figure standing on the freighter held a loudspeaker and sneered, although I don't know what the situation is. But I have a habit. Before doing anything, they will awaken the contracted beasts and then spread the poison. I never thought that I could find so much food this time. Hearing about the rations, Tiantian was shocked. Could it be? This guy is feeding his contracted beasts with living people. Zhang Cheng kept asking about their situation using the intercom, but no one responded at all. They were all wailing in pain. Tiantian, no matter what, you have to go. Zhang Cheng was also a little anxious. All their plans were disrupted. As soon as this mysterious person in charge of District 5 came on the scene, he dealt them a heavy blow. It was simply impossible to guard against him. Tiantian nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will never run away from the battlefield. Wang Qing felt his blood boiling and let out a cry. Meow. Zhang Cheng had no choice but to pin the hopes of District 20 on Tiantian. Otherwise, once the Sakura Country ghosts broke out, the entire District 20 would definitely collapse. Chapter 69? This? Tiantian watched as the people on the freighter started to disembark, so he picked up Wang Qing and rushed towards the port. Zhang Qing shouted from behind. Tiantian, come on! Her contracted beast was placed together with the staff and was also seriously poisoned. Now the only one who could fight was Wang Qing. This is the Spirit Dragon Intelligence Team of Area 20. You must now stand trial and surrender. Wang Qing. He was very curious why such words could come out of Tiantian's mouth. Standing alone and speaking to a group of criminals like this. And it was a head-on confrontation. I'm afraid he didn't bring his brain with him when he went out. More than 20 criminals wearing black windbreakers and devil masks drew their pistols and pointed them at Tiantian. You want to stop us by yourself? This girl is pretty good looking. Don't beat her to death. It's been a long time since I've had meat. Really? How about eating her first? I think it's pretty good too. They spoke in a frivolous tone, and all pairs of frivolous eyes fell on Tiantian, as if they really wanted to eat her. Tiantian's legs trembled slightly. After all, with more than 20 guns staring at him, no one could remain calm. Meow. Wang Qing meowed, signaling her not to be afraid. Tiantian glanced at Wang Qing, who was full of fighting spirit, and the fear in his heart disappeared without a trace. Want to eat me? That depends on whether you have the ability. Just as she was about to wake Wang Qing up, a hunchbacked old man with a cane walked down from the freighter. He had sparse hair, countless wrinkles on his old face, dark skin, and withered limbs. He looked like a dying man. However, his eyes were quite sharp, as if they could see through everything. He stared at Tiantian coldly and shouted to his men, "All of you go and unload the goods. You are no match for this little girl." Hearing this, All the subordinates were stunned. What? No, sir. This is just an ordinary little girl. We can't even beat a girl. This. The old man roared in dissatisfaction. Didn't you hear what I said? Go now. He could tell at first glance that Su Tiantian in front of him was not an ordinary person. The subordinates were scolded so much that they rushed onto the freighter and quickly unloaded the cargo. Su Tiantian's eyes met the old man's, and an unprecedented vigilance appeared on her face. Because what is released from the other party is a heart-throbbing pressure. Su Tiantian didn't know what was going on. She always felt that the old man in front of her was more like an unreachable mountain, which made her feel afraid. Girl, you are the only one who can withstand my poison over the years. He should have come here specifically to deal with me. He immediately revealed the reason why he thought highly of her. So far, there are very few people who can withstand the old man's poison. Unless the contracted beast is also S-level, the poison will make them suffer for the rest of their lives. Su Tiantian clenched his fists and shouted without disguising. Yes, I came here today to eradicate you, the bad guy. Your motives have been discovered by the spirit dragon. I advise you to cooperate honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you to a pulp. The old man grinned and said, Look how many teeth I still have in my mouth, so don't talk too much, little kid. Wang Qing. He looked at the old man and saw that he really didn't have many teeth. No, what is Su Tiantian doing? Why is he chatting with the enemy? Instead of thinking about fighting quickly, he does such a stupid thing. It's really amazing. The old man raised his hand slightly, and a cry sounded. The big bird hovering in the sky swooped down quickly and landed between the old man and Su Tiantian, emitting a foul smell. Then I will have fun with you today. By the way, let me see whether the strong men in District 20 have the strength to stop me. He slowly stepped on the big bird's back and then flew into the sky. Su Tiantian looked at Wang Qing in his arms and said to him very seriously, Xiaohe, it's up to you next. If we can't win, let's just run away. Don't force it. Wang Qing. You really wanted to say, you look down on your father. I am the Taodai King. How can I lose? System awaken. Ding dong awakening, please wait. Buzz. A beam of dazzling black light lit up in the darkness, and the terrifying S-level aura was fully released by Wang Qing. His body gradually grew larger in the black light, and suddenly became an 18-meter-tall black monster. Su Tiantian stood on Wang Qing's back, staring straight at the old man floating in the air. As soon as Wang Qing appeared, Zhang Cheng, who was hiding in the dark, screamed excitedly. Awakened. Fortunately, I was smart this time and called Xiaohe over. Otherwise, District 20 will be given away for nothing. Wang Qing also flew into the air, carrying Su Tiantian on his back. He released a black gas to wrap around Su Tiantian to prevent him from falling during the battle or absorbing the opponent's poison gas, which would have been a disaster. When the old man saw that Su Tiantian's contracted beast was so tall, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's really S-rank. In District 20, there are so many hidden talents. A little girl can have such a powerful contracted beast. While he was shocked, he also sneered. But what good is height for? With your strength, you are no match for the immortal bird. Su Tiantian felt looked down upon and could not help but shout coldly. Whether we are a match or not, we need to fight to know. The old man clicked his tongue twice and said, Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the 5th district of the killing god cult, Su Xian. Su Tiantian also wanted to introduce himself, but was criticized by Wang Qing. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think this is a blind date? Hurry up. What are you talking about here? Su Tiantian? Su Xian. They were both speechless. Su Xian waved his hand and said, Then let me show you what fear is. Immortal sick bird. He let out a roar, and the huge black bird under his feet spread its wings and rushed to Wang Qing in a flash. Wang Qing looked at him coldly. On the surface, the opponent's speed was very fast, but in fact, in his eyes, it was like slow motion. Wang Qing opened his mouth in contempt and took a deep breath. A powerful airflow sucked the immortal sick bird over, etc. When the big bird was about to enter his mouth, he suddenly realized that it was just a clone. Before Wang Qing could react, a gust of evil wind blew from behind him. Su Xian's voice rang out quietly. The real body is here. Su Tiantian. When did he run to the back? Bang! With a collision, Wang Qing and Su Tiantian were knocked directly to the bottom of the sea. A huge wave rose on the sea surface, and Zhang Cheng, who was hiding far away, was numb from watching it. No way. He defeated Xiao He in just one encounter. This. Chapter 70, Immortal Sick Bird. Gugugugu. Wang Qing was hit and fell heavily into the sea. Su Tiantian was immune to the black gas and was safe and sound. But Wang Qing was in trouble. Xiao He, what's wrong with you? She watched Wang Qing's mouth bubbling with bubbles and his body stiff and motionless. This time, she really felt a sense of crisis. The Taodai, who has always been invincible, never thought that one day he would be beaten like this. Ding dong. Danger warning. Danger warning. The host is being invaded by toxins. Please activate the glutton to absorb them in time. Otherwise, the poison will enter the 6 internal organs and the host will die suddenly. Damn it, the attacks are all poisonous. It can even break my defense. Wang Qing also found it incredible. The other party broke his hard outer skin with just a collision. What's even more outrageous is that not only can it be broken open, but it can actually be injected with toxins. Activate the glutton. He used his glutton skill to absorb all the toxins at once. His limbs that were originally unable to move quickly recovered, and after he let out a roar, he quickly rushed out of the sea. When Su Xian saw that the other party was safe and sound, a burning desire to fight could not help but appear on his face. Not bad, not bad. You were able to deal with my toxins in the first place. But how many times can you bear it? He didn't want to give Wang Qing any chance, so he raised his hand and rode the immortal bird towards him. Wang Qing roared and rushed over quickly. Bang! The two sides collided tightly. The sea water below suddenly sank a lot, and a loud bang exploded in the air. The immortal sick bird was known for its cunningness, and it accidentally injected poison into Wang Qing's body. After the two separated, Su Xian's smile became particularly bright. It's over. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the wings of the immortal sick bird suddenly splattered with blood and then fell off. Su Xian, this. Impossible. We were just hedging. It's impossible for it to bite. In a hedge, both sides made hidden moves. At the critical moment, Wang Qing bared his fangs and bit off the wings of the immortal sick bird. The immortal sick bird let out a cry of pain, and because its wings were bitten, it lost its balance and fell downwards. Su Tiantian was completely confused. Why could Xiao He break free from the control of the poison so quickly? And when did he bite the other party so badly? Wang Qing chuckled. You're the only one who can use the dark light, right? Just now, when it injected poison into me, I opened my mouth and bit its wings. But the bones of this thing were so brittle that they broke in one bite. Su Tiantian? She was ashamed. You are actually complaining that the other person's bones are too rubbish? Wang Qing laughed. Is this S-level strength? I'll look down on you a little bit. When a contracted beast that can only use poison faces a contracted beast that is completely immune to toxins, the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Watching the other party sink to the bottom of the sea, Wang Qing felt a surge of disdain in his heart. All show. He glanced down at the criminals who were unloading the cargo hold, and with an idea in mind, he released 100 vicious road deer to deal with them. Eat all these people for me. Then keep an eye on the warehouse for me. He gave an order, and the vicious road deer roared and then rushed towards the warehouse. Su Tiantian asked in confusion, why let the evil road deer fight? Why don't you go down and solve it yourself? Wang Qing shook his head slightly, staring at the calm sea with vigilance, because the battle is not over yet. Su Tiantian. Didn't you knock him to the bottom of the sea? One of its wings has been bitten off. How can it still fight? Wang Qing sighed. Can you use a little brain? The other party is at least an S-level contracted beast. It's not that easy to be defeated. Su Tiantian. She was somewhat speechless when her contracted beast despised her for being brainless. Just when Su Tiantian was about to refute, the calm sea surface began to boil again. The immortal sick bird rushed out at a rapid speed, and its bitten-off wings grew back again. This time, a ball of dazzling black gas was wrapped around its body, and its momentum was surging like a terrifying beast. Su Xian's body was wet by the sea water, and he looked somewhat disheveled. He stared at Wang Qing in anger and whispered coldly, I still underestimated you. But now, I plan to use the ultimate form of the immortal sick bird to let you see what despair is. This time, I'm going to peel off your skin. Su Xian has been famous for a long time, but he has never been beaten so badly. Wang Qing's attack just now had ignited his long-dormant fighting spirit. Ah! The immortal sick bird let out a strange cry. The black gas on its body gradually turned into a black light, slowly sinking into its body. Su Tiantian looked at this strange scene in shock and muttered subconsciously. Some contracted beasts will comprehend another new form through continuous fighting, and their strength will increase several times. This is recorded in the books, but Su Tiantian never thought that she would encounter it so soon. Ah! After the immortal sick bird let out a sharp scream, the black air in the sky completely dissipated, and another form was revealed. When Wang Qing saw it like this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What appeared before his eyes was a hairless bone dragon, 20 meters long, with a sinister and terrifying aura, like a demon dragon that roamed in hell all year round. Immortal sick bird, evil dragon form. There was an angry look on Su Xian's face, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Qing and Su Tiantian. Since the immortal sick bird absorbed the spiritual energy core, it has stimulated another form. Boy, let me see how you can resist us now. Evil dragon cannon. The evil dragon opened its mouth wide, and a ball of strange black and red light condensed in its mouth, then sprayed towards Wang Qing. Buzz! A powerful shock wave came quietly. Wang Qing also knew that this attack was extremely terrifying, so he quickly dodged. Bang! A huge splash of water exploded on the sea surface behind him, and the terrifying evil dragon cannon made the nearby waters tremble. Zhang Cheng, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. Is this its true strength? If they hit Area 20, it would be razed to the ground. Zhang Cheng was shocked by such a strong opponent, and began to worry whether Wang Qing could withstand its pace. Wang Qing dodged the fatal move, but he did not expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. While he was dodging, the opponent dived into the seabed in one fell swoop, tied up Wang Qing with his long tail, and then dragged him directly to the bottom of the sea. As long as there is water, it is the home of the evil dragon. Let me see how you deal with it. Zhang Cheng was almost going crazy as he watched Wang Qing being dragged to the bottom of the sea. If she had known this would happen, she should have called Li Qing as well. It's too late to say anything now. Hateful. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. As the person in charge of Linglong, she couldn't be so useless, so Zhang Cheng made an important decision. Chapter 71, Evil Dragon. Zhang Cheng crawled out of the bushes and looked at the staff and contracted beasts who were poisoned and passed out all over the ground. She felt very anxious, but she still calmly picked up a sapling. Little Green, are you okay? The little sapling opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Cheng with an uncomfortable expression. It shook its head slightly to indicate that it was fine. Can you awaken? If you awaken, you should be able to use healing skills and save everyone. When a contracted beast is injured or poisoned, if it is forced to awaken, it will definitely be backlashed if the awakening fails. At that time, it will either die or awaken into some insane monster. Now that Wang Qing has been dragged into the sea, Zhang Cheng is the only one who can move. She had to make the decision to awaken the sapling and use its healing skills to temporarily immunize everyone. The little sapling nodded slightly. It said yes. Even though it was not a combat-type contracted beast, it had to give it a try for everyone else. Zhang Qing looked at it gratefully. Thank you, Xiaolu. Then, let's wake up. She was also aware of the possibility of awakening failure. But in order to protect Area 20, she had no choice but to do so. Buzz! A green light was released from the sapling. The smile on Zhang Cheng's face finally appeared, but then it froze again. The green light appeared for only a short while before it turned into black light, and the sapling let out a painful scream. Little Green, hold on. She knew the consequences of forced awakening, but if she didn't awaken, she would definitely be defeated if she relied on Su Tiantian alone. The black light dimmed as the sapling cried. A green light, even brighter than before, appeared on its body. The green light began to nourish the sapling, and gradually it turned into a slender tree with a pair of transparent wings like cicada wings on its back. It is not tall, only about 1.7 meters, covered with flowers, and has delicate facial features like Zhang Cheng. Flower Saint, awakening is complete. Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. If an A-level contracted beast wanted to break through this poison, it would really have to risk its life. The Flower Saint smiled at Zhang Cheng and said, "Thank you, Master, for understanding my fighting spirit. Let me awaken successfully." Zhang Cheng nodded. Then start releasing the immune pollen to allow the unconscious people and the contracted beast to fight as quickly as possible. The flower saint nodded. Understood. Her hands were two green vines, which she waved in the air. Bang! After a crisp sound, a green gas array appeared in the air. Immune to pollen. The earth trembled slightly, and long green vines broke through the ground, with colorful flowers blooming on the vines. The scent of pollen began to spread in the air. All the staff and contracted beasts who were previously unconscious woke up. We were in so much pain just now. How come we are fine now? What on earth is going on? Where are the enemies? Zhangqing looked at everyone seriously. Now that you have all absorbed Xiaolu's immune pollen, the immunity will only last for 20 minutes. I need you to finish the battle within 20 minutes. The other thing is to find a way to help Xiaohe, who was dragged to the bottom of the sea. Since the opponent's contracted beast is S level, and Xiaolu's level is only A level, it is completely unable to have any healing effect. He can only use the immunity skill to temporarily allow everyone to fight. Zhang Cheng needs to clear the people on the freighter as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. It's our spirit dragon's turn to appear. Go ahead, stop the enemy at all costs. For District 20, we have no choice but to do this. Bursts of light flashed in the forest, and the contracted beasts rushed towards the freighter with full fighting spirit. As soon as they boarded the freighter, they saw blood all over the floor and ugly monsters standing vigilantly in front of each large cargo hold. What's going on? Could it be them who did this? I think they were summoned by Xiaohe. This little guy is really amazing. While fighting, he also remembered to resolve the crisis below. They all knew the evil road deer summoned by Wang Qing, and they all admired Wang Qing deeply. Zhang Cheng was not idle either, and quickly asked everyone to start working. Hurry up and seal up the things in the warehouse. Then activate the protective array on the freighter to prevent it from being destroyed by the battle and allow them to escape. The things inside are all ghosts from the Sakura country. Once they are broken open, the entire District 20 will be in chaos. The staff set up magic arrays at various key points, and a defense array strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from an S-class was completed. Furthermore, in order to prevent ghosts from escaping, they did not forget to draw suppression talismans on each warehouse. After doing all this, Zhang Cheng immediately asked all the staff to withdraw to the freighter because they could not intervene in this S-level battle. I've done all I can. I hope Tiantian girl doesn't lose. If you lose, the ghosts will scatter, the spiritual energy and nuclear energy will be stolen, and Area 20 will never have peace and fall into chaos. If they win, everyone will be happy. The killer cult will be completely quiet and won't dare to come to District 20 to do evil anymore. Everyone retreated to the port, feeling the ground shaking violently and ripples on the sea level. Boom, boom, boom. A strange sound also echoed from the bottom of the sea. You can imagine how thrilling the underwater battle would be. At this moment, Wang Qing's whole body was tightly wrapped by the evil dragon, and he felt the pressure from his internal organs. It was the first time that he encountered such a tricky thing in this world. It wasn't so difficult when I faced the Black Crow before. Doesn't this force him to kill this guy in another way? Are you almost dying? After the immortal bird absorbed the spiritual energy, it evolved into another form. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat us in the water. Su Xian, whose whole body was wrapped in black air, laughed particularly loudly. But what he didn't expect was that the evil dragon let out a scream as soon as he finished speaking. What's going on? The evil dragon opened its eyes wide, looking at its abdomen in disbelief, as it was being gnawed by a huge mouth. Wang Qing angrily shouted, I just want to fight you, since you have restrained me. I will not be polite. He also wanted to have some fun and try some physical combat. After all, a real man is one who can fight with real flesh. But this guy tied him up right from the start and even punched him. He wasn't going to tolerate him anymore. Wouldn't it be better to just eat him directly? Su Tiantian looked at Wang Qing in surprise and said angrily, If you had opened your mouth earlier, would you still have to suffer? Xiaohe, bite this stink bug to death for me. Su Xian, this is a dragon. A dragon. Chapter 72. All gone. Wang Qing bit the evil dragon hard on its belly. The evil dragon struggled in pain, looking at Wang Qing, who was tightly bound in horror. You actually still have this ability. It really wanted to praise Wang Qing. Your teeth are so good that you can even chew dragon bones. The crisp sound of bang echoed on the seabed. The evil dragon was almost going crazy from the pain. Seeing that its bones were about to be chewed to pieces by Wang Qing, a dark red energy condensed in its mouth. Evil Dragon, before it could release its ultimate move, it was forced to stop because of the pain. The pain made the evil dragon give up comfort. After struggling for a while, he gave up the restraints and kept a distance from Wang Qing cautiously. This guy's teeth are too sharp. The evil dragon looked at the dragon bone in its abdomen that was almost broken and glared at Wang Qing with lingering fear. Wang Qing didn't plan to continue to recklessly fight. After all, the opponent didn't want to fight him in close combat with fists, but kept using dirty tricks. Now was the time to defeat it in one fell swoop. Tiantian, I'm going to be serious. These words almost broke Su Tiantian's defense. You're only getting serious now? What were you doing just now? This is a fight. Do you think this is a game? She complained angrily, wishing she could give Wang Qing a few blows on the head. Her heart was almost in her throat just now, but it turned out that this guy was just playing. Wang Qing smiled a little embarrassedly. Oh, I was just playing close combat with him, but he didn't follow martial ethics. Su Tiantian. Do contracted beasts still need to observe martial ethics? Su Xian didn't plan to hold back. He also felt that Wang Qing was somewhat difficult to deal with. If he didn't resolve the battle quickly, he would really be dragged to death here. Evil Dragon, it's time to decide the winner. He pointed in the direction of Wang Qing and ordered coldly. Catch him for me. Evil Dragon. Ugh. It let out a dragon roar, and a ball of dark red energy condensed in its mouth. After accumulating energy for a while, it launched a fierce attack on Wang Qing. Ultimate Evil Dragon Cannon. A dark red beam of light blasted towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing didn't bother to be polite with it, and just opened his mouth wide to greet it. In the opponent's view, no matter how Wang Qing struggled, he would not be able to withstand this strongest blow, because this attack is enough to surpass the ultimate explosive kill of S level. The dark red energy was enough to blast his body into pieces without leaving any residue. Only, what the evil dragon didn't expect was that this guy didn't wait for an opportunity to dodge, but took the damage. Delicious energy, here I come. To others, this is a killer move, but to Wang Qing, it is a treasure. The dark red energy beam was all absorbed by Wang Qing in one breath. There wasn't even a splash. Ding dong, 50,000 shock value from the evil dragon. Ding dong from Su Xian, 50,000 shock value. Ding dong from Su Tiantian, 1,000 confusion value. All of them were paralyzed by Wang Qing's show, especially Su Xian. He has been in the martial arts world for so many years and has seen countless strong men, but he has never seen anyone like Wang Qing who can absorb damage with his mouth. How hungry are you? You're eating all this damage. Is this edible? You are so out of touch with heaven. Su Xian, who had seen many storms and was always as steady as an old dog, couldn't help but complain. Who the hell can withstand such an opponent? Wang Qing burped. The attack just now increased his evolution points by 1,000 and filled his stomach at the same time. Su Tiantian patted Wang Qing's head and said with some concern, "You have taken all the damage. Don't eat too much and die." Wang Qing looked at her with disdain and said, "This little attack won't be enough to kill me. Come a few more times and I'll eat it all." Su Tiantian. She found out that this guy was a huge foodie who could eat anything. Wang Qing swayed his body, and his aura instantly became extremely sharp. A black aura was released from his body, causing the surrounding sea to tremble constantly. After playing for so long, it's my turn to take action. He was tired of playing around, and it was time to end this farce. Wang Qing opened his mouth wide, and a ball of dark matter condensed in his mouth. This was a skill activated after he was promoted to S level. Dark splitting cannon. Drink! He let out a wild roar, and terrifying power poured out of his mouth, slamming hard into the evil dragon. When the evil dragon saw such a powerful blow, the first thought that came to his mind was to escape. It knew that this blow was definitely not something it could withstand, so it turned around and swam upwards. Seeing the evil dragon so frightened, Su Xian couldn't help but complain, "Isn't it just an attack? Do you really have to run like this? We are the strong ones in Area 5, and you are also a super contracted beast who has absorbed the spiritual energy. You're afraid of shit." Su Xian couldn't accept the fact that his contracted beast had given in, but the evil dragon ignored him and complained helplessly. "If I take this blow, I will definitely be reduced to ashes. If you can do it, then go ahead. You just talk nonsense." Su Xian was so angry that he was shaking all over. "You! The two were complaining like this when unexpectedly a ball of black light caught up with them at an incredibly fast speed. The evil dragon was shocked when he heard this. This thing can turn a corner? Hateful. Su Xian. Feeling the breath of death coming, Su Xian widened his eyes inexplicably. There was a loud bang. The entire seabed seemed to be shaken by a major earthquake. The black substance released by Wang Qing completely exploded on the seabed, and the surrounding sea areas were boiling. Zhang Cheng looked at a ball of strange black light rising from the bottom of the sea, illuminating the entire sea surface. What a fierce battle this is. It's a completely fatal move. Zhang Cheng and the staff present were all stunned. Even the defensive magic circle that had been set up lit up at this moment. Boom! A huge splash of water exploded on the sea surface, and a section of keel only 3 meters long was the first to surface. Su Xian sat on the dragon's head. His previous majesty was gone, and his face was filled with fear. This was the first time he felt his life was threatened after he became famous. The evil dragon gasped in fear. Fortunately, I split 2/3 of the dragon bone at the critical moment, otherwise we would all be doomed. The reason why it became so short is because its keel was split, otherwise it would have been doomed. Su Xian said in a panic. Now, immediately, withdraw from Area 20. He stared at the 100 black monsters standing on the freighter and couldn't see any of his own people, so he was stunned again. What the hell? Where are my men? They're all gone. In his opinion, District 20 was ranked so low that it could barely be considered a third-tier city. It was already outrageous that there was an S-level contracted beast. Why were there so many weird things? Su Xian now only wants to return to District 5 as soon as possible. If possible, he never wants to come to this horrible place again in his life. Chapter 73, Dog Snake. As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, he was enveloped by an evil aura. The evil dragon screamed vigilantly. It's coming! It is coming! Suddenly, a huge wave arose on the sea surface, and a big mouth rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Crack! The evil dragon, which was only 3 meters long, and Su Xian were swallowed by Wang Qing in one gulp. Staff on shore? Zhang Cheng. Ding dong, 50,000 shock value from the staff present. Ding dong, from Zhang Cheng, 10,000 shock value. This is an S-rank contracted beast. Just swallow it up? Zhang Cheng's eyes widened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. Moreover, it was a completely new form that had evolved after absorbing the spiritual energy, and it was eaten just like that. Wang Qing jumped out of the sea and directly jumped onto the shore. He shook off the water stains on his body and looked at Zhang Cheng, who was walking towards him with a silly smile on his face. Zhang Cheng was still in shock. After all, a being as powerful as Wang Qing, whether a demon or a criminal, would never be able to do evil in District 20. Zhang Cheng, what do you think of my handling of this matter? It's very profitable to hire us to help. Zhang Cheng. She didn't expect that Wang Qing could actually call out her name. She nodded in surprise. It's really a good deal. If it weren't for you, I would really be in trouble this time. Etc. She suddenly pointed at Wang Qing's mouth and asked in a low voice. It didn't really eat me, did you? It is understandable that the contracted beast ate it. But if a human ate it, how could they interrogate him? For a position as high as the head of District 5, there is definitely a lot of information that can be extracted. Wang Qing gave her a disdainful look. Do I look like I eat everything? Please, those old arms and legs will definitely give you diarrhea if you eat them. He exhaled a breath of foul air and spit out Su Xian, who had fainted from fright. Zhang Cheng looked at Su Xian and saw that he was still breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Fortunately, this old guy is not alive. Su Tiantian was put down by Wang Qing, and as soon as he landed, he came over with a smirk on his face. Sister Zhang Cheng. Su Tiantian looked at Zhang Cheng with a flattering expression. This matter is also done. We have been working for 2.5 hours since we left home, so let's just count it as 3 hours. 15,000. Let's settle the bill now. If Su Xian knew that Zhang Cheng spent 15,000 yuan to kill him, he would be so furious. This is a bank card specially opened for you. There is 50,000 yuan in it. The extra part will be considered as your bonus. But Xiaohei, since you ate the working meal we prepared, next time we need your help, you must do it for free. Zhang Cheng is also a very cost-conscious person. In fact, it's not about money. He is just afraid that Su Tiantian will become rich and no longer want to help. Su Tiantian took the bank card without thinking, nodded with a smile, and said, Okay, okay, I'll be there whenever you call. If you have nothing else to do, please send Xiaohei and I back to school first. Zhang Qing nodded. Okay, let's go. She instructed the staff on the scene to guard the area and sent someone to move the warehouse to a safe area. Then she took Su Tiantian away. The other side. Inside the Bliss nightclub, Lei Hu led a group of his companions, a large group of people, and smashed the place into pieces. All the security personnel inside were knocked to the ground. They didn't know why Lei Hu, who usually obeyed orders and only cared about money and not people, suddenly started a fight here. Lei Hu sat on a sofa with a stern face and a machete in his hand and whispered coldly, Where's the dog snake? Isn't it here? This is the base of the dogs and snakes, and all missions to destroy the place are also issued here. A manager who was beaten half to death crawled up from the ground covered in blood. Brother Hu, the boss is on the way. What misunderstanding happened tonight? He really wanted to curse. He was a tool who was always respectful to the dogs and snakes, so why did he suddenly turn against them? Lei Hu lit a cigarette and whispered coldly, There is no misunderstanding between us. If he doesn't come over again, I will burn down all the places under his control. He was extremely furious because he was almost killed by the dog and snake. What is boiling is that when working for the government, as long as you don't kill anyone, you can get away with it even if you go too far. The manager looked at Lei Hu with a bitter face, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to calm his anger. Just at this moment, the door was kicked open with great force. A short figure, protected by two tall young men, slowly walked into the nightclub. The visitor was a middle-aged man with narrow eyes and a round face. He looked at the mess on the ground, his anger clearly written on his face. He walked up to Lei Hu, his tone icy cold. Tell me what's going on? When Lei Hu saw Gao Shi, he slowly stood up and flicked the cigarette in his hand over to him. Gaush was not paying attention and was hit in the face by the cigarette. He didn't even blink, and his eyes were still staring at him. Tell me, what's going on? He roared with fury. Lei Hu replied coldly. Don't you know what you are doing by asking us to go to the port tonight? He pointed at his companions and roared at the dog and snake. These are my brothers who will live and die with me. So many people went to the port to die. You really are a good person. Tell me, should I come over to settle the score with you? Although he is a money-hungry person, he is also a man of affection and righteousness. What Gaush did was to endanger the safety of District 20, and he made his brothers fight against the authorities. It was only right that Lei Hu had to deal with him today. Dog Snake narrowed his eyes and stared at Lei Hu carefully. You are paid to do the job. Why do you care so much? As long as the price is reasonable, you do it. What does it have to do with me if something happens? Upon hearing this, Lei Hu raised the machete in his hand and replied coldly. You didn't tell me that this is harmful to the interests of District 20. So, I'm going to kill you no matter what I say today. Brothers exist. The scene was bustling with noise, and everyone was waiting for Lei Hu's order. Go. She and the other two faced so many people, but there was no expression on their faces, and their eyes were full of excitement. Dog Snake said calmly, Now that we have come to this, it will be really hard to calm the anger in my heart if I don't get rid of you. Ameo and Ermao. Let them know what the consequences will be for going against me. Yes. The smell of gunpowder in the air was extremely heavy. After shouting at each other, both sides began to fight. What Lei Hu didn't expect was that this dog snake actually had so many killer moves hidden. Chapter 74. Chun Zixuan's Opportunity. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Cheng was driving back to school quickly. Actually, I'm not in a hurry. Su Tiantian hugged Wang Qing tightly, fearing that Zhang Cheng would be in trouble if he was not careful. Wang Qing looked at the dashboard and saw that the speed was already 100, and he was worried. It's not that he doesn't trust Zhang Cheng's ability, but why is she so nervous when driving? Doesn't she have confidence in her own skills? Zhang Qing looked ahead vigilantly and stammered, Don't talk to me. I'm afraid I'll be distracted. Click. I don't know why, but this girl turned on the wipers. Tiantian. Judging from his driving skills, you are not trying to be funny. I was trying to turn on the turn signal, but the windshield wipers were turned on instead. Oh my God. Why did I call the wrong number again? At this time, the car speed had reached 120, and the strong push on his back made Su Tiantian a little scared. She shut her mouth obediently and prayed silently in her heart. God, please bless me to arrive at school safely, and then I will never ride in Zhang Cheng's car again in my life. If he didn't die at the hands of the enemy, he might have died in Zhang Cheng's car. Zhang Cheng's car speed also slowly slowed down. Zhangqing, what's going on? She stepped on the accelerator with all her strength, but the car just couldn't speed up. Wang Qing, is there a possibility that the car is out of gas? He stared at the fuel gauge on the dashboard, which had already reached the red dot. Didn't this guy learn this in the exam? The car parked steadily on the side of the road. Zhang Cheng had some difficulty stepping on it. What's wrong with this broken car? If you don't move, I'll tear you apart later. She finally had the chance to show off her driving skills, but ended up failing at this point. How could she not be angry? Su Tiantian patted his chest, feeling lucky that the car broke down. Otherwise, he would have really left this beautiful world. Or I should just walk back. At worst, I could just take tomorrow off. She said it in a low voice, but Zhang Cheng beside her directly denied it. No, it will be daybreak when we get back. How can you have a good rest? I'll make a phone call and have someone bring a car over. Su Tiantian. If she had a choice, she really wanted to open the car door and run away immediately. Wang Qing sighed. What a bad fate. This night is destined to be a disaster. He also found a small piece of wood lying on the back seat. It had fastened its seatbelt when getting in the car. It obviously knew what was going to happen, but it was eventually frightened and passed out. Even his own contracted beast is afraid. Just imagine how horrific his driving skills must be. Zhang Cheng took out his cell phone and was about to call someone to transport the car when a call came in from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? Zhang Cheng answered it without thinking. Sir, I am Lane. Uri, Come, Paradise Nightclub. Help. Lei, whose voice was extremely weak, and he had obviously suffered a serious injury. Elysium Nightclub? Her expression gradually turned cold, and she thought that she had sent Lei, who to get killed. Su Tiantian saw Zhang Cheng's face turn extremely cold, and his heart trembled inexplicably. Did something happen? Zhang Cheng nodded slightly. Thunder Tiger is in trouble. It seems that you have to work overtime with me. Su Tiantian doesn't care about overtime, but he cares about the lives and safety of Lei, who, in a group of big brothers. They're all emotional people. If they were really killed, Su Tiantian would definitely feel uncomfortable for a long time. Zhang Qing knew that there was no time to lose, so she used the mobile intelligence network to locate the Ji Lun nightclub. After obtaining the geographical location, she and Su Tiantian got out of the car. Su Tiantian was confused. Now that the car was broken down, he couldn't just run over there. If he really ran over, wouldn't Big Brother be in trouble? Zhang Qing opened the back door and carried the unconscious Mutu out. Little Green, Xiaolu, why do you always faint every time you ride in a car? She patted the sapling's head, trying to wake it up. Su Tiantian and Wang Qing. With such an opening, no matter how strong your mental strength is, you will be scared to death. Fortunately, the sapling was not seriously injured and woke up slowly. Can you wake up now? I need you to use your flying ability to take us to a place. The sapling nodded heavily to indicate yes. After a flash of green light, the flower saint threw out 2 vines and tightly wrapped them around Zhang Cheng and Su Tiantian. Master, let's go. The flower saint spread her wings and flew quickly towards the Paradise nightclub. Su Tiantian, who was being dragged to fly, couldn't help but sigh. Although flying is also very scary, it is completely child's play compared to sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Zhang Cheng on the side stared at her and asked, Really? Then I'll drive you back later. Su Tiantian's eyes were filled with tears. Really? Sister, can you let me go? People who have experienced Zhang Cheng driving a car basically don't have the courage to do it again. Westport Terminal. Chen Zixuan was holding his cell phone and making a video call with someone. Reporting to the messenger, the person in charge of Area 5 seems to have been defeated. It's not her fault that she was late because the person sent by Gauche Guy brought the wrong person. It took her a lot of effort to get there. The messenger sighed. This time, the organization lost a general and also lost the carefully prepared ghost. Chen Zixuan knew that the things inside were of great importance. If he could open those warehouses now, wouldn't it be a sure thing for him to become the person in charge of District 20? So she asked, Sir, what if I could get the things out? As soon as these words were spoken, the messenger on the screen immediately became excited. As long as you can release it, I will definitely reward you. Chen Zixuan shook his head slightly. I don't want a reward. You should know what I want, right? The messenger was slightly stunned. You want to be the head of District 20. The two smiled knowingly. The messenger finally said, As long as you can succeed, you may be able to become the person in charge. Chen Zixuan smiled slightly. Then thank you first. As long as I can be the responsible person, my sister's medicine will not be cut off. Maybe he can rise to the top and even form a team to seek revenge on Su Tiantian and his men. Chun Zishuan stared at the freighter not far away, the smile on his face gradually growing, and it was obvious that he was confident. Chapter 75. They're coming out. They're coming out. Port. Chun Zishuan squatted quietly on the side, waiting for the contracted beast to come back. Rustling. There was a movement in the bushes, and a black shadow gradually floated out from the bushes. Owner. Yang's voice was tinged with excitement. It really enjoys doing bad things with its owner, especially when it is dark and windy at night, killing the enemy by surprise. Chun Zishuan's lips curled up slightly. How is the observation? Any progress? Ying laughed eerily. There are 30 of them on duty. There are 30 large warehouses in total. There are talismans on each warehouse, probably for suppression. Night shadow can perfectly overlap with darkness. During stealth, it is difficult to find its trace, even under ordinary electronic reconnaissance. Chun Zishuan nodded slightly. The investigation is good. Are you sure you can remove the spell? Ying shook his head slightly. No, there are also talismans on it that restrict the contracted beasts. Once a contact occurs, the worst-case scenario is that the person will be imprisoned on the spot, or even turned into ashes. This time, Linglong had invested a lot of money. Even Chun Zishuan could think of using the contracted beast to cause trouble. Didn't they think of that? Chun Zishuan sighed. It seems that I have no choice but to go. Have you found a way in? Just open the warehouse and release the ghosts inside. This is when Linglong starts to get busy. Night Shadow replied with a wicked smile. Master, have you forgotten what I am made of? A hint of disbelief gradually appeared in Chun Zishuan's eyes. Yes, I almost forgot you have other skills. Yang spun in the air, and his dark body began to release a black gas. The gas gradually wrapped around Chun Zishuan's delicate body, forming a perfect cover. It's spooky. Chun Zishuan felt the incredible power flowing through his limbs, and the smile on his face became brighter. These gases can also conceal one's own breath and overlap with darkness perfectly, like night shadows. After finding the secret to the breakthrough, the next thing to worry about is the spirit dragon. A ball of black light approached the freighter at an incredibly fast speed. The Linglong members who were on high alert suddenly felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. Everyone became nervous. Alert! Everyone alert! The team leader held his gun nervously. If there was any sign of trouble, they must shoot the enemy into pieces immediately. 30 people quickly stood in front of the doors of each warehouse, their eyes like black fire, staring at the darkness around them with extreme seriousness. The team leader shouted loudly. Everyone report the situation. Report, number 1 is safe here. Report, number 2 is safe. Report, number 3 is safe. Report. One after another, the staff on duty began to report the situation. Finally, they heard that there was no problem with the place everyone was guarding, and they felt relieved. He now wished that the captain would come back quickly and move this time bomb to a safe area. At this time, they had no idea that 2 dark shadows were lying on the side of the deck. Chun Zishuan's heartbeat was almost jumping out of her throat. She had never done anything so exciting in her life. When I heard the squad leader say, "Everyone disperse, Group 3, load your guns and kill anyone who moves." Yes, everyone shouted in unison. The team leader said to his subordinates, "Take out the high-precision reconnaissance equipment and carefully identify the freighter, in case." After hearing this, Chun Zishuan couldn't help but become anxious. The high-tech these guys have is not vegetarian. If we are discovered, we will be doomed. She knew what would happen if she was discovered. Either a brutal interrogation or a fatal blow. Neither option was something she could afford. Chun Zishuan knew he couldn't wait any longer. She stared at the warehouse with talismans on it not far away, and then glanced at the patrol team passing by. 3 seconds. I only have 3 seconds. Wouldn't it be possible to solve all the problems by just opening the first warehouse, causing chaos, and then escaping into darkness? She took a deep breath and kept cheering herself up. Chun Zishuan, success or failure depends on your current methods. Chun Zishuan, you can do it. In order to live the life she had always dreamed of and to ensure that her sister would not stop taking her medication, she mustered up great courage. Now, the patrolman was just passing in front of him, and a patrolman behind him was just about to walk out. Chun Zishuan seized the opportunity jumped out of disguise, and rushed quickly towards the nearby warehouse. Reach out, tear the talisman. She stared at the talisman with her eyes, and when her hand touched the talisman, it seemed as if she had grasped a bright future. Tear. Enemy situation. Quick. As soon as the talisman was torn off, the roar of the spirit dragon members was heard behind him. Da-da-da. Bullets whizzed past him from behind. Chun Zishuan was so scared that he ran around everywhere. Ying also woke up at the critical moment and released black energy to hide Chun Zishuan. Huff, huff, huff. Chun Zishuan was so scared that she gasped heavily. As soon as she started to fight, she was discovered by the other party. Fortunately, Yimo acted quickly, otherwise she would have been really dead. Bang! Bang bang! Bullets were pouring towards her, and Chun Zishuan's eyes widened inexplicably. A man holding an electronic instrument furiously led a group of subordinates to attack. Master, we have been discovered. Linglong is no pushover either. He takes out his equipment and directly locates and pursues the enemy. Seeing that he was exposed, Chun Zishuan glanced at the warehouse and found that there was no response. He was so angry that he could only say to Ying, "Let's retreat." She didn't know why the talisman didn't work after it was torn off. In desperation, he had no choice but to run away. Another round of bullets poured down. In front of the high-precision instruments, any disguise could not escape. Da-da-da. Ying blocked a series of bullets for Chun Zishuan. Ah! Just as Chun Zishuan was about to jump off the boat, he heard the screams of the night demon. She widened her eyes inexplicably as she looked at Ying's dark body, which was already covered with bullet holes. Night Shadow. Ying tried hard to force out a smile. Master, let me wake up. I probably won't be able to leave. The bullets of the spirit dragon all carry a power that can absolutely suppress the contracted beasts. Generally, a B-level contracted beast cannot withstand a volley of bullets. Night Shadow. Chun Zishuan's tears burst out all of a sudden. Ying roared, "Ah, I can't hold on any longer." It never woke up until its death, and could not even see Chun Zishuan escape safely. Chun Zishuan stood there in a daze, being stared at by several guns. If he made any unusual movement, he would be destroyed. Chun Zishuan was not afraid at all. His closest friend had already died, so what if it was his turn? Don't move! The team leader roared seriously. Chun Zishuan stared at the black guns in front of him, his face showing disdain. Linglong never thought that even the guard mission would be done like this. When a person is not afraid of death, it means she is invincible. The team leader was very angry about these remarks. Linglong is a special organization after all, but a girl broke in and even tore up the talisman. Isn't this just a slap in the face? Just as the team leader was about to take the man down, the freighter started to bang. The pupils of the spirit dragon members shrank sharply. The captain of the team shouted in horror, "Be prepared for defense!" Bang! On the freighter, a cargo hold was breached by a monstrous black gas. The black gas instantly engulfed the entire ship. The smile on Chun Zishuan's face became even more violent. They are coming out. They are coming out. She wanted to kill the group of people in front of her, right now, to avenge Ying. Chapter 76, Superman. The dark energy that surged into the sky instantly enveloped the entire freighter. The team leader widened his eyes and immediately ordered defense. Ha 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 ha. Is it finally out? Chun Zishuan laughed crazily. Yi Ying's death shattered her last bit of faith. The team leader held the gun and looked at the woman approaching. Bang! The trigger was pulled and a gunshot rang out. Chun Zishuan was shot in the shoulder. She took a step back, her delicate face twisted tightly. Hiss! Want to kill me? Then come on! Come on! Her voice was extremely sharp, like that of a mad ghost. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, the team leader showed no mercy and pulled the trigger again. A series of bullets were fired at Chun Zishuan. Danger is over. He won't play the indecisive game with you. If you hesitate to make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Chun Zishuan was instantly riddled with bullets. She fell stiffly to the ground, and black gas began to emerge from her body. Yang's sister. After saying this, she was silent again. The team leader breathed a sigh of relief. But the people who went to guard all screamed at this time. Ah! Help, help! Damn it, the contracted beasts are no match for me. The team leader looked at the members and the contracted beasts being held in midair by black gas. The vitality in them is gradually disappearing, and eventually they turn into a dried corpse. Activate Level B plan. The team leader knew that his men were in trouble and that this guarding operation was facing failure. He held a button in his hand. This was the ultimate magic circle they had installed on the ship to prevent the ship from sinking. He pressed a button. A beam of dazzling golden light was released on the ship, and the screams of ghosts rang out in the air. What? Baka, Baka! The ghosts from the Sakura country let out sharp screams. They had never expected that there were not only talismans on the cargo hold, but also talisman arrays on the ship. The captain had not been happy for long before the entire freighter began to sway violently. He saw a huge minotaur standing beside the freighter, its eyes terrifyingly red, staring at him closely. It placed its hands on the boat, then pulled hard, breaking the entire boat into pieces. The leader of the team, Bull Ghost! Boom! The hull was shattered, and everything on board sank into the sea in an instant. Ototo, I can sense the strong resentment in you. You are the human who released us. Do you want to gain power? Would you like to be part of our family? Seabed. Chen Zixuan watched his body sinking, and what echoed in his ears was a magnetic voice. Whenever she thought of Yi Ying's tragic death, and the miserable scene of her sister being left alone after her death, the grief and anger in her heart would be released. I'm willing to join you, the voice roared. Ha 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 ha, fine. From now on you will be one of us. This is your power. It can temporarily keep your body intact. A ball of black gas instantly enveloped Chen Zixuan. At the same time, over here at the nightclub, Zhang Cheng had no idea what was happening at the port. They had just arrived at the nightclub. As soon as he entered the nightclub, the strong smell of blood in the air made Su Tiantian frown. Wang Qing, who was held in his arms, did not slack off this time because he could feel that the people here were not easy to deal with. Zhang Cheng and Su Tiantian didn't say anything. Even when facing the injured thugs standing in 2 rows on their left and right, their faces remained calm. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to call 2 sisters to rescue you. Do you really want to make me die of laughter? A short man sitting on the sofa sneered, clapped his hands, and dragged Lei Hu, who was beaten and covered in blood, onto the table. There was a strong rage in Lei Hu's eyes as he stared at Go Shi. If looks could kill, this guy would have been wiped out long ago. Zhang Cheng had a cold face and asked calmly, I advise you not to do this in front of me. Otherwise you will really die miserably. Seeing Lei Hu being tortured like this, she became furious. After all, this guy was working for himself, but he ended up being beaten like this. Gauch laughed. This kid came to destroy my place and wanted to beat me. Do you think this matter is so easy to solve? I don't care who you are. You have to die here tonight. He vaguely knew Zhang Cheng's identity, and since he had been exposed, there was no need for him to argue with her. Everyone exists. Those thugs who had been beaten up by Lei, who before were all excited and ready to take action. Gauch picked up a bottle of foreign wine and smashed it on Lei Hu's head. Do it! When Su Tiantian saw that the uncle who was talking and laughing with him just now was beaten like this in the blink of an eye, the grief and anger in his heart were instantly released. Wang Qing felt his master's rage, and the desire to fight in his heart also surged. Xiaohei, save them. Wang Qing was shocked when he saw Su Tiantian, who was already in tears. A black gas enveloped Wang Qing. Roar! The roar that resounded through the heavens and earth shattered all the glassware in the nightclub. A 5-meter-tall, strong, and ferocious beast appeared. Taking into account that the space was not very large this time, Wang Qing did not reveal his true form and simply turned into a 5-meter-long beast. Seeing that Su Tiantian had taken out his contracted beast, Goshi said directly to the 2 big men beside him, Let them see how powerful you are. The 2 big men walked slowly in front of Wang Qing. The other side, Zhang Cheng was holding 2 guns and galloping across the battlefield with the Flower Saint. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flying all over the sky will repel all enemies. Day by day, leave the thugs to me. Go save them. Su Tiantian lowered her head and said nothing. Even when the enemy was right in front of her, she did not move. Her mind was filled with the tragic scene of Lei, who being hit on the head by a wine bottle. Helpless and apologetic look. She was deeply moved. Little sister, do you know what a super android is? A burly man with flowing hair asked sarcastically. Su Tiantian still didn't answer, but Wang Qing, who was standing beside him, had a fierce look in his eyes. It seems like she's been frightened silly. Why don't we send her to death now? The long-haired man's wrist turned into a long sword and stabbed towards Su Tiantian fiercely. At this time, Wang Qing moved. Chapter 77. Believe in the light. The elegant man's sword caused a buzzing sound. A clanging sound was heard. The long sword pierced Wang Qing's skin and broke with a sound. The elegant man was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he opened his big mouth and slammed down fiercely. Crack! A metallic sound was heard. Wang Qing then realized what this guy meant by super androids. It turned out that the two people in front of him were made of machines. Is this what they call a super android? He growled disdainfully and completely crushed the person in his mouth. The other man was not afraid. He waved his hands and turned his palms into a Gatling machine gun. Go to hell? Rubbish. Da-da-da. A series of bullets were fired at Wang Qing. He didn't even want to eat this guy because of this stupid behavior, for fear that it would affect his IQ. The hard skin was not penetrated and not even a bit of damage was done. The dog snake standing behind was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine that the super artificial human created by the organization couldn't even deal with a contracted beast. He glanced around, staring at Lei, who had fainted on the table. Perhaps this man could be his bargaining chip for escape. Tiantian lowered his head and said calmly, Xiao He. Wang Qing opened his mouth and bit it without thinking. Crack! The super android who was still immersed in playing with the Gatling gun was shattered into pieces. As for the other side, Zhang Cheng, who was very good at using dual guns, had already dealt with all the thugs together with the Flower Saint. In the huge nightclub, Gauche was the only one left. What the hell is going on? The superhuman that the organization painstakingly spent so much time to build couldn't even survive a single encounter. This? He quickly pulled up Lei, who was lying on the table, took out a pistol, and put it coldly against his head. Don't move. Otherwise, I will shoot him dead immediately. Gauche dragged the half-dead Lei, and walked to Tiantian loudly. Zhang Cheng and the Flower Saint also arrived in time. Tiantian's emotions are very unstable, and he is on the verge of going crazy at any time. Especially when she saw Lei, who covered in blood, she became furious. Zhang Cheng said calmly, I advise you to let him go and execute him in time. You can't get away. The dog snake stared at them warily and replied coldly, Do you really think I'm stupid? If I get caught by you, I will definitely end up in trouble. Besides, I have killed all his brothers. You will definitely not let me go. Tiantian. Her expression froze instantly. Lei, who said that this operation involved 10 vans of people. If all of them died, how many people would have to be killed? Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone gradually turned cold. You really don't know how to live or die. Are you sure you want to die? Wang Qing didn't know what this woman was thinking. She already had a hostage in her hand, but she was still using words to provoke him? Are you really not afraid that Lei, who will be so unlucky? The dog snake sneered and said, Why? What else can you do to me? I have a hostage in my hand. Zhang Qing clicked his tongue twice, thinking that this person really didn't understand the situation. Then try now and see if your body can still move. As soon as these words came out, the expression on the dog snake's face suddenly became extremely stiff, as if it had eaten a fly. What on earth is going on? Why can't I move? Zhang Qing walked up to him calmly and knocked the dog snake to the ground with one punch. While you are talking, I will let the contracted beast release pollen, and anyone who absorbs it will be unable to move. Dog snake, you are so cunning. About 20 minutes later, the police came to clean up the mess, and Lei, who had already been sent for emergency treatment. But the sadness on Tiantian's face did not disappear, but became more negative. He and Wang Qing sat at the door of the nightclub. Wang Qing asked worriedly, What's wrong? Do you think the dog snake was too cruel? Kill them all? In order to enlighten Tiantian, he did not cancel the awakening. Instead, he sat beside her patiently and guided her quietly. Before you know it, Wang Qing's personality has also changed. In the past, in that world, he would eat anyone he disliked. So how could he possibly try to enlighten anyone? Tiantian lowered his head and replied in a low voice. Seeing the way Lei who looked tonight, to be honest, I am also afraid that you will be like this one day. Besides, the dog snake killed so many people, so many families. It's all in pieces. She was saddened that so many people died in one campaign of siege, and she was even more afraid of seeing Wang Qing like this in the future. Wang Qing sighed. This time they are standing in the light, helping the people of District 20 to drive away the darkness. When strong light drives away darkness, it will also be hurt by the things in the darkness. If no one does this, will District 20 still be as prosperous as it is today? Some people are born to do certain things. For example, Wang Qing came to this world to protect Su Tiantian. Su Tiantian nodded slightly, with a forced smile on his face. I know. Wang Qing looked at her seriously and said, cry if you want to. I know you can't adapt to what happened tonight. Cry. It will be better if you cry. Su Tiantian was stunned. He had been trying to maintain a strong appearance, but it broke down because of Wang Qing's words. The tears in my eyes began to flow out uncontrollably. Ah, Xiaohei, why? I am obviously very strong. Why is this happening? Why did they kill so many people? When she saw Zhang Cheng's body parts scattered all over the kitchen, she had already become numb and was trying hard to suppress the pain. At this moment, Su Tianan was like a burst dam. Tears flowed like water, and he hugged Wang Qing and cried bitterly. Wang Qing felt a little helpless. This was the first time he saw Su Tiantian crying so violently. How about I take you somewhere? He looked up at the sky and thought that maybe taking her out to relax would be better than crying here. Su Tiantian was carried into the sky by Wang Qing. At this time, the sky in the east was already turning pale. Su Tiantian sat on Wang Qing's back, looking at the floating white clouds and the scorching sun hanging in the sky. When I used to feel bad, I would usually go to the mountains to watch the sunrise. Because the sun represents hope, and it also means that I have lived another day. Please remember this in the future. Whenever you feel sad, look at the sun more often. Its light won't be extinguished so easily. Believe in the light. Chapter 78, Bull Ghost. Westport Terminal. After receiving the notice, Zhang Cheng rushed to the scene. Li Qing led a group of Longyuan soldiers and had been waiting at the dock for a long time. They stood on the shore, looking at the wreckage of the ship floating on the sea, their faces grim and silent. It can be seen how angry he is now. Huff, huff, huff. What exactly happened? Zhang Cheng ran over panting. Li Qing turned his back to her, his tone gradually colder. What's going on with this ship? Zhang Cheng. Looking at the wreckage of the ship on the sea, Zhang Cheng was speechless and stunned. Before she left, she had instructed 30 team members to defend and move on until daybreak. Everything was done in secret, but she could never have imagined that the situation would become so serious just after she left. Li Qing didn't want to give her a chance to explain and shouted in a deep voice, You have always been a loner. I know your intelligence department is secretive, but this time we have intercepted the evil ship, so we should be the ones to take over. Why don't you say hello to me? Ever since Li Qing found out what was in the freighter, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Once the demons from Sakura Country escape, District 20 will definitely not be able to resist them. Only then will you know what a natural disaster and doomsday are. Zhang Cheng was stunned by the yelling. She knew she made a mistake and didn't dare to talk back. I saw that you were repairing the ruins of the city recently, and I didn't want to tire you out. I've already solved everything. How could something go wrong? Zhang Cheng couldn't understand why something unexpected happened when the freighter had clearly been controlled. She now wishes she could find the real murderer and give her a chance to be reborn. Li Qing turned around slowly with a cold face, his eyes like sparks, staring straight at her. Mistake. As the commander, you didn't keep a good guard and instead ran away. And now you're wondering what went wrong. Zhang Cheng. Didn't she just send Su Tiantian back? By the way, the dog and snake were dealt with as well, and as a result, this opportunity was used for someone to cause damage. Li Qing took a deep breath and said coldly, I have already applied to the higher-ups to remove you from your position. Go back to where you came from now. I don't want to see you again. He was really disappointed with Zhang Cheng. Would he die if he communicated with him about such a big thing? He even goes on to say that he saw that the Longyuan army was too tired and wanted to take all the credit. Zhang Cheng heard this and his eyes widened as if struck by lightning. This? Li Qing whispered expressionlessly. The warehouse has been opened now. Everything has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Don't blame him for being so decisive. After all, this is a matter concerning the safety of the people in District 20, so he has no choice but to be ruthless. Zhang Cheng. You want me to get out? She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Li Qing was furious. Seeing that Zhang Cheng still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, he walked straight up to her and slapped her in the face. Bang! The huge force knocked her to the ground. Zhang Cheng. Li Qing said with a straight face, Wake up! All your men were killed in the battle. You should settle the score yourself. Suspension is already very good to you. If you still want to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. This slap broke Zhang Cheng's heart. She has always been careful in her work and has never made a mistake like this. Each district has a combat power ranking. The organizations in District 20, which are ranked low, are not very strong. Now that Zhang Cheng has made a mistake, not only will her ranking in the entire district be affected, but she will even have to let Long Yuanjun clean up the mess for her. It's already like this, and you still want to explain? Oh. Li Qing didn't give her any chance to explain and directly ordered her to leave. Get lost. Zhang Cheng's face gradually became gloomy, and he left the scene with his head down like a walking corpse. The other side, what they didn't discover was, in a drainage channel, groups of thick yin energy were standing in the drain, and pairs of red eyes were staring at the people on the shore. Chen Zixuan's entire body was covered in black yin energy. She squinted her eyes, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on her face. You really are the strangest ghoul I've ever seen. Not only has it successfully integrated my power, but it also has the flavor of the contracted beast. The person who spoke was the Niugui. It transformed into the form of yin energy and kept sniffing around Chen Zixuan. Chen Zixuan opened his eyes slightly. His pupils were scarlet, and his face showed an unprecedented excitement. Yeah, I was also surprised. Perhaps I absorbed all of Night Shadow's power before it came. Yang is a gas-contracted beast. At the moment before Chen Zixuan's death, she successfully absorbed all the power into her body and was given new power by the Niugui, thus forming a brand new corpse ghost. What we need to do now is to release all the ghosts in the seabed, right? Chen Zixuan looked at Niugui and asked calmly. The Niugui laughed and said, "Why do we have to let them out? It contains things that are just as troublesome as me. We have already made an agreement with your organization before we came here. We will each set up our own base and fight for all the resources in District 20. Now I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, and all actions will be under your command." The smile on Chen Zixuan's face became more ferocious. Really? Bull ghost! The little ghost behind all said in the Daxiao language. Greetings, master! Greetings, master! Chen Zixuan, who had always lived at the bottom of society, also experienced at this moment what it felt like to be a superior person. She nodded with enjoyment. Then let's first attract all the ghost forces in District 20, and then declare war on this city. All the ghosts shouted in unison. Yes, sir, Chen Zixuan said with some enjoyment. This body of mine should be able to move during the day, right? Generally, ghosts cannot move during the day because the scorching sun will burn their yin energy and turn them into ashes. The ox ghost laughed and said, "You are not an ordinary ghost. There will be absolutely no problem." Chen Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll go find a few people to test my skills first, and then I'll join you when we take action tonight. Yes, Chen Zixuan had just left. The humble Niugui sneered. You must all be curious why I would submit to such an ant. The little ghosts all nodded in unison. Niugui tooted his mouth disdainfully. What we have to do is to completely conquer this country. Now that I've just arrived, I need her to help lead the way and gain some experience. Once we have established our foothold, it won't be too late to eat her up. I don't know which kid it was, but he actually shouted excitedly. Hey, I'm going to eat her big white rabbit. Niugui shouted angrily. You bastard. Chapter 79. Sakura Country Exchange Student. Morning. On the playground. Today is a special day. The top class stood at the school gate, clapping their hands, and held a welcoming ceremony under the leadership of Xunyan. Su Yuming complained to Lu Min beside him with some dissatisfaction. Aren't they just a few exchange students from Sakura Country? Do we have to all come to the door to greet them? He didn't understand. If he came, he had to let everyone come to welcome him. Lu Min sighed and replied somewhat dissatisfiedly. We have been standing here for more than an hour. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? I might as well ask you to practice Bajiquan with me at this time. When he heard that he was asked to practice with someone, Su Yuming quickly stood up straight and didn't dare to say a word. I remember that last night, Lu Min asked him to go to the grove for sparring, and after a few sets of combination punches, he was almost beaten to death. After going through hell once, he had absolutely no intention of going through it again. Just as the two were chatting, Xion Yin reminded, Here it comes. What caught the eye was a bus surrounded by flowers. On both sides of the bus were long banners with the words Sakura Country hung. The words on the banners were pitch black, which made people feel that there was something wrong. Su Yuming clicked his tongue twice. Are you rushing to the funeral? Lu Min. This straight man Su Yuming sees everything, but doesn't say it out loud. He really dares to say anything. As the bus approached, thunderous applause echoed at this moment. There was not much expression on everyone's faces, and they seemed a little annoyed. A group of people, instead of going to class, came running over to clap and welcome the students under the organization of the school. After the bus stopped, 4 short people, 2 men and 2 women, slowly got out of the car. There was a look of disdain on their faces, as if coming to Daxia Kingdom was a way for them to lose face. These people were not much moved by the enthusiastic applause from their classmates and did not even look at it. The smile on Xiunyan's face froze instantly, and she waved her hand unceremoniously to her classmates, signaling everyone to stop. What's going on? Where's the applause? Welcome ceremony. How can you be so casual? A short man, less than 1.7 meters tall, jumped out of the car. He spoke in the awkward Daxia language and angrily scolded Xiunyan in dissatisfaction. Xiunyan tilted her head and said in a rather indifferent tone, "I didn't react at all. Why should we welcome you?" It seems that they requested the applause to welcome this part. The school couldn't refuse, after all. They had to go along with it out of courtesy. But these people are so arrogant that if you don't know them, you would think they are gods. The coach was so angry at this that he started to yell, "Isn't it your responsibility to welcome us? We have come all the way from Sakura country to communicate with you. Is this the demeanor of your school? Baka." When Xiunyan heard the word baka, her face turned pale and she glared at the coach with fierce eyes. "Watch your words, or I'll make you pay for it." The principal had told her this before. That group of Sakura countrymen loved to stir up trouble in the schools of the Xia country, especially doing things that are insulting to the national customs. Once found, their legs will be broken and they will be forced to crawl back home. Everyone knows why they hate the Sakura country so much. It was the first time for the coach and classmates to feel the uniqueness of this school. In the past, when they visited famous schools in other districts, they were treated with delicious food and drinks. But now, they are being scolded before they even enter the door. A boy who looked fat deliberately said to the coach in the language of Daxia, "Coach, since they don't welcome us so much, then let's leave. Anyway, they have come from far away, and if they're driven away like this, their school will definitely be severely punished." Sure enough, when they were about to get back in the car, Xiunyan spoke. "Wait a minute." The team coach and a group of classmates stood in front of the car, looking at her with pride. "You guys can leave if you want, but first record a video to show that you want to leave on your own." People from Sakura country. This also means that you want to leave. Xiunyan also bluntly explained. Because you are coming to District 20, all the major universities really hate you. After all, you Sakura students have a bad reputation. You come here to eat and dress well, but you still bully your classmates and humiliate your teachers. No school is willing to accept little things like you. Since you want to leave on your own initiative, let's take a video as evidence. The coach almost vomited blood. You are really going too far?" After hearing this, several classmates wanted to hit someone. The top students were already prepared. Once the two sides started fighting, they would definitely use the human wave tactics to beat these Sakura people who were living a good life to a pulp. Su Yuming said eagerly, "Fight! Fight quickly! I can't bear it anymore." Lu Min said calmly, "Don't worry, once we start, I can beat them to a pulp even if all 5 of them come together." Su Yuming was speechless when he saw Lu Min's fist as big as a sandbag. With this punch, all of them would probably fall to the ground, just when the atmosphere was particularly tense. A belated voice came from inside the school. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm late." Su Tiantian held Wang Qing in his arms and ran over in a hurry. Everyone smiled and waved. "You came just in time. Yes, right now. One more person. One more helper. Go, go, go." Su Tiantian was somewhat confused by everyone's excitement. She walked up to the crowd, looked at the bus surrounded by flowers, and asked in surprise, "Aren't we here to welcome our classmates from Sakura country? Whose funeral is this?" He died so suddenly, and on such a strange day. Before he finished speaking, Su Tiantian felt a few cold resentments. Xiunyan's mouth twitched. "This is not a funeral. This is the car that our classmates from Sakura country came in." Su Tiantian was startled and said with a wry smile, "Foreigners go out differently. Even the transportation is done exactly like a funeral car." "I was mistaken. Don't be surprised." The coach couldn't help himself and roared angrily. "You really have no manners at all. Especially this girl. Her mouth is full of insults. Now I've decided. I want to fight her one-on-one." The coach pointed at Su Tiantian with a stern face and said angrily, "If we lose, we will kneel down and apologize to you. If you win, you must kowtow and apologize for everything you did today." This is actually the purpose of the coach. He will never let go of any way that insults this school. What he couldn't understand was that, although it was clearly a one-on-one duel, why were all the students at the back bursting into laughter? I'm not talking about school language. Why are you laughing? He also emphasized that this was not a joke. But everyone saw him as a joke. Tiantian nodded in a silly manner. Since you have said so much, I would feel sorry for you if I don't accept it. Okay. Bang! Xiaoyan slapped her on the head in anger. What's the point of saying it's okay? It's absolutely not possible. The coach thought the other team was scared, but Xiaoyan's next words almost made him angry to death. What if you beat someone until he cries? After all, she is from abroad too. Give senior sister Xiaoyan some face and stop comparing. Tiantian covered his head, pouted, and could only nod. Okay. But next time can you please not hit me, it hurts. Xiaoyan. Who told you to be late today? Tiantian. The coach standing aside felt a little embarrassed. It was supposed to be a good match, but he was ignored. Chapter 80. Disgusting Exchange Student. Morning. The atmosphere in the top class became extremely strange. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 4 exchange students from Sakura country on the podium. Also standing aside was Xiaoyan. Even though she disliked these people, she still had a professional fake smile on her face. Well, now please invite a few students to introduce themselves. Tiantian, who was sitting below, looked at Xiaoyan with disdain and complained in his heart. Does your smile have to be so fake? If you really can't help it, just come down and stand aside, otherwise they will think you're going to hit them. This half-smile carries a bit of personal emotion. Wang Qing could also sense that these short guys had a sense of arrogance in their bones and seemed to be superior to others. And it's based on what I learned from Su Yuming before. The Sakura Kingdom almost ruled over the Great Xia Kingdom. So when the people saw these short guys, they all had a sense of nationalism and wanted to beat them up at any time. My name is Taro Ikeda. My name is Isoroku Yamamoto. My name is Okamoto Lai Lai. My name is Sakuraji Jujio. Normally, they would say hello everyone before introducing themselves, or say please give me your advice at the end, but they omitted it, which shows how much they dislike this class. Xiaoyan said with a fake smile, then you can sit in the last row. Everyone was stunned. Yamamoto Isoroku shouted to Xiaoyan in dissatisfaction. Teacher, shouldn't we sit in the middle? When we were in other schools before, we always sat in the middle. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. This is also arranged by the school. I have no choice. Yamamoto Isoroku. Taro Ikeda patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to act on impulse. Several students then sat in the last row of seats. But as soon as they sat down, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Yamamoto 56 looked at the books written in the language of Daxia, stood up and shouted, Teacher, why didn't you prepare books in the language of Sakura country for us? And where are the translators? There is nothing. In other schools, they are in a high position and have teachers to take care of their daily lives. But when I came to Qingyang College, I found that I didn't have this or that. Such a huge gap made several people very depressed. Xiaoyan had a fake smile on her face. This is arranged by the school. If you have any dissatisfaction, please go to the school leaders. Yamamoto Isoroku. He had just arrived and was treated like this. He was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Taro Ikeda glared at him, signaling him to be patient. Only then did Isoroku Yamamoto suppress his anger and sat in his seat without saying a word. Xiaoyan also started her daily teaching. Wang Qing was lying on the table, feeling a little restless. Chi. Wang Qing looked at the little raccoon not far away who was waving at him with admiration, but he didn't want to pay attention to him because he was currently studying his personal panel. He hadn't paid attention to it since the last upgrade. System, call up the personal panel. Ding dong. Host, Wang Qing. Species, ancient vicious beast. Level S, glutton. Any demons and ghosts below level S that the host devours can be converted into evolution points. The same applies to eating food. As the level increases, this skill can also be improved. Master of fierce beasts can let out a primal roar, shattering any ghosts and demons below S level. Rage of Taotai. Split out Taotai clones. 200 evil roe deer, which can also release dark matter. Unlocked. Dark matter. Releases a mass of dark matter that can decompose all matter. Unlocked. Dark wind. Swing the bone wings behind you to create an oversized hurricane. Unlocked. Awakening. Transform into Taodai and can use all unlocked skills. Emotional value. 562,300. Evolution points. 850,000. The evolution points are obtained by eating the evil dragon and many lords and goblins before. These points and evolution points are a bit too few. System, did you make a mistake? He remembered that he had eaten so much and moved so many people, but in the end, he only got a few 100,000. But no matter how Wang Qing complained, the system seemed to be dead and did not respond a single word. After being rejected, he could only exit the system space in frustration. At this time, the little raccoon was still chirping softly. Wang Qing wanted to scold it impatiently, but when he saw the little guy holding 2 packets of instant noodles in his hands, his eyes suddenly widened. I left home early this morning. I don't think I've eaten yet. He glanced at Su Tiantian quietly and found that the girl was listening to Xionyin's lecture seriously, as usual. He jumped carefully onto the next table and approached the raccoon with ease. When Su Yuming saw Wang Qing coming, he took out 2 packs of instant noodles from his school bag as usual. Little King Taodai, please eat well. Wang Qing nodded slightly and swallowed the instant noodles continuously. The little raccoon even kindly helped to massage my back. This action stunned the group of Sakura students in the back seat. Taro Ikeda, this, Yamamoto Isoroku. Oh my, why are all the students here like this in class? What's even more outrageous is, they watched the black contracted beast finish eating and then jump to the back seat. Instead of getting angry, the students in the back seat took out some more food from their school bags. Even the contracted beasts are like little brothers, constantly trying to please and massage them. After eating 2 or 3 classmates, Wang Qing jumped to the table of the classmate behind him. At this moment, Isoroku Yamamoto couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and shouted to Xionyun, "Teacher, this contracted beast keeps eating during class and disturbs our class." Just this opening immediately attracted the angry looks of the classmates. Yamamoto Isoroku. What is going on? Why are these people so unhappy when this contracted beast is mentioned, as if their tails have been stepped on? Xionyun smiled and said, "I'll allow it to eat if it really affects you. Then please go outside and take classes." Yamamoto Isoroku was stunned. It's obviously the other person's fault. Why should I leave? He slammed his fist on the table angrily and walked out. The other Sakura Country students also left angrily. After Xionyun watched them leave, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Take out your mobile phone and project the screen onto the big screen. You must be very curious. Why do I hate Sakura Country students so much? Putting aside the old hatred between Daxia Country and Sakura Country, here are some reports about them. You can take a look. She opened the prepared materials, and the anger of her classmates instantly soared. Some students even wanted to teach them a lesson. After all, people like this will be punished wherever they go.